Boom. The dull thunder broke the midnight silence, awakening the sleeping Jiang Yu. 0133, he habitually pulled out his phone to glance at the time, then turned to look at the deep night sky outside the window. The weather forecast didn't say it would rain today. I haven't even brought in the clothes. Suppressing heavy drowsiness, Jiang Yu forced himself up to bring in the clothes. But as soon as he stepped out into the wind and rain, he discovered that the clothes on the balcony had already been blown away by the storm. I just bought those clothes, damn it. Jiang Yu stared blankly at the empty clothesline for a moment. Before he could retreat back inside, a gust of wind swept the sudden rain into the balcony. Instantly, he was drenched to the bone. No, why is it so cold? He only then noticed that his breath was visible as white mist when he spoke. He pulled out his phone to check the temperature. 3°C. Jiangsheng was known as one of the 4 furnaces of the 9 provinces, and June was the hottest season. 3°C, is that right? Without time to think further, Jiang Yu hurriedly picked up the small fish tank from the corner of the balcony and brought it inside. The tank didn't hold fish, but a turtle. Jiang Yu didn't know what breed it was. He only knew that his father had bought it for him when he was 3 years old and had named it Xuanwu. It had been raised for over 20 years. His parents had died in a car accident a few years ago, and Xuanwu, who had grown up with him since childhood, had become his only family. Now realizing the sudden drop in temperature, Jiang Yu naturally couldn't leave it outside anymore. The fish tank, which had only a little water originally, was now almost filled with rainwater. Fortunately, the tank was not large, and even full of water, it wasn't very heavy. Jiang Yu didn't rush to dump the water. After bringing the tank inside, he looked at Xuanwu lying motionless at the bottom and worried about its condition, so he reached out to scoop it out. However, as soon as his hand reached down, Xuanwu, which seemed to be asleep, suddenly moved. It opened its mouth and bit down hard on Jiang Yu's index finger. Hiss! The sharp pain made Jiang Yu gasp, and he instinctively tried to pull his hand out. Yet the seemingly palm-sized Xuanwu now erupted with tremendous strength. Not only did Jiang Yu fail to pull his hand free, but the pulling only made the wound larger. Crimson blood slowly spread through the water. The turtle, which had never hurt anyone before suddenly biting him, left Jiang Yu bewildered for a moment. At that moment, a crisp voice sounded in his mind. Ding. Host has absorbed special energy. Awakened superpowered doomsday enhancement system activated successfully. Detected a large amount of special energy entering the host's body, far exceeding the current absorption limit. Convert to enhancement points. Note, this type of special energy often appears briefly during times of great upheaval in the world, descending from the heavens, rootless and formless, and will change over time. Organisms can merge with it through various means to gain extraordinary power. Contact with mutated special energy may lead to unpredictable changes. Before Jiang Yu could react, he felt a warm current flowing from his fingertip into his body, coursing through his entire being before gathering in front of his eyes. As the system voice echoed in his ears, the world in his eyes underwent a tremendous change. The water in the fish tank, which had been a bit murky before, now clearly showed a large number of faintly glowing golden particles mixed in it. These particles were rushing into Xuanwu's body through its open mouth at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, many golden particles were entering Jiang Yu's body through the wound left by Xuanwu's bite. In a daze, Jiang Yu felt as if his body was undergoing some kind of change. In the brief moment of his stunned silence, the golden particles stopped flowing into Xuanwu. The speed at which they entered through its wound also slowed down. It seemed that both of them had reached their absorption limit. As if losing the containers for absorption, the golden particles in the fish tank began to dissipate into the air. At this point, Jiang Yu snapped back to reality. Without time to think about anything else, he quickly shouted, "Convert!" Ding! Converted special energy obtained 3 enhancement points. Converted special energy obtained 7 enhancement points. Converted special energy obtained 5 enhancement points. Congratulations, host. Through converting special energy obtained 127 enhancement points. Host Jiang Yu remaining enhancement points 127. Strength 2. 1 human average. 4-dimensional parameters are 1 speed 2. 2 physique 2. For spirit 2. 9 superpower visual enhancement. Pet mutated grass turtle. A black hole seemed to appear at Jiang Yu's fingertip, and the golden particles about to dissipate were instantly devoured the moment the black hole appeared. Listening to the system announcements, it took Jiang Yu a while to piece together the situation. The apocalypse had come. The rain that had fallen earlier contained those golden particles representing special energy. Those particles would have had nothing to do with him, but because Xuanwu bit him, it forcibly brought him into the fold, and thus he was bound to the system. No, now was not the time to think about all that. Jiang Yu turned and looked out the window through the balcony glass. The originally pitch-black rainy night under his enhanced vision was now a brilliant gold. Countless golden particles that had not been absorbed by organisms fell to the ground, and then slowly evaporated into the sky like water vapor. They soon merged into the thick cumulonimbus clouds, transforming into ominous crimson wind and rain that fell to the earth. This mutation could only be seen under the enhancement of his superpower. If Jiang Yu didn't use his power, the wind would still be the wind, and the rain would still be the rain. Except that it was a bit heavier and colder. It looked no different from ordinary rain. His vision was now terrifyingly powerful. Even in the pitch-black rainy night, he could see a small insect hundreds of meters away. And because of this he saw some truly horrifying scenes. Unlike the golden particles that had to enter the body to be absorbed, this crimson wind and rain were far more aggressive. Even just touching the skin, they could forcefully invade an organism's body. In a corner of an alley hundreds of meters away, a rat was drenched by crimson raindrops, immediately writhing in agony. Moments later it began to swell like a balloon, and when it stabilized its size was comparable to that of a medium-sized dog. At the entrance of the residential complex, a pedestrian hurrying home in the heavy rain was touched by the crimson rain and collapsed unconscious. In a moment, the fallen pedestrian's flesh began to decay and change color, their bones twisted and deformed. A humanoid cyan-black creature soon rose from the ground, let out a roar, and disappeared into the night. Unlike the golden particles that began to dissipate soon after landing, these crimson energies dissolved in the rainwater and lingered for a long time, slowly seeping into the vast earth. From Jiang Ye's perspective, although the crimson energy stopped falling after a while, the entire world was now tinged with a faint crimson, exuding an ominous aura. Crash! The sound of breaking glass drew Jiang Ye's attention back inside. He then discovered that Xuan Wu, which had been only palm-sized, had rapidly grown in this short time. It had become a massive creature over 4 meters long, nearly 3 meters wide, and 1 meter tall. It almost filled the entire living room. A man and a Xuan Wu turtle stared at each other with wide eyes. Wu! A muffled sound like a war horn came from Xuan Wu, and then the huge creature voluntarily reached out its head to rub against Jiang Yu. This intimate gesture also made Jiang Yu sigh with relief. Xuan Wu still recognized him. That was a blessing in disguise. As for Xuan's transformation, it was actually a good thing. The apocalypse was approaching and chaos was about to descend upon this world. Having such a colossal creature by his side, even though he still didn't know Xuan's abilities, it would undoubtedly give him a strong sense of security. After a brief interaction with Xuan Wu, Jiang Yu began to ponder the situation at hand. The apocalypse was certain. The monsters mutated by the scarlet blood rain were no illusion. It seemed that Jiangcheng was still calm now, mainly because most people were resting in the middle of the night and the fierce wind and rain outside muffled the sounds made by those monsters. The vast majority of people had no idea what had happened. Supplies. Jiang Yu quickly grasped the core issue at hand. He still didn't know what type of apocalypse was coming. Zombies. Mutant beasts. Feeling the current temperature, he thought it was not impossible that an extreme cold weather disaster would be added. He also had no idea how strong the mutated rats and the green-black monsters that had mutated after being caught in the rain were. The best plan now was to hole up in the room for a while, let other unsuspecting people go out to explore the unknown, and only come up with a countermeasure after gathering enough information. But to hole up in the room, he definitely needed food and water. Jiang Yu was just a migrant worker here, and he currently lived in a 2-bedroom apartment shared with a roommate. He and his roommate, who hadn't returned, yet never cooked. There were only a few bottles of cola and a few packs of instant noodles at home. They wouldn't last long. What's more, Xuan Wu had become so huge now. He didn't know how much food it would need. Food and water were the first problems he had to solve. But there were those monsters outside. Going out rashly before figuring things out could be dangerous. Got it. Jiang Ye's eyes narrowed as he came up with an idea. Most people still didn't know what had happened during the night. Tomorrow was Tuesday, and these people would probably still go to work and school as usual. Many people would be out during the morning rush hour. This was Jiang Ye's chance to go out and stock up on supplies. With that thought, he looked at his own data panel in the system. He guessed that due to awakening his ability, all his stats were now more than double the average human level. Going out during the morning rush hour, as long as he avoided remote places, he could easily escape, even if he encountered a mutated monster. After all, he didn't need to run faster than the monster, just faster than the others. Having made up his mind, Jiang Yu set an alarm for 8 a.m. and began to study the system. This might be his lifeline in the apocalypse, so he naturally wanted to understand it thoroughly while he had time. The Doomsday Enhancement System. As the name implied, as long as he had enough enhancement points, Jiang Yu could enhance anything, including himself. Host Jiang Yu remaining enhancement points 1, 27 strength 2. 1 average human 4-dimensional parameter is 1 agility 2. 2 physique 2. 4 mental power 2. 9. Ability visual amplification pet mutated grass turtle. Opening the system panel revealed many details he hadn't noticed before. For example, there was a clear sign behind the 4-dimensional data, his ability, in the pet slot. Having played many online games, Jiang Yu easily guessed that this might mean he could add points. He immediately tapped on the behind the strength stat. Spend 1 enhancement point to enhance the strength attribute. Yes. Enhancement point 1, enhancement complete. Host Jiang Yu remaining enhancement points 127 strength 3. 1. A surge of warmth flowed into his body. Jiang Yu clenched his fist and could clearly feel that his strength had increased significantly. Seeing this sign that hadn't disappeared, his eyes lit up. Add points. Add points. Fill it up. Ding. Enhancement points 11. The host's 4-dimensional data has reached the zero-order limit. Spend 100 enhancement points to enter first order. Really maxed out. Jiang Yu looked at the remaining 115 enhancement points and the 4-dimensional attributes, all reaching 5. He didn't blindly continue adding. If entering first order could give his 4-dimensional attributes a big boost, that would be fine. But if it was still 5 points, he would only have 15 enhancement points left to use. He hadn't tried what effect adding points to abilities and pets would have. Enhance ability. Spend 30 enhancement points to evolve visual amplification into Eye of Insight. What? It only cost me a dozen enhancement points to max out my 4-dimensional attributes, but enhancing an ability costs 30 points. Jiang Yu was stunned, but after hesitation he gritted his teeth and said, then do it. Ding. Enhancement points 30. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ability Eye of Insight. Eye of Insight. You can see through all illusion-type abilities of the same rank, detect the strength and abilities of creatures no more than 3 major ranks above you, gain supervision that can see through obstacles to a certain extent, and when making eye contact you can release a mental shock to temporarily stun opponents with lower mental power duration, depends on the mental power gap between the two. Damn, that's awesome. A moment ago he was still feeling sorry for the 30 enhancement points, but after seeing the effects of the enhanced Eye of Insight, Jiang Yu felt it was totally worth it. It countered illusions, could read others' ranks for information, could see through walls, and even came with a mental attack skill. An absolute survival skill. Especially for those unknown mutant creatures. They were no longer unknown in his eyes. If he really encountered one, he could first assess its strength before deciding what to do, and if he found he couldn't beat it, he could run away early. Awesome. Naturally, there was no need to say more. Zhang Ye's gaze fell on Xuanwu. Enhance pet. Detected that your pet Xuanwu has reached the zero-order limit in all stats. Spend 80 enhancement points to enter first order. Already at the limit. By now Jiang Yu had roughly figured out the situation. According to the system's rank division, both he and Xuanwu were currently in the zero-order state of just evolving. Apart from abilities, there should also be a distinction between strong and weak among mutants at the same stage, which was reflected in the 4-dimensional stats. The 4-dimensional stat limit for a zero-order ability user was 5. He wasn't sure about mutant beasts, and the system didn't display it either. The process of adding points just now had taken him from the initial stage of zero-order to the peak state. What he didn't expect was that he had spent over a dozen enhancement points to reach zero-order peak, but Xuanwu had reached it without spending any. Jiang Yu guessed it was because Xuanwu had absorbed more golden particles. 80 enhancement points to enter the next stage. Should he upgrade Xuanwu? Jiang Yu rubbed his chin, momentarily uncertain. But just then the system lit up another prompt note. Pets can be stored in the system pet slot for enhancement upgrades. Upgrading the pet slot only costs 64 enhancement points and 24 hours of enhancement time. Huh, that's a 20 discount. Jiang Ye's eyes lit up. What surprised him even more was that the system could directly store pets. He had long noticed a row of empty slots at the bottom of the system panel, but he hadn't studied them yet. He hadn't expected one of them to be a pet slot, allowing him to store his pet inside the system. Just a moment ago, he was wondering how to get Xuanwu downstairs when they would need to leave, since it was now so huge, and he lived on the 23rd floor. This function solved a big problem for him. Put Xuanwu into the pet slot and upgrade. Upgrading himself would cost 100 enhancement points, while upgrading Xuanwu only cost 64 points, and after the upgrade, he could carry Xuanwu with him. The choice was obvious. As soon as he spoke, a flash appeared before Jiang Ye's eyes, and the Xuanwu that had almost filled the entire living room vanished instantly. The remaining enhancement points were only 21. He studied it further and found that besides the pet slot, there were also 10 item slots in the row below. The item slots could hold anything except living creatures. They also had similar functions to the pet slot. For example, if Jiang Yu wanted to enhance a certain item, it would cost 100 points directly, but if he put it in the item slot and then enhanced, it would be 20 off, only 80 points. The price was that it took time, and during that time it couldn't be taken out. Beep. The sound of the door lock being entered came from the entrance. Jiang Yu immediately turned to look, a golden light flashing in his eyes. Before the person outside even entered, he could already see clearly. Chu Yinshu, age 21, strength none, ability none, purity 100. This guy is so shapely. Looking at his roommate who had suddenly returned home, Jiang Yu couldn't help but widen his eyes. With the ability's enhancement, he could see through not only the security door, but also the clothes on the person. Chu Yinshu, Jiang Ye's roommate. She is currently a student at a second-tier university in Jiangxing while working part-time as a game streamer for an MCN company. They have been roommates for a few months, occasionally exchanging a few words. Jiang Yu roughly knows her situation. A naive and inexperienced girl gradually falling into the MCN company's trap without realizing it, yet conceited and self-important. Jiang Yu, being a scriptwriter at a media company, is familiar with such tricks. The MCN company's typical tactic is to scout pretty female students on campus. In the initial months, they pour in abundant resources, letting these girls experience the feeling of raking in money daily. During this period, they lavish them with praise, making these naive students believe they are true streaming geniuses born for this trade. Then they offer higher-paying contracts, but leave a pile of traps in the fine print. When the time is right, they pull the resources. In this internet age, finding a three-legged toad is hard, but two-legged female streamers are a dime a dozen. Without the company's resources, their live streams quickly become deserted. As the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but hard the other way around. Coupled with the traps in the contract, in order to continue experiencing that daily fortune and lavish spending, and to avoid falling into the pit of astronomical breach penalties. These female streamers at this point can only be manipulated by the MCN company. The outcome goes without saying. Jiangyu had kindly mentioned this to Chu Yinshu before. However, she was in the resource injection phase, flushed with success, and naturally wouldn't listen. Recently, the company should be pulling her resources, Jiangyu could guess from her daily demeanor. Still up this late. Chu Yinshu saw Jiangyu in the living room and greeted him politely. Yet the exhaustion in her expression was unmistakable. Jiangyu was about to brush her off casually, but noticed her pause while taking off her shoes, staring at the room and saying, "What happened to the living room?" It was then Jiangyu realized that Xuanhui's sudden transformation earlier had not only filled the living room. It had also crushed the coffee table and sofa, leaving water everywhere. Probably the wind. It was like this when I woke up. The wind. Chu Yinshu looked at the messy living room with suspicion. Anyway, I wasn't home, so it's none of my business. Go explain to the landlord yourself. With that, she put on her slippers and went straight to her room, clearly not wanting to talk more. Although Jiangyu was handsome and had a decent income, and she had felt a slight flutter when they first moved in together, now she saw herself as an internet celebrity who had been famous online. At her peak, she earned more in a day than Jiangyu did in a month. So she naturally looked down on this ordinary roommate. Jiangyu didn't care much about her attitude. His golden glowing eyes remained fixed on her. That figure. Mainly to see if she carried any trace of that scarlet bloody rain. Chu Yinshu's clothes were partly dry and partly wet. Given the torrential rain outside, having dry patches meant she probably drove or took a taxi home, not getting much rain. The golden particle rain and the scarlet blood rain had both fallen only briefly. She likely missed them entirely. As long as she didn't get drenched in the blood rain and turn into a monster, it was fine. Jiangyu breathed a quiet sigh of relief. But when he saw her carrying clothes into the bathroom, seemingly preparing to shower, he frowned slightly. The scene of the scarlet blood rain lingering on the ground and slowly seeping into the surface flashed in his mind. This water. Probably unusable. With that thought, he slipped to the balcony and turned off the main water supply valve. That wasn't all. After closing the valve, he went out, took the elevator to the basement, found the pipe shaft, and the small lock couldn't stop Jiangyu, who now had 5 times a normal person's strength. He pulled the door open with ease. He shut off the public water valves for the entire building. Thinking it still wasn't safe, he grabbed a fire axe from a fire cabinet in the underground parking lot and smashed the pipes. Fortunately, due to the heavy rain, the underground parking lot was already flooded with water, nearly knee-deep. The broken pipe was submerged in water, so even if someone discovered the outage and came to check the basement, they wouldn't find the problem anytime soon. Jiangyu didn't do this out of altruism to save the whole building. Mainly, he still planned to blend in with the morning rush crowd and scavenge for supplies. He didn't need to go far, just loot the convenience store at the community entrance. If the residents turned into monsters after brushing their teeth or washing their faces in the morning, who would be left to draw the monster's fire? The fact that Chu Yinshu came home late at night and scathed suggested that those mutated by direct rain exposure might not be numerous. The outside may not be too dangerous. But Jiangyu couldn't gamble. This wasn't a game. He only had one life, so he had to be cautious. Thinking he was already there, he decided to go all the way. After pulling the main breaker for his building, he also took a tour of the basement, sabotaging the entire community's water supply system. The stagnant water in the basement emitted a faint scarlet glow. But in Jiang's vision, these scarlet mutant energies would automatically dodge when he approached, not invading his body. So he had no worries. Wanna wash up in the morning and become a monster? All of you better get up for your 8 a.m. classes. After doing this, Jiangyu also carried all 4 fire axes he found in several fire cabinets back home. These were among the few weapons available now. You have no idea how desperate it is to come home and find the apartment has no water before even showering. The school dorm still has water. They'll head over now. What? The school is flooded water up to the 2nd floor. Then no classes tomorrow. How is the water rising so fast? Wait, are you saying the big river breached its banks? Jiang's hearing was incredibly sharp now. As soon as he got home, he heard Chu Yinshu complaining about the water outage to her classmate on the phone. He hadn't paid much attention initially, but at the last sentence his pupils contracted sharply. Although he wasn't a native of Jiangxing, he was from Chu province and had studied in Jiangxing for 4 years. He knew all too well what the Great River breached meant. This neighborhood was on relatively high ground in Jiangxing. Earlier he thought the basement flooding was just because the drainage system was overwhelmed by the heavy rain. If what the person on the phone said was true, then it wasn't the drainage system being overloaded. It was that most of Jiangxing was already submerged, leaving nowhere for the water to drain. The apocalypse had arrived much faster than he had imagined. 0800. The alarm rang, and Zhang Yu, who had only slept for a little over 4 hours, opened his eyes right on time. Last night, when he heard the news of the Great River's breach, his first instinct was to slip out and scavenge for supplies before holing up at home. But after careful thought, he abandoned that plan. For one, there were too few people outside in the dead of night. Venturing out alone would make him an easy target for those monsters, and his safety was far from guaranteed. Secondly, the area here was elevated. If the flood from the river were to come, it would take hours for the water to even reach his neighborhood, let alone submerge it entirely. And even if a floor or two got flooded, he could simply head to the convenience store at the community's entrance. Across the street, there was also a large shopping complex with its 4th and 5th floors housing a supermarket and a food court. It was packed with supplies he could gather. All he had to do was find a way to cross the 100 or 200 meters from his apartment building to that mall. Once daylight came with the buildings without power or water, and everyone unaware of the true danger outside, he certainly wouldn't be the only one wanting to go out for necessities. A little nudge, and some would naturally go ahead to scout the path for him. After all, few people in Jiangxing feared water. Many locals even kept inflatable kayaks at home precisely for such flood emergencies. The first thing Zhang Yu did upon waking was to get up and look out the window. Sure enough, the area below was already covered in water. But if you looked closely, the flooding wasn't deep. It barely reached the ground floor's doorstep. The underground parking garage was likely already submerged, but the streets were still passable. Zhang Yu saw many people braving the wind and rain, wading through knee-deep water under umbrellas. The scene oddly seemed peaceful, as if it were just a regular torrential downpour, and the monsters he saw last night had never existed. This is my chance. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yu didn't bother with washing up. He threw on a pair of shorts and a t-shirt and dashed downstairs. The temperature had already dropped to 1°C, and everyone outside was bundled up in winter gear. But thanks to his awakened ability and his physical stats all peaking at the 0-tier limit, Zhang Yu didn't feel the cold much. Besides, he'd be wading through water soon enough. Heavy clothes would only get in the way. At this point, he couldn't care less about what others thought. Because the underground garage was flooded, the property management had shut down the elevators to prevent accidents from people pressing the basement buttons. Zhang Yu sprinted down the stairs and then ran through the knee-deep water all the way to the convenience store at the community gate. The place was packed. Plenty of people had a sense of crisis. Even though they didn't know about the apocalypse, anyone could tell something serious was happening when the water reached this level. Naturally, they all wanted to stock up on supplies to avoid running out of food and water at home. Not much was left on the shelves. Since most residents in the apartments were young people who rarely cooked, the items sold out were mostly instant noodles, self-heating rice, and other ready-to-eat foods. Rice flour and cooking oil, on the other hand, had few buyers. Zhang Yu took a lap around the store and grabbed for vacuum-packed 10 kilograms bags of rice, 2 kilograms packs of noodles, a huge pile of sauces and seasonings, and nearly all the chocolate and candy in the shop. He also bought out every last bottle of mineral water and drink in the store. It cost him over 10,000 yuan in total. Luckily, he didn't have many expenses on a regular basis and had saved up over 100,000 over the years. To make hauling easier, he even bought the store's flatbed trolley used for moving goods. He stacked the sealed boxes of water at the bottom and piled the other supplies on top, keeping them just above the current water level. Those who hadn't managed to buy anything didn't complain much. They just thought he was overreacting. Then he turned and headed toward the shopping complex across the street. Zhang Yu brought the supplies back to his apartment and planned to carry them up floor by floor. With his current physical condition, it wouldn't be much of a strain. But as he reached the stairwell, an idea struck him. He picked up a case of water and tried to shove it into the system's item slot. To his surprise, it actually worked. After a few more tries, he figured out the true mechanics of this inventory. Identical items could be stacked in the same slot, taking up just one space. Moreover, even items of the same kind, but with different packaging or sizes, could be squeezed into the same slot. For instance, with the mineral water, Zhang Yu crammed 10 cases of small bottles from different brands, 10 9L jugs, and over 24 5L bottles, all into a single slot. The slot then simply displayed mineral water 255L. If he added those 6 cases of drinks, it would change to beverages 298 2L. Of course, that was as far as it went. The rice and noodles couldn't fit into the beverage slot, but the grains could all go into one slot, showing staple foods 50 kilograms in the end. As for the other stuff, chocolate, snack, sauces, seasonings, and daily necessities, it was more complicated, and most couldn't be stored together in one slot. In the end, 10 slots weren't enough to hold all that random assortment. Fortunately, although the items were varied, they weren't that many. Zhang Yu hauled them up to his apartment in a large bag in no time. He also took everything out of the inventory, emptying the slots. With doomsday approaching, no amount of preparation was too much. He had no intention of stopping at just this. The convenience store was sold out, but wasn't there still that shopping complex across the street? The mall opened at 9 a.m. And the rolling shutters were just being raised when Jiang Yu arrived. No need to worry about missing out. After seeing how that crimson energy had corrupted the rain last night, his goal was crystal clear water. Buying it would take too long. With the mall crowded and his enhanced abilities and physical stats, Jiang Yu easily slipped past all the surveillance cameras and staff sneaking into the mall's warehouse. He quickly found the section with water and all sorts of drinks. The system inventory could only hold a limited variety of items, but it could store almost unlimited quantities of the same kind. Within minutes, Jiang Yu emptied the warehouse of all its water. The total volume of beverages in his inventory shot up to a staggering 2,000 liters. Next up, staple foods. Since he was already here, he decided to go all out and cleared the supermarket warehouse of all its grains, as well bringing his staple food slot to 600 kg. As for everything else, he didn't hesitate. As long as it was a single type of item in large quantities and a necessity, Jiang Yu stuffed it all into his inventory. In no time, 8 slots were completely full. The remaining 2 weren't empty because there was nothing to put in them. He was saving them for other things. With the basic food and water secured, Jiang Yu quietly slipped out of the warehouse and shopped for a bunch of miscellaneous items, filling up 8 shopping carts. At checkout, it cost him over 30,000 yuan. Even then, he wasn't in a hurry to leave. He slipped 1,000 yuan to a supermarket staffer to have the goods delivered to his apartment building's entrance. Then he turned and headed into the Hema Fresh store on the same floor. Just as he was about to try the same trick to sneak into their warehouse, a piercing scream erupted from outside the store. Murder! Monster! There's a monster! Monster! Jiang Yu snapped his head toward the source of the sound, golden light surging in his eyes as his gaze pierced through layers of buildings, landing on the second-floor hall of the shopping complex. A dark cyan humanoid figure came into view. It was crouching beside a still twitching body, digging into its chest. That's it. His pupils contracted sharply. This thing bore an uncanny resemblance to the mutated creature he had witnessed after the rain last night. No matter how he looked at it, they were the same species. Yet certain physical details differed. This proved it was not the same one he had seen mutate the night before. In other words, such monsters were by no means isolated cases. What's going on? Sounds like someone's been killed. Let's go check it out. Why do I hear someone shouting about a monster? The attention of nearly everyone in the fresh food store was drawn outside, heads turning in every direction. Many walked straight to the hall railing to peer down. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, ignoring the monster, and while everyone's focus was fixed beyond the doors, he swiftly approached the store's warehouse and slipped inside. No sooner had he entered than he collided with a staff member. With no time for pleasantries, he put the worker to sleep before they could react, and began sweeping the stock. As he had suspected, seafood, pork, beef, and lamb could all go into one slot, various fruits could fill another. These were the only 2 categories the store offered. Jiang Yu emptied the entire warehouse in one pass. When he emerged, everyone was still fixated on the commotion outside. A crowd had already encircled the dark cyan monster. Several righteous souls, unaware it was anything but a costumed human, spotted it devouring a person and attempted to subdue it. In a single exchange, 5 burly young men were torn apart by the creature. Severed limbs and viscera scattered everywhere, igniting even greater panic. Seeing this, Jiang Yu silently dispatched the lobsters and king crabs in the water tank and stashed them into his inventory. Then he hastily scooped up dozens of pounds of live seafood, paid, and left. The dark cyan monster was now running rampant on the second floor of the mall. Even the slowest among the crowd realized something was deeply wrong, and shoppers began to flee in a frenzy. Jiang Yu made the same choice as everyone else. Avoiding the escalator near the monster on the second floor, he took a more distant one to descend. But when he reached the ground floor and prepared to exit, he discovered another dark cyan monster blocking the exit. The mall had 6 exits in total. If one path was sealed, he would simply find another. Jiang Yu immediately ran toward an exit connected by a narrow corridor between 2 shops on the first floor. Yet that exit too was guarded by another dark cyan monster. The cramped passage was already piled high with corpses. Something's wrong. Jiang Yu instantly sensed a problem and activated his ability to inspect the remaining exits. Sure enough, all 6 exits were blocked by dark cyan monsters. A thorough scan revealed nothing else nearby. His ability could currently cover a radius of roughly 300 meters, meaning within that range there were only these 7 monsters. These things are intelligent. The realization sent a chill down his spine. 1 monster enters to create chaos while 6 others seal off every exit. This was clearly not the work of mindless walkers. Moreover, these dark cyan creatures were far more formidable than the sluggish zombies of film and television. With a single glance, Jiang Yu could read their attributes. Corpse Fiend rank, early stage 1, strength 10, 9 speed 4, 7 constitution 6 spirit 2, 8 ability none stage 1. Even after a full round of enhancements he was only at the peak of stage 0. Yet these corpse fiends were stage 1. Though this stage 1 seems a bit lopsided. Jiang Yu rubbed his chin, a dangerous glint flickering in his eyes. According to the status panel, despite being stage 1, the corpse fiend only surpassed him in strength and constitution. It fell short in speed and spirit. Especially spirit. Jiang Yu's spirit was a formidable 5 points already at the peak of stage 0. But the corpse fiend, despite its rank, had a spirit of merely 2.8, which meant Jiang Yu edged toward the exit without drawing attention. A fire hydrant cabinet happened to be right at that exit. The fiend seemed intent on guarding the door, showing no aggression unless one came too close. Mingling with the retreating crowd, Jiang Yu exploded into motion as he neared the hydrant cabinet, shattering it with a single punch and retrieving the fire axe and hose. The corpse fiend, feasting on a corpse, sensed his approach and jerked its head up. But what greeted it was the hard metal nozzle of the fire hose. Clang! Jiang Yu's strength of 5 sent the fiend sprawling backward. Such damage was hardly enough to kill it. The fiend sprang to its feet the moment it hit the ground, its blood-red eyes locked onto Jiang Yu. Sensing that this human was far more dangerous than the others, it hesitated to attack. Now's my chance. A surge of golden light welled in Jiang Yu's eyes. Insight eye spiritual deterrence. It could plunge any opponent with lower spirit into a brief stupor. As expected, the fiend's murderous gaze gave way to a vacant look. Seizing the moment, Jiang Yu lunged forward and swung the fire axe with all his might at the fiend's head. Crack! A dull thud accompanied the sound of splintering bone as the fiend's dark cyan skull caved in, spraying a mix of brain matter and blood from the wound. Unsure if the blow was fatal, Jiang Yu drew a breath, wrenched the axe free, and struck again at the same spot. Roar! The fiend, freed from the spiritual suppression, let out a thunderous bellow and scrambled to dodge, but it was too late. Without the hard skull to shield it, the axe cleaved straight through under Jiang Yu's immense strength, splitting the fiend's head into chunks. Blood and brain matter splattered everywhere, mingling with the mutilated bodies the fiend had left strewn across the floor. The narrow corridor had become a veritable slaughterhouse. Jiang Yu, fighting back the nausea, used the axe to rummage through the fiend's half-shattered skull. To his surprise, he actually fished out a pale green crystal. Anyone who had read apocalyptic novels knew exactly what this was. Jiang Yu's face lit up with delight. Ignoring the grime, he wiped it off and pocketed it. Then he grabbed the bags of supplies he had set by the hydrant cabinet and strode out of the mall. Hunting corrupted corpses yields spirit cores, which might prove highly useful in the future. However, Jiang Yu had no particular virtue except his unwavering commitment to the plans he set. This trip was solely for gathering supplies. Even if he would later hunt corrupted corpses for their spirit cores, that time was not now. The urgent priority was to deliver the supplies back first. The torrential rain continued unabated. When Jiang Yu walked out of the mall, the originally knee-deep water had risen to waist level. Many people were frantically fleeing on the streets. People were still shopping in the mall and nearby stores, but now they saw the rain intensifying and terrifying man-eating monsters emerging inside the mall. Many were hurrying home. The floodwater was murky, quite a few people disappeared without a trace while walking through it. Onlookers assumed those missing had fallen into a sewer. Only Jiang Yu could see that beneath the turbid surface, no fewer than 5 gigantic mutated rats were hunting humans. Once those people fell, they were instantly strangled and killed by the mutated beasts. These creatures seemed to come not for food, but solely for killing. After killing, they did not devour the bodies, but immediately abandoned them in the water to seek the next target. Soon corpses with crushed throats floated on the water's surface. The corpses floated among a mass of garbage, inconspicuous. Jiang Yu took a deep breath and strode toward the apartment building without any intention of stopping. With the eye of insight enhancing his vision, his visibility in the rain curtain exceeded 1,000 meters. However, the eye of insight's own penetration and detection range was only about 100 meters. When looking into the water, the faint crimson haze on the surface seemed to suppress his ability, further reducing the visible distance. Thus, the 5 mutated rats he currently saw were only within a few dozen meters. He had no idea how many more lurked nearby. Jiang Yu had no desire to be entangled here. Sprinting at full speed, even the waist-deep water could not hinder his steps. In just over a dozen seconds, Jiang Yu, having exited the mall's side door, sprinted all the way through the side path across the road in front of the mall into the residential compound and arrived at the apartment building's entrance. By then he was drenched from head to toe, but the several large bags in his hands had not touched a drop of dirty water wrapped in plastic bags, their contents unaffected. Several dozen meters in front of the apartment building, the convenience store at the community entrance where Jiang Yu had shopped not long ago was now half submerged. The store's clerk and many passers-by were taking shelter from the rain on the steps of this apartment building. Unlike those wading through the water who were unaware of monsters killing beneath the surface, the people standing on the steps had a clear view of the situation outside. Many people, while walking in waist-deep water, suddenly vanished, and soon a corpse would surface with obvious fatal wounds. This discovery terrified many of those sheltering on the steps. As Jiangyu came up, he overheard a group of people discussing. See, I told you there were monsters in the water. I showed you the pictures posted online, but you didn't believe me. Now you believe it, don't you? Could it be that what's online is true? Can rats really grow as big as dogs and bite people to death in the water? But that's not right either. Online also mentioned those corrupted corpses, the bluish-black ones that eat people. We haven't seen any of those. Just then another person hurriedly ran up from the water onto the steps, shouting as he ran, "Run! There are monsters in the mall eating people." What? What kind of monsters? Are they bluish-black? Yes. Have you seen them too? Jiang Ye's gaze shifted to look behind this person. In the heavy rain, more people appeared on the street, frantically wading through waist-deep water toward the residential compound. Some had run out with him from the side door, while others seemed to have burst out from the main entrance. After all, there was only one corrupted corpse, and the main entrance was wide. If many people rushed out together, most could escape. Pausing briefly, Jiang Yu did not linger. He grabbed his things and headed straight for the stairs, climbing up to the 23rd floor in less than 2 minutes. The outside world was far too dangerous. Only after climbing upstairs and returning home could his tense nerves relax a little. Did a man-eating monster really appear in the school? Our dormitory is flooded up to the 6th floor. If the water level keeps rising, could you help me move my computer upstairs? That's my newly built 5090 rig worth tens of thousands. Please, please. Huh. My roommate seems to be back. Oh. As soon as Jiang Yu entered the door, he startled Chu Yunshu, who was on the phone in her pajamas on the sofa, causing her to drop her phone. You killed someone. Seeing the fire axe still bearing some human tissue in Jiang Ye's hand, and the bloodstains on his white t-shirt, Chu Yunshu was utterly horrified. Killed someone? You could say that. Jiang Yu shrugged. Good morning. With that, he picked up his things and entered his own room. A good morning. Chu Yunshu seemed still dazed, though after a long pause she picked up her phone and continued whispering to her best friend on the phone. The conversation was nothing but about the heavy rain outside and all sorts of online rumors about monsters in the rain. The more she talked, the more frightened she became, curling her petite body into a ball on the sofa. While listening to her chatter about this and that, Jiang Yu organized his belongings. He placed the 4 major categories: drinking water, staple foods, meat and fruits and vegetables, all into his inventory. He also put instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, and other convenient foods along with canned goods, chocolate, sugar, and other emergency supplies, as well as a large pile of clothes he had scavenged from the mall, all into his inventory. The 10-slot inventory was now filled with 7 items. He left 3 slots for emergencies. As for the remaining supplies, they were all kept outside. Even so, these items nearly filled his room to the brim, leaving only a small space around the bed and computer desk. Seeing the room piled high like a mountain, Jiang Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. At any rate, at least he wouldn't have to worry about food and drink for a while. Let me take a shower first. Jiang Yu glanced at his t-shirt stained red with the blood of the corrupted corpse and his mud-covered body, feeling a wave of disgust. He directly took out several large buckets of mineral water from his space and entered the bathroom. Chu Yunshu, curled up on the sofa, had lowered her voice when she saw Jiang Yu come out. But when she saw him pouring whole buckets of mineral water into the bathtub, her eyes widened. Are you taking a bath? Is there any water left? Can I also? Jiang Yu paused mid-pour, turned to look at Chu Yunshu, and pointed at the bathtub. You want to wash too? How about together? No, you go ahead. Chu Yunshu pouted and lay back on the sofa. Although she didn't like this roommate, she didn't hate him either. It wasn't worth responding with harsh words over a mere joke. Looks like you bought a lot of stuff. Got any food? Sell me some, I've transferred the money. The water outside is too deep, my delivery can't get through. Jiang Yu had just stepped out of the shower when he saw Chu Yunshu standing at the door waving her phone. The chat window showed a transfer of 200 yuan sent to him. No deal. Jiang Yu refused outright. He thought to himself, this is the apocalypse, what use is money? I know the elevator is out, and it wasn't easy hauling things up, but just give me a pack of instant noodles, 2 bottles of water, and some snacks. Chu Yunshu said urgently. Jiang Yu looked at her speechless. Miss, it's the apocalypse. Do you know what that means? Money is useless now. As he spoke, he pulled out his phone and showed her an official text message. Emergency broadcast from Jiuzhou. Attention to all residents nationwide. Due to the extreme rainstorm that began yesterday midnight, causing severe flooding, the Supreme Council of Jiuzhou has decided that effective immediately the entire nation enters a state of first-level combat readiness. This extreme weather is expected to last for about another week. Citizens in areas not yet submerged should evacuate to high-altitude regions in the northwest and southwest as soon as possible. The military has taken control of all relevant roads and railways to provide essential survival support for all evacuees along the way. Citizens trapped in disaster zones who cannot evacuate should actively seek self-rescue and await rescue. June 20th, 2045, State Affairs Processing Institute of Jiuzhou. This was the nationwide emergency broadcast issued by the highest administrative body an hour ago roughly, when Jiang Yu had returned. The kind of message that forcibly occupies the screen for minutes and can't be deleted. The girl had been playing on her phone on the sofa the whole time. Jiang Yu didn't believe she hadn't seen it. What apocalypse? Didn't it say it's just a natural disaster? Chu Yinshu blinked, clearly not grasping the severity of the situation. If you say so. Jiang Yu shrugged, not bothering to argue. Seeing it was almost noon, he went inside and brought out some seafood, planning a seafood feast for lunch. Although neither of them cooked often, they had all the necessary pots and pans. They steamed the seafood, made a pork rib soup, stir-fried a couple of vegetable dishes, and cooked some rice. He had been famished since the enhancement last night, and had just snacked on instant noodles. This morning had been busy gathering supplies, and hadn't eaten a single grain. With the apocalypse imminent, once water, electricity, and gas were cut off, getting a hot meal would be tough. So he decided to eat well while he could. Seeing the table laden with food, Chu Yinshu didn't stand on ceremony. She took out a few hundred yuan in cash from her room, placed it in front of Jiang Yu, and then helped herself to rice, and started eating. Jiang Yu didn't stop her. Despite claiming to be starving, she didn't eat much. She put down her chopsticks after just a small ball of rice, a bowl of soup, and a steamed Australian lobster. There might not be a next meal after this one. I suggest you eat more. Jiang Yu said flatly. No, this is already my cheat meal. Chu Yinshu waved her hand dismissively. Jiang Yu didn't press further eating as he spoke. We've been roommates for over 6 months now, and it's been pleasant enough. Consider this meal my treat for the sake of our half-year acquaintance. As for what you'll eat after this, you'll have to figure it out yourself. It's just a bit of rain. You can't seriously believe that online talk about the apocalypse, can you? Chu Yinshu looked at him surprised. What I believe is my business, and what you believe is yours. It doesn't matter for what I have to say. In short, from now on, don't expect to get any food or water from me. After lunch, Jiang Yu returned to his room and took out the crystal core. This thing was undoubtedly special, but he didn't know how to use it yet. Eat it directly. Remembering how it was wrapped in brain matter when he dug it out, he felt nauseous. System, can you absorb this and convert it into enhancement points? Affirmative. It actually worked. Then convert it. Crystal core energy converted. Received 14 enhancement points. Enhancement points remaining 35, so one first-tier core gives 14 points. If the conversion rate stays consistent, I need 65 more points to reach the next stage. Meaning I just need to kill 4 or 5 more foul corpses to successfully advance to Tier 1. Jiang Yu did a quick calculation and found that leveling up wasn't as hard as had thought. He wasn't sure if it was an individual difference, but the 2 foul corpses had encountered up close at the mall had shown very low mental attributes on their status panels. Even though they were Tier 1, their mental attributes were inferior to his own, even as a Tier 0 ability user. If foul corpses were generally like this, then with the mental suppression from his insight, killing them above his rank wouldn't be too difficult. I still need to find a decent weapon. Jiang Yu thought back to the scene of hacking the foul corpse, and was dissatisfied with the fire axe. It wasn't designed for cutting people, it wasn't sharp enough. The foul corpse's defense was certainly stronger than a normal human's, but far from being impervious to blades. If his weapon had been sharper, he wouldn't have needed a second swing to kill that foul corpse. Wait, I can enhance it. With that thought, Jiang Yu quickly grabbed the fire axe. System, enhance the fire axe. Spend 5 enhancement points to upgrade fire axe to alloy war axe. Note this item can be placed in the inventory for enhancement. Cost 4 points, 12 hours. Sure enough, the fire axe could be enhanced, and just like the black tortoise, it could be placed in the system's inventory for a 20 discount. Just as he was about to place it in his inventory to save a point, a scream suddenly echoed from downstairs, followed by a chorus of shouts and wails. In the distance, he could hear people yelling things like, "So many zombies," and "Run." Zombies. The only thing he could think of were foul corpses, but a closer thought revealed it didn't seem right. Foul corpses didn't look like the zombies from movies, they were more like the blue-black Jiangshi from zombie films. Videos of foul corpses attacking people were already circulating online, usually referred to as monsters without a standard name. Now with all these people downstairs shouting zombies, Jiang Yu got up from the bed and walked to the balcony looking down. The water level below was deep, the first floor was likely flooded. The floodwater remained murky with a lot of garbage floating on its surface. Jiang Yu couldn't see the entrance or the situation directly below, but as he stared at the water, he felt something was missing. Bodies. The bodies that had been floating on the water were all gone. While cooking lunch, Jiang Yu seized a moment to glance down from the balcony. The rain was pouring heavily, and though others at that distance couldn't discern the water's surface below, he could see it clearly. Many people had died during the sudden appearance of the foul corpses that morning. When he had looked down earlier, numerous bodies of those slain by the foul corpses and mutated rats floated on the road before the mall and at the community entrance. Now, however, these corpses had vanished without a trace. Zombies. Could it be that all those who died in the water will reanimate? Jiang Yu swallowed hard at the thought. He had already believed the flood, the first-tier foul corpses that appeared instantly, and the mutated beasts were enough to drive ordinary people to despair. He hadn't expected that the slain could also turn into zombies, swelling the ranks of these man-eating monsters. The foul corpses and mutated beasts were people and animals contaminated by the special rain in the dead of night. Their numbers shouldn't be too vast. As long as the initial base was small enough, even if they hunted humans daily, they couldn't wipe out all the survivors in Jiang City quickly. But now things were different. The slain becoming zombies meant these man-eating monsters would multiply like a rolling snowball. Yet if foul corpses have first-tier crystal cores in their heads, do these zombies have them too? After a moment's thought, Jiang Yu declared, "System, enhance the fire axe." Ding. 5 enhancement points. Fire axe enhanced to alloy battle axe. A flash of white light, and the fire axe in his hand transformed into a matte-finished pure metal battle axe. Unlike the somewhat bulky fire axe, the alloy battle axe was heavier, yet it felt noticeably more agile and effective in hand. This was the difference between a tool and a true weapon. For a cold weapon to be effective, its center of gravity must be calculated. There's much complexity in how to unleash its power with minimal effort. A fire axe is just a firefighting tool never designed for combat. Naturally, it wasn't suited for the task. If ID had this in the morning, I could have finished that foul corpse with a single swing. Jiang Yu felt a surge of excitement as he ran his hand over the battle axe. He decided to venture out. His primary concern was that he had only discovered one source of enhancement points: crystal cores. First-tier foul corpses were still quite dangerous to him. If he could obtain cores from these zombies, even if they were lower grade and yielded fewer points, it wouldn't matter. Many a little makes a mickle. So the immediate priority was to check whether these zombies actually had cores in their heads. Just then he saw people below colliding with zombies. With others acting as bait to draw the monsters, it was a perfect opportunity to fish in troubled waters, not one to be missed. Run! They're zombies, the apocalypse is here. How? My how is still downstairs, someone save him. The hallway was in chaos. The apartment building Jiang Yu lived in had 34 floors. Many were terrified by the zombies, and had already fled up to the 23rd floor. Fortunately, most people had retreated into their homes upon realizing something was wrong, so the corridors weren't too crowded. Jiang Yu moved against the upward flow of people heading down. After descending about 5 or 6 floors, his inside eye pierced through the layers of floors to see what was below. The second floor was a mess. The flood had submerged the corridor, and dismembered limbs floated on the water. Several bloated pale zombies were stuffing these human remains into their mouths. There were over a dozen zombies scattered across the second-floor corridor and the stairwell leading to the third floor. Some were feeding, while others snarled up the stairs. Jiang Yu's gaze shifted upward, only to realize the stairwell was blocked with debris preventing the zombies from coming up. A few burly men, pale with fear, were frantically tossing various objects into the stairwell, trying to keep the zombies confined to the second floor. Jiang Yu vaguely recognized them. Tenants of the building who worked as fitness trainers. They usually posted gym ads in the community group chat. While the timid had fled to the higher floors, these men dared to stay below and attempt to hold back the zombies. Undeniably courageous. With a brief glance, Jiang Yu refocused his attention on the zombies. Activating his inside eye, the zombies' stats immediately appeared before him. Zombie Tier 0, Initial Strength 2. 2 Speed 1. 3 Constitution, 2 Spirit 0. 8 Ability, none. Their strength and constitution were twice the human average, speed slightly above, but spirit below. Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Zombies were worlds apart from the foul corpses. Even an ordinary brave man in his prime could likely defeat a zombie unknown, let alone him. Someone trained, armed with a weapon, would have no trouble at all. The question is whether they have crystal cores in their heads. In his vision, he could clearly see a mass of crimson energy within the zombie's skull. It was remarkably similar to the foul corpses from earlier, except the foul corpses had a denser, more substantial crimson energy. Foul corpses have cores, so zombies with similar energy signatures likely have them too. Observing as he descended, Jiang Yu quickly reached the 4th floor. The men still searching for things to block the stairs saw him, and urged, "Brother, give us a hand. Find more stuff to block the stairwell." But Jiang Yu shook his head. "Are you sure blocking it like this will work?" He pointed to the corridor window. "The rain is still coming down. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before the water reaches the 3rd floor. All this effort to block the stairs will be useless once the water rises wanted." Naturally, there were no heavy engineering equipment in the residential building. The items they were using to block the stairs were mostly sofas, tables, and chairs. Once the water surged in, these would float up and lose their effectiveness. The men scrambling to move things froze. Then a young man with a crew cut gritted his teeth and said, "We have to block it anyway. There are still many people on the floors below who haven't left. If we let these ugly things up now, won't those people be trapped in their rooms, either drowning or getting eaten? Keep moving stuff. Lao Sen, go knock on doors on the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors. Tell everyone to come out and head upstairs. Don't forget to tell them to bring their supplies. We'll hold them off here as long as we can." The man called Lao San obeyed, without hesitation, dropping a heavy gaming chair into the corridor before turning and running off to knock on doors. What a good person, but in this world good people don't always get good rewards. I wonder how long this good person can last. Jiang Yu observed for a while. Seeing that he couldn't go down for now, he didn't linger and turned back upstairs. The zombies couldn't come up for a while and the corridor was almost blocked, so it wasn't convenient for him to go down. He decided to wait for now. When the water level rose, the obstructions blocking the stairs would naturally be carried away by the flood, and the zombies would eventually come to higher floors anyway, so there was no rush. Throughout the afternoon, Jiang Yu had nothing else to do. After returning home, he cleared a larger space in the living room and practiced with the axe he had just obtained. Dinner was the same as lunch: seafood with a few side dishes and a large pot of rice. It was actually much more lavish than the takeout he used to order every day before the apocalypse. Chu Yinshu didn't come out to freeload this time and stayed in her room. When Jiang Yu was washing the dishes after dinner, she finally emerged from her room and headed straight for the entrance to open the door. Someone seemed to be waiting for her outside. After a brief exchange, Chu Yinshu returned carrying 2 large bags. As she entered, she made sure to swing the bags in front of Jiang Yu, a triumphant expression on her face, as if to say, "If you want, sell, others will." A quick glance was enough for Jiang Yu to see that the 2 bags were filled with instant noodles, self-heating rice, canned luncheon meat, and other quick foods, along with 2 9-liter bottles of Yibao purified water. For this, Chu Yinshu had given the person a stack of banknotes roughly amounting to about 3,000 yuan. This food and water would be enough for one person for at least 2 weeks. Jiang Yu hadn't expected that there really were people bold enough to sell things at a time like this. But on second thought, it seemed normal. After all, it was the early days of the apocalypse, and many people hadn't yet grasped the reality. They still thought it was like previous disasters where holding out for a while would bring official rescue. Naturally, they didn't think long-term. They kept what they thought was enough for themselves and sold the rest at high prices. In fact, many people had gone out early this morning to stock up precisely to profiteer. Seeing that Chu Yinshu was willing to pay a high price, there was no reason not to sell. Jiang Yu thought that was about it. But in the next hour, Chu Yinshu received 7 or 8 batches of supplies, all food, water, and some necessities. As long as the water didn't reach the 23rd floor, these supplies would be enough for her to live on for 2 or 3 months. After the last 2 people delivering supplies left, Jiang Yu vaguely overheard their conversation. "Luozi, how about this wave? Invested 50,000 in the morning and earned nearly 300,000 by evening. I didn't screw you over, did I, bro?" "Grandson, no. Grandpa's son. You're my real dad. This is crazy profit. No need to say. I tell you, this is just small gains. The small warehouse we rented is packed with stuff. We hired 8 people and moved only a small portion into the building all morning. Now our room is full of supplies. People aren't starving yet, and many think our prices are high. Wait a few days, and even if we triple or quintuple the prices, someone will buy. That's when we'll really make big money. That's going to be millions. Millions. Ha, I calculated that if everything goes according to my plan, we'll make at least 8 million from this wave. Wow, that's true financial freedom. But won't we be held accountable afterwards? It's a voluntary transaction. What's there to fear? Besides, our small warehouse still has plenty of stuff. It's on high ground. The water might not reach it. When the flood recedes before official aid arrives, we'll take everything out and give it away for free as disaster relief. Accountability. They'll probably nominate us for the top 10 touching figures of Jiangxing. I heard they say there are zombies in the stairwell. Do you think this is really the apocalypse?" "Bullshit. We stayed on the 8th floor all day and didn't see any zombies. Just a bunch of people making a fuss in the hallway. Bored out of their minds. But having zombies is good. Next time someone asks you, tell them you saw zombies with your own eyes. If they aren't scared, how will they be willing to pay top dollar for our stuff?" The 2 people gradually drifted away. Jiang Yu's gaze pierced through the floor beneath him and quickly landed on room 808 on the 8th floor. There the room was piled high with various instant foods like noodles and drinking water. The two-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment had 1 room completely filled, and the living room was also partially occupied by various goods. This reminded Jiang Yu that when he was going up and down the stairs that morning, he had seen several workers carrying things in the hallway. At the time, he was in a hurry to gather supplies and didn't think much of it. Now it seemed they were probably hired by this group to deliver goods. Besides this group, there were actually several other households in the building that had hoarded supplies. Although not as much as these 2, anyone who had hoarded had at least 1 to 2 months worth of food and water. Some even had enough to sell. Chu Yinshu had bought these items from several different people. It seemed that after the disasters in previous years, there were quite a few people looking to profit from catastrophe. Of course, hoarders were still a minority. The building had 34 floors, each with 16 apartments, and they were presumably all occupied. That meant the building had at least 500 to 600 people. The vast majority had no awareness of hoarding, yet most they had a few packets of snacks and some instant noodles at home. Even if all the hoarders took out their supplies and gave them out for free, their hoarded food would at most last the building's residents half a month of frugal eating. Drinking water wouldn't even last half a month. And at a time like this, these people were still thinking of making money from the food, dreaming of overnight riches. Jiang Yu figured it wouldn't be long before a good show unfolded. At night, Jiang Yu sneaked downstairs alone. After the earnest persuasion of those kind-hearted fitness instructors in the afternoon, all residents below the 5th floor had moved up. They were currently staying in the fire refuge floors on the 14th and 28th floors. When Jiang Yu reached the 5th floor, he discovered that those fitness instructors had set up bedrolls in the corridor not far from the stairwell. They were now gathered around playing cards, leaving only one person to keep watch on the stairs between the 5th and 4th floors. Several buckets of instant noodles were placed in the corridor, clearly their dinner. Although they were playing cards, they were still alert, and since Jiang Yu didn't hide the sound of his footsteps, they spotted him as soon as he came down. "Brother, what's the matter coming down so late? The lower floors have been blocked off by us. Going down won't be possible. You're not going back to your rooms this late? Are you planning to sleep here?" Jiang Yu did not answer their question. Instead, he pointed curiously at the bedrolls behind them. "Hey, we all live on the 3rd floor. It's probably already flooded by now. We have no idea if those random obstacles downstairs can hold back the zombies. We guys decided to spend the night on the 5th floor keeping watch for the brothers and sisters upstairs. But buddy, why are you coming down so late?" Seeing that they asked again, Jiang Yu did not hide it. He shook the battle axe in his hand and said, "I want to test the quality of these zombies. After all, we can't stay in the building forever." Hiss. The few who had seen the zombies during the day exchanged glances and couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. "You're a tough guy, brother." The crew cut leader gave Jiang Yu a thumbs up, then shook his head. "But it won't work now. We've completely blocked the stairway from the 2nd to the 3rd floor. We also wedged a few steel bars into the obstacles, so even if the water rises, the obstacles won't float away and the zombies can't get up." Hearing this, Jiang Yu glanced downstairs. The water below had already risen to the 3rd floor about knee-deep. The stairway between the 2nd and 3rd floors was indeed completely blocked by a mass of debris, as he had said, and even when submerged, the debris could not float. However, could the zombies really not get up? Jiang Yu's gaze pierced through the layers of walls and landed outside the apartment building. Outside, it had already become a vast ocean. In the murky floodwaters, several clumsy, stiff figures slowly emerged from the water and crawled into a room on the 3rd floor with an open window. Those people thought, well, believing that blocking the stairway would prevent the zombies from coming upstairs. But they overlooked the flood outside and the zombies' ability to swim. The flood had already risen to the 3rd floor. What was the point of blocking the stairway from the 2nd to the 3rd floor at this moment? The apartment building had no security bars on the windows, so the zombies could easily climb into the 3rd floor rooms along with the floodwater. Splash! A zombie, in its clumsy attempt to jump over the windowsill, tumbled headfirst into the room, sending up a huge spray of water. Seeing Jiang Yu staring intently in the direction of the sound, a fitness instructor immediately waved his hand and said, "There are always those weird noises coming from the water. Don't worry, those monsters can't get in." "Not necessarily." Jiang Yu walked straight downstairs. When he reached the stairway between the 3rd and 4th floors, he looked down at the dark stairwell, half submerged in water, and stopped. He had no intention of wading into the water to fight zombies. The few types of monsters he had discovered so far all seemed to be good swimmers. Even the weakest zombies were hardly affected by the water. Going into the water to fight these monsters would be madness unless he was crazy. Clang, clang, clang. The alloy battle axe struck the metal handrail, and the loud sound instantly echoed through the 3rd floor corridor. The zombies that had been wandering aimlessly inside the building instantly went into a frenzy and rushed out from the rooms with open doors. The knee-deep water erupted with a loud splashing sound. The fitness instructor who had been standing guard on the 4th floor stairway had followed Jiang Yu down to see what he was doing. Hearing the water sounds from the 3rd floor, his face turned pale, and he scrambled upstairs. "It's bad. Brother Wu, the zombies really made it to the 3rd floor. They're here." The few people who had been playing cards immediately changed their expressions, grabbed their makeshift weapons, and rushed to the stairway. But when they arrived, they found 3 zombie corpses with split skulls lying on the stairway. Jiang Yu stood there holding his axe, lost in thought. "Brother, did you kill all these zombies?" "Yeah, you'd better be careful. These zombies can swim. Blocking the stairs is useless. Once the water level rises, they can climb in from outside the building." After saying that, Jiang Yu turned and went upstairs. He didn't care what these people thought or saw. He had no time to bother. As he had guessed, these zombies also had crystal cores in their brains. The crystal core of a first-rank corpse fiend was green, while the cores of these zero-rank zombies were white like grains of rice. If not for his sharp eyesight, it would have been difficult to dig that thing out of the white brain matter. However, there was one thing different from his expectation. Not all zombies had crystal cores in their brains. He had just killed 3 zombies, but only obtained 1 crystal core. He didn't know if the crystal core of a corpse fiend appeared with 100% certainty. If it was also a probabilistic drop like the zombies, then Jiang Yu's efficiency in absorbing crystal cores to gain enhancement points would be greatly reduced. Pet Xuanwu mutated grass turtle. Strength, first rank peak. Power 80. Speed 50. Constitution 80. Spirit 60. Abilities: water control, earth control. Around 2 in the morning, Xuanwu, who had been placed in the pet slot by Jiang Yu, finally completed its enhancement. To his surprise, the moment Xuanwu upgraded, its strength reached the first rank peak, and its 4-dimensional stats were terrifyingly high. He had originally planned to check Xuanwu's upgrade results and then go to sleep. But after seeing the stats, he couldn't sleep at all. He immediately went all the way up to the rooftop and released Xuanwu from the pet slot. It wasn't that he had nothing better to do. Rather, after the upgrade, Xuanwu's size had undergone another explosive expansion. Now it was 20 meters long, 12 meters wide, and a full 5 meters tall. It had become a behemoth that could no longer fit in his small, shabby room. Boom! A flash of white light, and the massive Xuanwu appeared before Jiang Yu. The man and the turtle stared at each other for a moment, then Xuanwu, as before, cautiously nuzzled its head against Jiang Yu. Feeling Xuanwu's closeness, Jiang Yu let out a sigh of relief. Whether it was an illusion or not, he vaguely felt that he could suddenly understand what Xuanwu wanted to express. Xuanwu, can you demonstrate your abilities? Be careful, the rooftop is probably fragile for you. Wu. Without any gesture, the moment Jiang Yu finished speaking, Xuanwu understood his intention. A low rumbling sound like a war horn from ancient battlefields echoed. The next moment, to Jiang Yu's astonishment, streams of bright yellow particles converged from all directions, eventually forming a yellow mat on the rooftop. The instant the mat appeared, Jiang Yu felt the rooftop beneath his feet become much sturdier. Xuanwu, which had previously caused large cracks in the concrete, with every casual movement, could now walk freely on it without causing any damage. This must be the effect of the earth control ability. So it seemed that this yellow mat would be excellent for defense. And what about water control? As if reading Jiang Yu's mind, Xuanwu merely lifted its head slightly, and a massive water ball appeared before it. The water in the ball was pure, without any impurities or crimson energy mixed in. This single water ball contained at least 10 tons of pure water. After communicating with Xuanwu, Jiang Yu learned that without affecting its combat power, Xuanwu could condense at least several hundred such water balls every day. That meant even if he did nothing else from now on, Jiang Yu could obtain thousands of tons of pure water each day. He had achieved water freedom in one go. The following days were uneventful. Although Jiang Yu was eager to hunt zombies and undead corpses to obtain crystal cores for himself, and Xuanwu to level up the flood outside was a major obstacle. The monsters were unaffected by the water, while his inside eye's effectiveness was diminished within it. Moreover, although he could swim, he was not adept at fighting monsters underwater. He certainly couldn't blindly dive in to find them. He could only hunt the zombies that drifted into the building with the floodwater each day, collecting white crystal cores. These cores yielded a meager amount of enhancement points, usually ranging from 1 to 3 points each. Over the past few days, Jiang Yu had managed to accumulate over 50 enhancement points this way, bringing his total balance to 87 points. He had also grown familiar with the group guarding the building's entrance, led by Wu Wenxiang. Wu Wenxiang was the leader of those fitness instructors. Before the apocalypse, he was the owner of a gym on the 5th floor of the shopping mall across the street, and those fitness instructors were his employees. Jiang Yu had initially been wary of this group, but through these days of contact, he had finally figured out what kind of people they were. Strictly speaking, Wu Wenxiang's group did have ulterior motives for helping guard the building for everyone. Simply put, they were building their reputation, waiting for the right opportunity to take over the building and become its leader. But this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. In times of chaos, heroes emerge, and ambitious people like this would be common during the apocalypse. Compared to the people spreading chaos online, Wu Wenxiang at least had principles and a bottom line. After days of frontline contact with the zombies, each of them was now capable of killing one alone. After a hunt, they would trade the crystal cores from the zombies' brains with Jiang Yu for food. Although even Jiang Yu didn't know how ordinary people could absorb the energy within these cores, it was obvious to anyone that they were valuable. They knew this too, but still chose to trade the cores for food and drink with him. It wasn't that they dared not rob him. Having witnessed Jiang Yu's zombie hunting over the past few days, no one understood better than them how powerful this seemingly thin young man was. They naturally wouldn't entertain such thoughts. They didn't dare rob Jiang Yu, but he wasn't the only one in the building with food. For instance, Unit 808 upstairs had mountains of food and water, and they were constantly advertising their sale in the building's resident group chat. Because their prices were exorbitant, daily arguments broke out in the group, sometimes escalating into face-to-face disputes. There were several other households like this in the building. Given Wu Wenxiang's group's proficiency in killing zombies, robbing these people of their food would have been a trivial matter. The reason they chose to trade with Jiang Yu instead was in the end due to their own principles. In Wu Wenxiang's own words, "I used to be a soldier, and after I was discharged, I never made money that went against my conscience. Now that the world is ending, I'm not saying I'm going to save anyone, but at least I have to be true to myself." Jiang Yu couldn't tell how much of this was true, but at least the man acted on it. He and his group had been guarding the lower floors for the residents without any compensation. According to people from Building B in the community group chat, zombies had already reached the 20th floor over there. Many survivors were trapped in their homes by zombies unable to even leave, and many had been bitten to death, either devoured or turned into zombies themselves. That was the result of no one dealing with the zombies. But Building A, which was flooded up to the 5th floor, still had residents above the 6th floor doing well, and these men were largely responsible. Brother Jiang, you're early today. As soon as Jiang Yu reached the 6th floor, Wu Wenxiang approached him, handing over a small bag filled with rice grain-sized crystal cores. Why so many? Looking at the cores, which were clearly more than yesterday's, Jiang Yu was surprised. Previously, they'd managed to kill a dozen or so zombies a day, with good luck yielding 6 or 7 cores, and bad luck only 3 or 4. They weren't like him going down to the half-flooded 5th floor to hunt. They just waited at the stairwell for zombies to wander by, so this was already a good haul. Getting 10 at once was a bit unusual. The zombies seemed more active last night. We held our ground at the stairwell and killed nearly 30 of them in one night, Wu Wenxiang said, a little embarrassed. So how much food and water can this get us? Let's stick to the usual rate: 1 core for 5 gene of staple food, or 5 packs of instant noodles, or 1 core for a 4.5-liter bottle of purified water. These were ordinary people risking their lives to kill zombies, and Jiang Yu didn't intend to exploit them. He still had over 6 tons of staple food in his inventory, so he wasn't short on supplies. With Xuan's water control ability, water was also an endless resource. He considered this price fair. Then we'll take 20 gene of staple food, 18 liters of water, and 10 packs of instant noodles. He'll send someone up with you to get it. Jiang Yu pocketed the cores and asked, what's the situation downstairs? Hasn't the water level risen? No, it hasn't, Wu Wenxiang said, looking puzzled. It's strange. The rain hasn't stopped, but since the day before yesterday the water level hasn't risen past the 5th floor. I don't know where all the rainwater is going. Jiang Yu remained silent. On the first day of the storm, the official meteorological bureau had predicted it might last about a week. Although the rain was still just as heavy, he had a feeling it was about to stop. And he had a premonition that the end of the rain might not be a good thing. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. With a sweep of his inside eye over the 5th floor, he confirmed the situation below and walked down the stairs. In just a few moments, he had performed cranial surgery on over 40 zombies that had entered the building from outside since last night. After all these days of zombie hunting, he had become quite adept at dealing with them. It wasn't difficult. From the 46 zombies, he harvested a total of 17 crystal cores. Given the typical 1/3 drop rate, today was a lucky day. Counting the cores from Wu Wenxiang's group, he had not only enough enhancement points to level up today, but also a considerable surplus. The thought filled him with excitement. He called out for Wu Wenxiang to send someone up for the supplies and hurried upstairs himself. But as soon as he reached the 8th floor, he noticed it was much more lively than usual. You damn profiteer, open the door now. Hoarding supplies during the apocalypse. You deserve to be killed. Hand over the food and water whether you like it or not. Bang, bang, bang. The dull thudding of the door echoed through the corridor, causing Jiang Yu, who was about to head upstairs, to halt. Looks like this guy has finally stirred up public outrage, the fitness coach following behind explained. These past few days his food and water have been getting more and more expensive. This morning he dared to demand 500,000 for a box of bread. The whole building is furious. They planned to smash his door down early this morning, but I didn't expect them to act so soon. 6 days had passed since the night of the storm. In this apartment complex, where few cooked their own meals and no one had the habit of storing food, 6 days was enough to leave most people without water or food. And with the constant spread of news online and what they had witnessed with their own eyes, more and more people believed the apocalypse had arrived. Order was silently crumbling. In this situation, the two in room 808 still thought of making a fortune. They not only revealed they had a massive stockpile, but also raised the prices of food and water to absurd levels. Becoming a target was inevitable. For those who accepted the end of the world, money was not an issue. As long as they had it, they would trade it for food. But the problem was that their goods had become so expensive that no one could afford them. What do you think you're doing? Trying to rob us? Is there no law left? Do you really think it's the end of the world? I tell you, official rescue will be here soon. If you dare to rob me, I'll make sure you rot in prison. The security door swung open, and a young man wielding a kitchen knife pointed aggressively at the crowd at the entrance, cursing, "Let me see who's reckless enough to try. Whoever dares to rob me, I'll chop them down. This is robbery. Killing you would be justifiable self-defense." Seeing him actually come out, chaos erupted at the door once more. Several burly men seized the opportunity to snatch the knife from the young man, and the situation escalated instantly, with both sides locked in a scuffle. Others in the building also rushed to help, trying to subdue the knife-wielding man together. Murder. The next moment, a piercing female voice rang out. The crowd that had been cheering and fighting at the door scattered in all directions. Crimson blood spurted rhythmically like a fountain from the entrance of room 808, staining the white walls of the corridor crimson. The first man who had attempted to grab the knife lay on the ground, blood gushing from his neck. Beside him lay another young man, curled up with both hands clutching his abdomen, a large pool of blood spreading beneath him. Come on, let's see who's not afraid to die. The hoarder, now drenched in blood with numerous wounds on his face, looked like a madman slashing the air in front of him with his knife. The onlookers scrambled backward in fear, leaving the area around room 808 momentarily empty. There are only 2 of them. With so many of us, what are we afraid of? If we don't get food and water, we'll all starve to death. Just as the situation was about to settle down after the 2 deaths, someone in the crowd stirred it up again. Thinking of the hunger and cold they had endured these days, the fear in some people's eyes was replaced by greed as they looked toward room 808. In the end, hunger triumphed over reason, and moments later the crowd surged forward again. Having already killed 2 people, the hoarder was now beyond restraint. He swung his kitchen knife left and right with ferocious vigor. After cutting down 2 more, he finally gave someone an opening, and a fire axe cleaved into his skull, sending him crashing to the ground motionless. The people who had surrounded him no longer cared about murder or the law. Seeing the man blocking the door fall, they rushed into the room in a swarm. The sight of the mountains of supplies inside dazzled them, and they began a frenzied scramble. Jiang Yu and his companion watched helplessly as nearly 30 people surged into the room. Then someone slammed the door of room 808 shut and locked it. Moments later, a violent explosion rang out from inside, followed by raging flames, and the sounds of struggle interspersed with a slightly manic laughter. "Ha ha, you bastards dare to murder and rob me. You think I'm an easy target. The gasoline I siphoned from my car was waiting for this moment. Die with me." The sounds of burning, smashing, and cursing mixed into a cacophony. After about a minute or 2, the door was finally opened. Black smoke and crimson flames burst out, along with several people whose faces were burned beyond recognition, writhing on the ground and wailing. "Fire!" The fitness coach's voice trembled as he stared at the carnage before him. "What are you shaking for? Call for help to put out the fire." Jiang Yu kicked open a door in the corridor, ignoring the startled cries from inside, grabbed a large bucket, and began filling it with water to extinguish the flames. They had no choice. They couldn't let the fire burn down the entire building. Fortunately, the rain outside was heavy. By extending containers over the balconies of other apartments on the same floor, they could obtain plenty of water. Moreover, there were many people in the building. As soon as they heard about the fire, they all rushed to help. After over an hour of frantic effort, the fire in room 808 was finally extinguished. But the vast stockpile of supplies inside had been reduced to ashes. Many people, after seeing the charred bodies in the room, vomited uncontrollably. The scene was truly unspeakable. Fortunately, Jiang Yu had gone straight upstairs and returned home as soon as the fire was under control. Otherwise, faced with such a sight, he might have followed the crowd and thrown up too. Crystal Core Energy Converted gained 1 enhancement point. Crystal Core Energy Converted gained 3 enhancement points. Crystal Core Energy Converted gained enhancement. Today was exceptionally lucky. Not only had he harvested many crystal cores, but the enhancement points converted from them were also higher than before. 27 white crystal cores were converted by the system into 43 enhancement points. Jiang Yu's enhancement point balance broke the first day peak of 127, reaching 130 points. Post Jiang Yu. Enhancement points remaining 130. Rank 0 rank. Strength 5. Speed 5. Constitution 5. Spirit 5. Ability, Eye of Insight. Pet Mutant Grass Turtle. Host's 4-dimensional stats have reached 0 rank limit. Spend 100 enhancement points to advance to first rank. Add points. Ding. Enhancement points 100, ascending rank in progress. As the enhancement points were deducted from his personal panel, Jiang Yu felt a warm current flow through his entire body. The sensation was not unpleasant, but rather quite soothing. After a moment, the warmth gradually subsided. The system panel before Jiang Yu changed to Host Jiang Yu. Enhancement points remaining 30. Rank first rank. Strength 9. Speed 7. 4. Constitution 8. 3. Spirit 10. 9. Ability, Eye of Insight. Pet Mutant Grass Turtle. Do you wish to spend 2 enhancement points to strengthen the strength attribute? Yes. Enhancement points 2. Enhancement complete. Host Jiang Yu. Remaining enhancement points 28. Strength 10. At the 0 rank, Jiang Yu only needed to spend 1 enhancement point to increase one of his 4 attributes by a point. But upon reaching the first rank, this number doubled. In other words, it seemed that with each subsequent rank, the enhancement points required for each attribute increase would grow. His gaze fell upon his personal panel. After a moment of thought, Jiang Yu decided to raise both his speed and constitution attributes above 10, spending 10 enhancement points in the process. Of the remaining 18 enhancement points, he allocated 8 to increase his strength and mental strength to 12 and 12. 9 respectively. He kept the remaining 10 enhancement points in reserve for emergencies. Strength needed no further elaboration, it was the foundation of his current combat prowess. He increased mental strength because the mental stun skill brought forth by the Eye of Insight was tied to it. The higher the mental strength, the more powerful the skill. Enhancement points are still not enough. I need to find a way to get more. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yu looked out at the still pouring rain outside, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. The rain was too heavy right now. To gain enhancement points, he could only wait for zombies to enter the building. If the rain stopped and the floodwaters receded, things would become much easier, and he could proactively leave the building to seek out targets. For now, the limit of his 4 attributes at the first rank was still unknown, and he needed a great many more enhancement points. Not to mention that Xuanwu was also a major consumer of enhancement points. He could only hope that the official's earlier claim that the rain would stop in about a week was true. Bang bang bang. The sudden knocking at the door interrupted Jiang Ye's thoughts. Thinking of what had happened downstairs, his expression shifted slightly. He picked up his alloy battle axe and walked to the door. After observing through the peephole and confirming that there was only one person outside, unarmed Jiang Yu opened the door. Hurry up and get to the 24th floor's thermal insulation layer to discuss matters. It concerns food and water issues. Everyone in the building must be there. Seeing the door open, the person outside hastily dropped this message before moving on to knock on the neighboring door. Chu Yunshu, who had been cooped up in her room all these days without going out, also opened her door at this moment and poked her head out to ask, "Are you going? Got nothing else to do, might as well go check it out." Jiang Yu shrugged nonchalantly. "Then, let's go together." Chu Yunshu carefully slipped out of her room and quickly shut her bedroom door behind her. But Jiang Yu still caught a glimpse of the massive pile of supplies crammed inside her room. A few months ago, this woman had been at the peak of her career, heavily promoted by her MCN company, and had earned a considerable amount of money. In recent days, she had taken the opportunity to buy up a large quantity of supplies from those desperate to sell, hoarding them all in her room. Now calling the entire building together to discuss matters especially concerning food and water. Jiang Yu didn't need to think to know what kind of outcome such a meeting would produce. Chu Yunshu was far more intelligent than she appeared, and she had clearly guessed at least some of the implications. "I can go with you, but what's in it for me?" Jiang Yu said with a smile. "We're just stepping out together, and you want payment." Chu Yunshu's eyes widened as if she couldn't believe her ears. "Then go by yourself." His frequent trips up and down the building with Wu Wenqiang's group to hunt zombies had not been a secret these past few days. All the residents of Building A knew that this crew of ruthless individuals was in the building and dared not provoke them lightly. Chu Yunshu's proposal to accompany him to the meeting was clearly an attempt to use his reputation as a shield to protect her supplies. And herself as well. After all, as a host heavily promoted by an MCN company, her looks and figure went without saying. In times like these, being attractive wasn't necessarily a good thing. "Don't be like that. 5 packs. No, a whole box of instant noodles. Just come with me for this one trip." Chu Yunshu grew anxious and offered a price that most people would find impossible to refuse. But Jiang Yu happened to be one of those who could refuse. "Remember, you are you and I am me. Apart from being roommates, we have no connection whatsoever. Even that bit of roommate goodwill. I repaid it by treating you to a good meal on the first day of the apocalypse." Jiang Yu stretched lazily. "We're all adults here. We need to figure out our own problems ourselves." With that, he grabbed his alloy battle axe and headed out the door, leaving Chu Yunshu alone in the room, staring blankly into space, her face a mask of inner turmoil. Over these past days, she had long since come to accept the reality of the apocalypse. She had even taken advantage of the still working internet to browse many apocalyptic novels on fiction websites. At the thought of the tragic fates that befell the beautiful women in those novels, her delicate body trembled. She dared not imagine what she would do if she ever found herself in such a situation. Yet this roommate of hers, who was rumored to be quite formidable, was unwilling to pay her any mind. This left her at a loss for what to do. No, perhaps there was still a way. As if struck by a sudden idea, Chu Yunshu's gaze gradually grew resolute. The 24th floor, serving as a fireproofing layer, had only a simple outer wall enclosure. The interior was completely devoid of any finishing. Load-bearing pillars were merely wrapped in a simple coat of paint or material, and the entire floor was illuminated only by a sparse scattering of energy-saving light tubes. The floor was littered with bedrolls and signs of daily living. Clearly, these were the traces of residents from the flooded lower floors who had moved up here over the past few days. By now, in the middle of the 24th floor, several tables had been pushed together to form a makeshift podium. Groups of people milled about, chatting amongst themselves. The so-called meeting had yet to begin. Jiang Yu had barely stepped off the stairs when he ran straight into Wu Wenqiang, who appeared to have been waiting for him specifically. "Brother Jiang, what do you make of today's situation? Not only were there casualties on the 8th floor, but a huge pile of supplies was also burned. I suspect someone is trying to use this to stir up trouble," Wu Wenqiang said with a worried expression. "Let's just wait and see." Jiang Yu fiddled with the sharp blade of the axe in his hand, offering no further comment. Wu Wenqiang opened his mouth as if to say more, but seeing this, he closed it and silently fell into step behind Jiang Yu. The other fitness instructors also stood behind him just as quietly. Jiang Yu didn't object to this. He was in dire need of cores to obtain enhancement points, and this group was one of the few in the building daring enough to go out and fight zombies. Whether to formally take them on as subordinates could be decided after further observation. For now, offering them some protection was no problem. Through their trades over the past few days, Wu Wenxiang and his men had accumulated a substantial stockpile of food and water. If the building were to enforce a redistribution of supplies, they would undoubtedly be the ones to lose out. It was only natural for them to seek a powerful ally to protect what they had worked so hard to earn. The crowd on the 24th floor continued to swell. Beside the makeshift podium in the center, over 40 people had gathered, clearly forming a single faction. The man who had knocked on Jiang Ye's door earlier was among them. After a while longer, apparently feeling that enough people had arrived, a middle-aged man wearing an administrative jacket climbed onto the podium and announced in a loud voice, "Everyone, please quiet down." The noisy crowd gradually fell silent, all eyes turning towards the middle-aged man. "Brothers and sisters, I believe everyone can see the situation we're in now. The heavy rain outside shows no sign of stopping, and official aid is nowhere in sight. Everyone in Building A has reached a critical moment of life and death. At a time like this, relying on others is useless. We must save ourselves." As the middle-aged man finished speaking, a crowd gathered around the platform shouted in agreement. "Director Wang is right. We must save ourselves. Exactly, we can't just sit and wait for death. Right now we need a leader, and Director Wang has the experience for this. I fully support Director Wang." Seeing this, a satisfied look appeared in the middle-aged man's eyes. He spoke slowly and deliberately. "You may not know me, so let me introduce myself. I am Wang Youfu, the director of the Luoying Road Subdistrict Office. My usual job is to help everyone resolve their difficulties." What those young men just said is absolutely right. In the face of this disaster, we cannot sit idly by. If we want to survive, we must unite as one and actively save ourselves. As soon as he said this, his followers naturally burst into another round of applause. Many onlookers who didn't know the full story also had approving looks on their faces, thinking he spoke sensibly. After a few more useless pleasantries, Wang Youfu finally revealed his true intentions. With a worried expression, he said, "So what is the biggest problem we face right now, eh? Needless to say, everyone knows it's the food and water crisis. The flood has blocked the roads, so we can't even go out to search for food, let alone deal with those unknown monsters in the water. The water problem is easier to solve. There's plenty of water outside. Later, I'll organize some friends with relevant knowledge to help everyone get clean water through distillation. But food is a much harder problem." At this point, he frowned as if deep in thought about a solution. Just then, someone in the crowd suddenly spoke up. "Director Wang, actually our building isn't short on food. I know that on the day of the heavy rain, many people hoarded a large amount of food. But these people are extremely selfish, preferring to let it rot and stink in their homes rather than share it to save others. Some are even asking for a sky-high price of 500,000 for a box of bread. It's absolutely outrageous. They must be severely punished." Hearing this, Wang Youfu immediately put on a stern expression and said, "What this brother said is not quite right. Their food was bought with their own money, so it's their personal property. Whether they are willing to share it is their personal choice. We cannot morally blackmail others. However, it's one thing if they hoarded food just for themselves. But some people, upon realizing the situation was bad, swept through nearby supermarkets and convenience stores, clearing them out. As a result, many people who tried to buy basic necessities before the disaster found nothing left, and now they have to go hungry. Then these same people try to sell their supplies at exorbitant prices during the disaster to make a huge profit. I must remind everyone, this is profiteering from a national crisis, and it's illegal. However, laws are not without human feeling. These are special times, so such matters should be handled specially. I have a compromise solution here. Let me put it out there and see if you all think it's feasible. First, for those friends who have hoarded supplies, that stuff was bought with your hard-earned money. We certainly can't ask you to give it away for free. That would be no different from robbery. So my suggestion is that everyone sells those supplies at the pre-apocalypse price, or even at a slight markup. After all, you worked hard to carry them upstairs, so you should be allowed to make a little profit. As for us, I will pool money with a few other friends in the building to buy up all the excess supplies and then distribute them fairly, so everyone can have a full stomach. This way, those with supplies don't lose out, and those without can eat their fill. If we stand united, what disaster can we not overcome? Excellent." As soon as he finished, the crowd around the platform erupted in applause and cheers. Those in the building who had long run out of food and were faint with hunger heard this and naturally cheered along. For a moment, it created quite a stir. Only those who actually had supplies wore grim expressions, clearly not thinking this was a good idea. Director Wang certainly has an air of authority, trying to make us hand over our hard-earned supplies with just a few words. Pay us. This is the apocalypse. What good is money? Do whatever nonsense you want, but I'm not playing your little games." A few young men in the crowd retorted sarcastically and turned to leave. The lively crowd suddenly quieted down. Wang Yufu's face darkened. Seeing them about to go, he immediately barked. "Hold it. Friend, do you think I'm joking with you? This is the collective will of 400 to 500 people in this building. You've already made a grave mistake by selling supplies at inflated prices. If you continue to be stubborn, in extraordinary times we take extraordinary measures. We have the right to judge you. Bullshit. The young men immediately drew knives and said viciously, come on, try judging us. If you don't let us live, then no one lives. I'd rather burn my supplies than give them to you. They knew about what happened on the 8th floor that morning, and their words were clearly a veiled threat. Hearing this, many people's faces changed as they thought about the 8th floor incident. But Wang Yufu's face betrayed no emotion as he pointed at them with righteous indignation. This is absolute lawlessness. A total disregard for the law. Quick, seize them to uphold justice. Who dares? The young men swung their knives with fierce energy, scaring those around them into backing away. But they clearly lacked combat experience and had misjudged the depths of human malice. Just as they thought they had forced the front line back and could escape, the closed stairwell doors silently opened. Several burly men wielding crude weapons rushed out. Before the young men could react, they were beaten to the ground. Clubs, steel pipes, and machetes struck, without hesitation targeting their vital points. In moments they lay still. Wang Yufu then approached, rummaged through the bloodied corpses, and pulled out a set of keys. He held them up and said, I know these people. They live in room 1106. Here are the keys. Brothers and sisters, tonight, we can have a full meal. Everyone come down and carry the supplies. Hearing this, the crowd, which had been momentarily cowed by the sudden violence, erupted with excitement once more. As for the dead, what's that compared to a full stomach? Yet the matter was far from over. Seeing the enthusiastic response, Wang Yufu on the platform cleared his throat twice and continued, brothers and sisters. Quiet, please. The dangerous elements in room 1106 have been dealt with. Does anyone have any objections to my proposal? If you have objections, speak freely. My job is to listen to all voices. As long as what you say is reasonable and you don't endanger everyone's safety like this group did, anything can be negotiated. At this, the crowd exchanged uneasy glances. Those without supplies naturally remained silent. Those with supplies, having witnessed the grim fate of the earlier dissenters, were struck dumb with fear. Many finally understood the truth of the matter. This was no discussion. It was a trap laid by Wang Yufu and his cohorts. Their true target was the supplies held by others. Everyone knew how crucial supplies were now, except for the two in room 808, who were lost in delusions of wealth and refused to accept reality, who didn't know the apocalypse had arrived. Those who had hoarded goods to profit had long abandoned such thoughts. Now they only wished to survive using these supplies. Who would willingly surrender their very means of survival? No negotiation. Another group of young people stepped forward, 7 in total. Their numbers were clearly inferior to Wang Yufu's faction. But they were not foolish. The young man at their head immediately declared, everyone. I am Zhao Hin from room 3315. I believe many in this building know me. It's true that I and some classmates stockpiled supplies before the apocalypse, but after it began I didn't profiteer. Instead, I gave out a lot to those in the building who lacked food. Now our remaining stock is barely enough for ourselves. Wang Yufu, you just open your mouth and demand we hand over everything for your disposal. On what grounds? If not for me, many in this building would have starved by now. Many can testify to that. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the crowd. Yet many who had received his aid avoided his eyes, and no one stepped forward to speak for him. Zhao Hin was a student from a nearby university, renting an apartment in the building with some roommates. The day before the apocalypse happened to be his birthday, so he invited some close classmates and friends to celebrate. When the heavy rain started in the early morning, his parents on the other side of the Blue Star called to wish him a happy birthday. He took the call on the rooftop, getting drenched by the sudden downpour. Through his conversation with his parents, he learned that the Bald Eagle Empire on the other side of the world was also experiencing a torrential rainstorm at the same time. Coupled with the strange changes he felt in his body after getting wet, he realized something was terribly wrong. Ignoring the late hour, he immediately contacted numerous friends and relatives. After calling through his entire contact list, he discovered that almost the whole world was experiencing the same bizarre rainstorm simultaneously. He acted decisively, leading a group of friends to raid several 24-hour convenience stores that night. Early the next morning, they joined the supermarket rush. In this way, they managed to stockpile enough food to last their group of over a dozen people for months. During this time, seeing constant pleas for food and building as micro-message group, they had a moment of weakness and gave away at least a month's worth of their own food for free. Only after realizing the apocalypse was real and rescue was far off did they stop giving away food. Seeing no one come forward to vouch for him, now Zhao Hin wasn't surprised. He still remembered the resentment in the eyes of those he had refused just 2 days ago when he decided to stop the free handouts. He sneered, "Hey, you don't really think he'll share the food with you once he gets it, do you?" A voice from the crowd retorted, "We don't know if Director Wang will share, but it's clear you people won't give us a bite. Rather than wait to starve, we might as well do something about it." This statement drew widespread agreement. Zhao Hin narrowed his eyes, looking at the wolf-like crowd closing in, and roared, "Those of you with food, what are you waiting for? If we keep our food, we live. If we lose it, we die. If we don't resist now, are you really planning to hand it over willingly? Think clearly. The outside is flooded. Even if the water recedes, you won't find anything edible. Best abandon any hope of just waiting this out. Many who had supplies were swayed, gradually breaking away from the crowd to stand with Zhao Hein's group. They weren't stupid, sensing trouble they had come armed. Soon nearly 30 people had gathered around Zhao Hein. Each held a makeshift weapon presenting a formidable front. Seeing a violent clash imminent, Wu Wenxiang and the others behind Jiang Yu were also stirred. Brother Jiang, what do we do? What to do? Just watch the show. Jiang Yu shrugged. With his current strength and the alloy battle axe in hand, killing everyone present would be a trivial matter. Why get involved in their squabbles? In contrast, this Zhao Hein fellow piqued his interest. Zhao Hein strength 0, order power 2. 9 speed 2, physique 2. 7 spirit 1. 8 ability metal mastery. Wang Yufu's face darkened. He hadn't expected anyone to dare oppose him after he had killed a few as a warning, let alone such a large group. Almost everyone in the building with food had now sided with them, forming a block of over 30. Although he had gathered many followers these past days, only about 30 or 40 could truly be counted on for a fight. His side looked larger, but they were mostly a motley crowd. Unlike Zhao Hein's group, who were desperate to protect their food, these people would side with whoever seemed likely to win. Those who had truly run out of food and were starving wouldn't be here. Those who came while not necessarily having much were at least not in immediate danger of starving. They'd join in the clamor for food distribution, but they'd never agree to fight. Just then his gaze fell upon Jiang Yu's group, who were standing apart from both factions. His eyes lit up. He knew their background. Recently, they had been constantly fighting the zombies entering the building on the lower floors. In terms of combat ability, no one in the entire building could match them. Moreover, they rarely tried to buy food from others in the group chat, suggesting they had a good stockpile. With this in mind, Wang Yufu's eyes twinkled with cunning. He stepped down from the platform and approached Jiang Yu's group, speaking with feigned sincerity. Rest assured, I know about your deeds. These past days it's been thanks to your brave battles downstairs against the monsters that the lives and property of the residents upstairs have been protected. No matter how much food you have, you deserve it. Wang will absolutely not allow our building's heroes to bleed and also weep. If you would just say a fair word today, they'll personally guarantee your food supply from now on. What do you say? Wang Yufu's mind worked quickly. Realizing the situation was dire, he immediately sought to ally with the most formidable fighters in the building. However, Wu Wenxiang and his men remained silent, their gazes shifting toward Jiang Yu. In recent days, Jiang Yu's displayed strength had utterly won them over. Though they hadn't yet pledged allegiance, having followed him this far, it was only natural that the boss made the call. I have no interest in your affairs. Jiang Yu toyed with the battle axe in his hand, a smile playing on his lips. If you're out of food, you know where to find me. Work for me, and you'll earn food and water. In 2307. That offer stands indefinitely. With that, he patted Wu Wenxiang on the shoulder and turned to leave. But Wang Yufu's face darkened. Jiang Yu claimed he wanted no part in their matters, yet those words were nothing short of undermining his authority. Why did these people follow him, Wang Yufu, in the first place? Because he was a street office director before the apocalypse. As if. The truth was they were starving, and after witnessing the massacre in room 808 that morning, they dared not resort to outright robbery. So they rallied around him, huddling together for warmth. Now Jiang Yu was saying that working for him would provide food and water. Why would anyone stick with Wang Yufu then? Hold on. Wang Yufu said in a low voice. Friend, sounds like you've got quite a stash of supplies. Jiang Yu turned, smiling at the man. Quite a bit indeed. Maybe a few dozen tons. Why? A few dozen tons. At that, the onlookers' breaths grew heavy, and Wang Yufu's eyes turned bloodshot. Dozens of tons of food. If he could get his hands on that, wouldn't he become the undisputed king of this building? Who would dare cross him then? Forgetting his earlier attempt to win over Wu Wenxiang's group, he straightened up with a stern expression. Excellent. This is a blessing in disguise. What might your name be? Jiang Yu. Mr. Jiang, given the current circumstances to ease tensions in the building, I hereby, on behalf of the Jiuzhou authorities, enact wartime regulations and requisition your food supplies. Before he could finish, a resounding slap sent him flying a dozen feet away. Jiang Yu casually pulled out a tissue to wipe his hand, sneering. A street office director, thinking he's a real official. Spouting nonsense to fool ghosts. Old Wu. Jiang goat. Throw him over the edge to feed the fish. This. Wu Wenxiang hesitated, looking at Wang Yufu writhing on the ground in agony after that slap. But meeting Jiang Yu's gaze, understanding dawned on him. This was a test. A pledge of loyalty. If he didn't comply, he'd lose any chance of attaching himself to such a powerful figure. With that, Wu Wenxiang gritted his teeth. Fine. Lu Zishao, give me a hand. The two fitness trainers, upon being called, hesitated briefly before steeling themselves and moving forward. Who dares make a move? At that moment, the burly men under Wang Yufu's command grabbed their weapons and stepped up to confront Wu Wenxiang's group. You have 10 seconds to get lost. Jiang Yu pulled out his phone, checking the time with an air of indifference. 10. Screw yo. The alloy battle axe shot through the air with terrifying speed, cleaving the leader's head in two. One. Jiang Yu lowered his hand, gesturing with his chin toward the axe. Hey you there, bring me the axe. Don't look around, I mean you big guy. Beside the slain man, a tall, simple-looking youth swallowed hard, and almost in a trance, pulled the axe free from his former leader's skull. He walked up to Jiang Yu and presented the axe with both hands trembling with reverence. But Jiang Yu eyed the gore on the blade with disgust. Disgusting. Can't you clean it before bringing it over? Yes, right away. The tall youth hastily wiped the axe clean with his own clothes. Don't just stand there. Get to work and you'll get a good meal tonight. Wu Wenxiang and his men quickly hauled the groaning Wang Youfu to the window, and despite his struggles threw him out with their eyes squeezed shut. True enough, no one dared to stop them. Soon a splash resounded from below, followed by Wang Youfu's even more piercing screams. But the screams were cut short almost instantly, as if something had silenced him. The people in the building shuddered. They knew there were unknown monsters and zombies in the water below. Yet they hadn't expected the creatures to be so numerous that Wang Youfu went silent the moment he hit the water. Remember, I've got plenty of food and water. If you want some, see Wu Wenxiang. As for your squabbles, as long as you don't bother me, rob, kill, swindle, do whatever you want. Oh, and one more thing. Jiang Yu paused at the stairwell. If anyone dares to start a fire in this building, don't blame me for clearing the whole place out. I've killed over 100 zombies these past few days. Before you cause trouble, you'd better weigh whether your heads are harder than theirs. After Jiang Yu's final warning, the fireproof floor, which had just begun to relax, tensed up again. Wang Youfu wasn't the only one with ambition. Since the building's most formidable force wanted nothing to do with them, many cunning minds began to hatch their own schemes. Soon two factions on the upper floors clashed. Logically, with both of Wang Youfu's leaders killed on the spot by Jiang Yu, they should have been a spent force. But the result of the fight was quite the opposite. It was Zhao Hein's group, the Hoarders, that crumbled at the first contact. This outcome, though surprising, made perfect sense. They had been ready to fight to the death to protect their life-saving food. But now that Jiang Yu offered food in exchange for work, they had to fall back. That's human nature. Cornered, they'll fight desperately, but with an escape route they hesitate. At the critical moment, Zhao Hein displayed the might of an awakened one, killing 3 in a flash with overwhelming force. In this way, he managed to break free from the frenzied crowd and retreat to the 33rd floor with his companions. As for those who knelt and surrendered almost immediately, the outcome was predictable. Their supplies were stripped clean by Wang Youfu's former thugs. In an instant, they went from being the elite of the apocalypse with mountains of food to complete paupers. As for Zhao Hein, he was now regarded as untouchable as Jiang Yu, and keeping his own food supply was certainly no problem. By 2045, satellite communication systems were mature and widespread. Everyone's phones still had network access. Information about awakened ones had already surfaced online, though the authorities hadn't made any official statement. So when Jiang Yu and Zhao Hein displayed their extraordinary abilities, the residents weren't overly shocked, more awed than anything else. Stay here. He'll go down and check. On the 6th floor, Jiang Yu descended the staircase alone. Since he had already cleared the area in the morning, not many zombies had crawled in below. In just a few moments, he had eliminated all the zombies that had entered the building. After the cleanup, he didn't rush upstairs. Instead, he stood by the window, gazing silently at the city that had turned into a vast ocean. Before long, the floodwater, which was nearly level with the 5th floor windowsill, began to churn violently. If someone had looked down from the rooftop at that moment, they would have seen a massive shadow lurking in the water below the building. With a splash, the flood surged. Xuanwu's enormous head emerged from the water, appearing right before the window. Several mutated beasts, each encased in a transparent water sphere and barely clinging to life, appeared alongside it. They floated in through the window in front of Jiang Yu. Among them were a pig and 3 sheep, though they had undergone significant changes compared to their pre-apocalyptic counterparts. The pig still resembled a domestic pig in appearance, but its tusks were more exaggerated than those of a wild boar. Its size was far beyond that of a typical pig, even larger than a water buffalo. The 3 sheep had also changed drastically, sprouting 6 horns and growing to an enormous size. They probably weighed 100 or 200 kilograms. Can these things be eaten? Jiang Yu looked at the livestock, so different from before, with suspicion. Xuanwu let out a low, muffled sound and nodded. Jiang Yu immediately understood its meaning. You're saying these mutated beasts are not only edible, but also beneficial for the body, enhancing one's strength. Xuanwu nodded again. Then I really have to give them a try? How's the situation at that place with the large amount of food you discovered last time? Xuanwu let out a low sound. Many people were there, but the numbers dwindled each day. I see. Jiang Yu murmured, forming some suspicions. On the 2nd day after Xuanwu had been strengthened to the peak of First Order, he had instructed it to explore the waters. At first, he didn't let Xuanwu venture far, confining it to the vicinity of the residential complex. If it encountered any dangerous mutated creatures, it could retreat to him, and he would then store it in the system's pet slot to escape. But after a day or two of patrolling the neighborhood, Jiang Yu realized that Xuanwu was nearly invincible underwater at this stage. The most dangerous incident occurred when Xuanwu was ambushed by 5 first-order foul corpses. Jiang Yu was so alarmed that he nearly leaped from the building to rescue it. To his surprise, Xuanwu not only held its ground against 5 opponents, but instantly obliterated them. If it had been able to extract the cores, Jiang Yu would have scored several first-order cores for free that time. Realizing this, he instructed Xuanwu to expand its patrol range and search the surrounding areas more thoroughly, especially elevated terrain. If you find any people or large stockpiles of supplies, don't alert them. Just come back and tell me. This was crucial. If the rain continued without end, his stored food might not last. He needed to find a source of food. Even if the rain stopped and the flood receded, most lowlying warehouses and granaries would be ruined by the inundation. Food would become extremely scarce. Xuanwu's reconnaissance would allow him to assess the situation and retrieve those supplies when the time was right. Good job. Keep exploring the area. If anything happens, call me from downstairs. Jiang Yu patted Xuanwu's head, intending to take the mutated beasts had brought back upstairs for processing. But Xuanwu opened its mouth. A small water sphere flew out containing something inside. Upon closer inspection, Jiang Yu saw more than a dozen green cores the size of soybeans, along with dozens of transparent zero-order cores the size of rice grains. Xuanwu emitted a low sound. You mean you encountered a school of fish, hundreds of them, and after devouring them all you obtained these cores? Xuanwu nodded again. It had no hands, so it couldn't extract the cores from the zombie corpses. Those cores weren't something it could eat. But this school of fish was different. The mutated fish were exactly to its taste. After finally encountering them, it naturally ate them all. While consuming the fish, it had saved these cores. Xuanwu was intelligent. It knew that eating these cores would bring many benefits, but it also understood that bringing them back to Jiang Yu would yield even greater rewards. After all, Jiang Yu had enabled it to advance in a single night. If it relied solely on hunting other mutated beasts and eating their cores, it would take at least 10 days or half a month to reach first order. You've really been a great help this time. Jiang Yu praised its actions. He quickly counted 16 first-order cores and 75 zero-order cores. Based on the conversion rate, each first-order core providing 10 enhancement points, and each zero-order core providing 1 point. This batch alone would yield at least 235 enhancement points. The actual conversion would likely be even greater, and with luck, he might even break the 300-point mark. It was practically an overnight fortune. He could also use this opportunity to test the limits of the first-order 4-dimensional stats. Come give me a hand. Let's process these things. They'll treat you all to a nice meal tonight. Jiang Yu dragged the 4 mutated beasts to the staircase and called out. Wu Wenxiang and his group quickly came running. Their first reaction upon seeing the mutated beasts was fear. But after hearing Jiang Yu say they were edible, the dread in their eyes turned into a craving for meat. Although they had to maintain strict diets for their fitness routines, they still needed to eat meat. Trapped in the building for nearly a week, they had survived on nothing but plain rice and boiled noodles. Having instant noodles was already a treat. Their mouths were utterly parched for flavor. Now that meat was available, no one cared how strange the livestock looked. The men sprang into action, slaughtering, bleeding, gutting, boiling water, and removing hair. Fortunately, Jiang Yu had an endless supply of water, otherwise it would have been difficult to process the livestock under these conditions. By the time everything was done, it was already dark outside. He told them to carry 1 processed sheep upstairs. After they left, he stored the remaining meat in his inventory's meat section. Luckily, he had emptied the supermarket's warehouse earlier, so he had plenty of seasonings. Although the natural gas had been cut off for days, the portable gas stove he had scavenged from the supermarket would last a long time. What's more, among Wu Wenqiang's group, one of the trainers had actually studied cooking before becoming a fitness coach. That night, they feasted on an extraordinarily lavish whole lamb banquet. 10 dishes, 2 soups, and a bucket of rice. The coaching team of 6, including Wu Wenxiang, had never starved during these days, but they certainly hadn't eaten their fill. Jiang Yu, now a champion eater himself, joined them. By the end of the meal, they had devoured everything, leaving not even a drop of soup. Indeed, following Brother Jiang is the way to a promising future. After eating his fill, Wu Wenxiang couldn't help but sigh. These past days have been nothing but bland broth. I thought I'd never taste meat again in this lifetime. All thanks to Brother Jiang letting us enjoy 10 dishes and 2 soups with wine and meat in this apocalypse. Even before the end of the world, such a feast was reserved for New Year's celebrations. At these words, the group of coaches chimed in with agreement, showering Jiang Yu with flattery one after another. Perhaps sensing the mood was right, Wu Wenxiang probed cautiously. Brother Jiang, these past days have made it clear to us that you're a man of great capability. If this apocalypse drags on, I reckon you're the one who'll survive to the end. Old Wu, if you have something to say, just say it. Jiang Yu naturally knew what Wu Wenxiang and the others were thinking. In truth, he did need a group of people to handle tasks for him now. Dealing with mutated livestock, killing zombies, and digging out crystal cores. If he had to do all of it alone, it would be far too troublesome. Wu Wenxiang and his men had yet to reveal their true colors, but they were certainly competent. However, he wasn't about to broach the subject himself. Brother Jiang is a man of direct words, so old Wu will speak plainly. Wu Wenxiang stood up with his glass. We've seen everything you've done these days. With your strength, even ruling this building with an iron fist would leave no one daring to object. Yet you keep to yourself, focusing only on your own affairs without caring about anything else. That shows your virtue. In this apocalypse, simply not harming others is virtue. We brothers have only done you small favors, and you've already treated us generously, giving us enough to eat and drink, and even some to spare. That shows your loyalty. We've all discussed it. If you don't mind, we'd like to follow you from now on. Tell us to go east, and we won't go west. Well, do any dirty or tiring work, just give us brothers a path to survival. Though the speech was laden with flattery, it was quite sincere. They laid their reasons for seeking Jiang Ye's protection right on the table. They believed he could keep them alive, and that's why they wanted to join him. Jiang Yu saw no issue with this. Survival was nothing to be ashamed of. If they'd claimed to be drawn by his kingly aura, that would have been utter nonsense. You've indeed helped me a lot these days. Jiang Yu looked at the toast offered to him and raised his own glass. You can follow me, but let's get the unpleasantries out of the way first. I don't keep idle hands here. If you follow me, you work to earn your food and supplies. If you ever decide you don't want to work for me, just come and tell me directly. I won't make things difficult for you. But if anyone harbors ill intentions... Brother Jiang, Wu Wenxiang interjected immediately. Before the apocalypse, we were fitness coaches. We didn't prattle on about loyalty like those gangsters, but we're not ungrateful snakes either. If not for your warning, we might have died on the first night when those zombies came up the stairs, or been wiped out entirely below. If not for your aid, we'd have struggled to survive these days. This debt of gratitude is akin to being reborn. If any of us turns out to be that kind of person you want, need to lift a finger, the rest of us will strike them down first. Jiang Yu nodded and downed his drink in one gulp. Enough said. As long as I have food, you won't go hungry. Brother Jiang is magnanimous. A toast to Brother Jiang. By the end of the meal, Jiang Yu had gained 6 underlings. Of course, he didn't delude himself into thinking they were already brothers he could trust with his life. Pretty words were easy to come by. Whether they earned Jiang Ye's trust would depend on their future actions. Upon receiving his consent, the men happily headed downstairs to guard the 6th floor, not forgetting to wash the dishes before they left. After they left, Jiang Yu noticed it was getting late and planned to shower and sleep, maybe browsing the forum in bed to gather useful information. But just as he stepped into the bathroom, Chu Yunshu's door opened behind him. The woman stepped out wearing a lace-trimmed silk slip dress, coming face-to-face with Jiang Yu right at the bathroom entrance. A quick glance revealed the obvious, and he raised an eyebrow. You showered? Yes, I did. Chu Yunshu's cheeks flushed. At the thought of what she was about to say, she couldn't even lift her head. Need to use the bathroom. Jiang Yu stepped aside, motioning for her to go first. No. Then why are you lurking by the bathroom door? Click. Jiang Yu opened the bathroom door to head in for a shower. Wait. Chu Yunshu panicked and gritted her teeth. I have something to tell you. Speak. I want to sleep with you. What? What a direct hit. Jiang Ye's mouth twitched. Head guessed something was up when he saw Shed showered and come out in that nightgown, but he never expected her to be so blunt, going straight for the jugular. A big internet celebrity wants to sleep with me, huh? What price do I have to pay? As he spoke, Jiang Yu reached out, tilting her chin up to force her to meet his gaze. Even without using his mental intimidation skill, the sheer pressure of his powerful spiritual sense left Chu Yunshu dizzy, her thoughts scattering as she could only speak from the heart. You have to protect me from now on. Anything else? I've never done this before. Be gentle. Come in. Jiang Yu turned and entered the bathroom. Huh. Snapping back to reality, Chu Yunshu blinked, looking at the cramped bathroom with a troubled expression. I'm inexperienced. Can we go inside the room? It's too small here. But as the words left her mouth, Jiang Yu walked out, pointing to the bathtub, head somehow filled. What are you thinking? Go take a bath. You haven't bathed in a week, and even when you did, you rationed the water. Go wash up properly. Looking at the tub full of water, then back at Jiang Yu, Chu Yunshu didn't find his words offensive. Instead, a wave of happiness washed over her. After the apocalypse, both groundwater and rainwater were said to be toxic according to online rumors. Contact with it could easily cause illness, and with bad luck, even trigger mutation. Bathing freely without conserving water had become a luxury before today. Shed never expected that after all her mental preparation and courage to come here, she'd get to enjoy a proper bath before anything even happened. Thanks, Brother Jiang. Chu Yunshu excitedly stood on her tiptoes and planted a kiss on his cheek, then hurried back to grab clean clothes before diving into the bathroom. Jiang Yu just shrugged. When a little lamb insists on cleaning itself before offering itself to him, there's no reason to refuse. You'll protect me from now on, right? Depends on your performance. Stretching lazily, Jiang Yu climbed out of bed. After a night of wild passion, it was already the next morning when he woke up. As expected, Chu Yunshu was indeed a first-timer. The so-called 100 purity detected by the insight eye was exactly what he had guessed. He wasn't exactly repulsed by her transactional behavior. Before the apocalypse, Chu Yunshu, if not disdainful toward him, was at least superficially polite while keeping him at arm's length. Reality wasn't fiction. It was impossible that after just a few days of the apocalypse, she would suddenly fall in love with him and be utterly devoted. That was pure nonsense. Using this method to exchange for the protection of the strong and survive in the apocalypse, that was logical. Wu Wenqiang's group was the same. Before the apocalypse, Jiang Yu didn't know them at all. After fighting zombies together for a few days, could they truly be loyal enough to become his subordinates? In short, they came to rely on Jiang Yu because they thought he was powerful enough to lead everyone to survive. As for Jiang Yu accepting their allegiance, it was because he couldn't do everything himself. Some chores indeed needed to be done, and leading a group of followers wouldn't affect his own survival. It was just for convenience. Accepting Chu Yunshu was also because the apocalypse truly required a woman. Otherwise, he would be pent up. It was mutual interest that brought them together. No power in the world was sustained by emotions alone. To assume oneself as the chosen one expecting others to bow down at a mere flex of presence. That was a fool's fantasy found only in web novels, and in reality such a person wouldn't survive 3 episodes. I feel like the rain has lightened a bit. Seeing Jiang Yu staring out the window, Chu Yunshu quickly noticed the change. The rain. It should be stopping. The rain is stopping. Chu Yunshu's eyes widened. She had kept that thing for over 20 years, and just last night gave it away, and now they tell her the rain is stopping. The rain stopping doesn't mean the apocalypse is over. Jiang Yu glanced at her instantly, guessing her little thoughts, and sneered. Open your phone and check the temperature. 2C, what's wrong with that? The temperature has been hovering around 0C to 1C for 7 whole days, and now it suddenly dropped to 2C. What do you think is wrong? He reached out, pinched the chin resting on his shoulder, and pushed Chu Yunshu, who was clinging to him like an octopus, back onto the bed. After washing up, he left with only a word, "Ingredients are in the kitchen, you figure it out," and went out. The temperature was dropping, and he had a nagging sense of foreboding. Some things needed to be prepared early. How do you kill this thing? Haven't you seen online? Aim for the head, smash it, and it's dead. It's too scary, you, I don't dare. Just as Jiang Yu reached the ground floor, he found the 6th floor was very lively today, a stark contrast to the desolate scene of previous days, when only Wu Wenqiang and his men were guarding here. Morning, Brother Jiang. A fitness coach saw him coming down and quickly came over to greet him. Jiang Yu remembered him. His name was Lu Kuan, and Wu Wenqiang's crew usually called him Liuzi. What's going on? Taking the cigarette Liuzi handed him and waiting for him to light it, Jiang Yu then pointed to the crowd at the stairwell and asked, "Brother Jiang, don't you know?" Liuzi seemed surprised and quickly explained. Early this morning, the authorities released another update. The update says that these zombies and monsters might have energy crystals in their heads, which we usually call crystal cores. It also told everyone how to use the crystal cores, says that using them can allow individuals to evolve and become extremely powerful. It also mentioned the difference between human evolvers and superpowered. Evolvers are those who grow stronger by absorbing energy from crystal cores. Superpowered are even more formidable. Not only can they absorb crystal cores to become stronger, but they also possess some mysterious innate abilities, making them extremely powerful. Evolvers have a limited absorption rate for crystal cores. The amount they can absorb per day varies based on their strength. If they exceed the limit, it's not evolution anymore. They will mutate into corpse fiends. And by the way, corpse fiends are different from zombies. They are said to be entirely bluish-black, immensely strong, and some even possess supernatural abilities, making them extremely formidable. As for superpowered, they are different. It's said that superpowered can absorb crystal core energy much faster than evolvers and are not limited by quantity. As long as there are enough crystal cores, they can absorb as many as they want. Liuzi rambled on, and seeing him talk endlessly, Jiang Yu quickly waved to interrupt him. Then he took out his phone and searched for related information on his own. Actually, there was no need to search. As soon as he opened his phone, relevant messages appeared directly as pop-ups on the screen. Clicking in, he realized this was no ordinary notice. It was a full 15,000 characters, almost as long as a thesis. It contained the Zhuzhou authorities' research over the past week on mutated creatures and crystal cores, as well as various apocalypse survival guides. There were even dedicated zombie killing strategies. Starting from how to use common household items to make simple weapons and armor, it provided step-by-step instructions on killing zombies to obtain crystal cores. Besides that, there were also many messages about some special current situations. For example, why the floodwater hadn't continued to rise even though the heavy rain persisted for days after the apocalypse. It was because a massive trench had appeared in the ocean, constantly swallowing seawater, creating a bizarre balance between rainfall and the rate of water being consumed. For instance, many 6th-generation integrated nuclear power plants were unable to sustain operation due to lack of maintenance. To prevent a greater disaster, the authorities would remotely shut down all nuclear plants in flood-affected areas within the next few days. Naturally, that included the one in Jiangxing. At the end of the notice, the authorities disclosed some important information. As of the time this notice was issued, the Jiuzhou Meteorological Observatory has observed a decrease in rainfall across all regions, but a gradual drop in temperature. Meteorologists predict that within the next 2 to 3 days, Blue Star will experience the fastest cooling period in history. In an extremely short time, the average temperature of Blue Star will drop to 70 C, with some areas potentially facing extreme cold of 100 C. All residents are advised to take warm-keeping measures and stockpile food, drinking water, and cold weather supplies in a timely manner. The Jiuzhou authorities will take advantage of the weakening rain to arrange transport aircraft to airdrop cold weather survival supplies according to regional conditions. Please stay informed and collect them in time. In the face of disaster, the Jiuzhou authorities will stand with all citizens to fight against the natural calamity. Remember, disaster is not a breeding ground for crime. It is a common challenge for human civilization. Anyone who uses their extraordinary power to break the law and bully the weak will face the judgment of history. May all surviving Jiuzhou citizens endure the harsh winter, and when the clouds part and the sun shines again, rebuild our homeland. June 27, 2045, Jiuzhou National Affairs Office. After spending hours poring over the official announcement, Jiang Yu couldn't help but let out a long sigh. The contents of the notice were extremely detailed, and he felt that the authorities had disclosed every piece of information they could confirm. As for the deeper secrets of the apocalypse, it was likely that the officials themselves were uncertain, so they naturally refrained from speculating. For the vast majority of survivors, the most crucial part was undoubtedly the information regarding crystal cores and evolvers. This topic had been circulating online for days without any official suppression, so it was hardly a secret anymore. What most people were curious about was how to acquire such supernatural power. The officials said little about awakened ones, likely because their abilities were too unpredictable to categorize. They only mentioned that awakened ones most likely emerged after being exposed to a peculiar rain at midnight on the day the apocalypse struck. The wording was deliberately vague, suggesting the phenomenon couldn't be replicated, and the officials themselves weren't certain. As an awakened one, Jiang Yu knew the official statement was accurate. However, while awakened abilities couldn't be replicated, evolvers could advance by killing zombies and absorbing their crystal cores. This was enough to ignite intense desire among the survivors. Having endured these days of apocalypse, many had come to realize the paramount importance of personal strength. The building where Jiang Yu resided was relatively peaceful, having seen only a few disputes over food, with a death toll far from severe. Elsewhere, extreme cases had already emerged. In a certain ultra-high-rise office building in the Magic City, a delivery rider who had been drenched by the midnight rain awakened a powerful ability. After taking refuge in the high-rise to escape the flood, he began refusing to eat beef. His ability seemed related to thunder and lightning and was extraordinarily powerful. After killing 4 other awakened ones in the same building, he subjugated 5 or 6 more to serve as his lackeys. He directly ruled over the thousands of refugees sheltering in the building, proclaiming himself the king of the Magic City. Not only did he brazenly live-stream the execution of official personnel, but he also publicly declared that once the rain stopped, he would march out and claim the entire Magic City as his personal domain. His arrogance knew no bounds, and since the building happened to be the headquarters of a major video platform, he wielded supreme control over the website. He openly streamed content that was previously banned, even broadcasting acts like forcing over a dozen former celebrities and influencers to serve him in his chambers. It was precisely because of his control over these network privileges that many like-minded individuals also reveled in debauchery on the same platform. Content that would have been instantly blocked by the authorities in the past now appeared freely online. The warning at the end of the official announcement was directed at these very individuals, but they clearly paid it no heed. With such bloody examples plastered across the internet, everyone now craved power desperately. The law-abiding sought strength for self-preservation, while the ambitious, witnessing the post-apocalyptic madness of these tyrants, burned with envy and yearned to seize power for themselves. Thus, despite the announcement spanning over 100,000 characters, the most attention was focused on the part about killing zombies and absorbing crystal cores to grow stronger. Much crucial information wasn't exactly ignored, but most people paid it little mind. Jiang Yu's focus, however, was the exact opposite. He had of course read the section on absorbing crystal cores. According to the official formula, an ordinary person needed to absorb 1 0-tier core to become a 0-stage evolver. Advancing from 0 to first stage required 50 0-tier cores plus 1 first-tier core. In total, a normal person needed just 1 first-tier core and 51 0-tier cores to become a first-stage evolver, far fewer than what Jiang Yu required. After all, merely maxing out his 4-dimensional attributes cost him over a dozen enhancement points, and with 1 0-tier core roughly exchanging for 1 point, he'd conservatively need at least 10 to 20 cores. Furthermore, he needed 100 enhancement points to break through. Using only zero-tier cores had need at least 100 to reach first stage, and with bad luck, even that might not suffice. On the surface, his efficiency at absorbing cores was even worse than an ordinary person's. But was that truly the case? Obviously not. Evolvers faced a fatal shortcoming when absorbing cores' speed. These cores contained not only the special energy that drove evolution, but also a scarlet energy that Jiang Yu could see with his inside eye. The authorities were clearly aware of this energy's existence, but didn't elaborate due to space constraints. They only cautioned that cores must be absorbed slowly, with each one requiring time to purge the scarlet energy, lest mutation occur. Absorption speed naturally increased with strength. A novice might absorb only 1 core per day, while someone at the peak of zero stage could handle 7 or 8 without issue. Assuming an adequate supply of cores, the official optimal time frame for an ordinary person to reach first stage was 7 to 15 days, depending on individual talent. This duration theoretically held true at every stage. Even from 8th to 9th stage, the same rule applied. After all, the higher one's strength, the higher the tier of cores absorbed. There was no acceleration in later stages. If anything, it could slow down. Yet, setting aside core supply, Jiang Yu could advance his rank in the blink of an eye. This was the immense advantage of his system. And while awakened ones, having been bathed in rain, were nearly immune to scarlet energy and absorbed cores far faster than evolvers, they still couldn't match Jiang Yu. Their bodies had limited capacity to absorb and refine energy, and extracting it from the cores took time. Unlike Jiang Yu, who could simply command his system to convert the energy within cores into enhancement points with no upper limit. With this advantage, he only briefly skimmed the official information on cores and advancement, then shifted his attention elsewhere. Specifically, he focused on the official prediction of an impending extreme cold snap and the decision to shut down nuclear power plants in the flood-affected zones. In the Jiangsheng of 2045, as in all major cities across the 9 provinces, not a single wire or cable was visible on the streets. All electrical circuits were laid in dedicated underground conduits powered by nuclear plants built on the outskirts of major cities. This was why the entire nation had barely suffered any power outages even 7 days into the apocalypse. But that situation was about to change drastically. Jiang Yu dared not even imagine the consequences of minus 70 degrees Celsius combined with a total. Jiang Yu saw no issue with the government's decision to shut down the nuclear power plant. After all, with no one maintaining it, even the shutdown had to be executed remotely. If they didn't shut it down and a leak occurred, that would be a real disaster. The outside was already teeming with mutated creatures. Adding radiation to the mix would only make them mutate further, and who knows what kind of abominations would emerge. However, this extreme cold combined with the power outage. No wonder the government released the detailed method for crystal core evolution. Under these circumstances, only evolvers would have a decent chance of surviving. If everyone were ordinary people, a huge number would freeze to death. Jiang Yu's current physique was as high as 10 points, and as long as he took proper cold weather measures, the 70°C ultra-low temperatures definitely wouldn't kill him. If he could raise his physique a bit more, reaching 30-50 points, or even higher, he estimated, he could probably stroll around outdoors shirtless even at 100°C. For ordinary people, merely becoming a zero-tier evolver and reaching a physique of 2 or 3. With ample warm clothing, surviving outdoors for short periods would be no problem. Indoors, starting a fire would basically prevent freezing to death. It would also ward off common colds and chills, greatly enhancing survival odds in the extreme cold. Brother Jiang, done reading? It's lunchtime, want to eat something? Jiang Yu had been staring at the announcement for hours, and Wu Wenxiang and the others hadn't dared to disturb him. Only now that he put down his phone did they dare approach with a bucket of instant noodles. Jiang Yu shook his head. You guys eat, don't worry about me. Alright, but what about these people? Wu Wenxiang pointed at the crowd still gathered at the stairwell entrance, all clutching various weapons, a troubled look on his face. Although they were now following Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu had made it clear from the start that he didn't support idlers. Originally, they could help him kill zombies and collect crystal cores, but now almost everyone in the building with any ambition had come down. The zombies that occasionally crawled in through the 5th floor windows were far too few to go around. All the flooded rooms on the 5th floor were now occupied. People preferred to soak in water just to wait for zombies downstairs. The monsters that had terrified survivors just the day before had suddenly become hot commodities. This sudden turn of events left Wu Wenxiang and his group at a loss. The number of zombies that climbed in through the windows each day was limited, at most 30 or 40, and on slow days only a few. Under the current circumstances, the number they could hunt would certainly drop drastically. Naturally, they were worried about being blamed by Jiang Yu. Don't worry about it. You don't need to give me the crystal cores you find these 2 days. Use them to strengthen yourselves for now. Jiang Yu shook his head. You've probably guessed my situation by now. I also need the cores to absorb and increase my power, but I wasn't sure if you all could use them, which is why I never mentioned it. Some things needed to be clarified to avoid misunderstandings. He honestly hadn't known if ordinary people could absorb crystal cores. Otherwise, he wouldn't have minded cultivating a few evolver underlings. Seeing that Jiang Yu had taken the trouble to explain, Wu Wenxiang felt flattered and quickly said, "Brother Jiang, no need to explain. We all understand. Besides, even if we knew how to use them before, we wouldn't have dared to shove something dug out of a zombie's head into our mouths. It's only now seeing those brave ones swallow freshly dug cores that we're willing to try. All right, then you go ahead and get busy. I'm heading downstairs to take a look." Jiang Yu walked down the stairs. The scene below was indeed as Wu Wenxiang had described, packed to the brim. Every room was crammed with people, all holding various weapons, waiting on balconies and by windows for a zombie to crawl in. The scene looked like a group of avid fishermen staring longingly at the water. But with hundreds of people in the building and only so many zombies in the vicinity, even if they deliberately made noise or some desperate ones even cut themselves to use their blood as bait, the attracted zombies were nowhere near enough to go around. Walking along the 5th-floor corridor, Jiang Yu soon reached a luxurious apartment at the end. It had 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. Only 2 such apartments per floor, occupying both ends of the building. Because of its large balcony, it held the most people, at least 50 or 60 crammed inside. "Everyone." Jiang Yu clapped his hands, and when all eyes turned to him, he said, "I'm commandeering this room. Please clear out." "What gives you the crack?" A young man started to protest, but the alloy battle axe embedded itself precisely into the wall right behind his head. Staring at the still vibrating axe handle, the young man gulped and forced a smile. Please go right ahead." With that, he fled the room. "Brother, your axe." A young man who looked like a high school student struggled to pull the axe from the concrete wall and respectfully handed it to Jiang Yu. After everyone had left, Jiang Yu closed the door and walked to the balcony. Moments later, a massive shadow emerged from beneath the water. Xuanwu's enormous head poked out from the surface. Along with it came several other gigantic poultry and livestock. 3 mutated ducks and a mutated water buffalo. All were Tier 1 mutant beasts. Jiang Yu scanned them with his inside eye and suddenly noticed something. Although they were all Tier 1, these beasts' 4-dimensional stats were actually on par with his own. Even those that surpassed him did so only by a hair. The gap was nowhere near as vast as the one between him and Xuanwu. Moreover, the size difference between these beasts and Xuanwu was like night and day. At the peak of Tier 1, Xuanwu was over 20 meters long, more than 10 meters wide, and nearly 5 meters tall. Placed on a 4-lane highway, it could block the road completely. The largest known creature on Earth, the blue whale, could perhaps rival Xuanwu only in length, though every other metric would be utterly crushed. Many of the giant monsters in movies were about this size. Of course, in this apocalypse, all sorts of creatures were mutating, so growing larger wasn't surprising. The key point was that Xuanwu's growth seemed different from other mutant beasts. Take the mutated duck before him, for instance. It was now roughly the size of a normal sheep. And this Tier 1 mutated buffalo was now as large as an elephant. They had grown, but within reasonable bounds, and it all seemed fairly logical. Xuanwu was different. Before its mutation, it had lived for over 20 years, yet was barely larger than a palm. Wasn't this rate of expansion a bit too extreme? I should find a mutated turtle to compare someday. He had always felt Xuanwu was different from other grass turtles, far more beautiful and majestic. It was also incredibly intelligent, able to understand his words to a certain extent. He hadn't paid much attention to it before, but now it seemed somewhat unusual. Of course, Xuanwu's larger size compared to other mutant beasts could also be attributed to the massive amount of golden energy it had absorbed that night. A low, mournful sound like a war horn from an ancient battlefield echoed forth. Xuanwu opened its mouth, and a water sphere enveloping a crystal core drifted gently to rest before Jiang Yu. Staring at the 3 faintly glowing blue crystal cores within the watery orb, Jiang Yu's eyes widened in astonishment, the tangled thoughts in his mind scattering like startled birds, leaving behind only sheer incredulity. 0-rank crystal cores were transparent, while 1st-rank ones were green. These blue cores. 2nd rank. A low rumble sounded. Xuanwu seemed to communicate that it had visited the river last night, finding the mutated fish there more powerful than elsewhere, many having reached the 2nd rank, yet they were weak and no match for it. Holy shit. Jiang Yu drew in a sharp breath. I knew your ridiculous stats meant something was off. Whether it was the rotting corpses he had encountered or the mutated beast Xuanwu had dragged back these past days, he had never seen a 1st-rank creature with any single stat exceeding 30. The highest was the bull before him, whose strength attribute had reached 28 points. But even that paled in comparison to Xuanwu, whose strength and constitution both stood at a staggering 80. It seemed his suspicions were correct. A 1st-rank Xuanwu could effortlessly trounce even some 2nd-rank mutant beasts. Moreover, it could take on multiple opponents and retreat unscathed without a single scratch. A low hum emanated from Xuanwu, its tone seeming to carry a hint of pride at its master's astonishment. After a moment of marveling, Jiang Yu broached the main topic. If the temperature were to drop drastically, would it affect you? Normal grass turtles would need to hibernate when temperatures fell below 15 degrees Celsius. Even now, with temperatures below freezing, Xuanwu appeared spirited and energetic. The question remained whether it could withstand the cold if the temperature plummeted to 70 C or even 100 C. After considerable effort and a lengthy communication session to convey the concept of such extreme cold, Jiang Yu finally received a definitive answer. Down to 50 C, Xuanwu would remain largely unaffected. At 70 C, its combat prowess would be severely hampered, though it could still stave off hibernation. But if the temperature were to hit 100 C, it would be forced to find a relatively warmer haven to hibernate and escape the killing frost. Of course, this was only applicable to its current state. Should it advance to the second rank, even the extreme 100 C cold would only have a negligible impact. But to achieve that advancement, your pet Xuanwu has reached the peak of the first rank. Will you spend 800 enhancement points to advance it to the second rank? Note, pets can be stored in the system's pet slot for enhancement and upgrade. Upgrading the pet slot itself only costs 640 enhancement points and takes 72 hours. 800 enhancement points. Factoring in the 20 discount from upgrading the pet slot, it would effectively cost 640 points. The batch of crystal cores Xuanwu had brought back yesterday could be converted into at most a little over 300 enhancement points. He wasn't sure how many points today's 3 blue cores would yield, estimating around 100 each, but uncertain. Even in the most ideal scenario, his total enhancement points would only slightly exceed 600. It seemed he would just barely have enough. However, there was a critical issue. Jiang Yu himself was still far from reaching the first rank pinnacle. He had refrained from advancing because even ability users in general didn't know how to absorb crystal cores to grow stronger. His current early first rank strength was sufficient to dominate this building, and he was safe for now. But things would change. With the official guide on absorbing crystal cores, evolvers might still advance slowly, but ability users would progress very quickly. Within 3 to 5 days, a wave of first-rank ability users would emerge across Jiangxing. Yet Xuanwu's evolution would take a full 3 days. Furthermore, with the rain stopping, the coming period would differ from the previous downpour, when everyone was confined to their isolated buildings. Whether searching for cold weather supplies or food, everyone would have to venture outside. The probability of conflict with other ability users would increase dramatically. If he were to put Xuanwu into the pet slot for evolution, now he would face the awkward predicament of having no reserve enhancement points, no Xuanwu by his side, and his own strength stuck at the early first rank. Not good. After a moment of deliberation, Jiang Yu came to a decision. He immediately converted all the crystal cores he had obtained yesterday and the 3 second-rank cores from today. The 3 blue cores yielded 126, a 117, and 142 enhancement points respectively. The 16 first-rank cores and 75 zero-rank cores from yesterday provided a total of 279 points, more than he had anticipated. Adding the remaining 10 points from before, Jiang Yu's enhancement point balance surged to 674. It was just enough to upgrade Xuanwu. But he had a different idea now. Post Jiang Yu enhancement points remaining 674 realm, first rank strength 12. Speed 10. For Constitution 10. 3 Spirit 12. 9 Ability Insight I Weapon Alloy Battle Axe Pet Mutated Grass Turtle System Max out my Strength Attribute. Enhancement points 36. Oh, enhancement complete. Host Jiang Yu strength 30. Sure enough, the limit for a first-rank human was 30 points, just as he had guessed. With that in mind, he instructed the system to max out all 4 attributes. Enhancement points 116. Enhancement complete. Host Jiang Yu enhancement points remaining 5. 22 realm, first rank strength 30, speed 30, constitution 30, spirit 30, ability insight I weapon alloy battle axe pet mutated grass turtle. A warm current surged through his body, and Jiang Yu felt as if an inexhaustible well of power had sprung up within him. The massive attribute boost translated into a terrifying increase in combat prowess. He flexed his fist, confident that if he were to encounter a first-rank rotting corpse again, he could kill it with a single punch, no weapon needed. After briefly acclimating to the changes in his body, his gaze settled on the ability column. Will you spend 300 enhancement points to evolve Insight Eye and his soul-stealing eye? 300 points was a significant sum, but recalling the immense boost the previous upgrade to Insight Eye had provided, Jiang Yu didn't hesitate. Add points. Ding. Enhancement points 300. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability Soul-Stealing Eye. Soul-Stealing Eye allows the user to see through illusion-type abilities up to 3 ranks higher than your own. Assess the strength and abilities of creatures no more than 5 ranks above you. Grants superhuman vision capable of seeing through obstacles to a significant degree, and bestows the soul-stealing skill, which consumes a certain amount of spirit to annihilate beings with lower spirit than the user on a soul level. Additionally, the mental suppression effect is greatly enhanced, allowing for brief control over enemies whose spirit does not exceed yours by more than 30 points. Duration depends on the gap. The larger the gap, the shorter the control time. In short, the Soul-Stealing Eye was a comprehensive upgrade of the Insight Eye. It gained the soul-targeting mental skill capable of killing with a glare. Another powerful skill acquired. After completing the upgrade, Jiang Yu instructed Xuanwu to wait for him downstairs and quickly returned upstairs. Staying in the building offered no future, so he planned to accompany Xuanwu to hunt mutant creatures for their crystal cores. At least before the temperature dropped to the point where Xuanwu had to hibernate, Jiang Yu intended to gather enough enhancement points to upgrade it. Are you leaving? Xu Yunshu, who had just finished preparing a table of lunch, looked panicked as Jiang Yu returned and began packing his belongings. Yes, the rain has eased a bit. I must go out. While packing a few changes of clothes into a waterproof bag, Jiang Yu discreetly slipped some essential supplies into his system inventory out of Xu Yunshu's line of sight. When will you be back? Hard to say. Maybe tonight, maybe in a few days. After packing, he turned to her. The food and water in the house are enough for you to last a long time. Stay inside and wait for my return. They'll inform Wu Wenxiang. If anything comes up, call them and let them handle it. Don't open the door for anyone. Remember, don't open the door for anyone except me. Don't be foolish. I despise fools. As he spoke, Jiang Yu's expression shifted. He placed a hand on Xu Yunshu's shoulder. System, can I directly enhance her? Ding. Enhancing Xu Yunshu from an ordinary person to a zero-order evolver requires 3 enhancement points. An ordinary person only needs to absorb 1 zero-order crystal core to become a zero-order evolver. Thus, direct enhancement was more expensive, but it was convenient and swift. Enhanced. Enhancement points 3. Enhancement complete. Xu Yunshu Strength 1. 9 Speed 2. 6 Physique 2. 3. Spirit 2 Ability none at the early zero order. These stats were merely average. Jiang Yu tried again and found that increasing her 4 attributes cost the same as his own enhancements. Spending another 13 enhancement points, he raised Xu Yunshu's 4 attributes to the peak of zero order. However, to advance her to first order, it did not cost him 100 enhancement points like it did for himself. Instead, it required only 80 points, just like Xuanwu. Unfortunately, the pet slot couldn't accommodate her, so she couldn't enjoy the 20 discount. Considering he now had only 206 enhancement points left, Jiang Yu decided not to upgrade her immediately. He would wait until he had spare enhancement points with nothing better to use them on, and also observe her performance. He couldn't afford to waste a large number of points on a useless person. If Xu Yunshu proved incapable, she would simply remain a decorative vase. A vase naturally needed no strength. Take this. Guard the house well. If anyone dares to break and split them with this axe. He handed her the alloy battle axe, which had cost 5 enhancement points. Jiang Yu didn't favor axe-type weapons, and he planned to find something more suitable during his outing. So the alloy battle axe was no longer needed. Xu Yunshu was still overwhelmed by the drastic changes in her body. Although she hadn't gone out these past days, she had been following online news. She naturally knew about evolvers and ability users. Now touched by Jiang Yu, her power surged wildly. A sensation even more exhilarating than that, almost making her faint. When she came to her senses, looking at the calm, Jiang Yu, admiration shone in her eyes. Previously, she only thought Jiang Yu was strong, speculating that he might be an ability user. But now her guess seemed conservative. This was far more than an ordinary ability user. He was definitely one with a top-tier ability. An ability that could make others stronger was simply unheard of. Taking a deep breath, she quickly composed herself and swung the axe lightly, saying, "Brother, rest assured. He'll keep the house safe. He'll chop anyone who comes." Jiang Yu inexplicably found her a bit endearing. Looking at her rosy lips, he felt a sudden impulse. "Let me test your strength before I leave." Huh. Xu Yunshu's eyes widened as her mouth was sealed. Indeed, a peak zero-order evolver was far more resilient than an ordinary person. Last night he had tried to control his strength, yet she still suffered greatly. Today was different. Though he didn't use his full power, he was much more unrestrained. Yet Xu Yunshu's condition was far better than yesterday. Truly enhancing her was necessary. Returning downstairs, Jiang Yu went directly to the 5th floor, where Wu Wenqiang's group was guarding against zombies while soaking in water. Spending 15 enhancement points, he raised Wu Wenqiang's 4 attributes to the peak of zero order. Then spending another 15 points, he enhanced the other 5 fitness trainers from ordinary people to zero-order evolvers. After giving them some instructions, he returned to the previous room, summoned Xuanwu, and left the apartment building. After all this, his enhancement point balance stood at 176. Not much. Neither he nor Xuanwu could use these points for now. But not too little. It could still accomplish many things. After leaving the building, Jiang Yu had Xuanwu patrol nearby. After the enhancement, his soul-piercing eye could now scan up to 300 meters, and even through the floodwaters laced with crimson energy, it could see beyond 200 meters. This was why he wanted to go out with Xuanwu. With Xuanwu's combat strength and his own detection ability, the efficiency of hunting mutant creatures for crystal cores would greatly increase. Jiang Yu's goal was to gather enough crystal cores to advance both himself and Xuanwu to the second order before the temperature completely dropped. Over there, on the flood-soaked street under the drizzling rain, Jiang Yu quickly located his target. In the mall across from the residential area, over a dozen foul corpses were gathered together. The mall had only 5 floors with residential buildings above the 5th floor. The floor heights of the mall naturally differed from the apartment building. The water reached the 5th floor on Jiang Ye's side, but here it only reached the 4th floor. The 5th floor remained dry. The place had become a paradise for zombies and foul corpses. Besides the foul corpses Jiang Yu had spotted, there were at least 300 to 400 zombies inside. Some were likely customers who hadn't managed to escape the mall on Doomsday, while others were residents who had run out of food and tried to descend for supplies. Moreover, aside from the mall's 5th floor, many more zombies roamed the residential floors above, roughly no fewer than 100. Few living people remained, or it was unclear what had happened in that building. At least 400 to 500 zero-order zombies and over a dozen first-order foul corpses. Clearing them would yield at least 400 enhancement points, maybe even 500 if lucky. Let's do it. Jiang Yu made up his mind. He guided Xuanwu to the left wall of the mall. In his vision, the dozen foul corpses were gathered together seemingly in a resting state. These foul corpses were the only real threat to him in the entire building. The rest were mere experience points. As long as he dealt with the gathered foul corpses in one go, he could slowly harvest the rest. A faint layer of earthy yellow light quietly enveloped the mall's exterior wall. The next moment, accompanied by a violent explosion, the wall shattered abruptly. The rotting corpses sleeping inside were instantly startled awake, but before they could react, several water dragons materialized out of thin air and slammed into them. Under the impact of the massive water dragons, over a dozen rotting corpses were crushed into pulpy masses, as if run over by a dump truck. Jiang Yu casually leaped off Xuanwu's back, entered the building, and began prying out the crystal cores. He was in luck. From the 13 corpses, he extracted 8 first-rank crystal cores. One of the cores was already a deep green. This indicated that the rotting corpse it came from had been on the verge of reaching the peak of the first rank. Unfortunately, despite being the same rank, Xuanwu's terrifying stats meant it was still only fit to be kicked to death. After collecting the cores, Jiang Yu noticed that the building these corpses had been in was actually a martial arts school. He had some vague recollection of the place, having often passed by its entrance while strolling through the mall. According to rumors, the owner was the 7th-generation inheritor of some spear technique, a true practitioner. However, the school was usually desolate with few visitors, and it didn't teach any authentic martial arts. Nearby, some parents too busy to watch their children would send them there on weekends to train, not expecting them to become masters, but simply to build up their strength. If I remember correctly, this place should have some real weapons. Jiang Ye's eyes lit up as he began searching the premises. Soon he found a display case facing the entrance filled with a variety of cold weapons. Elegant tang sabers, slender miao sabers, and hefty longswords. There was also a spear made of white waxwood over 4 meters long with a red tassel tied just below the spearhead. Excellent. All of these are treasures. Jiang Yu immediately collected every cold weapon he could find into his inventory. After a moment's thought, he singled out one of the miao sabers. Do you wish to spend 10 enhancement points to upgrade the miao saber craft ornament into an alloy miao saber? Craft ornament. Jiang Ye's mouth twitched. You mean to tell me all these weapons displayed prominently in a case facing the outside are just ornaments? Enhance. Although it cost more enhancement points than his axe had facing the horde of zombies in this building, he needed a weapon of this caliber. Enhancement points 10. Miao Saber Craft ornament has been enhanced to alloy Miao Saber. With a flash of light, the saber in Jiang Ye's hand was completely transformed. The slender blade was like a pool of autumn water, bright, clear, and exuding a sharp aura. The nearly half-meter-long hilt was wrapped in red cord, ending in a bronze beast head. It was classical and beautiful. Jiang Yu flicked the blade with his finger, and a crisp, resonant ring echoed, lingering in the air. A fine blade, but it was still a bit too light. It weighed about 30 to 40 kilograms. An ordinary person would struggle just to lift it, let alone use it to fight. Yet for Jiang Yu, whose strength attribute was a staggering 30 points, this weight felt somewhat insufficient. Held in his hand, it felt as thin as a cicada's wing, almost weightless. However, glancing at the 80 enhancement points required for the next upgrade, well, lighter is fine. It will definitely be more than enough for these zombies. Then, let's begin. Jiang Yu kicked the glass door of the martial arts school to pieces and issued a challenge to clear out all the zombies in the mall. A full 2 hours later, staring at the sea of corpses, Jiang Yu couldn't help but retch, nearly vomiting his guts out. He had killed many zombies over the past few days, so it wasn't the sheer number of humanoid corpses that disgusted him. Rather, it was the overwhelming stench emanating from them. They must have been soaking in water. Upon emerging, they should have been bloated and pale. But having spent so long in the dry upper floors, the waterlogged parts of the zombies had mostly dried out. Semi-dried, rotting flesh hung from various parts of their bodies, emitting a pungent, foul odor. During the 2-hour battle, Jiang Yu had to step out every few minutes to get some fresh air, or he could have finished much sooner. The fighting was done, though. The remaining zombies were mostly in the residential floors above, trapped by closed stairwell doors. But the task of extracting the cores was proving difficult. After mulling it over, he decided to go back and bring Wu Wenxiang and his group over. After all, the whole point of having underlings was to handle these dirty, tedious chores. He couldn't possibly do all this himself, could he? What would be the point of having them otherwise? Xuanwu was fast, and the apartment building was only about 100 meters away. Soon Jiang Yu returned with Wu Wenxiang and the others. Their reaction was similar to his own. Seeing the mountains of corpses and smelling the foul stench, all 6 of them immediately vomited up their last meal. After throwing up, they seemed to be rejuvenated, not disgusted, but rather excited. They grabbed fire axes found in the mall and began cracking open the zombies' skulls one by one. The zombies were already hideous, and with each swing of the axe, it was like bursting a toxic gas bomb, releasing an indescribable stench that spread to every corner of the mall's 5th floor. Jiang Ye's expression changed. He gave a brief instruction and then ran up the stairwell leading from the mall's corner to the residential area above. There were still over 100 zombies in the residential section spread across more than 20 floors. Jiang Yu, wielding his Miao saber, carved his way up. It wasn't long before he had cleared out the 100-plus zombies in the residential building. This time, as the numbers were fewer and more spread out, Jiang Yu managed to extract the cores himself as he fought. From a total of 123 zombies, he obtained 86 zero-rank crystal cores. This drop rate was significantly higher than before. He speculated that as the apocalypse progressed, these zombies and mutated creatures would gradually become stronger. And as they grew stronger, the drop rate for cores naturally increased. Furthermore, the stronger the monster, the more enhancement points its core could be exchanged for. Are you here to rescue us? Just as Jiang Yu was tallying his gains, a door down the corridor behind him creaked open, and a timid voice came from the crack. Turning around, he saw a young girl about 17 or 18 years old peering at him cautiously through the gap. No. Jiang Yu shook his head in denial, not wanting to get involved. But as soon as he spoke, he sensed something amiss and glanced back. It was then he realized the girl who had spoken was incredibly beautiful. If a perfect score for looks was 100, she would be at least a 95, and with her youthful innocence, she could even reach 99. Although Chu Yinshu was also a beauty, her score would barely exceed 90. With her excellent figure, she might just reach 92. Su Luoluo, age 18, rank 0 rank, early stage ability, time stop space, purity 100, time stop space, currently can create a 101,010-meter storage space, where time is frozen. Holy shit, there it is. The spatial ability is essential for any hoarder surviving the apocalypse. Jiang Ye's gaze swept over the room behind the girl, and he noticed 3 other girls inside. However, all 3 were ordinary people, nothing remarkable. After a brief thought, he said, I'm from a nearby residential area. I came to gather supplies since the rain had lightened. Is there something? Su Luoluo asked in surprise. There are many zombies and monsters in the mall below. How did you get up here? I cleared them out and came up. Hearing his calm words, she cautiously peeked out from the room. Immediately, she saw the corridor almost covered with zombie corpses. Perhaps because there were still many survivors on this floor, there were at least over 20 zombies crowded in the corridor. Jiang Yu had been swinging his machete wildly, leaving the floor littered with severed limbs. The scene was rather shocking. Amazing. Su Luoluo's face paled, but having survived in the apocalypse for a week, she didn't vomit. Then she pleaded, can you take us with you? Jiang Yu was not surprised by her request. Many people had made such requests along the way, but he had refused them all. If anyone was foolish enough to try moral blackmail, he wouldn't mind giving them a taste of his blade. Su Luoluo seemed to be in good condition, but that was mostly because she was an ability user much stronger than ordinary people. The 3 girls in the room were all lying on the sofa or bed, looking listless, clearly starving. This showed that although she had a spatial ability, she hadn't stockpiled any supplies. What's your reason? Jiang Yu asked gently. You know the situation these days. Everyone is struggling to survive. No one wants to take on a burden. Everyone is struggling to survive. If you want me to take you, give me a convincing reason. Though his voice was gentle, his gaze was pressing fixed on Su Lu and making her shrink back involuntarily. With the internet and power still on, the news of Jiang Yu clearing zombies upstairs had already spread through the group chat downstairs. But after he refused most people and even killed a few who were reckless, no one dared to approach him. From the perspective of those in the building, Jiang Yu was just here to kill zombies for their cores. He would surely clear out all the zombies. They could wait for him to leave and then go downstairs to find supplies without provoking such a fierce figure. Su Luoluo knew this situation, yet dared to come out certainly because she had an ability and believed she could be useful. But now under Jiang Ye's gaze, she lost her composure and momentarily misunderstood. She then remembered that besides her spatial power, she might have another reason to convince him. That was her appearance. The idea that handsome men and beautiful women don't know they're attractive is nonsense. Attractive people have always received more favorable treatment from childhood onward. Not knowing that would be incredibly foolish. Su Luoluo was well aware of the impact of her looks. She had simply been so focused on her ability when she opened the door that she forgot about it. Now seeing Jiang Ye's aggressive gaze, she suddenly realized how reckless she had been to come out like this. I am an ability user. Just as Jiang Yu was wondering what the girl would say, she blurted out a direct answer. As she spoke, a flash of light appeared in her hand, and a plush toy materialized. With a flick of her wrist, it vanished. I can store things in an independent space where time is frozen. Anything placed inside won't spoil no matter how long, so I can help you store perishable food and supplies. I'm not a burden. Jiang Yu's mouth twitched. He had been thinking about how to coax and persuade her to come with him. Unexpectedly, she offered herself willingly. Still, he said, spatial type ability. That's somewhat interesting. How big is the space? About a cube, 10 meters on each side. Not bad. Having 1,000 cubic meters of space, even at 0 rank. She was practically a walking human warehouse. Although he could store many items in his system inventory, it only had 10 slots, too few to hold many types of items, so he could only keep essentials. With the apocalypse, human production had ceased. Many things would be hard to produce again in the future. Existing items all had expiration dates. If Jiang Yu wanted to maintain his quality of life, it was necessary to have such a spatial ability user by his side. Pack up and come with me. If you behave, you won't go hungry. Su Luoluo showed no delight. She just looked back at the room, full of hesitation. My classmates. I don't take burdens. They can come with me too, but there are still some zombies upstairs, not many, just 20 or 30. Clear them out, and then you can come with me. Of course, if you're truly worried about them, you can help too, an ITLL count. As he spoke, he tossed a strengthened alloy tang sword to her. Looking at the beautiful tang sword in her hand, Su Luoluo was momentarily at a loss. She had already prepared herself to fight the zombies outside. After all, a living person couldn't just stay inside and starve. But deep down, she was still resistant to such slaughter. After a moment of silence, she bit her lip and said, "Fine, I'll go." With that, she hugged the sword and went back into the room to explain the situation to the three inside. Jiang Yu continued digging cores from the zombies' heads, paying no attention. He could already guess what would happen. Sure enough, several shrill voices soon came from the room. What? Make us kill zombies? Is he even a man? I'm not going. Those monsters are disgusting, and I haven't eaten for days. I'm too weak to walk. How can I go? What kind of person is he? I think you should go find some supplies now while there are no monsters downstairs. Store them in your ability space, and while stay in the room and wait for official rescue. Exactly, the mall isn't his. Just go down and take what you need. If there's nothing useful in the mall, just ask him. You're so beautiful, a little flirting, and he'll be charmed. He must have food and drinks. After a moment, a dejected Su Luoluo opened the door again and apologized. I'm sorry, they haven't evolved and they're girls. Killing zombies is just too hard for them. Maybe I can go alone, is that okay? Sure, go ahead. Jiang Yu pointed to the staircase. Though her face was full of anxiety, Su Luoluo walked upstairs with determined steps. Jiang Yu wasn't too worried about Su Luoluo's safety. Awakened ones were rarely infected or mutated by that crimson energy. There were countless stories online of awakened being injured by zombies and other mutated creatures without turning. The 2 or 3 dozen zombies on the upper floors were spread thin, with only a few on each level. Given her stats as an awakened and the alloy tang saber Jiang Yu gave her, she wouldn't be bitten to death up there unless she lost her head. Seeing her head upstairs, Jiang Yu didn't rush off after digging out the crystal cores. It was about dinner time anyway. The mall still had some value to search, so he planned to spend the night there. He casually kicked open the door to an empty room, washed the blood off himself, and then called Wu Wenxiang, who was busy downstairs, asking him to send up Xiao Li, who used to be a chef. Xiao Li's full name was Li Yunhui. He was young but worldly and smooth in his dealings. When he came up and saw all the kitchenware prepared with vegetables and meat in abundance, he didn't ask any questions and simply started cooking. Jiang Yu meanwhile lay on the sofa scrolling through his phone for news about the apocalypse. About an hour later, the aroma of food drifted out from the kitchen. It traveled through the living room and into the corridor, filling the entire floor with a tantalizing scent. People on the floor who had been hiding behind their locked doors, starving for days, couldn't help but crack their doors open at the smell. The bolder ones even stepped into the corridor, curiously peering at Jiang Yu's room, their hunger barely concealed in their eyes. Click! The door across the hall suddenly opened. A slightly plump girl, tall and weighing at least 200 pounds, stepped out, followed by 2 thinner girls. They were Su Luoluo's 3 classmates. Unlike the others who only dared to watch from a distance, these 3, upon seeing Jiang Yu and the others cooking, walked over with an air of familiarity. But just as they reached the doorway, Li Yunhui, busy in the kitchen, put down his work and blocked their path with a cleaver in hand. Get back to work. Jiang Yu waved a hand, and Li Yunhui returned to his task. The plump girl at the front snorted, no sense of tact. A smile she thought charming spread across her face as she strode up to Jiang Yu. Noticing she seemed ready to sit beside him, Jiang Yu, still scrolling through the forum, said quietly, "If you dare sit down, you can say goodbye to that lard of yours today." The girl froze, then quickly straightened up, abandoning her seduction plan. Trying to cozy up, she said, "Bro, we're Su Luoluo's classmates. Like you said, once she's done killing the zombies, we're all family." Oh, Jiang Yu glanced at the ceiling and raised his voice. "Su Luoluo is your classmate. Too bad she was bitten to death and devoured by zombies upstairs. If you hurry, you might still find an intact head to bring back. Wait any longer, and there'll be nothing left. The group trying to get close shuddered, their faces visibly paling. The plump girl's eyes widened. Impossible. Luo isn't awakened. How could she lose to those zombies? Is it so hard to understand that an awakened who isn't combat-oriented, hasn't upgraded with crystals, can't even eat her fill, and has zero combat experience, could be killed by zombies? Jiangyu glanced at the three. What's the matter? She went to fight the zombies for your sake, and you won't even go up to collect her body. The trio took a synchronized step back. The plump girl forced a smile. This. Bro, you're joking. We can't possibly fight those zombies. Besides, it's not like we told her to go. She insisted on being reckless. How can you blame us if she died? And you don't know how she's been bullying us these past days. The three of us get less than half the food she eats daily. If she hadn't been so wasteful, we wouldn't have run out of supplies so quickly. She took a step closer, lowering her voice. Bro, I know you wouldn't want dead weight, but we have our uses. I know a big secret about Su Luo. She thinks no one else knows, but I'm aware of it. Everyone online says Awakened got their powers from the rain on the first day of the apocalypse, right? That night I happened to get up to use the bathroom, and saw Su Luo on the balcony filling several large bottles with rainwater and putting them into her storage space. Perhaps thinking this wasn't much of a secret and might not be useful, she hesitated before adding, that's not all. I know more about her. Her parents are suppliers at a market in Jiangxing. They have a food warehouse stocked with vegetables, fruits, meat, and grain. I know where it is. From the satellite map, it shouldn't be flooded yet. If you take me with you, I can lead you there to grab all those supplies. That's a huge haul in the apocalypse, enough to feed a lot of people for a long time. Jiangyu looked at her, then towards the entrance, and smiled without a word. His gaze made them uneasy, and they instinctively turned around, nearly gasping in shock. Su Luo, whom Jiangyu had just claimed was bitten to death and torn apart by zombies, was standing right there in the doorway. Hair disheveled, covered in blood, holding a gory tang saber, she looked like a vengeful spirit crawling out of hell, if not for her pretty face. In fact, shortly after the three entered the room, Su Luo had already dealt with the zombies upstairs and was on her way down. Seeing her classmates with Jiangyu in another room, she was curious about what was happening. But upon reaching the door, she heard Jiangyu loudly announce that she had been killed by zombies. She couldn't help but stop in her tracks. She was also curious to see what her classmates would do if she were dead. The answer was much as she had expected. Even if she died for them, they wouldn't come to collect her body. If that merely disappointed her, the words that followed were harder to stomach. She had been suppressing her anger, but when Jiangyu revealed her presence, she exploded. Pointing her saber at the trio, she demanded, "What do you mean I bullied you? On the first day I said something was off, and we needed to stock up on food and water downstairs. You three were lying in bed, impossible to wake up. I bought and carried all the food and water up by myself. You did nothing, ate the food I prepared every day, and still had the nerve to say I ate too much." Seeing their gossip exposed, the chubby girl and her two companions dropped all pretense. She immediately placed her hands on her hips and said with righteous indignation, "What? Are you saying you don't eat much? Didn't most of this food end up in your stomach?" She then looked at Jiangyu. "Brother, you absolutely must not take her with us. She might look skinny, but she's actually a bottomless pit. No matter how much food you have, it won't be enough for her. It's normal for ability users to have bigger appetites than ordinary people." Jiangyu ignored her completely. He said to Su Luo, "Eat as much as you want. Ability users burn a lot of energy, so eating a lot won't make you gain weight." Seeing his nonchalant, almost instigating attitude, the chubby girl realized he was clearly on Su Luo's side. She gritted her teeth and said, "Stop trying to change the subject. How do you explain hoarding all that rain that can make people awaken, but not sharing it with us? And you didn't even tell brother about it, did you? I think you don't really intend to follow him. You're just using him. Wait until you're strong enough, and you'll definitely run off with everything he stored in your space." This time Jiangyu didn't interrupt. He just watched Su Luo with keen interest. He didn't see any problem with her keeping this a secret. Anyone with half a brain wouldn't reveal such a thing to strangers upon first meeting. He was simply curious to see how this young woman would answer now that she was being confronted directly. "Why didn't I give it to you?" Su Luo trembled with anger. "Because the authorities said that not all the rain that night caused evolution. Some of it could turn people into those pitch-black rotting corpses. I can't tell the difference, so of course I couldn't give it to you." As she spoke, a 500 milliliters mineral water bottle appeared silently in her hand. She thrust it forward and said, "Hey, race the rain. If you dare drink it, see if you awaken an ability or turn into a monster." The chubby girl instinctively shrank back, not daring to take it. But when Jiangyu saw the water, she brought out. His pupils contracted sharply. He hadn't taken this seriously at all. After all, the rain carrying golden energy hadn't fallen for long that night. Now people on the internet called it the awakening rain. But at the time, ability users couldn't see any difference between this and ordinary rain. Those who awakened instantly probably couldn't even react in time. How many would think to attribute their new powers to the rain? Let alone think to find a container to collect it in such a short window. Even if someone was quick-witted enough and lucky enough to collect some of that special rain, the special energy within it would dissipate soon enough. Yet the mineral water bottle Su Luoluo was holding was clearly filled with countless golden energy particles. Seeing the particles beginning to dissipate the moment they left her space, he flashed in front of her in an instant. Without a word, he snatched the bottle and shoved it into his system inventory. The system inventory worked similarly to Su Luoluo's time-stop space. Time was frozen inside. Sure enough, once the bottle was stored, the golden particles stopped leaking away, preserved perfectly. Ignoring the blood and grime on her, Jiangyu grabbed her wrist and stared intently at her. How much of this rain did you store? Su Luoluo was a bit startled by his sudden move. She stammered for a moment before answering. Not much. I filled about 10 buckets with it. I couldn't just pour the rain directly into my space. I had to fill containers first, put the container and water into the space, then take the empty container out to fill again. She gestured as she spoke. Each bucket holds about 30 liters. That meant she had at least 300 liters of that early apocalypse water that could activate abilities. Amazing. Even with Jiang Ye's current mental fortitude, he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. You're hurting my wrist a little. Su Luoluo twisted her captured hand. Jiang Yu immediately let go. He glanced at her blood-stained clothes. Go take a bath, and then come eat. There's no water. Don't worry, I have plenty. After sending Su Luoluo back to her room, Jiang Yu extravagantly filled her bathtub with pure water. Only then did he return to the room where the cooking was happening. The chubby girl and her friends were still there, and Li Yunhui was still silently cooking. Honestly, I couldn't be bothered with your petty squabbles. Letting her see what you're really like is the only way she'd give up on dead weight like you and follow me without hesitation. Jiang Yu shook his head at them. But unfortunately, her value has now exceeded my expectations. So I'm forced to deal with you lot. See that window over there? Are you going to jump out yourselves, or should I throw you out? They all froze. The chubby girl opened her mouth to say something. But before a word could escape her lips, Li Yunhui, who had been cooking in the kitchen but keeping a close eye on the situation, dashed out. He slapped her hard across the face, sending her flying several meters. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear my brother tell you to jump? If you jump, you'll land in the water and might just survive. But if you stay up here, well, that's a different story. As he spoke, he pulled a blood-stained fire axe from his bag. The kitchen knife was for cooking. This was the tool he used to extract crystal cores. Although Li Yunhui had been silent, he had seen everything that happened in this room. These days, enhancers who gained power by consuming crystal cores were in high demand, and those with special abilities were considered a cut above the rest. Who wouldn't want to be an ability user? He had thought he'd never have a chance in his lifetime. But now, coming up here to cook, he suddenly discovered someone had preserved that miraculous rain that could grant people abilities. How could he just sit by? Once Jiang Yu secured Su Luoluo's cooperation, that rain was definitely going to be used. They were among the first to follow Jiang Yu in this apartment building, so they had the highest chance of getting a share. If not now, when would he ever get a chance to be useful? Jiang Yu was well aware of what was going through Li Yunhui's mind, but he didn't see it as a problem. Men die for wealth, birds die for food. If you want someone to risk their life for you, you need to offer a compelling incentive. You can't expect loyalty without giving anything in return. So he just said calmly, be careful, don't burn the food. We're all waiting to eat. Don't worry, brother Jiang, I'll handle it right away. Seeing that the three were still reluctant to jump, Li Yunhui grabbed them by their hair and dragged them out of the room. A moment later, the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground echoed from outside. Then Li Yunhui rushed back in to continue cooking. He wasn't a good person, nor was he a bad one. If he hadn't witnessed their disgusting behavior, he probably wouldn't have been able to bring himself to deal with them. But seeing it removed all his hesitation. In the apocalypse, why would you keep someone who repays kindness with enmity by your side? Better to be rid of them. Brother Jiang, the crystal core drop rate has been noticeably higher these past 2 days. We found 511 zombies in total on the 5th floor of the mall downstairs, and obtained 393 crystal cores. As per your instructions, the 6 of us brothers each took one, leaving 387, all of which are right here. Before dinner, Wu Wenxiang finally finished extracting all the crystal cores with the others. A small plastic bag was filled with milky white, translucent crystal cores. Due to being washed, they not only lacked any stench of decay, but instead carried a faint, pleasant fragrance. It seemed like some delicacy tempting enough to make one's mouth water. Jiang Yu didn't reach out to take them. His gaze swept across the group before settling on Wu Wenxiang's face. Are you sure everything is here? Wu Wenxiang was taken aback, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart, but he still gritted his teeth and nodded. I'm sure. The cores we all dug out were gathered and placed in my care for safekeeping. No one would dare to hide any privately. I'll give you 5 minutes to be absolutely certain. Jiang Yu said no more, merely letting out a scoff before rising and leaving. The coffee table was laden with a full bag of crystal cores, yet no one dared to reach for them. Instead, they all exchanged fearful glances with one another. Wu Wenxiang was silent for a moment before speaking. Brother Jiang has extraordinary abilities. Since he said that it's likely one of you has hidden some cores, Bring them out. They're only zero-tier cores anyway. We can get more on our own when we have the chance. There's no need for this. His calm inquiry, however, yielded no effective response. The men looked at each other as if the matter truly had nothing to do with them. Seeing this, Wu Wenqiang's expression darkened further. In his view, someone hiding 1 or 2 cores wasn't a major offense. It could be chalked up to a moment of greed, or perhaps forgetting they had put them in their pocket while digging. Such excuses could always be made. But refusing to admit it even after being discovered, only confessing when faced with irrefutable evidence, that changed the nature of the situation entirely. It only showed that this person harbored too many scheming thoughts and wasn't someone easy to control. What do those in power hate the most? Is it people who constantly cause a ruckus? Of course not. What they hate most is those who cannot be controlled. Wu Wenqiang, having been a boss himself, certainly understood this principle. Seeing that still no one stepped forward, he reminded them again, I don't want to repeat myself. If no one confesses by then, I'll assume you've all been honest. But if Brother Zhang produces evidence of who hid the cores later, don't blame me for being heartless. Still silence. Seeing this, Wu Wenqiang couldn't help but sigh. Although he had only known Zhang Yu for a few days, he didn't think Zhang Yu was the type to speak without cause. If he lacked certainty, he wouldn't have said such a thing earlier. Letting out a long breath, he didn't ask further, simply waiting in silence. Moments later, Zhang Yu returned. Have you decided? Yes, we've confirmed. No one has hidden any. Zhang Yu shrugged, not surprised by this outcome. Li Yunhui. What's your command, Brother Zhang? Is the food ready? Yes, we can eat whenever you're ready. Not yet. Go to the billiard room at the far end of the 5th floor of the mall, and bring me the backpack from behind the counter. Hearing this, Li Yunhui ran downstairs without even taking off his cooking apron. Wu Wenqiang, upon hearing the location Zhang Yu mentioned, let his gaze fall upon a young man nearby. Qianbo, the one responsible for collecting cores from that area. The other fitness trainers also turned to look at him. Qianbo's face was now pale, etched with terror, and he was at a loss for words. The reason he had refused to admit it was that the cores he had hidden weren't on him. Even a body search would have revealed nothing. Who would have thought that Zhang Yu not only knew he had hidden cores, but also knew exactly where they were hidden? That was truly terrifying. Bo, I never thought you'd do something like this. When we first agreed to follow Brother Zhang, do you remember what I told you all? Looking at his face, Wu Wenqiang knew he must be the one who hid the cores. His expression turned grim. Brother Zhang not only helped us become evolvers, but also provides for our food and drink. He's the one who killed these zombies. We just helped out and each of us got a crystal core for it. Look at this food. This is the apocalypse. Who else gets to eat this well besides us? Has Brother Zhang treated us poorly? Qianbo rose shakily. Brother Zhang, Brother Wu. I was momentarily foolish, blinded by greed. I swear I won't dare do it again. As he spoke, he quickly knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly to Zhang Yu. Wu Wenqiang turned to look at Zhang Yu, clearly wanting to know how he intended to handle this. However, Zhang Yu simply waved his hand. Don't look at me. I hope you remember what you said before. You handle this yourself, though I won't interfere. Just then Li Yunhui ran upstairs panting, carrying a small backpack. Brother Zhang, I found it. There are 3 zero-tier cores hidden in this bag. He was about to take the cores out. Keep them for yourself. Is the mutton soup ready? Bring me a bowl. Yes, of course. Please have a seat, Brother Zhang. I'll be right there. Li Yunhui nodded repeatedly. Wu Wenqiang, seeing this, said no more. The group of them dragged Qianbo out of the room. Since Zhang Yu was going to eat here, certain matters naturally couldn't be dealt with in this room. Soon a blood-curdling scream like a pig being slaughtered echoed from the next room. A short while later, Wu Wenqiang returned with a few of his subordinates, bowing respectfully. Brother Zhang, Qianbo had sticky fingers. I chopped off one of his hands. He should know his mistake now. As he spoke, he gestured behind him. Qianbo, now missing his right hand, understood the cue and immediately knelt down, weeping bitterly. Brother Zhang, I know I was wrong. I won't dare do it again. Zhang Yu, who was eating, glanced at him briefly, a glint of golden light flashing in his eyes. The next moment, Qianbo, who was still kowtowing, convulsed and collapsed stiffly to the ground. This isn't a court of law. I have no sentencing standards here. Drag him away. The others at the table witnessed this, not daring to breathe too loudly. That Zhang Yu would discipline them and then eliminate Qianbo to serve as a warning to others was something they had anticipated. What they hadn't expected was that Zhang Yu did it all without even moving from his seat. A single glance was enough to kill Qianbo. It was terrifying. This incomprehensible method of killing had a profound impact on them. The fear they already held for Zhang Yu deepened, and they inwardly breathed a sigh of relief, thankful they hadn't been foolish enough to hide any cores. Otherwise, there might have been another body convulsing on the floor right now. I won't waste words. Do your work honestly, and you'll be well rewarded. As he spoke, Zhang Yu produced a handful of crystal cores. There were 25 in total. Originally, Wu Wenqiang's group had 6 members. Now that Qianbo was dead, only 5 remained. 5 cores for each person. This was the payment for their afternoon of digging crystal cores under Zhang Yu's direction. I'm a reasonable man. Even if you make a mistake, as long as there's a valid reason, I won't hold it against you. But if anyone harbors improper intentions, that's not a simple mistake. That's a sign of a corrupt heart. I have no place for such people here. After distributing the cores, Jiang Yu picked up his bowl and took a sip of the mutton soup. The flavor was exquisite. The mutated mutton was far more delicious than its pre-mutation counterpart. Seeing him start to eat, Wu Wenxiang and the others fell silent, vowing they wouldn't end up like Qian Bo, and joined in the meal. Since the boss was eating, they couldn't very well continue making solemn oaths and spouting nonsense that might ruin his appetite. Midway through the meal, Su Luo, who had finally managed to shower for the first time in over a week, emerged. Jiang Yu glanced back and beckoned her over to eat. There was no denying it. Her looks were remarkably striking. Chu Yinshu could probably only surpass her in terms of figure. Her pure and innocent aura was simply unmatched. Su Luoluo had just turned 18 this year and had finished her college entrance exams. If not for the apocalypse and the world continuing as normal, she would likely have captivated countless hearts in the coming years at university, becoming the unattainable white moonlight that many men would remember for decades. However, her eating habits were clearly at odds with her delicate and sweet appearance. She was evidently famished. After thanking Jiang Yu for the invitation, she buried her head in her meal. Li Yanhui had originally cooked for 7 people, and Qian Bo obviously no longer needed to eat. With Su Luoluo joining, it should have been just enough. Yet in reality, it wasn't nearly enough. Jiang Yu had thought he was a big eater, devouring 5 bowls of rice and a large pot of meat in one sitting. But Su Luoluo was on another level entirely. She single-handedly consumed more than half of the food on the table. Jiang Yu had to ask Li Yanhui to cook 2 full rice cookers of rice and another large pot of mutton just to satisfy her hunger. By then it was already late at night. Wu Wenxiang and his men naturally went out to find a random place to sleep. Only Jiang Yu remained lounging on the sofa, playing with his phone. Seeing Su Luoluo set down her bowl, he looked up and smiled. Full, eh? The cook's asleep. If you're not full, there's no one to cook for you. If you can cook yourself, I still have some ingredients. Full burp. Su Luoluo explained apologetically. It's just that since the day I awakened my ability, I haven't been able to eat my fill. I didn't used to eat this much. Lately, I just can't seem to get full. Jiang Yu had a rough idea about her situation. Using abilities naturally takes a toll on the user. This consumption could be mental or physical. Jiang Yu, for instance, had a limited number of times he could use the skills from his soul-devouring eye in a short period due to his finite mental energy. Once depleted, he needed a period of rest to recover. It was akin to mana regeneration. Because his was a mental ability, the physical strain was relatively minor. Moreover, he could use it at will, turning it on or off as he pleased. The consumption was controllable. Su Luoluo's case was different. Her voracious appetite was likely because her storage space constantly required her energy to maintain whatever was stored inside it. As a result, her food intake naturally had to be much greater than that of an average ability user. With such an ability, she was perpetually expending her internal energy. Here you don't need to worry about food and drink. You can eat your fill from now on. Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively. Compared to Su Luoluo's inherent value, what was a little food? After a moment of silence, Su Luoluo ventured, "What about my 3 classmates?" "I don't know. They probably left." Jiang Yu was being honest. Li Yanhui had handled them, and Jiang Yu hadn't asked for details. "They're not really bad people, just a bit calculating." You're not stupid either, just a bit naive." After a brief inquiry, Jiang Yu roughly understood the relationship between Su Luoluo and her 3 classmates. In short, they were high school friends, all from a small county town not far from Jiangxing. Having all been admitted to universities in Jiangxing, they planned to come early during the summer break to explore the city. Su Luoluo's parents ran a business in Jiangxing and were relatively well off, so they rented this apartment for her. The other 3 naturally were there to freeload. They had been staying at Su Luoluo's place, eating and drinking at her expense. Being thin-skinned and unable to refuse, she had let them stay. Then the apocalypse arrived. Because her ability made her eat more of the food she had bought, they started making snide remarks behind her back. Only then did she begin to find these so-called classmates annoying. Yet even at that point, she hadn't planned on abandoning them. When she met Jiang Yu, realizing this might be her only chance at survival, Su Luoluo showcased her value and even pleaded with him to take them in. The outcome, of course, was predictable. It was only when she went downstairs and heard them bad-mouthing and betraying her in front of Jiang Yu that she completely gave up on the idea of saving them. Hearing that her former classmates had been dealt with, she still felt a twinge of sadness. But she wasn't truly foolish. She knew well that people like them would be a burden and a source of instability for any faction in the apocalypse. They would hardly be accepted anywhere. "You killed over 20 zombies this afternoon. How did it feel?" Jiang Yu proactively changed the subject. It was a bit uncomfortable at first, but after a while it felt like nothing. Just a swing, and they're gone. Su Luoluo clenched her hand, and the alloy tang saber materialized in her grip. "This blade is incredible. The credit all goes to it." "Want it?" "Yes." "What's the price?" "Call me brother." "Br. Brother." Seeing the confusion on the girl's face, Jiang Yu couldn't help but chuckle. "Just kidding. Give me the crystal cores you've collected and some of that rainwater you have. Oh, Su Luoluo breathed a sigh of relief and produced 3 zero-tier crystal cores. My. Zhang Ye's face showed confusion. If he remembered correctly, there should have been nearly 30 zombies upstairs. And after killing them all, only 3 cores dropped. That didn't seem right. Is there a problem? Su Luoluo was unaware of what was puzzling him. There's a big problem. Are you sure you checked the brains of all the zombies? I did. I saw you looking for cores in the hallway and also saw their importance online. I made sure to search for them after killing each zombie. I opened and checked every single zombie's head. I didn't miss any. Nearly 30 zombies yielding only 3 cores made Jiang Yu suspect she was lying, but he had no proof. Crystal cores were the manifestation of that crimson energy. If someone hid one within 300 meters of him, he could detect it with a single scan. But with her spatial ability, if she had hidden them, Jiang Yu truly wouldn't be able to find them. Yet looking at her bewildered expression, he felt she wasn't lying. She had genuinely only found these 3. What an incredibly unlucky hand she had been dealt. In the end, Jiang Yu didn't take those pitiful 3 crystal cores, and even gave away 10 more. When the night grew quiet, and he was alone, Jiang Yu began to tally the day's gains. After distributing the cores to others, the zero-tier crystal cores they had dug up numbered 352. Jiang Yu had also harvested 67 zero-tier crystal cores while clearing out this building. Adding the first-tier cores obtained from killing the foul corpses below, he had amassed 419 zero-tier and 8 first-tier crystal cores in a single day. Convert. Crystal core energy converted. Enhancement points, 4 crystal core energy converted. Enhancement points, 3 crystal core energy converted. Enhancement points. In a moment, all the crystal cores were converted. Jiang Yu gained a total of 796 enhancement points. Combined with the 156 points left over from before, his total enhancement points reached the 952 milestone. If he could gather a few more crystal cores tomorrow to reach 1,000 points, he could immediately advance to the second tier. Once that happened, his survival ability against any natural disaster or enemy would undoubtedly be greatly enhanced. This yield far exceeded Jiang Ye's initial expectations, especially those zero-tier crystal cores. Previously, converting one would yield a decent 2 enhancement points. Getting 3 enhancement points from a zero-tier core was considered incredibly lucky. On average, zero-tier cores provided just over 1 point each. But now it was different. Cores that yielded 3 or even 4 enhancement points after conversion were everywhere. Calculating the average, each zero-tier core now provided at least 2 enhancement points. That was nearly double the previous yield. Jiang Yu certainly didn't think this was just luck. It was clear that as the apocalypse dragged on, these mutated creatures were slowly growing stronger. The stronger the mutated creature, the more enhancement points its crystal core could provide. He pulled out his phone and checked the temperature. For C. The rain outside had completely stopped and light snow had begun to drift down from the sky. The temperature was already dropping. Although it wasn't as fast as the officials had predicted, it was not to be underestimated. Within the next 2 days, I need to gather enough enhancement points for both me and Xuanwu to reach the second tier. Apart from his nearly all-seeing ability, Xuanwu was Jiang Ye's greatest trump card at this stage. If it weren't for the fact that enhancing Xuanwu required it to stay in the pet slot for 3 days, Jiang Yu would have upgraded it first. Time was tight, and the task was heavy. With thoughts of tomorrow's destination swirling in his mind, Jiang Yu fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, he was awakened at dawn by startled cries from outside. Not from the hallway, but from nearly all the survivors outside. There was also a faint muffled humming sound in the sky. This was. Jiang Yu froze for a moment, then quickly got up and rushed to the balcony. Sure enough, 8 low-flying transport planes were just crossing the sky, and as they passed, packages with parachutes drifted down towards the ground. So this is the airdropped cold weather survival supplies mentioned in the earlier announcement. A quick glance was enough to see that the supply crates weren't large, all being 1 cube boxes of unknown material. Even with space-saving compression, they were packed with items like blankets, down jackets, sleeping bags, and other cold weather gear, along with a large amount of high-energy food like compressed biscuits. One airdrop could only serve about a dozen people at most. And these few transport planes flying over here would likely drop only a few hundred packages of the same specification. For Jiangxing, a city with a resident population of over 10 million, this was a drop in the bucket. However, just as Jiang Yu thought the officials were making a token effort, another formation of 5 transport planes flew out from the distant clouds. If I remember correctly, a transport squadron should consist of 68 aircraft, right? As a moderate military enthusiast, he could immediately tell the number in this formation seemed off. Then he noticed that one of the 5 planes had its right engine billowing thick black smoke. Was it hit by a weapon? Or is it just a technical malfunction? Looking at the billowing smoke, combined with the fact that the formation only had 5 planes, Jiang Yu suspected it was the former. But the question was, in the middle of the apocalypse, who would be so bored as to attack an official transport plane? Foreign forces. Jiang Yu couldn't help but shake his head. The 9 provinces had been crippled overnight by the apocalypse. It was hard to say if the neighboring countries, those pathetic excuses for nations, even still existed in this world. Even if they did, they wouldn't be insane enough to attack the 9 provinces. After all, if the 9 provinces government couldn't do much against natural disasters, it certainly could handle them. Who would have to be so utterly deranged to attack the transport formation delivering supplies to disaster victims at a time like this? They'd practically be begging for a mushroom cloud. Having ruled out the possibility of a human attack, the answer was clear. A mutated beast. As if to confirm his suspicion, a massive mutated bird suddenly burst from the clouds behind the formation of 5 transport planes. Jiang Yu estimated its wingspan to be at least 70 or 80 meters. In the sky, its size rivaled that of the transport planes. Due to the distance exceeding his detection range, he couldn't tell what level the mutated bird was. However, from a visual estimate, he could tell it wasn't particularly fast. If the transport formation were to go full throttle, there was no way this strange bird could catch them at its current speed. But the transport planes were busy airdropping supplies to the city, maintaining low altitude and slow speed, which allowed the distance between them to shrink. Just as a plane was about to be caught, and Jiang Yu was wondering if the pilot was too scared to speed up and shake off the creature. A sharp whistling sound came from the clouds again. An air-to-air missile tore through the thick cloud layers, striking the mutated bird almost instantly at a speed exceeding Mach 8. With his exceptional eyesight, Jiang Yu could roughly identify it as the latest air-to-air missile, the PL-50, which had been in service for only a few years. Then came the second and the third. A total of 5 air-to-air missiles blasted the mutated bird into a cloud of blood mist in midair. Against humanity's most advanced weapons, these once arrogant mutated beasts didn't seem so invincible after all. Cheers erupted from the surrounding buildings, and Jiang Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Before long, more and more transport planes appeared over the city, with an estimated count of no fewer than 200. The fighter jets escorting them also made a brief appearance. It was the Weiliang, the 9 provinces' first 5th-generation fighter, which had been in service for over 30 years. The sky filled with planes and airdropped supplies seemed to declare to those at the heart of the apocalypse that civilization still existed. Didn't it? A snowflake drifted past Jiang Yu's eyes. It was followed by heavy feathery snow and a bone-piercing cold. The airdrop lasted for the better part of half a day. Over 200 transport planes, after making at least 3 round trips, dropped more than 40,000 tons of supplies before vanishing without a trace. The snow, however, continued to fall heavier from the sky. Much like the rain before it, this snow was also imbued with that sinister crimson energy. Aside from the supernatural ability users, everyone else had to keep their distance from it. The wind was bitingly cold. Last night it had been 4°C, but now in the middle of the day the temperature hadn't risen. It had instead dropped another 6 degrees. Time to head out. Wu Wenxiang and the others had paddled their rubber raft back to the apartment building early that morning. The place Jiang Yu was headed to today was likely to have people around, so there was no shortage of laborers to dig out the crystal cores. Bringing them along would just be a hassle. It was better to leave them behind to hunt more zombies and level up their strength. Humanoid warehouse Su Luluo, of course, had to be brought along. The place he was going wasn't just good for collecting crystal cores. If all went well, there should also be a batch of supplies waiting for him to claim. Just as Su Luluo stood before the shattered wall on the 5th floor of the mall, gazing at the vast expanse of water outside and wondering how they would leave. With a violent churn of the water's surface, the head of the black tortoise emerged from the depths, leaving her utterly stunned. Thighs. She had thought the mutated bird she saw attacking the transport plane formation this morning was already enormous. But the mutated tortoise beast before her now was certainly no less impressive. This is Xuanwu. Come on, let's go. After a brief introduction, Jiang Yu leaped directly onto the tortoise's back. Su Luoluo quickly followed suit. Gazing at Xuanwu's immense shell, she couldn't help but exclaim, "It's so huge. You could probably build a house on top of it." Build a house. Her words gave Jiang Yu pause. He had never really considered that before. Now that she mentioned it, it didn't seem like a bad idea at all. The key point was that he wouldn't even need to build the house himself. Xuanwu possessed 2 abilities: water control and earth control. Constructing a house with its earth-based ability would be child's play. Once Xuanwu reaches the 2nd tier, it should be even bigger. We can try it then. It wasn't a whim. Upon further thought, he realized the benefits of living on Xuanwu's back were simply too numerous. First and foremost, Xuanwu was incredibly powerful. Its terrifying stats, far surpassing its peers, meant it had encountered almost no worthy opponents so far. Even 2nd-tier mutant beasts that crossed its path ended up as food. The mutant bird this morning might have looked intimidating, but in reality, it wasn't much stronger than Xuanwu, if at all. And with his enhancement system backing it, Xuanwu would only grow stronger over time, eventually leaving all contemporary mutated creatures in the dust. Then there was Xuanwu's abilities. With its water and earth control, not only would he save time on construction, but he wouldn't even have to worry about a water source. Just that second point alone was something countless people in the apocalypse could only dream of. And as its strength grew and Xuanwu became truly colossal, he could even plant some crops on its back. Most importantly, Xuanwu was mobile. Even if some catastrophic disaster struck, Xuanwu could carry them on its back to safety. Brilliant. You're a genius. Jiang Yu almost couldn't resist planting a kiss on her cheek. That little interlude was inconsequential. Jiang Ye's actual target today was the Hexia district south of Jiangxing City. Located at the junction of the Jiangxing Plain and the Jiangnan Hills, the terrain was relatively high. Only places like this could still hold any remnants of supplies. The flatter areas were already thoroughly submerged, and the grain stores there were probably waterlogged by now. Fortunately, flooding wasn't an uncommon occurrence in Jiangxing over the years. It seemed others shared Jiang Ye's foresight, as warehouses and similar facilities were typically built on higher ground. The place Jiang Yu was heading to today was a national-level strategic reserve warehouse located in the Hexia district. Xuanwu had been scouting the area for several days. It was only after confirming the warehouse wasn't flooded that Jiang Yu decided to come. Xuanwu had previously mentioned that at least 1,000 people were holed up there, but for some reason their numbers had dwindled over the past few days. Now there probably weren't even 800 left. With a fully stocked strategic reserve warehouse at their backs making starvation impossible, why would the population be decreasing? Such a mystery. Jiang Yu could guess with his gut what kind of sordid affairs were afoot in the apocalypse. That was also the reason he knew there were many people here, yet still considered the supplies his own. It wasn't robbery on his part. It was that the people occupying this place were unworthy of their position, and these supplies rightfully belonged to someone of high moral character like himself. The warehouse wasn't close to where Jiang Yu was staying. The straight-line distance was a good 7 or 8 kilometers. As he and Xuanwu made their way over, besides picking up a bunch of unclaimed airdrop supply crates floating on the water, they also dealt with a group of foolish fish-type mutant beasts. They harvested over a dozen first-tier crystal cores and more than 80 zero-tier ones. Converting them yielded 297 enhancement points, pushing Jiang Ye's total past 1249 points. Technically, he could level up to tier 2 right now. But considering they still had things to do, and Su Luoluo was right there, he wasn't in a hurry to level up. Anyway, even if he ran into a problem that required leveling up to solve with enhancement points on hand, it would just take a single thought. Most importantly, saving some enhancement points might prove to be very useful later. Is this the place you were looking for? On the water, Su Luoluo gulped as she looked at the massive granary, standing on a high slope in the distance, untouched by the flood. She had been worrying that with her appetite and the growing difficulty of finding food, what would happen if Jiang Yu couldn't afford to feed her one day? That anxiety dissipated the moment she laid eyes on this colossal warehouse. A national strategic reserve warehouse. Surely it could support her appetite. This is it. So what do you think? How much stuff do you have the confidence to take? After a moment of thought, she answered seriously, everything. Fill it up. Only those who have starved truly understand the preciousness of food. Su Luoluo was clearly in that situation now. With such a massive granary right in front of her, even if she were the only one here today, she'd stuff her space to the brim. Fill it up. That won't be easy. Jiang Yu said, his words laced with hidden meaning. As he spoke, Xuanwu finally reached the shore. This massive granary was located next to a national highway. Because of the numerous hills in the area, the terrain was naturally high, probably sitting at an altitude of over 100 meters. The floodwaters that had submerged all of Jiangxing City still had a drop of over 10 meters before they could reach the granary. This allowed the strategic reserve warehouse to survive the great flood. Who goes there? Put your hands up. No sooner had the two stepped ashore than they were surrounded by several people brandishing crude weapons. We're survivors from nearby, we mean no harm. Their weapons were crude, but Jiang Yu didn't choose to resort to force. He was still unfamiliar with the situation here, and it was best not to stir up trouble for now. Survivors from nearby. A young man who appeared to be only 15 or 16 pointed at the expanse of water outside. This place has become an isolated island. How did you get here? We floated over on a makeshift raft. Where's the raft? It fell apart just as we reached the shore. We came because we heard this strategic reserve warehouse could provide food and drink. We haven't eaten in days. We're soaked and freezing. Could you let us in first? Although Jiang Yu and the others had arrived on Xuanwu, they still got splashed with water when docking, leaving them covered in mud. Both of them were ability users with physiques beyond the ordinary, so they paid it no mind. But to outsiders, these two looked drenched from head to toe. In this weather, if they weren't let in, they'd likely freeze to death soon. The young man exchanged glances with the others, then waved his hand. Follow us. It's strange, really. The nearest buildings are at least a few kilometers away. Most people here fled from nearby before the rain got heavy. This is the first time I've seen someone drift over on a homemade raft. We got lucky, just lucky. What should we call you? Our base has strict rules. Whether you can stay depends on Director Liu's decision. The young man seemed to be the leader of this group, asking questions while leading the way. Jiang Yu pulled out an unopened pack of cigarettes and pressed it into the young man's hand. Isn't this the old strategic reserve warehouse? How did it become a base? And what should I call you? The young man's eyes showed a brief struggle at the cigarettes in his hand, but he still accepted them. My name is Zhang Hao. This used to be an official reserve warehouse. After the apocalypse, when many people gathered here, Director Liu, who was in charge of warehouse security, renamed the Huxia Strategic Reserve Warehouse to the Huxia Survival Base. The goal is to use the supplies here to gather more survivors and survive this natural disaster. He gestured outside. Look at this. There are still plenty of people online who don't believe the apocalypse has arrived. How naive. Jiang Yu followed his gaze. The hillside where the warehouse stood was now like an isolated island surrounded by an endless ocean. Only the tops of a few tall buildings peaked above the water. Anyone looking at this would see a scene of apocalypse. Compared to those hiding in buildings waiting for official rescue after the disaster, people living on this high ground, who could witness the city's devastation, were probably more likely to accept the apocalypse. No wonder they had established a doomsday base in less than a week. Here it is. You'll need to surrender your weapons and communication devices before entering. It's best you cooperate. Of course, if you want to leave, now's still the time. Zhang Hao's face was expressionless, but his words seemed to carry a hidden implication. A survival base that requires surrendering weapons and communication devices. Jiang Yu had already suspected something was off, so he wasn't too surprised. Ignoring the young man's well-meaning warning, he gave him another pack of cigarettes before walking straight toward the warehouse entrance. As expected, several burly men in security uniforms stood guard at the door. The ill-fitting uniforms clearly didn't belong to them. Who goes there? Brother Liao, these are survivors we found on patrol. They floated over on a homemade raft and want to join the base. The young man discreetly handed the cigarettes Jiang Yu had given him to the burly guard in charge. Seeing it was a pack of Huazi, the guard broke into a wide grin and clapped Zhang Hao on the shoulder. Xiao Zhang, you shouldn't be bringing random people of unknown origin into the base. Don't forget Director Liu's words. No matter how many supplies we have here, they can't sustain all the survivors in the city. We need to think long term. We can't just take in anyone. They'll let it slide this time, Brother Liao. But don't let it happen again. With that, he turned to Jiang Yu and the others, immediately putting on an authoritative air. Name, age, awakened ability, or not, are you an evolver, and what did you do before the apocalypse? Jiang Yu, 26. I've consumed a zombie crystal core. By the standards online ID, be a 0-rank evolver. Before the apocalypse, I was a technician for the power grid. Apart from his name and age, everything else was complete fabrication. Sure enough, the burly man called Brother Liao's eyes lit up at this. A power grid technician. That kind of skill is very useful. What about the woman next to you? Oh, she's my girlfriend, Su Luoluo. She was still in school before the apocalypse. A college student. College students are good. The group of guards all wore meaningful smiles. Su Luoluo instinctively moved closer behind Jiang Yu, startled. All right, go on in. Head to the factory building over there and find a spot on the floor to settle down. Someone will come by later to assign you tasks. We don't keep idle people here. The guards opened the large doors. Beyond them was a vast open-air yard with the factory building they mentioned directly facing the entrance. It was probably a place where the warehouse used to do preliminary processing and transfer of goods before the apocalypse. Further in the distance were several massive storage units looming like small mountains. Using his ability, Jiang Yu could easily see the mountains of supplies piled up inside. Perhaps because of the cold weather, the area outside the factory was deserted. When Jiang Yu and the others entered, they found the entire factory floor filled with bedrolls. Some people had set up simple shelters to preserve a bit of privacy. There weren't many people in the factory at the moment, mostly the elderly and children. Some lay on the ground listlessly, while others huddled in small groups around fires, occasionally casting worried glances outside, as if waiting for someone to return. Most of these people wore thin clothing, and the factory was drafty from all sides. While there was no risk of carbon monoxide poisoning from indoor fires, they clearly couldn't withstand the increasingly extreme cold outside. A foul stench of urine and feces permeated the entire factory. Plastic buckets could be seen beside many bedrolls and shelters, serving as makeshift toilets. To be honest, before arriving here, Jiang Yu had already suspected something was wrong after learning from Xuanwu that the population here had been steadily declining. But the harsh living conditions still caught him off guard. After all, as a national-level strategic reserve warehouse, the supplies stockpiled here were truly mountainous. Even if the population here were 10 times larger, they couldn't exhaust the supplies in 10 years. Yet the lives of these people were far worse than he had imagined. Jiang Yu naturally had no intention of settling down here. He had merely feigned cooperation with these people to gain entry, as the place was too vast for his soul-seizing eye to perceive its entirety from the outside. Now that he was inside, he could take in everything at a glance. This factory building was indeed the primary living quarters, with no traces of human habitation elsewhere in the warehouse. As he had estimated earlier, approximately 700 to 800 people were still alive within the warehouse's confines. Within the factory, there were over 100 elderly and children. As for the adults, regardless of gender, the vast majority were gathered at a curved bend in the southeastern corner of the warehouse, using various tools to fish. Among them were a few evolvers, but their strength was generally low, hovering around the zero order. The remaining few, like Zhang Hao and the gatekeeper Liao, were all evolvers or ability users. These were robust, sturdy men who had all reached the first order. Among them there was a bald, middle-aged man in the top-floor office of the warehouse's administration building, surrounded by 3 alluring women in OL attire who had even reached the second order. This man was presumably the base's overseer, the director Liu that Zhang Hao and the others had mentioned. Jiang Yu also made a gratifying discovery. The top floor of the office building where Director Liu resided was stacked with a large number of cores. There were at least 100 first-order cores, and an uncountable number of zero-order ones numbering in the thousands. If he could obtain these cores, Jiang Yu could immediately elevate both himself and Xian Wu to the second order. However, there was indeed something off about Director Liu. He was a second-order evolver, but he differed from ordinary evolvers. Liu Sanfu, strength 56, speed 48, constitution 40, spirit 33, strength, second-order midstage. Note: an extremely dangerous mutated evolver. This was the first time Jiang Yu had encountered such a person. Were it not for the warning from his inside eye, Liu Sanfu would have appeared as normal as anyone else. After receiving the prompt, he scrutinized Liu Sanfu from head to toe and noticed 2 small protrusions on his head. They were clearly nascent horns. Furthermore, behind his ears there were faint, barely visible layers of cracks, the structure of which bore a striking resemblance to fish gills. A glimpse inside his body revealed that many of his organs had also undergone mutation. He was utterly different from a normal human. This must be the result of ordinary people overusing cores in a short period. Jiang Yu recalled the official announcement regarding the need for ordinary people and evolvers to control their core consumption. Liu Sanfu was clearly a mutated evolver from core overuse as mentioned in the announcement. No wonder he had evolved so quickly. It hadn't even been 10 days since the apocalypse, and he was already at the second order, not even at its initial stage. His 4-dimensional attributes placed him among the elite of the second order. Jiang Yu surveyed the area again, examining the first-order evolvers. He noticed that many of them bore signs of mutation, though not fully transformed, which is why his soul-seizing eye hadn't explicitly classified them as mutated evolvers. It seemed likely that this group at the warehouse had discovered the secret of directly consuming cores to increase power long before the official announcement, unaware of the consequences of overuse for ordinary people. "We've got a catch." A thunderous cheer erupted from the southeastern corner of the warehouse, where the terrain had been steep before the apocalypse and was now a deep, submerged bend. Many survivors were fishing there with various methods. At that moment, some were using mechanical equipment to haul in an incredibly tough large net. The net contained over 100 massive fish, each at least 2 or 3 meters long. Jiang Ye's sweeping gaze revealed they were mostly mutated beasts, their bodies teeming with crimson energy and most likely containing cores. No wonder this group has amassed so many cores. The river had been under a fishing ban for decades, causing its fish population to explode. Moreover, with seawater flowing in, although this area was still freshwater, many adaptable mutated sea fish would venture into the fertile, formerly dry land to feed. The number of fish in the water was astronomical. With all their equipment, they could stay here, bait the waters, and fish day after day, naturally accumulating a vast hoard of cores. However, Jiang Yu was puzzled by one thing. Despite the abundant catch, the ordinary people here looked malnourished, which defied all logic. The meat of these mutated beasts was edible for ordinary people and more nutritious and filling than regular food. Yet the elderly and children in the factory were gaunt and sallow. Liu Sanfu was a miser, hoarding the warehouse's mountain of supplies and refusing to share them with the refugees. But surely he wouldn't deny the survivors the mutated fish they caught themselves. What would be the point? Just to keep them hungry. Just as Jiang Yu was pondering this and considering asking someone nearby, the fishing site in the southeastern corner provided the answer. Several burly men in security uniforms quickly approached the net with daggers, pulling out the large fish one by one to extract their cores. As for the dead fish left after the extraction, they were all tossed back into the deep, curved water. The bloody carcasses had barely touched the water before it visibly churned. The surrounding floodwater was tinged a faint red as vast amounts of crimson energy dispersed. Jiang Yu could clearly see numerous mutated aquatic creatures converging on the spot. In the end, these men removed the cores from most of the mutated fish and threw them back into the water. A few with more delicate, flavorful flesh were kept aside and carried away by 2 other men, clearly for their own consumption. The remaining fish, those with minimal mutation or none at all, were all that was left for the survivors. Yet even these survivors didn't intend to keep their catch for food. Most of them used the small fish as bait on their hooks to catch even larger ones. As the dead fish were thrown into the water, a multitude of aquatic life was drawn in to feed, causing the once quiet bend to erupt in a frenzy. Every now and then someone would hook a big one, their fishing rod bending like a bow. It often took half an hour, sometimes a full hour, to reel in a single fish. Some were even dragged into the water by their catch, never to be seen again. Before the apocalypse, landing such a fish would have been the dream of any angler. But now it seemed these survivors took no pleasure in it. It was merely a grim necessity for survival. Jiang Yu witnessed a man just hauling in a large fish when it thrashed and bit off his arm. He also saw a terrifying aquatic mutated beast unsatisfied with mere fish crawl onto the shore and swallow several survivors whole before slipping back into the water. People fishing alongside him would die from time to time, yet the others carried on as if they hadn't noticed, their faces numb and expressionless. To survive here, every person must pay 1 crystal core per day. The supplies in the reserve warehouse also require crystal cores to exchange. 1 crystal core usually gets you 2 cans of meat or 3 gene of staple food. Water is more precious. A 5-liter bottle of mineral water costs 1 crystal core. Why not eat the fish you catch? Those fish are inedible. They must be kept to bait the waters and attract more fish. If they were all eaten, you wouldn't be able to catch enough in the future. How are the crystal cores divided? If the fish we catch by angling have crystal cores, they're ours. But if they're brought up in nets, the base takes 90% because the equipment belongs to the base. If a single net brings up 100 fish with crystal cores, the dozen or so people operating it can each get 1. Otherwise, they might not even get 1 each. It's tough. Why not secretly keep the crystal cores and use them to become evolvers? Young man, you must not say such things outside. That is a grave taboo. A few days ago, a young man about your age gathered a group and secretly hoarded crystal cores. When they were discovered, they tried to resist, relying on their status as evolvers. But Director Liu and his security guards broke their limbs and threw them into the water to bait the fish. After conversing with an elderly man in his 70s or 80s, Jiang Yu, combined with what he had observed, roughly understood the base's system. First, all resources, including the very ground they stood on in this factory, required crystal cores. Everyone owed Lu Sanfu crystal cores for their daily due, and many were still in debt. This man even charged interest. Failed to pay in a day, and you owe an extra core. Most people were already drowning in debt. As for food and drink, sustaining 2 people for a day generally required 2 crystal cores, 1 for food, 1 for water. This meant that a survivor with a non-working elder or child needed at least 4 cores per day just to exist. 2 for food and water, and 2 for the base's survival fee. For newcomers unaccustomed to this life, debt was common, and with interest the daily cost of living only climbed higher. No wonder many chose to go hungry rather than eat the small fish allotted to them. Failing to pay the core meant more than just an empty stomach. It meant being cast out to fend for themselves in the waters. Was the base's system fair? Of course not. But in the apocalypse, with a second-tier mutant evolver like Lu Sanfu in charge, fairness was whatever he decreed. These ordinary people, even with a few 0-tier evolvers among them, were no match for him. As for the first-tier evolvers and espers, they had long been co-opted by Lu Sanfu as beneficiaries. They just patrolled and supervised, earning crystal cores to grow stronger with no worries about food or drink. Naturally, they wouldn't oppose him. It was common for ordinary people to die while fishing for dangerous mutant creatures never to return. No wonder Xuanwu had said the base's population shrank daily. How could it not? Sir, what time do they usually stop fishing over there? Stop. There's no stopping. Some young lads stay out with weapons even after dark, hoping for an unwary zombie to come ashore. They're safer than mutant fish, and the crystal core in their heads counts just the same. I mean the evolver supervisors. They don't stay out all night too, do they? They head back as soon as fishing's done to enjoy themselves. Usually leave at dusk. The old man was eager to talk, and Jiang Ye's question opened the floodgates. None of this was a secret anyway. He figured knowing this wouldn't hurt the young man. At the latest, by tomorrow, the lad would be out fishing or hunting zombies for cores. A few extra tips might help him find his footing in the base, and perhaps remember the old man's kindness. Life is so hard here. Have you ever thought about leaving? Jiang Yu finally voiced a question that had been nagging him. Leave? The old man was taken aback, then let out a scornful laugh. This place is an island now. Who knows how much of the city is underwater? Leave? Go where? Besides, with those monsters in the water, it's not like you can just leave whenever you want. A few days ago, some young men arrived in a rubber boat. When they heard the rules here, they wanted to leave. Guess what happened? They arrived just fine, but when they left, their boat had only gone a few dozen meters before a giant fish swallowed them, boat and all. The old man's voice dropped to a hushed, mysterious tone. Anyone else might have thought he was exaggerating to excuse his own cowardice. After all, how could a place allow entry but forbid exit? Did the monsters underwater recognize people only letting them in and not out? But Jiang Yu understood immediately. When he had surveyed the base, had noticed one esper with the ability called spiritual guidance. It could guide and suggest to those with weaker mental strength. In combat, it could momentarily distract an enemy, creating an opening to kill. Against mutant creatures whose mental strength was often weaker than humans of the same level, it could direct their actions. Directly controlling a mutant creature's mind was unrealistic. But guiding them to attack a specific target on the water's surface at a certain time was child's play. With such an esper, this island was indeed a trap with no exit. Young man, you're new here. Later when my son gets back, I'll ask him to take you under his wing tomorrow. His name is Zhao Chongfeng, and he's an evolver, far stronger than ordinary people. If not for him, I'd have starved to death long ago. I wouldn't be here chatting with you. With him to guide you, and both of you being young, you'll definitely survive. Seeing Jiang Yu silent, the old man thought he was frightened and offered some comforting words. Zhao Chongfeng. Thank you, sir. Jiang Yu's eyes flickered, acknowledging the old man's kindness. The name Zhao Chongfeng stirred a flicker of recognition within Jiang Yu. Naturally, this wasn't from any prior acquaintance. Rather, upon first entering the base, the soul-devouring, I had cataloged this individual's information. If his memory served, Zhao Chongfeng was no mere evolver, but a bona fide esper. Moreover, he was one of the base's rare Tier 1 espers with all four-dimensional attributes above 15 points, a solid mid-Tier 1 strength. His ability Thunder Punishment was evidently aligned with lightning. Initially, Jiang Yu hadn't grasped the internal hierarchy, only vaguely knowing the headcounts of espers and evolvers without understanding their distribution. Through recent observations, he had come to understand that the base's current apex was Lu Sanfu, surrounded by a clique of espers and evolvers who tyrannized the common folk. Those espers allied with Lu Sanfu held higher status than evolvers clearly exempt from menial labor like excavating cores. Take for instance the youth named Zhang Hao. He merely led a few evolvers on patrols around the warehouse perimeter. Earlier, Jiang Yu had noted a Tier 1 evolver among those fishing by the band, which piqued his curiosity about the situation. Now hearing old Zhao's account, the pieces fell into place. Aside from Zhao Chongfeng, at least 2 other Tier 1 evolvers were among the fishermen. Several others, while not yet Tier 1, had evolved to the peak of Tier 0, inching close to the next tier. Notably, they had all consumed copious amounts of cores in a short span, leaving varying traces of mutation upon them. Clearly, these people subjugated by Lu Sanfu's lavish rule were not as submissive as they appeared. They were merely amassing strength in the shadows. And Lu Sanfu's faction remained utterly oblivious to this undercurrent. This Huxia survival base. Quite intriguing. By Jiang Yu's estimation, barring unforeseen events, the base's leadership would likely change hands within a week at most. Zhao Chongfeng was poised to supplant Lu Sanfu as the new master here. The reason was simple: an esper's growth rate was simply incomparable to an evolver's. Unless Lu Sanfu was willing to risk his life, mutating into a monster akin to a wretched corpse just to forcibly consume cores. Otherwise, he couldn't possibly match Zhao Changfeng's growth, who could absorb cores with 0 side effects. As for the source of Zhao Changfeng's cores, Jiang Yu had already noticed some ordinary people, upon successfully fishing and obtaining cores, secretly slipping them to Zhao Chongfeng. Furthermore, when in contact with the water, he deliberately discharged electricity, aiding his cohorts in catching fish. The security team didn't police how survivors fished, so long as they didn't use the large nets. Thus, Zhao Changfeng's group could amass a large haul, extract the cores, and toss the fish back into the water without a trace, all completely undetected. The ramshackle nature of Lu Sanfu's outfit was nowhere more evident than at this moment. Their management was riddled with loopholes. Not only could Zhao Chongfeng and his allies covertly gather cores via abilities during the day, but at night, with no oversight whatsoever, they could likely venture out under the guise of hunting zombies to indiscriminately catch mutated fish. Compounding this, Lu Sanfu had ordered the carcasses of core-excavated fish and human corpses dumped into this waterway as bait, attracting a horde of aquatic mutated beasts. This only accelerated Zhao Changfeng's core acquisition. With an endless supply of cores, surpassing an evolver like Lu Sanfu was merely a matter of time. Of course, that was assuming no variables intervened. Unfortunately for them, Jiang Yu was precisely such a variable. The base's uniquely advantageous location and its stockpiled hoard of supplies had long been coveted by Jiang Yu, and he had no intention of yielding them to anyone else. Lu Sanfu's life belonged to him, and no one else could claim it. However, the man was already Tier 2, while Jiang Yu was merely Tier 1. He currently possessed 952 enhancement points, still shy of the requirement for an upgrade. And to max out his four-dimensional attributes after advancing, he needed far more. But the good news was that a cache of at least several hundred cores lay right before him. Knocking off work at dark is a good thing. Jiang Yu glanced at the time. It was only just past 3 in the afternoon. There was still time for 2 or 3 more casts of the net. Those base security members, after excavating the cores, had consolidated them under a single Tier 1 esper's care and were in no rush to deliver them to Lu Sanfu. What did this mean? It was an opportunity. Why painstakingly hunt mutated creatures and dig out cores one by one when one could simply seize them outright? Others dared not rob because they'd still need time to absorb the cores to grow stronger, and on this isolated island, offending Lu Sanfu was a death sentence with nowhere to flee. But Jiang Yu was different. The moment he obtained the cores, he could instantly convert them into his own power. Thank you for telling me all this, old man. I came in a hurry and didn't bring much, so consider this a token of my gratitude. Jiang Yu stood up, pulled a power bank from his backpack, and handed it to old Zhao with a wink. This one's got tens of thousands of milliamps, plenty of uses in times like these. By the way, I'm heading to the water's edge. Any message you'd like me to pass on to your son? Old Zhao initially didn't understand why Jiang Yu had inexplicably gifted him a power bank. But upon hearing the latter part, realization dawned instantly. His eyes widened, fixed intently on Jiang Yu. As they say, age brings cunning. Old Zhao hadn't shared all this with Jiang Yu out of idle chatter or some misplaced altruism. He had sized up the newcomer, deducing that Jiang Yu and his companion, just arrived from outside, couldn't possibly be Lu Sanfus men. His suggestion to have Zhao Chongfeng guide them was simply an attempt to recruit more allies for his son. But Jiang Ye's current remark was clearly signaling to Old Zhao that he knew Zhao Chongfeng was a lightning-type esper. After a moment of silence, Old Zhao scanned the area, ensuring no one was paying them attention before speaking. Chongfeng and I are both military veterans. He means no harm. He just wants to make life a little easier for everyone in this apocalypse. Xiao Jiang, you're a capable man. When you see him, tell him he doesn't need to push himself so hard every day. If the sky falls, there are taller folks to hold it up. Much of it seemed disjointed and cryptic, but the words were meant for those who could read between the lines. Jiang Yu, of course, understood exactly what Old Zhao meant. And he was certain Zhao Chongfeng would too. With your words, old man, I'm at ease. Just wait. Soon enough, everyone will be able to live a little easier. Jiang Yu didn't bother to veil these words too heavily. For one, Lu Sanfus' makeshift crew wouldn't pay attention to such details. For another, even if they did, he genuinely didn't care. After all, he still had his stat monster Xuanwu. Given Lu Sanfus Tier 2 4-dimensional attributes, a peak Tier 1 Xuanwu would take him out with a single fish on, come give us a hand. At the southeastern bend of the warehouse, 2 forklifts hauling cargo pulled a massive net toward the shore. These nets were woven from ropes laced with steel wire, tough, enormous, and heavy enough that ordinary people couldn't possibly drag them. Only such a net could catch mutated fish, though a regular one wouldn't survive a single bite. But this haul seemed different. Or perhaps they'd snagged something big. Even the 2 large forklifts strained their wheels, spinning in place, sending plumes of smoke rising from the friction against the ground. Seeing this, a bald, burly man in a security uniform shouted, "Everyone get over here and pull the net. Hey, you go fetch 2 more forklifts. Move it. We've probably got a first-tier catch. Haul it up, and everyone gets an extra can of meat tonight." This wasn't an unfamiliar situation. 0-tier and 1st-tier mutated beasts were worlds apart. Creatures that were already large often became even more monstrous after mutation. And with their size advantage, they'd been devouring other beings in the water to harvest cores, so their strength was rarely lacking. Every big catch they'd hauled in before was at least 1st-tier. Once these aquatic 1st-tier beasts were dragged ashore, their power dropped significantly. Even a 0-tier evolver with a weapon could easily kill one. The 100 or so 1st-tier cores Lu Sanfu had hoarded were all obtained this way. They'd grown experienced at this. But this time something seemed off. Even with over 100 people pulling and 2 more forklifts added, the net still wouldn't budge. Many began to wonder if they'd somehow snagged the entire planet. Jiang Yu happened to arrive just then. Don't ask how a newcomer could wander around freely. No one paid him any mind. Only the burly man called Brother Liao had briefly noted his details at the entrance, and that was it. He figured if Head announced himself as an ability user, Head be under close watch now. An evolver, Lu Sanfu probably wouldn't care. Seeing so many people gathered by the water pulling at the net, Jiang Yu grew curious about what they'd caught, and used his ability to glance beneath the surface. The sight startled him. 2nd-tier mutated beasts. 6 of them. Damn, they really hooked something massive this time. They looked like creatures mutated from eels or morays, and they were frantically slaughtering the mutated fish trapped in the net. Though their size couldn't compare to a behemoth like Xuanwu, their bone and muscle density defied common sense. That's why these 6 2nd-tier beasts, each about 10 to 20 meters long, weighed an astonishing amount. They barely struggled, yet all those people and 4 forklifts couldn't move the net an inch. It was lucky they couldn't. If these things were anything like eels, they'd still be dangerous on land. Had they been hauled ashore, who knows how many would have died. Of course, this had nothing to do with Jiang Yu, and he wasn't about to risk exposing his ability to warn strangers. Just as he wondered what these people planned to do, the roar of engines announced 2 large excavators arriving on the scene. After steel cables were secured to the excavator buckets, the engines roared to life. With 2 excavators and 4 forklifts working together, the massive reinforced net finally began to move. Inside, the 6 2nd-tier beasts grew alert. The moment the net shifted, they reacted instantly, abandoning their prey and raising their heads toward the water's surface. Then, before everyone's eyes, 6 colossal creatures over 10 meters long burst from the water. The cheers that had erupted moments before died in their throats as everyone froze. Then someone shouted, "Run!" and the crowd scattered in panic. They'd seen 1st-tier beasts slaughter people the moment they hit shore. That was nothing new. Anyone who'd survived this long wasn't foolish enough to stand around waiting to die, but they were still too slow. They'd also underestimated the strength of these 6 2nd-tier beasts. One flick of a mutated eel's tail sent 7 or 8 unlucky souls flying into oblivion. With bodies over 10 meters long and terrifying physical strength, a single tail whip packed far more force than a runaway truck. An ordinary person struck would die instantly. The lucky ones lost limbs. It was horrifying. Those farther away bolted at full sprint, while those closer poured every ounce of strength into fleeing. Soon no one remained near the 6 second-tier beasts. But this wasn't over. When one of them swallowed a half-dorn body in a single gulp, it seemed to savor the taste, a look of human-like pleasure flickering in its eyes. Then instead of retreating to the water, the 6 mutated eels charged after the crowd fleeing toward the warehouse. Their massive bodies tore through vegetation as they passed. 2 forklifts were crushed into scrap metal, and the excavators were battered into pieces, likely beyond repair, given the current state of technology. Those who had already run far turned to see the monsters chasing them, their souls nearly leaving their bodies as they spun around and kept running. But even with their power diminished on land, these aquatic beasts were far faster than any ordinary person. One by one, people were caught and devoured like snacks by the 6 second-tier beasts. Against such monsters, ordinary humans were powerless, utterly incapable of fighting back. As for the security team, Evolver's Lu Sanfu had sent to supervise, they'd naturally used their superior physical stats to flee long ago. A perfect example of not needing to outrun the monster, just outrun everyone else. Seeing the beast about to reach the warehouse area, Jiang Yu grew concerned about the supplies stored inside being destroyed. He was already considering summoning Xuanwu to deal with them. Though they were second tier and Xuanwu was only first tier, Xuanwu's stats were far beyond theirs. Not to mention Xuanwu wielded dual abilities, more than enough to handle these 6 mutated eels. And Jiang Yu could assist from the sidelines. These beasts had low mental fortitude. His spiritual suppression could freeze them for a second or two, giving Xuanwu ample time to kill. Just as he hesitated, a thunderclap suddenly struck the lead mutated eel square on the head. As the eel was paralyzed by the lightning, a wind blade shot out from within the warehouse walls, slicing into its eye and shattering the orb entirely. "Stop dawdling, move." Zhao Chongfeng, wrapped in thick winter clothing, tore off his cumbersome coat in one swift motion and raised his hand to unleash another bolt of lightning, splitting a mutated eel's flesh wide open. From behind the warehouse wall, a young man leaped out. It was Zhang Hao, the one who had brought Jiang Yu in earlier. Yet the Zhang Hao before them now was utterly unrecognizable from the unremarkable youth of moments ago. Vortexes of air swirled around him, buoying his entire form as if he were floating through the sky. Zhao Changfeng's appearance was equally formidable. A peculiar force field enveloped him, crackling with electric light, making him resemble a god of thunder from ancient myth. Tisk, they might be lacking in skill, but they sure look impressive. Jiang Yu couldn't help but marvel at the sight. He could see their 4-dimensional attribute panels and knew their rough strength. If it truly came down to a fight, Jiang Yu wouldn't even need Xuanwu's help. His soul-stealing eye alone would be enough to easily dispatch them. Both of them were around the mid-first order stage, still a considerable distance behind him. When stats are concentrated in a single individual, the effect is 1 + 1 greater than 2. But spread across 2 people, it becomes 1 + 1 far less than 2. It wasn't that their combined 4-dimensional values exceeded Jiang Yes, allowing them to match him in a fight. There are gaps even within the first order. Though Jiang Yes' ability wasn't as flashy or awe-inspiring as theirs, its true potency likely surpassed their elemental-type powers. Should I lend a hand? Watching the two struggle against 6 second-order mutated beasts barely half a minute after their grand entrance, yet still striving to protect the ordinary people, Jiang Yu hesitated. To prevent the warehouse supplies from being destroyed, he had already summoned Xuanwu. But even though Xuanwu was nearby, it would take a minute or two to arrive. Stopping these 6 mutated beasts from attacking the warehouse was certainly within its power. But whether Zhao Chongfeng and Zhang Hao could hold out until Xuanwu's arrival was another question entirely. "I'll forget it. Blame my soft heart." After a brief moment of thought, he made his decision. He immediately grabbed a massive blue stone weighing at least a ton from beside his feet and hurled it at one of the mutated eels. The boulder struck the mutated eel's head with deadly accuracy, shattering into pieces. But the creature was merely stunned, shaking its head before turning its vicious, gleaming eyes toward Jiang Yu. "Like what you see? Then watch closely." A flash of golden light flickered in Jiang Yu's eyes. The second-order mutated eel's eyes instantly flooded with blood, then burst apart, spraying a thick mist of gore. When the mist cleared, the creature's massive head was simply gone. Even Jiang Yu himself was taken aback by the result. After all, this was his first time using the soul-devouring ability. Though the mutated eel's 4-dimensional stats weren't top-tier among second-order creatures, and its mental strength was a known weakness, it still reached 27 points. That was merely 3 points lower than Jiang Yu's own mental strength. Yet it was still slain in one effortless strike. Terrifying indeed. Of course, Jiang Yu wasn't without cost. The eel's mental strength only slightly lower than his own meant he had to expend a greater amount of his spiritual power to kill it. After that single strike, he felt a faint haze creeping over his mind. If he attempted another attack like that, had likely drain his mental energy completely and collapse on the spot. What that would mean on this battlefield needed no elaboration. He was only here to help out. Naturally, he wouldn't sacrifice himself for others. Realizing the immense drain on his mental reserves, he decisively abandoned the idea of using soul devouring again. Instead, he switched to the less taxing mental suppression ability, constantly disrupting and hindering the movements of the mutated eels. Time and again, this saved Zhao Changfeng and Zhang Hao from the brink of death. The situation gradually stabilized. Until, woo! A long resonant cry like a war horn from an ancient battlefield pierced the sky, causing the very ground of the hilltop island to tremble. The next moment, Xuanhua's colossal form burst forth from the distant water, crossing hundreds of meters in an instant to join the fray. The second-order mutated eels, upon seeing Xuanhu, which was only first-order, were instantly seized with terror. It was as if Xuanhu not they held the higher evolution rank. Forgetting their hunger for the delicious humans, the remaining 5 hideous eels turned tail and fled the moment Xuanhu appeared, as if facing their natural predator. But they were aquatic creatures after all. Though they were more mobile on land than other fish, they were far outmatched by Xuanhu, a natural amphibian whose movement on shore was virtually unimpeded. This was also the first time Jiang Yu witnessed the terrifying combat prowess of the stat monster that was Xuanhu. The 5 second-order mutated eels were slaughtered by Xuanhu as easily as chopping vegetables the moment it appeared. It attacked without a single thought for defense, yet the eels couldn't even scratch its armor, leaving them in despair as Xuanhu caught up and either crushed them with a single swipe of its claws or bit them in half to devour. In less than half a minute, the 6 second-order mutated eels that had been so menacing moments before were all dead. After dealing with the beast, Xuanhu slowly retreated, carrying the 5 eel carcasses in its jaws under the terrified gaze of the many people in the warehouse. The water churned violently, and the rolling floods gradually swallowed Xuanhua's massive frame. After a long while, cheers erupted from within the warehouse. "We survived. Awesome. Squad leader Zhang is awesome, and brother Zhao is awesome too. I never would have guessed it. Brother Zhao is an awakened too. He's been hiding his strength. Brother Zhao is such a good man. Now that he's this powerful, let's see if Lu Sanfu still dares to bully us. Sigh, this might not be a good thing. What kind of mutated beast was that giant turtle? It was terrifying. Those eels couldn't even handle first-order revolvers, yet they were powerless against that turtle. Unbelievable. I reckon that turtle is at least a third-order mutated beast. Too powerful." The warehouse buzzed with discussion. But as one of the praised individuals, Zhao Changfeng's expression was grim. In the heat of the moment, with lives at stake, he hadn't had time to hesitate and had been forced to reveal his power. The immediate crisis in the warehouse was over, but his own personal crisis was just beginning. Lu Sanfu was not someone to be trifled with. He had previously ordered everyone in the survival base to honestly confess whether they had awakened abilities. Back then, Zhao Changfeng had held back and concealed his abilities, intending to use them to turn the tables and overthrow Lu Sanfu's chaotic rule over the base. Now, having prematurely exposed his strength, he would likely face retribution sooner rather than later. Well, you brothers are quite capable. If it weren't for you, who knows how many people would have died today. This reserve warehouse stocked with countless supplies would likely have been lost as well. I will personally report what happened here to Director Lu later, and I will make sure you are all duly rewarded for your deeds." While the thoughts of those present were in disarray, a burly bald man in a security uniform stepped forward. It was Liao Gu, the one who had registered Jiang Yu earlier. Liao Hu. He was also the captain of the survival base's security team, a peak first-stage evolver whose strength was second only to Lu Sanfu, who had already reached the second stage. The commotion from the overturned truck earlier had drawn his idle curiosity. He never imagined the cargo this time would be so massive, nearly costing the entire base. The moment he saw those 6 second-stage mutant beasts, Liao Hu knew he was no match and turned to flee. Only now, seeing that the outside was safe, did he dare to come out. "Zhao Changfeng, you've been hiding your strength well." Liao Hu patted Zhao Changfeng's shoulder, grinning. "He'll be sure to give Director Lu a full report. With your strength, you're destined to become one of his top lieutenants, making great contributions to humanity's survival. And Zhang Hao, you've lived up to the course Director Lu invested in you. Stepping up in the base's hour of need, truly a hero from youth." As he spoke, he had already walked up to Jiang Yu. After a moment's pause, he said, "Young man, if I remember correctly, your name is Jiang Yu, right? Don't be nervous. There are many with abilities. Being new here, it's natural to be cautious about revealing your background. Director Lu won't hold it against you once he knows. You've done the warehouse a great service today. According to our rules, you'll be amply rewarded with spirit cores for this. Defeating 6 second-stage mutant beasts in one go is a great cause for celebration. Director Lu will surely want to host a feast. I hope you'll grace us with your presence for a simple meal later. We've got plenty of things you could only eat before the apocalypse. Tonight there will be more than enough, so eat your fill." Liao Hu's attitude differed towards each of them. To Zhao Chongfeng his words were encouraging, yet the underlying threat was unmistakable. Towards Zhang Hao it was purely the praise of a superior to a subordinate. But when speaking with Zhang Yu the base's newcomer, he was notably more courteous. Likely because he didn't know his background. Zhang Yu simply smiled upon hearing this. Since Director Liu is hosting, it would be rude not to attend. Excellent. Brother Zhang Yu is indeed straightforward. Liao Hu beamed, then turned to the onlookers, his face hardening as he barked. What are you all standing around for? Get to work cleaning up the battlefield. Bring back the mutant eel's corpse and its core. Well, feast on it tonight, a good tonic. And then well, find some women too. The last part was of course directed at Zhang Yu, his face leering, as if he already considered Zhang Yu one of his own. Zhang Yu, however, placed his hand on Su Luoyuo's shoulder and said with a genial smile, I have my own woman here, no need to trouble Captain Liao. But the second stage beast was killed by me. Isn't it inappropriate for you to send men to take its core? Brother Zhang, what talk is this? We're all brothers eating from the same pot now. Why distinguish between yours and mine? The eel was lured here by everyone in the base together. If anything, we all share the credit, no? It should be confiscated for the public good. As Liao Hu spoke, he reached out to pat Jiang Ye's shoulder. But the moment his hand extended, a cold flash streaked past his eyes. The next instant, Liao Hu's hand flew several meters away. Staring at his now armless limb, it took him a moment to register the pain, then he let out a miserable howl and swung a punch. However, an evolver's stats at the same stage were no match for an awaken's. Zhang Yu at peak first stage had maxed out all 4 attributes. Liao Hu couldn't even touch him. His punch missed, and the loss of his right hand caused him to lose balance, stumbling and falling to the ground. When he scrambled back up, he was covered in blood and mud. A far cry from his earlier pretentious image. You dare touch me? You fucking dare touch me? Do you know who I am? You ungrateful bastard, you're dead. Liao Hu's eyes were bloodshot from pain, one hand trying to staunch the bleeding while he screamed curses. He had anticipated a conflict with Zhang Yu over the second stage core and the eel's corpse. But he never expected this newcomer unfamiliar with the base to resort to violence so directly. What are you all staring at? Get him. He cut off my hand. They'll make him wish he was never born. Capture him, and the woman beside him is yours to do with as you please tonight. The 20-plus burly men in security uniforms who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion looked at each other, but ultimately fearing Liao Hu's tyranny, they charged forward with their weapons. After Zhang Yu chopped off 5 heads with a single swing of his blade, they retreated even faster than they had come. They finally realized that this mysterious young man was not someone they could handle. The pressure he exuded was far greater than any first stage awakened in the base. Here the core and the mutant beast's meat are right there. Still want them. Zhang Yu patted Liao Hu's face with the flat of his alloy machete. Having just witnessed him instantly kill 4 first-stage evolvers and 1 zero-stage evolver, Liao, who was utterly stunned. He finally understood what kind of formidable opponent he had provoked. Even though he still believed this man was no match for Lu Sanfu was nowhere to be seen right now, while Zhang Yu stood right before him. Discretion was the better part of valor. Zhejiang, brother Zhang, let's talk this out. I was blind, I was a fool. I'll slap myself. With that, he used his remaining hand to deliver a resounding slap to his own face. Brother Zhang, please spare me this once. Everything is yours, take it all. If it's inconvenient for you, I'll have someone pack it up for you, and you can take it anywhere you want. Why would I need to take it anywhere else? Zhang Yu said with a hint of confusion. I think this place is just fine. It's just that you people are getting on my nerves. So, whether you've offended me or not doesn't matter. What matters is that you don't exist. As his words fell, he raised his blade to strike. Hold on. A deep voice bellowed from afar. Zhang Yu then saw the bald Lu Sanfu leap down from the warehouse wall, landing in the open space about 40 or 50 meters away. Friend, isn't it inappropriate to kill my men the moment you arrive? Release him, take the second stage beast you killed, and you'll pretend this never happened. You'll pretend this never happened. Zhang Yu sneered as if he'd heard a joke. Who do you think you are? A mongrel who's mutated from overdosing on cores, and you think you can negotiate with me? With a swift motion, his blade fell, separating Liao Hu's head from his body. Zhang Yu hoisted the bloody machete onto his shoulder and casually kicked the head to Lu Sanfu's feet. I've killed him. So what? How about it? Under the gaze of the crowd facing Jiang Ye's provocative taunt, Lu Sanfu's face darkened. His triangular eyes stared fixedly at Zhang Yu, and after a long silence he spoke in a hoarse voice, Young man. Enough, I know you're an old relic. Zhang Yu interrupted impatiently. Are we doing this or what? Give me a straight answer. Stop rambling and acting all high and mighty. Let me tell you, the blade in my hand specializes in cutting down both the old and the young. Lu Sanfu had never encountered anyone with such low character, his grim expression nearly cracked. Pulling himself together, he continued slowly, What do you want? Our Huxiao survival base shouldn't have offended someone like you, should we? No, I mean, old man, are you getting senile? Zhang Yu said with a look of surprise. With skills like yours, guarding this strategic reserve warehouse is already a grave sin. When one's virtue is not commensurate with one's position, disaster is sure to follow. Get it? So it's a fight to the death today then. Lu Sanfu's eyes grew redder. Since his body had begun to mutate, he felt his emotions becoming increasingly difficult to control. Had he not been completely unaware of this young man's background and was desperately suppressing his rage, he would have attacked long ago. That's not necessarily true. I came here initially to see how things were before deciding whether to take this place. As it stands, the situation looks quite grim. Jiang Yu ad-libbed a few lines, and just as Lu Sanfu was intently listening for what he would say next, he suddenly pointed his blade at a member of the security team. You come here. The man froze, and upon confirming Jiang Yu meant him, he glanced at the latter, then back at his boss Lu Sanfu. Seeing no objection, seemingly a silent approval, he reluctantly gritted his teeth and walked towards Jiang Yu. Give me the bag. The burly security guard who had just stepped before Jiang Yu didn't hesitate for a moment. He quickly took off the bag and respectfully handed it over with both hands. Inside were all the crystal cores harvested that day. Since he'd have to hand them over to Lu Sanfu anyway, and since the boss himself had said nothing, this lowly guard didn't feel the slightest bit of loss. How many cores are in there? Boss, there are 17 first-tier cores and 432 zero-tier cores, the guard answered honestly. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Jiang Yu opened the bag, reached in, and rummaged around, seemingly counting. Seeing this, Lu Sanfu said in a deep voice, You want the cores? However, his words fell on deaf ears, sinking like stones into the sea. Jiang Yu was currently busy absorbing and converting the energy within the cores to gain enhancement points, and couldn't be bothered to respond. Converted core energy gained 3 enhancement points. Converted core energy gained 3 enhancement points. Converted core energy gained 5 enhancement points. Converted core energy gained enhancement. Just as he had guessed, these mutated creatures were growing stronger over time. Naturally, the energy contained within their cores was increasing as well. Compared to the early days of hunting zombies, where a zero-tier core yielded an average of 1 enhancement point, one core now yielded an average of 3 to 4 points. From the 400-plus zero-tier cores, Jiang Yu directly gained 1227 enhancement points. The 17 first-tier cores yielded an average of 11 points, each totaling 187 points. Adding the 168 points from the second-tier mutated eel's core he had just absorbed, and the 952 points he had left over, his enhancement points skyrocketed to 2,534 in one go. What does taking off mean? This is what taking off truly means. Your attributes have reached the first tier limit. Spend 1,000 enhancement points to advance to the second tier. Yes, adding points needed no deliberation. Enhancement points 1,000, enhancement complete. Host Jiang Yu remaining enhancement points 1534 strength, second tier power, 45 speed, 39 physique, 42 spirit, 48 ability, soul stealing, eye weapon alloy, meow dao, alloy tang dao. Pet mutant grass turtle, max out my power attribute. Enhancement points 220, enhancement complete. Host Jiang Yu power 100, a warm current surged through his body and immense power filled him in that instant. Yet Jiang Yu felt this power was too vast, he would likely struggle to unleash it fully in his current state. Forcing it could easily cause injury. This was the result of the disparity between his power and physique. Overwhelming strength cannot be fully utilized without the support of a strong body. With this in mind, he immediately commanded silently, max out all 4 attributes. Enhancement points 684, enhancement complete. Host Jiang Yu remaining enhancement points 850 strength, second tier power, 100 speed, 100 physique, 100 spirit, 100 ability, soul stealing, eye weapon alloy, meow dao, alloy tang dao. Pet mutant grass turtle, a gentle warmth slowly seeped into every limb and bone. Jiang Yu felt as if a furnace had been ignited within him, his entire being transforming into a blazing cauldron. Inside, surging warm currents of immense power ceaselessly provided him with overwhelming strength. Amidst the comfort, however, he noticed a crucial piece of information. At the 0 tier, adding a point to his attributes cost 1 enhancement point. At the first tier, it cost 2. Now the cost had risen to 4. This meant that barring any surprises, when he reached the 3rd tier, each attribute point would cost 8 enhancement points. The 4th tier would be 16. If this trend continued, each point in the future could cost hundreds or even more enhancement points. Of course, that was a matter for the future. He merely noted it for now and didn't dwell on it. Instead, he shifted his focus to the ability section. Ability soul stealing, I 1 sign, meant he could upgrade the ability, a concept he was familiar with. What did 2 signs mean? Jiang Yu tentatively tapped on it. Spend 1,000 enhancement points to evolve soul stealing eye into eye of reincarnation. The cost for upgrading abilities was the same as the cost for advancing his cultivation realm. This didn't surprise him much. He currently had 850 enhancement points and needed to keep at least 800 in reserve to allow Xian Wu to advance in case of an emergency. So upgrading the ability right now was definitely out of the question. He dismissed that prompt and tapped on the second sign. Spend 5,000 enhancement points to awaken a second ability. Holy crap. Had it not been for the crowd still gathered around Jiang Yu would have jumped up in astonishment. Awakening a second ability. Was that something he could purchase with enhancement points as well? Yet just as his excitement swelled, another line of text emerged behind the system panel. Note: the host must reach at least the third order to awaken a second ability. So this is just a heads up for now, telling me to save up my enhancement points in advance. Jiang Yu suddenly understood. Of course, even without these restrictions, he wouldn't be able to afford it at the moment. Everywhere he turned, he required enhancement points. 5,000 was no small sum, not something he could accumulate in just a day or two. Jiang Yu noted that ascending to the third order would only cost him 3,000 points. Even when he eventually gathered enough points, upgrading his stats would take priority, as that was the most direct path to power. Only when 5,000 points became insufficient for both him and Xian Wu to upgrade would he consider enhancing his second ability. As for weapon upgrades, there wasn't much to discuss. After reaching the peak of the second order, the alloy machete that was once barely serviceable now felt no different from a paper knife. It was fine for cutting down zero or first order opponents or mutant beasts, but it was useless against second order foes. Still, there was no rush. With limited enhancement points, it was wise to be frugal. After all, Jiang Yu primarily relied on his abilities to overwhelm opponents directly. He rarely needed a weapon. What exactly do you want? Lu Sanfu watched Jiang Yu take his crystal core, then stand there silently for a long time, his face expressionless. Unable to discern the man's intentions, he dared not speak recklessly. After waiting for a long while without any response from Jiang Yu, and with the sun about to set, he finally couldn't hold back and spoke again. If you only want the crystal core, I think we can still negotiate. What do you say? Jiang Yu, having completed his upgrade, snapped back to reality and cast a mocking glance at the old man. He had been standing there in a daze, yet Lu Sanfu hadn't dared to make a move. It seemed his judgment was correct. This man was all bark and no bite, a bully who cowered before the strong. Jiang Yu's assessment was not without reason. In fact, when Zhao Changfeng and the others were holding back the 6 mutant eels, Lu Sanfu had already arrived nearby, but hadn't dared to act. His stats were superior to those eels, and he was fully capable of driving them off, or even killing one or two. A bold public display of force to defeat the powerful mutant beasts and protect the base would have certainly elevated his standing among the survivors. It was a move with nothing but benefits. Yet he chose to stand by and watch, never daring to intervene. This clearly revealed his cowardice. Before the apocalypse, Lu Sanfu belonged to the upper middle class, someone with much to lose. He naturally lacked the will to fight tooth and nail. Seizing on this, Jiang Yu, upon the man's arrival, first exposed the mutation Lu Sanfu had triggered by consuming crystal cores, leaving him bewildered and uncertain. Then he acted arrogantly and aggressively, making it impossible for Lu Sanfu to gauge his true strength. Consequently, Lu Sanfu, who wouldn't even dare to confront the mutant eels, certainly didn't have the nerve to recklessly attack Jiang Yu, leading to the current standoff. Ironically, just moments ago, if Lu Sanfu had attacked, Jiang Yu might not have won. He could only have stalled with his abilities before summoning Xian Wu from the water to crush the man. But now, in just a few short minutes, the tables had turned. With an average of 100 points across all 4 stats, Jiang Yu could kill Lu Sanfu with a single punch, without even using an ability. There was nothing more to say. Time to drop the act. What I mean is, I've taken a liking to this place. It's mine now. As for you, with all your misdeeds, there's no reason for you to live. Jiang Yu shifted his foot and instantly appeared before Lu Sanfu. Just that display nearly scared the soul out of the man. In that moment, Lu Sanfu was certain he was no match for this person. He couldn't even see the man's movements. How could he possibly fight? Wait. In the face of death, Lu Sanfu's thoughts became remarkably clear. Young brother, no brother Jiang. I was remiss in my hospitality, allowing my subordinates to offend you. If you want the base, just take it. There's no need for you to dirty your hands. From now on, old Lu will be your assistant, helping you manage these wretches and have them collect crystal cores for you. Wouldn't that be perfect? In offering his allegiance, Lu Sanfu also volunteered to handle the dirty, reputation-damaging work. It showed the quick thinking of a former official. However, Jiang Yu wasn't buying it. Given Lu Sanfu's current state, his mutation was nearly irreversible. It was only a matter of time before he fully degenerated into a monster. He didn't want to keep a ticking time bomb by his side. Director Lu, it seems you didn't quite catch what I said to Captain Liao earlier, Jiang Yu said with a smile. Your attitude, whether you want to pledge allegiance to me, is irrelevant. What matters is that you're not here. As the words left his mouth, he threw a plain, unadorned punch. Lu Sanfu's pupils contracted violently. In his final moment, his skin began to crack and the horns on his head started to grow wildly. His aura surged. From Jiang Yu's perspective, the man's stats were skyrocketing. Mutant Evolver had transformed into mutant. However, he wasn't changing fast enough to dodge Jiang Yu's fist. Before his mutation could complete, the fist the size of a wok slammed into his face. With terrifying strength of 100 points behind it, Jiang Ye's punch could probably obliterate a tank, let alone Lu Sanfu's head. A thunderous boom. Blood and brain matter splattered. Lu Sanfu fell straight back, his body rapidly decomposing. This decay was at the cellular level. Interrupted mid-mutation, his entire genetic sequence collapsed. Whether he could even be considered human at the moment of death was debatable. In moments, Lu Sanfu was reduced to a pool of rotting flesh somewhat resembling a giant corpse. The sight made Jiang Yu nauseous, and he quickly washed his hands with water. Though disgusting, this incident served as a reminder. Mutant evolvers could further transform into mutants, seemingly gaining a massive power boost in a short time. From now on, if he encountered such beings, he absolutely could not give them the time to complete their transformation. Lu Sanfu is dead. Lu Sanfu is dead. Good riddance. That beast finally got what he deserved. Justice has been served. The young man who killed Lu Sanfu is his name Jiang Yu. Truly formidable, taking him down with a single punch. No doubt about it. Back then, Lu Sanfu single-handedly slaughtered 7 or 8 first-tier evolvers. Vicious as he was undeniably strong. Yet even the strong meet their match, and today, he fell here. Didn't that young man say he had his eyes on this place and wanted to take over? I wonder if he'll turn out like Lu Sanfu. Probably not. There can't be many twisted souls like Lu Sanfu. Hard to say. The apocalypse has come, and the darkest side of human nature emerges. When one holds power, anything is possible. Alas, I'm too weak. I hope he's reasonable. The cold is getting worse. We won't last long like this. After dealing with Lu Sanfu and hearing the murmurs around him, Jiang Yu washed his hands and summoned Zhao Chongfeng, who had been watching from the sidelines and even stood behind him during the confrontation, ready to help resist Lu Sanfu. You are Zhao Chongfeng? Yes. Zhao Chongfeng swallowed hard and nodded. Facing Lu Sanfu, he had harbored thoughts of secretly gathering strength to overthrow him. But facing the young man before him, Zhao Chongfeng felt as if he had been completely seen through. He couldn't muster the slightest thought of resistance. His strength in this base was second only to Lu Sanfu's. And because of his ability, he was even more perceptive than Lu Sanfu in some aspects. Others saw only that Lu Sanfu was instantly killed by Jiang Yu, perceiving his power, but unable to articulate its nature. Only Zhao Chongfeng, Zhang Hao, and other ability users could glimpse the terrifying might of this man. You seem to hold considerable sway among them. Jiang Yu pointed at the crowd nearby. I noticed many people quietly slipping you the crystals they'd harvested. I wouldn't dare. Zhao Chongfeng quickly replied. Everyone has been oppressed by Lu Sanfu for too long. They pulled these crystals hoping I could grow stronger and defeat him, so we could all live better lives. This was the honest truth. Everything here was tied to crystals, and everyone knew their value. Unless driven to desperation, who would willingly give away the crystals they had risked their lives to obtain? In essence, these people were gambling, betting that Zhao Chongfeng had a conscience that once he grew strong and overthrew Lu Sanfu, he would treat them well. After all, commanding such a large strategic reserve warehouse, anyone in charge with even a shred of conscience could make life bearable for the fewer than 1,000 people here. That's not what I meant. Jiang Yu waved his hand. Since you're influential, I'll give you a task. See that mutated eel carcass. Organize people to handle it and bring it inside. We'll eat it tonight. Also take some grain from the granary and let everyone have a full meal. Afterward, I have something to say. I don't know how things were run here before, and am not interested. Whether you genuinely want to stand up for everyone or are driven by ambition to seize power in the chaos, I don't care. Just do as I say. If you have any objections, keep them to yourself. Accumulate your strength in secret like you've been doing. When you feel qualified to challenge me, by all means try. He was about to leave when another matter crossed his mind, and he paused. Oh, one more thing. Lu Sanfu confiscated everyone's phones and communication devices, didn't he? Have them distributed back. The network is still up. In the past few days, official announcements have shared crucial information about the apocalypse. Make sure everyone reads them while the network lasts. Especially the part about using crystals. He didn't want to see any more ignorant fools secretly consuming crystals and turning into aberrants. Putting aside the trouble of dealing with them, the sight of Lu Sanfu on the verge of full transformation had left him with a very bad feeling. He didn't want to see such things in his territory again. With that, he left directly. If he remembered correctly, there were still a few of Lu Sanfu's confidants in the base who had overconsumed crystals and were showing signs of aberration. He would have to deal with all of them. More importantly, he needed to go to Lu Sanfu's room and retrieve the stash of over 1,000 zero-tier crystals and 100 or so first-tier crystals that Lu Sanfu thought he had hidden well. This haul would likely net him several thousand enhancement points. After converting them, he would have to immediately upgrade Xuanwu. Where are we going now? Do you need any help? Su Luoluo asked softly. Ever since arriving, she had been following Jiang Yu like a little shadow, sticking close behind him. She had witnessed Jiang Ye's awe-inspiring feat of single-handedly killing the second-tier mutated eel. Then with one punch he had taken down the base's leader. Su Luoluo was still in a daze. She never imagined that on the verge of perishing in her room, she had happened upon someone clearing zombies at the entrance, and summoning her courage, asked if he could help her survive. And somehow ended up latching on as such a powerful figure. Now she just wanted to prove her worth and hold on tight. Killing and grabbing a few things along the way. Jiang Yu looked at her with a hint of surprise. When Su Luoluo didn't speak or appear, her presence was almost negligible. He had been so busy dealing with things that he had nearly forgotten the girl with a spatial ability by his side. Killing. Su Luoluo was startled. I can't help with that. Jiang Yu turned to look at her like a startled fawn, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. No, you must help. He was busy today and hadn't thought of this, but since she had voluntarily come forward to remind him of her presence, he couldn't let the opportunity slip. Chu Yinshu had no ability. Her growth potential was limited. Jiang Yu could only keep her as a canary. But Su Luoluo was different. She possessed a spatial ability which would prove invaluable in the future. Jiang Yu couldn't always protect her, so she needed to be able to defend herself. In the apocalypse, survival without combat skills, or the ability to kill, was impossible. Since the opportunity presented itself, Jiang Yu decided to let her get her hands dirty. Su Luoluo's performance did catch Jiang Yu off guard. He had assumed it would be difficult for her to finish off Lu Sanfus' minions given that she was a young woman who had never even killed a chicken before. She had also been acting quite timid leading up to the act. Yet when the moment of truth arrived and Jiang Yu told her that if she didn't act she'd have to fend for herself in the apocalypse, Su Luoluo crossed that mental threshold without hesitation. Taking the blade Jiang Yu offered, she closed her eyes and hacked wildly, dismembering the men. The scene was brutal to say the least. But at least she had now tasted blood. A few more encounters like this, and she would surely become a capable warrior. In the apocalypse, Su Luoluo, with her spatial ability, held a place in Jiang Ye's heart that no other ability user could rival. He naturally would be more patient with her. This was just a minor episode in Jiang Ye's takeover of the base, nothing more to be said about it. With the big boss and his underlings dealt with, the next step was the pleasant task of claiming the spoils. Using the clairvoyance of his soul-piercing eye, Jiang Yu located the stash hidden in Lu Sanfus' room, over 180 0-tier cores, and more than 200 first-tier cores. There wasn't a single second-tier core suggesting that any obtained had already been absorbed. Alternatively, it could be that the base didn't dare provoke second-tier mutant beasts. Many of these cores were harvested some time ago, so the energy they contained couldn't compare to those acquired just this afternoon. From these 2,000-plus cores, the system conversion granted Jiang Yu a total of 6,385 enhancement points. Combined with the 850 points he had left over, his total enhancement points soared to a new peak of 7,235. Indeed, organized collection proved far more efficient than hunting beasts and digging out cores by himself. So what was the better path, to be a lone wolf in the apocalypse, to lead a small wandering team, or to establish a survival base and use the power of an organization to grow strong quickly? It seemed like a question with an obvious answer. But in reality, it wasn't so simple. As a lone wolf, Jiang Yu was confident he could survive. However, limited by the speed at which he could acquire cores, his growth rate would inevitably lag behind the major powers of the apocalypse. They could pool resources to cultivate one or several powerful individuals. With an unlimited supply of cores, such individuals grew at an astonishing pace. Lu Sanfu was a prime example. A man who was as weak as a chicken before the apocalypse, a mere warehouse security director, without even an ability, he had reached a higher power level than Jiang Yu by enslaving the 1,000 or so people in this warehouse. The cost, of course, was that overusing cores could lead to mutation into a monster. But that was a limit only for evolvers. Ability users didn't have that problem. Large organizations could easily pool resources to nurture their ability users, and their growth would far outpace any lone wolf. What does a lone wolf seek? Isn't it just freedom? But in a world like this, if your strength is lacking, what freedom can you speak of? As for forming a small team, that's an even worse idea. A large organization can at least get positive feedback through resource concentration. With a small team, Jiang Yu would just end up being everyone's protector, a pure babysitter. However, a big organization isn't perfect either. The management issues alone are a headache. The bigger problem, though, is responsibility. If you're alone or in a small group and you encounter a powerful mutant beast, a monster, or an unstoppable natural disaster, you can just run away. But if you've built a massive organization gaining strength from the cores they provide, then you have an obligation to protect those who support you. Jiang Yu is no saint. He wouldn't pity any random person dying before him in the apocalypse. But he considers himself a man of principles, a man who honors his word. If you take someone's benefits, you must deliver your services. If he were to establish a survival organization today, receiving tribute like Lu Sanfu did, he wouldn't be able to abandon them and flee when trouble came. So, how to choose? He sat in Lu Sanfus' office until dark, watching as the increasingly frigid air formed more and more ice floes on the water outside. Finally, Jiang Yu made his decision and headed downstairs. Inside the warehouse, despite the external temperature plummeting to -16 degrees Celsius, a bitter cold the people of Jiangsheng had never felt, The atmosphere inside was remarkably warm. Zhao Changfeng, who had been a small company owner before the apocalypse, was proving to be quite competent. Acting on Jiang Ye's orders, he immediately distributed enough food from the warehouse for everyone to have a full meal along with cold-weather clothing. He also remembered Jiang Ye's instructions. He had gathered everyone in the base early on, cleaned the factory floor inside and out, and dispelled the stench that had previously permeated the building. They were all waiting for the new master of the base to speak. When Jiang Yu arrived and saw the renewed scene in the warehouse, his estimation of Zhao Changfeng rose considerably. Thinking about it, the apocalypse did have its advantages. In a normal chaotic era, establishing a power would be far too complicated. For a ruler, it's a difficult decision whether to use someone as capable and popular as Zhao Changfeng and how to use them. But now it was different. As long as he possessed absolute power, he didn't need to worry about the ulterior motives of those under him. In fact, he could use anyone. Against a vast disparity in strength, any scheme or conspiracy would just seem laughably cute to him. When Lu Sanfu was in charge as an evolver, his ceiling was limited even if he devoured cores frantically. Zhao Changfeng naturally dared to play sneaky games behind his back. But now that Jiang Yu had taken over, the situation was completely different. Even disregarding the system, he was an openly declared ability user. This was a far cry from Lu Sanfu, who couldn't even absorb all the cores he had, didn't dare distribute them, and just hoarded them in his room. As time went on, Jiang Yu would only grow stronger, widening the gap between him and everyone else. As long as he didn't leave the people of the base with no hope, no one would likely entertain any treacherous thoughts. Moreover, his ability allowed him to see through their attributes, ensuring no one could secretly grow strong enough to threaten him. Brother Jiang, everything is prepared as you instructed, Zhao Changfeng reported. The weather is getting colder, and Lu Sanfu was hoarding the supplies, leaving many people on the brink of despair. Now that they've had a full meal and received the cold weather gear you provided, many are deeply grateful to you. Listening to Zhao Changfeng's words, Jiang Yu surveyed his surroundings. He noticed that the moment he entered the previously bustling warehouse fell silent, and everyone turned to look at him. The excitement and gratitude in many eyes were unmistakably genuine. Though he had spent the afternoon in Lu Sanfu's office considering his next move, he had kept a close watch on the situation here. He knew Zhao Changfeng spoke the truth. In fact, while distributing supplies, Zhao had made a point to tell everyone that Jiang Yu had killed Lu Sanfu, taken over the base, and that the supplies came from Jiang Yu. This was one of the main reasons he had decided to establish a survival organization for the apocalypse. He didn't believe in the saying that one should help the world when prosperous. But in the current situation, forming a survival organization was the best choice for both him and these people. Everyone, please sit. Jiang Yu waved his hands, signaling for all to sit down, then walked over to a makeshift platform that Zhao Changfeng and his people had assembled in the warehouse. Before the apocalypse, he had been just a minor clerk at a company. He had never experienced being watched by nearly 1,000 pairs of expectant eyes. But just as money gives a man courage, in the apocalypse, strength was the ultimate confidence. A man with confidence would never be intimidated by the crowd. I wasn't an official before, so I'll skip the formalities and empty talk. Honestly, I didn't come here today with grand plans. My initial goal was simply to obtain the supplies and the crystal cores Lu Sanfu had hoarded and then leave. The reason I've gathered you all here now isn't because I saw Lu Sanfu's tyranny and felt moved by compassion to lead you to a better life. What struck me the most was Lu Sanfu's collection. That useless man had hoarded far more crystal cores than I, who fought desperately alone, had ever managed to acquire. It was the first time I truly understood the power of an organization. He paused, observing the crowd. He noticed that the grateful looks in many eyes had subtly shifted to ones of worry. This was understandable. After all, seeing how many crystal cores Lu Sanfu had amassed, they feared that Jiang Yu might be tempted to follow the same path, which would spell disaster for their future. Taking in their concerns, Jiang Yu let out a light chuckle. There's no need to worry that he'll follow Lu Sanfu's example. In the apocalypse, people themselves are precious. His approach of draining the pond to catch the fish was utterly foolish in my eyes. However, don't expect me to be some saint who will feed you without expecting anything in return. Survival itself is difficult these days, and living with dignity is an extreme luxury. What I can promise you is that as long as you abide by the rules I set, you can live with dignity in this apocalypse. My rules are quite simple. The base has no place for idlers. Anyone who wishes to live with dignity must contribute their value and help build the base. Starting today, except for the elderly and children who cannot go out, everyone must find ways to go out and acquire crystal cores as before. The crystal cores harvested will be prioritized for the base's ordinary people so that all of them can become evolvers. The weather is getting colder. In a few days, even with these cold weather supplies, ordinary people won't be able to survive. The purpose of this is to ensure everyone survives first. All current ability users and evolvers above the first rank will continue to be responsible for the base's security. Besides patrolling the warehouse perimeter, your primary goal is to ensure production safety. Well, it means guarding the others while they fish. If something like today happens again, where a powerful mutated creature is pulled up, I need you to be on the front lines protecting the others. If you can't protect them, then there's no need to come back. As I said, everyone in the base must contribute. If the strong cannot protect the weak, then you are useless to me and to everyone else here. Of course, I'm not asking you to throw your lives away. If you encounter a monster you truly can't handle, I will step in myself. On the premise of ensuring everyone's survival, all crystal cores harvested must be turned over to me for unified allocation. A small portion will be rewarded to those who have performed meritorious deeds to help them grow stronger, while the majority will be for my own use. You provide me with crystal cores, and I guarantee your basic right to survive in the apocalypse. That's fair. Jiang Yu didn't speak for long. He hadn't prepared a lengthy speech, so it was all off the cuff. In his view, his relationship with these people was one of cooperation, not a superior-subordinate dynamic. There was no attempt to win hearts and minds. Everything he said was his true intention and plan. He had expected his words to disappoint many, but to his surprise, sincerity proved to be the ultimate killer move. Those who had been worried actually breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing his words. After being tormented by a madman like Lu Sanfu, these people had long shed the naive ideals of the harmonious pre-apocalyptic society. They certainly didn't expect the newcomer Jiang Yu to be a benevolent soul who would come to bless them all with free handouts. If he had said that, they would have been more suspicious. But instead, he laid out his motives and plans for taking over the base one by one. After thinking it over, his motives made perfect sense. Isn't this exactly how it has to be in the apocalypse? Why on earth would he be obligated to inexplicably feed so many people as some kind of saint? As for the naive idea that the supplies in this strategic reserve warehouse belong to the government, not just Jiang Yu, and shouldn't be distributed according to his will, no one harbored such thoughts. Those who had such ideas and voiced them had long been dealt with by Lu Sanfu, so Jiang Yu wouldn't have to lift a finger. As for handing over the crystal cores, they saw no problem with it either. Under Lu Sanfu, they had to hand over their cores, yet they were still cold and hungry. Risking their lives to get them, no one cared if they died when they hauled up a powerful mutated creature. Previously, the ability users and evolvers they supported wouldn't have cared about the lives of ordinary people. They would have fled at the sight of a mutated creature. Now Jiang Yu was treating everyone equally. Ability users and evolvers couldn't just sit back and wait to use the crystal cores that ordinary people risked their lives to obtain. This in turn brought a sense of relief and satisfaction to many ordinary people who had been oppressed for so long. Jiang Yu's words brought a wave of relief to the anxious, ordinary people. However, the evolvers and espers who had once followed Lu Sanfu, but had escaped punishment for their lack of wrongdoing, harbored some resentment. When Lu Sanfu was in charge, they had lived like lords in the base. Their daily duties consisted of swaggering around, acting as overseers, and watching the ordinary people fish. When danger came, they could flee first. Now under Jiang Yu's new rules, they would have to risk their lives fighting mutated beasts just to earn a spirit core. The sheer drop in status was a bitter pill to swallow, and many who had grown accustomed to luxury found it hard to accept. They believed that if Jiang Yu wanted to lead, he should be courting those with power, not placating the weak. What value did those useless ordinary people hold? Finally, as Jiang Yu finished announcing his last rule and prepared to dismiss the crowd, a first-stage esper stepped forward. "Boss Jiang, I have something to say." Pausing, Jiang Yu turned to the man with a gentle smile. "Go ahead. Speak your mind freely." The esper spoke with a serious expression. "Boss Jiang, we shouldn't object to your rules, but some are impractical. If they are enforced, I fear chaos will ensue. For the future of this base, I must speak up." Jiang Yu had already guessed his intent, and with a slight smirk, he motioned for him to continue. "I believe you're being too harsh on the powerful evolvers and espers. In the apocalypse, they're the backbone of this base's defense. If they aren't given due privileges, they are likely to leave. Especially the rule about risking their lives to protect ordinary people. It's too dangerous, and the rewards don't justify the risk. An ordinary person needs a zero-stage core to become a zero-stage evolver, then at least 20 more zero-stage cores to strengthen themselves. Only then can they use a first-stage core to advance. It takes over 20 zero-stage cores and a first-stage core to create a single first-stage evolver. And to advance to the mid-first stage, they'll need a large number of first-stage cores. Espers don't need as many cores as evolvers, but it's still a significant amount. In other words, the first-stage evolvers and espers you're sending to protect the ordinary people are all products of massive resource investment. Sending these elites to risk death for common people. The reward is nowhere near proportional to the risk. I strongly agree with your mutual benefit idea. But under it, those above the first stage should be doing more important things, enjoying better treatment rather than guarding the worthless and having to risk their lives for a slightly better life." He droned on, but his words boiled down to a simple demand: privileges. "Are you done?" "Yes," the man nodded. "This is my opinion, but it's also the common sentiment among the evolvers and espers here. I hope you'll consider it, Boss Jiang." Before Jiang Yu could respond, Zhao Changfeng spoke up. "Wait, Zhou Yan's words don't represent me. I fully support Boss Jiang's rules. Whether Evolver or Esper, everyone must contribute to the base and not live off the labor of ordinary people. He'll set the example. Zhang Hao quickly echoed his sentiment. The two of them were the most qualified to agree with Jiang Yu. After all, they had already risked their lives to fight the 6 second-stage mutated eels that were slaughtering ordinary people even before such rules were proposed. Seeing the two most powerful first-stage espers turn against him, Zhou Yan's face darkened. He felt a pang of betrayal, believing he was fighting for the interests of the base's strongest. They couldn't even stay neutral, let alone support him. It was pure ingratitude. Jiang Yu looked at their declarations and simply smiled. You don't have to protect the ordinary people during fishing operations. If you want more resources and a better life, that's fine too. Tomorrow, I'll work out an exchange table for cores. First-stage cores will fetch far more valuable and diverse goods than zero-stage ones. No matter how you do it, if you can acquire first-stage or even second-stage cores, you can trade them for better items and higher status. Besides supplies, I'll even have better weapons available. As he spoke, he glanced back at Su Luoluo. She understood immediately, and without hiding her ability, flipped her hand to reveal 2 exquisite wooden boxes. Under everyone's gaze, she handed them to Zhao Changfeng and Zhang Hao. This is a reward for bravely stepping up to protect the base's ordinary people today. Open them and see if they feel right. Jiang Yu said. The two men exchanged a look and opened the boxes, revealing 2 finely crafted Tang swords. These were of course alloy Tang swords reinforced by Jiang Yu, perfectly suited for first-stage espers and evolvers. Zhao Changfeng understood the intent immediately. He drew the sword and swung it at a metal dining table brought from the warehouse. With a sharp clang, the table's corner fell cleanly to the ground. The phrase "cleaving iron like mud" became a reality in that moment. Zhao Changfeng was ecstatic. Excellent. What a blade. Boss Jiang, with this sword I'd dare to face a second-stage mutant beast and even have a chance to kill it. A good weapon was a massive boost to an Esper's or Evolver's combat power. After all, humanity's greatest advantage was the use of tools. These first-stage individuals had long been frustrated by the lack of weapons that could match their strength. Seeing the Tang sword Zhao Changfeng had received, they were green with envy. The young Zhang Hao, eager to show off his own weapon, drew his sword and began to twirl it with flair, mimicking moves from TV shows, his face beaming with joy. I have plenty of these Tang swords. Besides those who make significant contributions to the base, you can also trade your cores for 10 first-stage cores, or a single second-stage core will do. The exchange isn't limited to just the first-tier evolvers and psychics present here. Even if you're an ordinary person or a zero-tier evolver, as long as you can accomplish what I've stated, you're qualified to come to me for an exchange. Furthermore, I have far more things available for exchange than you can imagine. Currently, the only currency is crystal cores. In the future, I might consider establishing a contribution point system, allowing everyone to exchange through systematic contribution points. Jiang Ye's gaze shifted to Zhou Yan as he spoke. As for what brother Zhou Yan here mentioned about preferential treatment for psychics and evolvers above the first tier. With your strength, acquiring crystal cores is inherently much easier than for ordinary people. Isn't that the greatest preferential treatment of all? Of course I understand what you mean. What you want is superior treatment, the privilege to bleed everyone else dry to obtain crystal cores and grow stronger without lifting a finger. As he spoke, Jiang Ye's expression turned cold. Listen carefully, all of you and everyone else in this base. From today onward, no one in this base stands above anyone else except for me. Even I must act when this base faces a crisis. As for expecting to freeload like you did under Lu Sanfu, those days are over. What are first-tier evolvers anyway? If I wanted, I could churn out hundreds of them right now. As for psychics, don't hold yourselves in such high regard. If you truly possess an irreplaceable ability like her. Jiang Yu pointed at Su Luo. She has a spatial ability capable of preserving supplies more effectively. She certainly qualifies for special treatment. Because she doesn't need to do anything, her innate ability alone is immensely valuable to this base. But for you combat-oriented psychics, if you don't fight, where's your value? What use would I have in keeping you? They'll say it again, I don't keep idlers, nor do I keep the useless. Even a psychic, if they fail to fulfill their proper role, is no different from the useless. The meeting concluded and Jiang Yu didn't take any action against the troublemaker Zhou Yan. Losing his temper at the slightest provocation would only make him seem foolish and irritable with no positive effect. There was no need to turn the base into his personal dictatorship. He simply needed to ensure he remained powerful enough to keep these people from harboring any improper thoughts. As long as they diligently worked for him and gathered crystal cores, Jiang Yu could tolerate anyone. That night, Jiang Yu distributed another batch of supplies, and Zhao Changfeng led a team to erect sturdier tents within the factory building for people to shelter in. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, the temperature tonight was expected to plummet below -20 degrees Celsius. The ground was covered in water, and the surrounding humidity was high. Without proper insulation, some would surely freeze to death by morning. As for himself, he naturally moved into Lou Sanfus' room on the top floor of the office building. The room had been simply renovated after the apocalypse, with the entire floor opened up into one space. There were many rooms, and all were equipped with air conditioning and dehumidifiers. Though not as comfortable as underfloor heating, it was still far better than the drafty factory floor below. Zhao Changfeng had even arranged for the room to be cleaned with new bedding and even new furniture brought in. Where he found the new furniture was a mystery. However, due to time constraints, only the living room and one bedroom had been prepared. After all, since Jiang Yu and the others had arrived, they had always claimed to be a couple. Zhao Changfeng wasn't foolish enough to prepare 2 separate rooms for them. So are you planning to sleep with me, or take the couch? Jiang Yu, fresh out of the shower, glanced at Su Luoluo, who was watching TV on the sofa. This girl was quite carefree during the day. She had been scared stiff as a quail when killing. Now she seemed to have already forgotten all about it. So do I have any other choice besides sleeping with you? Of course you do. You can sleep on the couch or clean up a room next door and sleep alone. Jiang Yu shrugged. He was long past caring for such formalities. It was the damn apocalypse. Things should be straightforward. The moment he laid eyes on Su Luoluo, she had already run out of choices. Either stay by his side until the end of her days, or become his woman. Of course, if she refused both, she could start considering her options for the next life. Her ability dictated that Jiang Yu would never let her go. Su Luoluo was clearly well aware of this. She was young, but not naive. She merely rolled her eyes at Jiang Yu, and said, I need to take a shower. There's water in the tub. You need to be gentle later. Am I not gentle enough? Oh please. You might as well have kidnapping damsel written all over your face. I'm not forcing you. If you don't want to, you can leave. The world out there is vast and full of opportunities. See, you're being mean again. Would it kill you to tell a few white lies to soothe me? I wasn't a simp before the apocalypse, and am not about to become one after it. I'm ignoring you. That won't do. The night passed without further incident. Waking up the next morning, Jiang Yu couldn't help but admire the physical resilience of a first-tier psychic. She was far more durable than Chu Yunshu, who he had strengthened to a 0-tier evolver. Well, Su Luoluo was originally 0-tier. But even so, she was still too fragile in front of Jiang Yu, who was already at the 2nd tier. He was afraid of using too much force in breaking her. So last night he had spent 800 enhancement points to elevate her to the 1st tier. He noticed a peculiarity in the enhancement system. Only when strengthening himself did he need enhancement points to allocate to his 4 attributes after a breakthrough. When strengthening others, or Xuanwu, they directly reached the peak of the next stage upon completion. For instance, Su Luoluo now possessed peak 1st tier strength overnight. In the current base, she was arguably the strongest, second only to Jiang Yu. However, he also discovered that this enhancement had limits. For example, being at the 2nd tier himself, he could only enhance others to the peak of the 1st tier. Further enhancement was impossible. He estimated that he would need to reach the 3rd tier before he could enhance Su Luoluo to the peak of the 2nd tier. Of course, his enhancement of Su Luoluo wasn't just for the sake of their intimate affairs. The main purpose was to see if her time-stop space would expand after the enhancement. The strategic reserve warehouse was filled with too many items, and their preservation time was limited. If possible, he wanted to stuff everything into Su Luoluo's space. The test results matched his expectations. Su Luoluo's space expanded from 101010 to a staggering 100,100,100. A 100-fold increase, reaching 1,000,000 cubic meters. The time-stop space, which was once merely a cubic meter in volume, had its uses, yet they were quite limited. But now that it had expanded to 1,000,000 cubic meters, its utility knew no bounds. Storing the entire strategic reserve warehouse within it was of course impossible. However, placing most of the important items that were difficult to preserve for long periods was entirely feasible. The rest, which were easier to store, didn't need to be rushed into the space. The temperature has dropped again. Su Luoluo, wrapped in a blanket, stood behind Jiang Yu, gazing outside. The floodwaters had gradually calmed, losing their earlier murkiness and becoming much clearer. Yet the chunks of floating ice on the surface were growing in number. The heavy snow had been falling for 3 days straight, and the remaining land was now blanketed in snow and ice, with depths reaching several meters in some places. For the survivors at the warehouse, the task of fishing in the bay to the southeast had become significantly more difficult. They not only had to clear a path through the snowdrifts, but also had to break through the ice layers, which were now several centimeters thick along the shore. But compared to the reluctance of previous days, although fishing was now tougher, people's spirits were much higher. This was especially true for ordinary people, or evolvers whose families included ordinary individuals. After all, starting today, Jiang Yu would elevate all ordinary people in the base to 0-order evolvers, granting them the ability to survive the extreme cold. Harvesting crystal cores was now a matter of saving their own lives, so their enthusiasm was natural. Jiang Yu stood at the top floor of the warehouse office building, observing all of this without any particular sentiment. This was how it should be. Rest in the room this morning. I need to go out for a bit. Come with me to the warehouse this afternoon. With a brief instruction, Jiang Yu prepared to head out. The temperature had already plummeted to minus 25 degrees Celsius, nearing the limit that Xian Wu could endure without being affected. If it got any colder, Xian Wu's strength would be severely diminished, and it might even slip into hibernation. Since he had acquired enhancement points, his first priority was to go and boost Xian Wu's strength. He also planned to make a trip back home to pick up Chu Yunshu, Wu Wenxiang, and the others. That place held little value for him now. The supplies stockpiled at home were only what he had hastily bought right before the apocalypse, so they weren't substantial. However, since he had promised to return when he left, going back on his word would violate his own principles. Integrity isn't for show, it's a discipline for oneself. But just as he was about to leave, a chorus of notification tones rang out from the phones in the room. Both his and Su Luoyuo's phones went off simultaneously with the same ringtone. Before the apocalypse, few might have recognized this sound, but after it, almost everyone, except those like Lu Sanfu, who had confiscated communication devices, knew exactly what it signified. The authorities were about to release a new announcement. Recalling the crucial information from the last official broadcast, Jiang Yu immediately abandoned his plan to go out, sat back on the sofa, and opened his phone. Jojo emergency broadcast. Attention, all survivors nationwide. The global catastrophe is ravaging our world, and order is gradually collapsing. According to the Jojo Meteorological Bureau, large-scale natural disasters will persist for an extended period with no definitive end date. In these trying times, we should have been leading all survivors through the apocalypse. However, it is with deep regret that the pre-apocalypse Jojo government has in reality lost its ability to continue functioning. It will now become a historical term, ceasing to exist on the 10th day of the apocalypse. From this day forward, all official organizations across Jojo will no longer be under the jurisdiction or command of the former government, and their actions are independent of it. We once possessed a glorious past, and we are destined to overcome this greatest of calamities. Times are tough and survival is hard. Let us all encourage each other. When the spark of civilization reignites, may we not forget the hardships of today. June 30th, 2045, Jojo National Affairs Processing Institute. This brief announcement struck a heavy blow to everyone who saw it, and Jiang Yu was no exception. He never imagined that the government would vanish so abruptly in this manner. Was this right? No. The Jojo government had relocated entirely to the plateaus in the southwest and west areas that weren't flooded and had vast stretches of land. As the designated strategic rear, they certainly had stockpiled massive amounts of supplies, so a short-term shortage was unlikely. Although the government hadn't issued an official statement these past days, the news media certainly hadn't been idle. If Jiang Yu remembered correctly, just yesterday the state media had announced the establishment of the first super shelter with a population exceeding 30 million located on the Chinyan Plateau. Furthermore, the news claimed the government was preparing to resume production to continue supporting the people in the vast disaster-stricken eastern regions. When this news came out, it caused a huge stir online and filled many with renewed hope and vigor. How could things have changed so drastically in just one day? Natural disasters couldn't have caused this, it could only be man-made calamity. Jiang Yu couldn't help but recall Zhou Yan's presumptuous demand for superior treatment the previous night. Esper's evolvers. The times are changing. A cold wind blew through the window, sending a chill down Jiang Yu's spine. Had the government done something wrong? Not really. They had done their best to save ordinary people within their means. The airdrops of supplies to Jiangcheng hadn't stopped since the day the torrential rain ceased. Without those supplies, countless people would have frozen to death, given how fast the temperature had dropped in the past 2 days. The situation was similar elsewhere. The temporary shelters established by the government on the plateau had taken in countless people left homeless by the disaster, including ordinary citizens, as well as espers and evolvers. Yet despite all this, in the face of the seemingly endless natural calamities and the sudden surge of individual power, the old ship of the government was ultimately scuttled by human hands on the 10th day of the new era. It all happened too fast. Not only was Jiang Yu caught off guard, but it was a thunderbolt for the vast majority who were still hoping for official rescue. About 3 minutes after this announcement was sent to his phone, several more notifications arrived. Announcement: the former Jojo Emergency Broadcast Channel will henceforth be renamed the Future City Emergency Broadcast Channel. Future City Emergency Broadcast Channel. Greetings to all survivors in Jojo. I am Zhou Henian, acting City Lord of Future City. As the times change, the old order is no longer suited for the harsh realities of the apocalypse, and thus Future City has emerged. We have inherited all the assets currently under the control of the former Jojo government, and will assume the corresponding responsibilities. Compared to the 2 brief notices preceding it, the third announcement, issued in the first-person voice of Zhou Henian, the acting City Lord of Future City, was far more lengthy and complex. It began by declaring that Future City would fully assume control of the assets formerly held by the original Kyushu government. Simultaneously, the colossal super shelter built deep within the mountains after the apocalypse and housing over 30 million survivors, was to be renamed Future City, symbolizing a beacon guiding people toward a promised land. The audacity was undeniable. He then proceeded to reallocate the assets previously managed by the Kyushu authorities. The primary focus was naturally on the communication satellites orbiting above and the fourth-generation nuclear power plants scattered across major cities, which still provided electricity to the populace. Due to numerous post-apocalyptic maintenance difficulties, the Kyushu communication satellite network would drastically reduce its services starting immediately. In plain terms, ordinary people could no longer expect to use communication resources. Want to continue using the network? Find pay with crystal cores. As for how ordinary citizens were supposed to deliver crystal cores to Future City thousands of miles away was not their concern. As for the vital nuclear power plants, Future City decided to shut them down one by one or relocate them based on conditions starting immediately. They had even compiled a comprehensive list of all Kyushu's nuclear plants complete with specific timelines for their closure or relocation. Although the original Kyushu government had previously mentioned shutting down the nuclear plants to prevent potential meltdowns, no concrete action had been taken. Presumably they hesitated because they knew that cutting off power in the extreme cold would lead to massive casualties in regions dependent on it, which was why they had delayed until now. However, the current Future City administration clearly did not share such concerns, as evident from the tone of their announcements. The so-called inheritance of the original Kyushu government's responsibilities was merely a platitude. They had no intention of rescuing the ordinary people in other regions. To avoid the potential catastrophe of a nuclear leak, they had no hesitation in shutting down the plants. Of course, publishing the dates for closure or relocation wasn't a masochistic act of creating trouble for themselves. Following this message, Future City revealed their true intentions. The purpose of Future City is to establish a place amidst the apocalypse where citizens can truly thrive, continue the spark of civilization, and march towards the future. To overcome these trying times and vanquish the apocalyptic calamity, we invite all capable individuals to come to Future City and contribute their strength to the continuation of our civilization. All survivors who meet the following requirements may contact our teams handling the nuclear plants at the designated times. Upon passing verification, they will lead you out of misery and into Future City. Awaken One's researchers from the Kyushu Academy of Sciences. The list was extensive, encompassing Awakened Ones along with researchers and professionals from various fields. Clearly this list was not crafted overnight. Jiang Yu suspected it was a pre-existing plan from the original government with some additions tailored to their own interests. As for why the government hadn't published this plan earlier, it was probably because they realized it would mean abandoning ordinary people, triggering massive unrest. But again, Future City didn't care. Many subsequent policies were announced, mostly detailing preferential treatment for Awakened Ones, hoping to attract them from all over Kyushu. As for the vast majority of ordinary people, Future City took away their internet and shut off their electricity, offering nothing in return. If the apocalypse was previously a calamity of nature rather than of human hearts, then with the emergence of Future City, the true apocalypse had finally descended upon the land. Despair was the defining emotion etched on the faces of ordinary people who witnessed these announcements. The Future City personnel coming to relocate the Jiangxing nuclear plant will arrive the day after tomorrow. Su Luoluo bit her lip and asked, "Does that mean we won't have electricity at all from the day after tomorrow?" Jiang Yu glanced at her, then couldn't resist ruffling her hair with a smile. "Silly girl, losing electricity is the least of our problems." Though he wore a smile, he sighed, inwardly lamenting the foolishness and arrogance of these Awakened Ones. They believed their supreme power allowed them to act with impunity. Having replaced the original government, they had countless better options, yet they chose the most idiotic path, one that undoubtedly pitted them against every survivor in Kyushu. Future City's preferential treatment of Awakened Ones would certainly attract some powerful individuals. But not all Awakened Ones were swayed by such tactics. Many were ambitious, eager to make their mark during the apocalypse. Furthermore, Awakened Ones were not solitary figures. They too had families and friends. Although Zhou Henian didn't explicitly state that Awakened Ones were superior in Future City, the implication was clear in his words. Under such circumstances, how were Awakened Ones with families and friends supposed to reconcile themselves? Pondering this, Jiang Yu suddenly had a thought. Taking advantage of the remaining internet access, he opened his phone's browser and searched for information on Zhou Henian. To his surprise, the browser had already updated its information, placing Zhou Henian's profile as the top search result. According to the data, Zhou Henian was originally just a department director in the government office of some provincial capital in the southwest. While he was probably a rank or two higher than that street office director Wang whom Jiang Yu had kicked to death. His resume showed nearly 20 years of diligent service in his local area, yet his position never advanced, remaining stuck in a small department. The entry also listed numerous examples of Zhou Henian's diligence and how beloved he was by the people during his tenure. The purpose was clearly to subtly criticize the original government. Finally, it recounted how after the apocalypse he awakened a special ability and early on discovered the secret of using crystal cores to enhance human evolution, becoming a powerful, awakened one. In the first dozen days after the apocalypse, Zhou Henian fought against various mutant beasts, zombies, and foul corpses, saving countless ordinary refugees. He was wounded multiple times during these battles. It was as if he were a living bodhisattva. Finally, due to suppression by the original government, he was left with no choice but to lead thousands of awakened ones and tens of thousands of first-tier evolvers who were willing to follow him, throwing the government shelter into chaos last night. And that led to today's events. Jiang Yu could tell at a glance that this entry was fabricated by someone at the browser company, likely at Zhou Henian's behest. It was simply a means to craft a glorious image of himself. The entry was thousands of words long, practically portraying him as a living saint. Jiang Yu didn't believe such a perfect person existed in this world, nor did he believe a word of the entry. However, one point was noteworthy and likely true. For Zhou Henian to gain the recognition of so many awakened ones, his character was secondary. His innate ability must be exceptionally powerful. With this incident, Jiang Yu's original plans naturally had to be set aside for the moment. He went directly to the riverbank, found Zhao Chongfeng, who was helping ordinary people fish, and asked him to gather all the ability users currently at the base. I assume you all saw the announcement released by the authorities, or rather Future City, just now. Amid the frozen landscape, Jiang Yu looked at the people before him and said calmly, "If you have any thoughts, you can tell me directly now. Future City treats ability users well. Anyone here who wishes to go can enjoy a life of luxury there." Just last night, he had executed Lu Sanfu to establish his authority, yet troublemakers like Zhou Yin had already jumped out demanding privileges. After seeing Future City's announcement today, how could they not harbor other ambitions? Avoidance was useless. The only way was to solve problems head-on. Jiang Yu didn't actually insist on keeping these people tethered to the base. If anyone wanted to leave, they could say so now and go. He wasn't particularly short on ability users anyway. With the batch of rainwater imbued with special energy that Su Luoluo had preserved in the time-stop space, he could create a new wave of ability users whenever he pleased. However, to his surprise, Zhou Yin, the power amplification ability user who had led the demand for privileges last night, was the first to step forward and say, "I'm not leaving." "Oh," Jiang Yu said with a smile. "Weren't you demanding privileges last night? If you go to Future City, now you'll have everything you want. Why don't you want to leave? My parents, my grandfather, and my sister are all here." Zhou Yin shook his head and said, "When we fled during the heavy rain, my father injured his leg. It's probably crippled now, and he can't work. I wanted special treatment, not to be above others, but because without it I'm afraid I can't support them alone." Future City's announcement made it clear that they have limited capacity to take people. Only ability users, not ordinary people or evolvers. This was hardly surprising. So-called evolvers could be mass-produced as long as ordinary people had crystal cores, so they were naturally worthless. What was truly precious were ability users. Future City's main purpose this time was to relocate the nuclear power plant in Jiangxing. Taking people was just a side note. They certainly couldn't take many, and they definitely wouldn't take ordinary people beyond the list. Hearing this, Jiang Yu's opinion of Zhou Yin began to shift. At the same time, he gained new insights. Humans are complex creatures, why every action has a motive. Risking being cut down by Jiang Yu's blade to voice opposition. If it were merely for better personal treatment, it wouldn't quite make sense. Alright, if you're willing to stay, then stay. What about the rest of you? Anyone want to leave? Including Zhao Chongfeng, the remaining 8 ability users at the base all shook their heads in unison. They had already received preferential treatment from Lu Sanfu because of their abilities which extended to their families. Unlike the ordinary people, they hadn't experienced the agony of being torn apart from loved ones. All of them had families, and once Future City made it clear they wouldn't take their dependents, their choice was obvious. Of course, this was also tied to the situation at the base. This place was originally a strategic reserve depot, so supplies were absolutely not a concern. They wouldn't starve staying here. As for Future City, a massive metropolis with tens of millions of people, could it truly offer a bright future in this apocalypse as Zhou Henian had described? It was questionable whether those 30 million people could even survive for long. And with such a huge population, how many ability users were among them? Most of their abilities weren't particularly outstanding either. Going there wouldn't guarantee them any lofty status. In comparison, staying at this base was much better. At least with the warehouse here, their supplies were secure. Even if Jiang Yu treated everyone equally and granted them no privileges as long as they did their jobs, well, they wouldn't have to worry about basic survival. After all, most of them were ordinary people before the apocalypse. When Lu Sanfu was in charge, he handed out benefits without asking for anything in return. It felt nice, but deep down it left an uneasy feeling. The apocalypse had only been going on for about 10 days, and many people hadn't fully adjusted their mindsets. Doing nothing all day and living off handouts inevitably stirred some guilt. Jiang Yu making them work for what they wanted actually aligned better with their pre-apocalypse values. And there was another crucial reason they didn't want to leave, although Future City repeatedly stressed that the authorities were the authorities and Future City was Future City. Many people saw them as one and the same. Having gained power, they were reluctant to submit to the constraints of the old official system and resisted joining such a large organization. A small organization like Hushia Survival Base, which lacked no supplies, suited them perfectly. Moreover, there was a considerable distance from here to the nuclear power plant. If they actually went, it was uncertain whether they'd even survive crossing that vast expanse of water. Since no one wants to leave, well, keep things as they are. As I said yesterday, do your jobs well, and I guarantee your lives won't be any worse than those ability users who joined Future City. With that, Jiang Yu waved his hand and left. He was really just probing their intentions. His nascent faction was still in its infancy, with many things not yet fully established. Calling it a faction was generous. It wasn't even a loose organization. If these people wanted to leave, they could. He had no intention of stopping them. Asking in advance was simply to plan for the future. After all, they counted as high-end combat power, and having them or not would still affect the speed at which the base collected crystal cores. Just as Jiang Yu was settling on his first base after the apocalypse and preparing his grand plan to gather crystal cores. Across the entirety of Jojo, those announcements had stirred considerable waves. That very afternoon, the survivor organization in Modu, located on the southeastern coast of Jojo, seized control of several communication satellites through unknown means and openly issued a proclamation. They declared the founding of Thunder Heaven City. The city lord was Su Guan, a nobody before the apocalypse who delivered food for a living. After the end times, he came to rule over thousands of people in a high-rise building in Modu. He had gained notoriety by publicly flaunting his brutal deeds online. Previously, he had styled himself the king of Modu, vowing to bring the entire city under his control once the rain stopped. Now he had actually succeeded. In his announcement, Su Guan also offered various tempting conditions to recruit ability users and arrogantly publicized his current strength, even attaching a video. A fourth-tier ability user. In the video, Su Guan descended like the god of thunder, wreathed in lightning, wielding a spear of thunderbolts. With a single strike, he demolished a 100-meter building. His power was so overwhelming that many viewers felt breathless just watching. A single stone stirred 1,000 ripples. The emergence of Future City brought countless ambitious figures to the surface. Within just one day, more and more powerful awakened began declaring the establishment of their own factions. Although Future City had seized control of most of the official satellite permissions, these factions displayed their own ingenuity, each managing to hijack satellites to broadcast their voices. Despite Future City, Su Guan of Thunder Heaven City deliberately released one of the satellites under his control for various factions to use for their declarations. Overnight, the world seemed to descend into chaos. Even in Jiang City, where Jiang Yu resided, someone stepped forward to announce the formation of a faction, calling it Greenwood City. The city lord was Lu Qingya, a third-tier awakened. The base was located in a university town on higher ground in Jiang City, where it was said most of the campus remained above the floodwaters. Before the waters rose, Lu Qingya, a well-known student council president and wealthy heir at one of the schools, organized students and workers using his financial power to empty out a logistics transfer hub near the university town that was situated on higher ground. This was how he established the survival base, which now housed nearly 200,000 survivors. Almost all of them were young students from the school and the workers who had helped him. When he declared the founding of Greenwood City, he not only announced his faction's strength and resources like others, but also had high-ranking officials from the original Jiang City government endorse him. This undoubtedly lent him a degree of legitimacy. At least compared to factions with tarnished reputations like Su Guan's, his Greenwood City appeared far more formal. Of course, that was only the surface of what lay beneath was anyone's guess. These past few days, whenever Jiang Yu had the chance to browse his phone, he had seen plenty of local videos on the matter. Among them were many pieces of news regarding Lu Qingya's faction. They were mostly negative. It was said that Lu Qingya had gathered a group of awakened and had become a veritable tyrant of the university town, indulging in revelry every night. His claims of holding vast supplies were largely exaggerated, or perhaps he did have the goods, but he kept them tightly under his control with no intention of sharing. Their people were freezing and starving to death in large numbers every day. Of course, factions that could contact satellite-holding powers to issue announcements or directly seize control of satellites themselves were considered relatively strong. But in these chaotic times, there was never a shortage of ambitious individuals. Many factions lacked such channels, but refused to be outdone, declaring their formation online. Someone, perhaps driven mad by being trapped at home, actually compiled a ranking table. The table sorted factions by their numbers, resources, and the strength of their leaders. Ranked first was Future City, which inherited the largest share of the original government's legacy. In second place was Sparkfire City, nestled among the hills of Jiangnan, formed by three main army groups of the original Jojo government. Why the original Zhou government, which had fewer than 10 main army groups in total, would dispatch 3 to garrison the largely flooded hills of Jiangnan at the end of the world, only the heavens knew. It was said that the current city lord of Sparkfire City, or person in charge as they called it, was a young man under 30 named Li Xingyun. A fourth tier awakened. They had gathered over 6 million survivors, and that number was skyrocketing by hundreds of thousands every day. Unlike Future City, which only accepted awakened Sparkfire City, welcomed all survivors. The 3 army groups under its command, hundreds of thousands of soldiers, were working day and night to rescue survivors from the floods and extreme cold. Ranked third was Ascend Heaven City, located on the western plateau. They had a full 4 army groups and wielded countless weapons, even possessing world-ending arms like the Great Mushroom. The Qinyun Plateau and the Western Plateau were originally designated by the post-apocalyptic Zhou government as key sites for building doomsday shelters. Naturally, they had an abundance of resources. However, precisely because the area was remote and less affected by the disaster, acquiring crystal cores was harder than in harder-hit regions, leaving Ascend Heaven City's lord as only a 3rd tier awakened. It was the only one among the top 10 factions whose leader was only 3rd tier. It could be said that factions ranking on this list were mostly connected to the original government. The phrase "when a whale falls, all things thrive" was fully realized in this moment. And Suguan's Thunder Heaven City, led by a formidable 4th tier Lightning Awakened, who claimed control of all of Modu, couldn't even crack the top 20 on this list. After all, just 300 kilometers from his Modu base lay Wudong City, home to over 4 million people and several 4th tier awakened. Established by original Jinling government officials, it ranked 5th on the list. Wudong City had an interesting story. It was called Wudong City because the entire city was built upon a colossal parasol tree. This tree originally stood in the courtyard behind the Jinling government office building. On the first night of the apocalypse, it absorbed a massive amount of golden special energy and successfully mutated and evolved. By the second day of the apocalypse, it possessed the strength of a 1st-tier mutant creature and had gained sentience. Its size was absurdly enormous. According to the people of Wudong City, even at the 1st tier, the tree's canopy covered over 10 square kilometers with roots spreading across dozens of square kilometers. Now it had reached the 4th tier, and its canopy covered over 800 square kilometers. Its roots spread across nearly 1,000 square kilometers of surrounding territory. The reason Wudong City had more 4th tier awakened than those factions with proper armies was because this tree hunted powerful mutant creatures that entered its root domain. After devouring a certain number of crystal cores, it would stop and voluntarily offer them to the people living on it. Indeed, all 4 million residents of Wudong City now lived on the tree, and it was nowhere near its carrying capacity. If they squeezed in, it could easily house over 10 million people. With the parasol tree's protection, the floods and natural disasters outside posed almost no threat to those living within. The most incredible part was that the tree bore fist-sized unnamed seeds that were edible. A single seed could supply a 1st-tier evolver with enough energy for an entire day. An ordinary person couldn't finish one in 3 days. Even its fallen leaves were excellent plant fibers, perfect for crafting cold-resistant clothing after processing. Wudong City's advantages were truly unique. Even Future City would salivate at the sight of this parasol tree. As they say, the apocalypse brings forth the strangest wonders. A tree playing both father and mother to millions of people. Who could have imagined that? Of course, there were plenty of other bizarre occurrences. Every faction in the top 10 had its own remarkable tricks. Jiang couldn't help but marvel that heroes truly swarmed like fish crossing a river. Now that the great whale had fallen, they were all surfacing. Yet seeing the 4th tier awakened of those major factions on the list, he didn't feel discouraged. Awakened didn't face such strict limitations as evolvers when absorbing crystal cores. With the backing of a major faction and an unlimited supply of crystal cores, it was only natural they were stronger than him. He had his system with an unmatched efficiency in converting crystal core energy. Once his own faction got running, he would quickly enter a period of rapid growth. The apocalypse had only just begun. Running fast now meant nothing. Those who smiled at the end were the true heroes. Flowing water doesn't compete for speed, it competes for endurance. The survivors naturally had no interest in judging whether the establishment of Future City and the disappearance of the old government were right or wrong. But as the old era's government became history, the constant airdrops of supplies ceased overnight, which was the truly fatal blow. People didn't care what Future City was for. Cutting off aid was tantamount to a death sentence for them. After 2 consecutive days without any airdrops, the internet erupted in outrage. Although Future City had seized control of most satellites and shut them down, there were over 10,000 low-orbit communication satellites launched by the old government before the apocalypse. If even one opened its access, it could merge into the main network. Many factions still held control over satellites that hadn't been deactivated, so the internet remained accessible. However, unlike the previous full-time connection, most areas now experienced intermittent service. Jiangxing typically had a signal from around 4 in the afternoon to 7 in the evening with no network access at other times. Of course, soon the internet would become useless anyway. The team from Future City sent to relocate the Jiangxing nuclear power plant was already en route, with tomorrow being the announced date. Another day and night passed, and the floating ice on the water's surface was increasing. Though it hadn't completely frozen over, it was no longer safe for travel. Aside from the dangerous mutant creatures, the floating ice alone was enough to disable most boats and kayaks. However, this was of little concern to Jiang Yu. On the afternoon the announcement was made, he spent 800 enhancement points to advance Xuanwu to the second rank. After harvesting the batch of crystal cores from Lu Sanfu, Jiang Yu's enhancement points had reached 7,235. During this time, crafting a few alloy weapons from the system cost him the odd 35 points, and helping Su Luoluo advance to the first rank cost 80 points. A previous entry was mistaken. Helping others from 0 to first rank is 80, while first to second rank is 800. Now, after spending another 800 points, his balance stood at 6,320. Although storing Xuanwu in the pet slot would give a 20 discount, reducing the cost to 640 points, this was the early days of the apocalypse, and every moment counted. Since he wasn't short on points, it wasn't worth the 3-day wait. Jiang Yu needed 3,000 enhancement points to go from the second to the third rank, and had still have to spend points to max out his 4 attributes afterward. His remaining points would barely suffice. In contrast, advancing Xuanwu from the second to the third rank only required 2,400 points, and it would automatically max out all its stats upon leveling up. So there was no hesitation. Jiang Yu directly chose to level Xuanwu up another rank. After leveling up twice in succession, Xuanwu's body began to swell rapidly, like a sponge absorbing water. In the blink of an eye, it transformed from a massive creature measuring 20 meters in length, 12 in width, and 5 in height, into a prehistoric beast roughly 600 meters long, 360 wide, and 150 tall. This was only a rough estimate based on the shell alone. Including the head and limbs, the numbers would be even more staggering. The terrifying flood that could submerge skyscrapers now couldn't even cover Xuanwu's shell. Standing on Xuanwu's back was like standing on an island. Fortunately, Jiang Yu had anticipated this change, and had taken Xuanwu away from the base to a secluded spot to level up. Otherwise, with a body that size appearing near the base, it might have scared a few timid survivors to death. Now this is what true invincibility looks like. Although Jiang Yu had never met the 4th rank ability users that various factions boasted about, he was almost certain that these overhyped 4th rank users would be no match for Xuanwu at the peak of the 3rd rank. They'd be swatted to death with a single slap. He wasn't sure if this was a unique trait of Xuanwu or common to all mutated beasts. The peak attribute values of same-rank beasts were far higher than those of humans. His gaze fell on Xuanwu's back, and with a thought, Xuanwu's data appeared on the system panel. Pet Xuanwu, mutated grass tortoise, rank 3rd rank, peak strength 1000, speed 800, constitution 1000, spirit 700, ability water control, earth control. Both strength and constitution were as high as 1000, and even its weaker stats, speed and spirit, were 800 and 700 respectively. This was far higher than Jiang Yu's current attributes, which were all at 100. He estimated that even if he reached the 3rd rank and maxed out his stats, his limit would be around 300. The gap was nearly several-fold. If mutated beasts generally had such superior attributes compared to humans, the next era might very well belong to them. After a brief moment of reflection, he quickly noticed the sign next to the first data entry. Spend 4,000 enhancement points to evolve the mutated grass tortoise bloodline into Gue Water Spirit Turtle. Gue Water Spirit Turtle. Upon acquiring this bloodline, the water control ability will evolve into Netherworld Gue Water, extremely and cold, while also raising the creature's potential ceiling. Bloodline evolution. Jiang Yu narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but gasp after reading the description. Xuanwu's current stats were already absurd, and evolving its bloodline could raise its ceiling even further. Just how high could those 4 attributes go? As for what the ability upgrade would do, he had no idea, but even the name sounded far more formidable than water control. Looking at his remaining 3,920 enhancement points, Jiang Yu gritted his teeth and converted all 20-plus second-rank crystal cores Xuanwu had given him. While he was gathering crystal cores at the base, Xuanwu hadn't been idle either. It had eliminated every second-rank mutated beast in the waters surrounding the base, and without consuming a single core, it had saved them all. Those 20-plus second-rank cores yielded 3,227 enhancement points for Jiang Yu. He had originally kept these high-rank cores hoping to trade with the major factions. After all, to him, there was no difference between high and low-rank cores. They all converted into enhancement points equally. But for ordinary ability users and evolvers, advancing to a certain rank required cores of that corresponding rank. For instance, for a first-rank ability user to reach the second rank, they needed to consume enough first-rank cores to max out their attributes, plus 1 second-rank core to break through. High-rank cores were extremely valuable to ordinary ability users. But now stuck at this point, he decided to invest all his remaining cores to see how far Xuanwu could go. Ding. 4,000 enhancement points deducted. Mutated grass tortoise bloodline has evolved into Gui water spirit turtle. Pet Xuanwu, Gui water spirit turtle rank, 3rd rank, peak strength, 1000 speed, 800 constitution, 1000 spirit, 700 ability, netherworld Gui water earth control. Staring at the unchanged attributes and the long string of signs on the panel, Jiang Yu was stunned for a moment. Then he couldn't help but curse. Why the hell didn't you tell me that raising the ceiling after bloodline evolution requires extra points to max out? The good news was that the black tortoise bloodline had evolved no longer a mere mutated grass turtle. The bad news was that the 4-dimensional attributes remained unchanged. Jiang Yu had assumed that even with a raised limit it would, as with every previous strengthening point upgrade, directly reach the peak of the next stage. The reality, however, proved to be contrary to his expectations. The system only granted an immediate leap to the peak of the next stage when he upgraded other people or creatures. A bloodline upgrade evidently did not fall under this category. Thus, the increased limits would have to be filled by Jiang Yu himself using his own strengthening points. Of course, he could also wait until he had saved up enough points to upgrade the black tortoise again. But then, system, notice your pet the black tortoise has reached the 3rd stage. Would you like to spend 8,000 strengthening points to advance it to the 4th stage? 8,000. Jiang Yu could only sigh at the seemingly distant prospect. Despite having 3,247 points on hand, they were specifically reserved for the black tortoise's upgrade. He had barely used any for himself aside from maxing out his own attributes, and he was still only at the 2nd stage. Simply advancing to the 3rd stage required 3,000 points. If the peak attribute limit for the 3rd stage was 300, following the previous pattern, he would need another 6,400 points to max out his attributes. Acquiring a second ability would cost an additional 5,000 points. Moreover, as his strength grew, weapons that had been strengthened only 5 or 10 times were becoming increasingly inadequate. He estimated that a weapon strengthened twice would be barely sufficient for his current needs. To find a weapon useful even after reaching the 3rd stage, it would need to be strengthened at least 3 times. He would need to set aside at least 1,000 strengthening points for that. Although investing all his points into the black tortoise seemed the most cost-effective strategy at the moment, the apocalypse was fraught with dangers. If his own strength lagged too far behind, and he met an untimely end, the irony would be too great. After all, given the black tortoise's massive size, he couldn't possibly keep it tethered to his side at all times. One must rely on one's own strength. He could tolerate being slightly weaker than his pet, but not by a significant margin. Yet the system allowed him to upgrade the black tortoise or others for a pittance while his own advancement demanded exorbitant costs. Let's leave it at that for now, he muttered. Though it felt unsatisfying not to max out the black tortoise's stats, his resources were limited. System, upgrade me first. Ding. Strengthening points, 3,000, upgrade complete. Host Jiang Yu, remaining strengthening points, 247 strength, 3rd stage power, 178 agility, 146 physique, 159 spirit, 181 ability, soul devouring, eye weapons, alloy Miao Dao, alloy Tang Dao. Pet Guishui spirit turtle, a warm current surged through him, and in moments Jiang Yu felt his power had increased by more than a notch. Each advancement brought a surge in his attributes. Though the feeling couldn't compare to a direct point maxing purchase, the tangible growth in strength was unmistakable. Better than nothing, he said. Would you like to spend 200 strengthening points to upgrade the alloy long spear into the meteorite great spear? He rifled through his strengthened alloy weapons and selected the long spear, which had the highest strengthening cost, sinking most of his remaining points into it. Generally, the more points invested, the heavier the resulting weapon. Weapons from the first strengthening were only suitable for 1st stage evolvers. Second strengthening weapons were for 2nd stage evolvers. Jiang Yu was now at the 3rd stage. Logically, these weapons costing 1 to 200 points were too light for him. Only this meteorite great spear, weighing over 400 kilograms after the 200-point enhancement, was barely usable. He stared at his remaining 47 points. Jiang Yu let out a long breath. He had been rich just days ago, and now he was broke again. Let's go home first and bring her over, he said. We'll gather more crystals over the next 2 days. When the people from Future City arrive the day after tomorrow to relocate the nuclear power plant. Open the damn door, you bitch. If you don't, I'll break it down. Outside Jiang Yu's apartment, several burly men covered in tattoos pounded violently on the security door. Inside, Chu Yinshu trembled at the shouts, but fearing what would happen if she opened the door, mustered her courage and yelled back. I still have several barrels of gasoline in here. If any of you dare to come in, I'll set this place on fire immediately. You'll get nothing. You little wench daring to threaten me. I'll give you a day to think it over. Hand over the supplies and I promise I won't touch you, the lead thug said impatiently. Keep stalling, and when I get in there I won't be so nice. Don't think a bit of gasoline scares me. I'm an awakener, and I have methods you can't even imagine. Though his words were arrogant, he actually turned and left without lingering. Clearly he feared Chu Yunshu might follow through on her threat and burn everything inside. Hearing the footsteps fade, Chu Yunshu let out a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the sofa. The apartment complex had been anything but peaceful since Jiang Yu left. Desperate, starving people had been fighting violently over food and water, resulting in over 100 deaths. Fortunately, thanks to the fearsome reputation Jiang Yu had earned by killing Wang Yufu and the support from Wu Wenqiang's group of evolvers, no one had dared to cause trouble at her place. That was until this morning. Less than an hour after Future City's announcement, while the building's residents were still reeling from the collapse of official order, a group led by Han Biao rowed a small boat into the building. This crew had made quite a name for themselves in the vicinity recently. The leader, the tattooed brute Han Biao, had been imprisoned for 8 years before the apocalypse for gang-related crimes. After his release, he had reverted to his old ways. But times had changed, and within days he was on the official radar again, becoming a wanted criminal. Just as he was dodging capture, the apocalypse struck. Han Biao, who had been hiding in a building in the apartment complex, happened to awaken an ability. Realizing this was his chance, he gathered a gang of thugs and began to rule that building. Within less than 3 days of the apocalypse, they had robbed everyone in the building, killing over 100 people in the process. Before Jiang Yu left, Han Biao was already the infamous bully in the apartment complex's chat group. However, no matter how ferocious he was, without edible food under the flood, his power meant little. After hearing that Building A had stockpiled a significant amount of food, Han Biao set his sights on it. However, reaching Building A from his own required crossing over 100 meters of water, which was why he hadn't come sooner. After days of forcing people into the water to test the route, he found that boating across was relatively safe, with a low risk of underwater monster attacks, and only then did he decide to make his move. Since the apocalypse began, he had been ruthless and murderous, fully unleashing his true nature. This morning, upon hearing the news that the old government had completely vanished, he became even more reckless. The moment he got the information, he summoned his underlings and rowed over to Building A. Chu Yunshu had been in contact with Jiang Yu, reporting the situation in the building daily. Yet on this very day, right after Future City issued its announcement, the network went down, completely severing her connection to him. It was precisely at this moment that Han Biao and his group entered the building. They slaughtered their way in, killing over a dozen people on the 5th floor who had been hunting zombies. They then instructed the survivors, suggesting that to lure more zombies and harvest more crystal cores, one must use humans as bait. Such brutal methods instantly cowed the residents, silencing any dissent. Han Biao's crew began their systematic looting from the 6th floor upward. They were not foolish. Knowing Wu Wenqiang's group had some stored rations, they left them untouched. Before arriving, they had already assessed Building A, aware that Wu Wenqiang's crew were formidable individuals who dared to fight zombies with blades since the apocalypse's dawn. Furthermore, their food supplies weren't substantial enough to warrant conflict. Building A was rife with easier targets hoarding supplies. Ascending the floors, they swiftly amassed enough food and water to sustain their group of dozens for months. A highly successful haul. They continued until reaching the 23rd floor. Several residents informed him that a particular unit on that floor likely held significant supplies, but its occupant was an ability user of unknown powers. Initially, Han Biao intended to avoid this specific unit, unwilling to provoke a potentially dangerous individual. Their plunder was already bountiful. However, seeing his hesitation, an elderly woman claiming to be the landlord of room 2307 suddenly appeared. She told Han Biao that the ability user from room 2307 had left days ago and hadn't returned, with no word of his whereabouts. Only a young, beautiful female college student remained inside. She even showed Han Biao a photo of Chu Yunshu. As expected, the initially cautious Han Biao's interest was piqued. He knew the outside world was perilous. Ability users weren't invincible. With such a stockpile of supplies left unguarded for days, he reasoned the owner had likely perished outside, combined with the allure of a delicate college student inside. Faced with this dual temptation, he discarded his usual caution, striding to knock on room 2307's door. Wu Wenqiang's group, anticipating this, had been shadowing them, and now stepped forward to block their attempt to force entry. The outcome was inevitable. Though Wu Wenqiang's team had become first-tier evolvers from days of hunting zombies and mutant beasts, they were outmatched. Han Biao was a second-tier ability user, and his entire entourage were first-tier evolvers. Their power was overwhelming. In a single exchange, Wu Wenqiang's group was gravely injured. Had it not been for Zhao Hin, the ability user from room 3315, who descended and confronted Han Biao, preventing further violence, they would have certainly lost their lives. It was their delay that gave Chu Yunshu precious time to react, positioning fuel barrels and threatening to destroy her supplies. This forced Han Biao to temporarily abandon his assault on her room and continue his looting upward. Boss, that woman is so defiant. Are we really just letting her off? According to the residents, the supplies in 2307 aren't that much anyway. Let it burn. A disgruntled underling muttered as they ascended. Han Biao waved his hand dismissively. As they said, all that stuff was bought by that ability user on the morning of the apocalypse. One person couldn't have hauled much. Besides, this building is full of profiteers looking to cash in on the disaster. The higher floors have plenty more hoarders. Losing 2307 is trivial, but a fire on a high floor in these conditions would be impossible to control. Well, let her be for now. Once we've stripped the upper floors and moved the loot down, she'll have plenty of trouble coming her way. He then flashed a lecherous grin. When that time comes, you'll all line up. That little wench needs to learn her place. Boss, what about that ability user on the 33rd floor? The people here only started getting crystal cores recently, so he's at most first tier. If he's smart, he'll join us. If not, I heard he's a rich kid with a large stash of grain. At dusk, the massive form of Xian Wu slowly surfaced from the water. They were still a few hundred meters from Jiang Ye's apartment, but the terrain ahead was higher, and proceeding further would expose Xian Wu's massive body. The buildings ahead were also densely packed. Forcing Xian Wu through would mean crushing them all. There could be countless survivors within precious resources in this apocalypse that Jiang Yu had no intention of eliminating en masse. Wait for me around here. They'll come for you once I've settled things inside, likely by tomorrow. We might even be bringing a group back. After instructing Xian Wu, Jiang Yu had Su Lala, his portable storage, retrieve a motorboat from her space. With his third-tier peak strength, his soul-stealing eye's perception range now exceeded 1,000 meters. No creature nearby posed a threat, so he sped forward confidently. The occasional first- or second-tier mutant beast that approached met its end with a mere glare from him. He soon arrived at the base of the apartment building. However, upon entering, his brow furrowed. The thick stench of blood. Having killed countless zombies, he knew their blood smelled different from humans. The former carried a hint of putridity, unlike the pure scent of human blood. Instantly distinguishable. Scanning the area, he quickly discovered human corpses bloated from water discarded in several separate rooms. Their limbs and heads had been severed, and even in their waterlogged state, the arteries at the wounds still oozed blood slowly. He hadn't witnessed this before, but had heard of it at the base. Human baiting. And indeed, a second-tier mutant loach had been lured into the building, feasting on the corpses. He glanced upward. In room 2307, Chu Yunshu was trembling, clutching a fuel barrel, her gaze darting towards the door. She dared not even set down her lighter, clearly terrified. Yet she remained unharmed. He looked higher. At the door of room 3317 on the 33rd floor, the ability user Zhao Hin, along with his classmates, stood in a standoff against a group of thugs. Wu Wenxiang and his severely wounded comrades lay inside, drenched in blood. Jiang Yu hadn't expected that after merely a day, or more precisely half a day, of severed communications, someone would dare to barge into the building and nearly raid his home. His subordinates had been gravely wounded in the assault. As his gaze settled on the man at the forefront, Jiang Yu suddenly understood. Han Biao. Strength Tier 2. Power 56. Speed 48. Physique 42. Mental Strength 33. Ability Muscle Tied. Muscle Tied upon activation, power and speed receive a 1.5x amplification. A Tier 2 awakened. No wonder Wu Wenxiang and the others had been so severely injured. Even Zhao Hin, a Tier 1 awakened, could only engage in strained negotiations, already agreeing to hand over half their food and water to ensure their safety. But Han Biao hadn't yet agreed, and the two sides were still locked in a war of words. It seems I've been too lenient. Even a Tier 2 awakened dares to cause trouble while I'm away. Jiang Yu shook his head. Seeing the standoff above, he began to ascend the stairs at a measured pace. Han Biao's ability seemed formidable at first glance, granting a 1.5x boost to both power and speed. Once activated, his power would surge to 84 and his speed to 72, dramatically enhancing his combat prowess. Yet in the grand scheme of abilities, this one ranked among the lower echelons. Compared to Zhao Hin's elemental ability Metal Mastery, it was decidedly inferior. Despite the full tier gap between them, Han Biao would likely find it no easy task to swiftly overcome Zhao Hin in a direct confrontation. Zhao Hin's ability offered more cunning and versatile applications, allowing for tactical maneuvering in battle, unlike Han Biao's straightforward enhancement. Jiang Yu also intended to use this opportunity to observe Zhao Hin's character and decide whether to recruit him. This recruitment wasn't simply about relocating them to his base to bolster its population. He had already planned to move everyone here regardless. Jiang Yu was contemplating whether to bring Zhao Hin into his inner circle to truly make him one of his own. From his earlier stand against Wang Youfu, it was clear that despite his youth, Zhao Hin possessed both courage and wit. He had also refrained from abusing his power within the building, demonstrating a sense of principle. It appeared that Wu Wenxiang and his group had clashed with Han Biao for some reason and were saved by Zhao Hin. From Jiang Ye's perspective, this young man was a promising candidate to become a core member of his base. Offering you half our supplies isn't enough. Does Brother Han truly intend to leave us no way out? Outside room 3315, Zhao Hin's face was grim. In a swift motion, he swung the sleek, exquisite alloy tang, sword in his hand, cleaving an empty, unguarded security door across the hall in two. This weapon was a gift from Jiang Yu to Wu Wenqiang's group. With them severely injured, they had lent it to Zhao Hin to bolster his combat strength. Kid, there are only a few of you in there. You can't possibly eat all that food. In this damp weather it'll go moldy if you just store it. Rather than let it rot, why not give it to us? And if you agree to my terms, and come work for me, all of this will eventually be yours anyway. What's there to hesitate about? Han Biao said leisurely, seemingly unbothered by the young man before him. Yet his gaze kept flicking towards the sword, betraying his unease. Since reaching Tier 1, his skin had become incredibly tough. He had even tested it with his underlings, finding that ordinary weapons wielded by Tier 1 evolvers couldn't even scratch him. While Tier 1 awakened were somewhat stronger than evolvers, the difference was marginal, and they too would struggle to break his defense. But looking at the alloy tang sword in Zhao Hin's hand, radiating a sharp, deadly aura, he had a gnawing feeling it could carve him up like a fish. The supplies are ours. Whether they rot, or we give them away for free, is none of your business. Zhao Hin said in a low, firm voice. They'll say this one last time. We can spare half. If you want more, then we settle this with a fight to the death today. It's been so many days into the apocalypse, and I haven't survived just to be pushed around. Han Biao narrowed his eyes at this. After a moment, he suddenly broke into a smile. All right, half the supplies is acceptable. But I have one more condition. What? Hand over those evolvers in the room with you. Han Biao pointed towards room 3315. Zhao Hin replied without hesitation, don't even think about it. If the matter of supplies could have been negotiated with a bit more give, handing over Wu Wenqiang and the others was absolutely out of the question. Since discovering that killing zombies yielded crystals that could enhance their strength, he had been leading his classmates to hunt zombies that wandered into the building. They had experienced several close calls due to their lack of combat experience. If not for the repeated help from Wu Wenqiang's group and their invaluable advice on fighting zombies, his classmates wouldn't have survived unscathed. This debt of gratitude had to be repaid. Not to mention Wu Wenqiang's boss Jiang Yu. Although Jiang Yu had left the apartment days ago, Zhao Hin often saw them communicating while hunting zombies downstairs, and he knew perfectly well that Jiang Yu was still alive. Not only was he alive, but he had apparently secured a strategic reserve warehouse in the southern suburbs, and had become terrifyingly powerful. Zhao Hin only knew Jiang Yu was an awakened, not the nature of his ability. Recalling the feeling of being utterly seen through with a single glance when they met on the 24th floor, Zhao Hin couldn't help but feel a sense of awe towards the young man, who was around his own age. Wu Wenqiang was Jiang Yu's subordinate. His decision to rescue him today wasn't just about repaying a debt, it was also a calculated move to curry favor with Jiang Yu. After all, they couldn't stay in this building forever. They would have to leave eventually, and Jiang Yu, who was known to have secured a safe place, was the obvious first choice to seek refuge with. If Jiang Yu were to find out that he had saved Wu Wenqiang's group only to sell them out of cowardice, he might not necessarily retaliate, but any hope of joining him would be dashed. As for joining Han Biao, in Zhao Hin's eyes, that arrogant fool was as good as dead. To dare provoke Jiang Yu, and even threaten to ransack his home. When the man returns, there would be hell to pay. So little brother, you're refusing the toast only to be forced to drink the penalty, is that it? Han Biao's face darkened. Mindful of the sword in the young man's hand, and his unknown ability, Han Biao, a Tier 2 awakened, had been showing restraint towards a mere Tier 1. His demand for Wu Wenqiang and the others was just a way to save face to avoid a potentially costly fight. He hadn't expected Zhao Hin to be so utterly unyielding. At this point, with all his men watching, he had no choice but to act. But just then a derisive chuckle echoed from the stairwell behind them. What exactly does the toast taste like, and what's the flavor of the penalty? Why don't you be a bit more specific? If you can't explain it clearly, I'm afraid you won't be leaving here so easily today. If you can't explain yourself clearly, you might not be leaving here today. The sudden voice from behind startled everyone present, including Han Biao. The group turned around in unison. At that moment, Zhao Hin's eyes lit up. Clang! The Tang saber was drawn, and a flash of blade light swept through the air. When Han Biao regained his senses, a massive gash stretching from his left shoulder to his right abdomen over a centimeter deep had appeared on his body. Through the vulnerable flesh of his abdomen, his quivering internal organs were faintly visible. This was only because Han Biao's four-dimensional attributes far surpassed Zhao Hin's, allowing him to react the instant the blade was drawn. Otherwise, that single strike might have cleaved him in two. Though the gap between first-tier and second-tier data seemed vast, it was not enough to cause a qualitative transformation. As long as a first-tier awakened had a suitable weapon and found the right opportunity, killing a second-tier awakened was not impossible. And Han Biao's turn just now was the opening Zhao Hin had seized. You're asking for death. Han Biao, accustomed to bullying the weak and fearing the strong, felt the searing pain across his body, and his eyes turned bloodshot. He cast aside all restraint. With a furious roar, his entire physique began to swell. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a demonic muscle-bound brute and threw a punch at Zhao Hin. Jiang Yu did not intervene, but secretly applied a mental suppression, layering a debuff on Han Biao. If Han Biao's original strength was 100, and with his ability it surged to 150, then under Jiang Ye's mental suppression, he could only unleash at most 50% of his full power. Of course, even so, Han Biao's physical stats were still superior to Zhao Hin's on paper. The fight remained evenly matched, and Zhao Hin could only win by relying on his ability and combat experience. The latter could be essentially disregarded. Since the apocalypse had begun a mere 10 or so days ago, most of these people had stayed holed up in buildings using terrain and numbers to bully zombies and mutated beasts. In truth, they all lacked experience in fighting other awakened. The two clashed, and quickly became locked in a brawl. Their movements back and forth were clumsy and stiff. Despite possessing strength far beyond ordinary humans, they still resorted to wild flailing punches once the real fight broke out. Zhao Hin's ability, steel manipulation, proved its worth. He used it to melt a pile of rebar prepared in the room, coating his body and encasing himself in a suit of steel armor. Moreover, the steel reinforced by his ability was far more durable and resilient than ordinary metal. Relying on his superior speed, Han Biao landed several consecutive punches on Zhao Hin, sending him flying over a dozen meters, yet he couldn't break through the defense. The airborne Zhao Hin was inwardly astonished. He had expected that such a punch would either kill him or leave him severely injured. A moment earlier, seeing Jiang Yu standing there without coming to help, he had been silently lamenting his fate. But unexpectedly, Han Biao, as if stricken with kidney deficiency, threw a punch full of momentum that failed to breach his armor. Zhao Hin wasn't foolish. He didn't believe he had blocked it through some latent power of his own. He immediately grasped Jiang Yu's intent. A test. He wanted to follow Jiang Yu, and the latter seemed to have some interest in taking him under his wing. By secretly weakening Han Biao, without directly intervening, Jiang Yu was clearly testing his capabilities. If he could defeat Han Biao, he would naturally earn Jiang Yu's favor. Moreover, Jiang Yu would even owe him a debt of gratitude. After all, he had saved Wu Wenxiang and his group, and it was his presence that had deterred Han Biao from causing chaos in the building and forcibly breaking into Jiang Yu's home. But if he lost and needed Jiang Yu to rescue him, that debt would be nullified. He might still have a chance to follow the man in the future, but he would never be given an important role. With this in mind, Zhao Hin took a deep breath, and with an awkward roll dodged another heavy, powerful blow from Han Biao. Big oaf today, you'll show you what I've got. Zhao Hin growled, slamming his palm against the floor, shattering a hole in the corridor as he launched himself into the air. As Han Biao's lunge missed with his old force spent, and new force not yet generated, Zhao Hin landed directly on his back. With his ability activated, Han Biao had become a small giant. Zhao Hin, perched on his broad back, looked as insignificant as a child carried by an adult. Yet this child, fighting for his survival in the apocalypse, could unleash strength beyond even a strong man's imagination. Blade convergence. Zhao Hin growled, and the steel armor covering his body morphed into two sharp blades encasing his hands. The instant before landing on Han Biao's back, he plunged them in with all his might. Han Biao's knotted muscles instantly tensed instinctively, trying to clamp the blades to prevent damage to his vitals. However, having been wounded by the initial surprise attack, and with his strength greatly diminished by Jiang Yu's mental suppression, his muscles, which could even stop small-caliber bullets, failed to withstand Zhao Hin's lethal strike. A tearing sound like a dull blade grinding against tough pigskin echoed through the air. It was a sound that set one's teeth on edge. The onlookers hadn't even processed what had happened. They had only turned around instinctively after hearing Jiang Yu's words, and by the time they looked back at Han Biao and Zhao Hin, a terrifying wound had already appeared on Han Biao, and the two were already locked in a brawl. After a cacophony of clattering that shattered countless pots and pans in the ruins of what was once a nearly demolished single-room apartment, people witnessed Zhao Hin standing atop Han Biao's back. The blades covering his hands, over 2 meters in length, had pierced through Han Biao's back, emerged from his chest, and their tips had shattered the floor tiles to embed themselves over a dozen centimeters into the concrete below. Han Biao wasn't dead yet, but he could no longer maintain his demonic muscle-bound form. Pinned beneath Zhao Hin, his bulging eyes were filled with unwillingness, and he coughed up blood continuously. The immense power of an awakened was something ordinary people could scarcely fathom. To outsiders, these were merely 2 penetrating wounds. But in reality, Han Biao's internal organs had already been shattered by the sheer force of the blow. Had his vitality as an awakened not far exceeded that of a normal human, he would have expired by now. Impressive. Jiang Yu walked into the room, unable to resist applauding. Zhao Hin truly had a gift for combat. At the very least, he was quick to react, and his control over his ability was fluid. Realizing he could withstand Han Biao's attacks and likely break through his defenses, he abandoned defense the moment an opening appeared and delivered a fatal strike. Furthermore, he wasn't afraid to die. That was crucial. When the gap in strength isn't vast, if one person fears death and the other doesn't, it's the fearless one who survives. You. Han Biao saw him enter, and his eyes widened. It was you who helped him. I don't accept this. Cough. After coughing out a mouthful of foul blood mixed with fragments of internal organs, Han Biao fell silent. Thanks to Brother Jiang's help, Zhao Hin turned the steel melted by his ability back into rebar, placed it back in its original spot, and stood obediently before Jiang Yu. Against Han Biao, he still harbored the thought of fighting. But before Jiang Yu, he didn't even have the courage to make a move. It was an instinct to avoid danger born from sufficiently high spiritual power. His sixth sense told him that attacking this man would likely result in being struck dead with a single slap. There was no chance of victory. I can only help those who have the ability themselves. I couldn't help those without it even if I wanted to. Jiang Yu waved his hand, not dwelling on the matter, and turned his gaze to Han Biao's terrified underlings. What do you plan to do with this group? Zhao Hin quickly said, since Brother Jiang is back, their fate is naturally in your hands. Over 20 First Order evolvers, almost all at the peak of the First Order. It'd be a shame to kill them. Take them back for reform through labor. Jiang Yu recalled some rather dangerous tasks at the base and immediately made arrangements for them. Are Wu Wenxiang and the others inside? They'll go in and take a look. They'll leave this to you. If they don't want to do the labor, no need to force them, just kill them. Bending down, he took a cloth bag from the small backpack on Han Biao's corpse and walked straight into the building. Naturally, the bag contained the crystal cores obtained by Han Biao's group, over 300 Zero-Order cores, about 60 First-Order cores, and even 3 Second-Order cores. This guy clearly had no intention of sharing the Second-Order cores. The fact that his underlings were First-Order evolvers was likely because he had surplus First-Order cores and started cultivating subordinates. He himself had probably just broken through to the Second Order, and since his own Second-Order cores weren't enough, he naturally kept them on his person. After converting the small bag of scattered crystal cores, Jiang Yu gained a total of 2,162 enhancement points. Adding the 47 points left over from before, his balance upon returning had reached 2,209. It wasn't enough to do anything significant for himself, but it was more than enough to win people's loyalty. Zhejiang, Brother Jiang, we failed you. Seeing Jiang Yu enter, Wu Wenxiang and the others who had only given their wounds simple treatment and were lying on the ground struggled to rise. They were Second-Order ability users. It's normal that you couldn't beat them. Don't blame yourselves. Jiang Yu smiled, then placed a hand on Wu Wenxiang's shoulder. Enhancement points 800. Subordinate Wu Wenxiang has broken through to Second-Order evolver. Wu Wenxiang. Strength Second Order. Power 90. Speed 80. Constitution 90. Spirit 85. Ability none. Seeing the sign next to the ability column, Jiang Yu frowned and tentatively clicked on it. Empowerment. The host can spend 4,000 enhancement points to randomly awaken an ability for a trusted subordinate. Note, this ability requires the target's loyalty to the host to be above 90. As long as the host does not betray them, they will never turn against you. Available for current target Wu Wenxiang. Holy shit. Jiang Yu realized he might have found a loophole. Not only could this thing grant others abilities, but it could also check their loyalty. In other words, those who received his empowerment had to be completely loyal to him. Although using empowerment cost 4,000 enhancement points each time, and awakening his own second ability was only 5,000 points, which seemed a bit expensive. If every empowered individual became a companion he could trust with his life's work, it was truly worth it. Of course, what surprised him was that Wu Wenxiang's loyalty was already this high. He wasn't sure what had caused it. But people are complex. Circumstances, experiences, and other factors can all drastically change one's mindset. Perhaps recent events had made Wu Wenxiang realize how crucial it was to have a powerful protector. After Jiang Yu reappeared and saved them all, he became determined to follow him. Or maybe it was for some other reason. But it didn't matter. According to the system, as long as he didn't betray Wu Wenxiang, the latter would never turn against him. The system shouldn't make mistakes on such trivial matters. As countless thoughts raced through Jiang Yu's mind, Wu Wenxiang, who had been severely injured, felt a warm current surge through his body. His wounds fully healed, and his physique became far stronger. Overwhelmed with excitement, he immediately grabbed Jiang Yu's arm and knelt down. Brother Jiang. Lu Zi is badly hurt. He's dying. Please save him. Don't worry, one at a time. This needed no further prompting. Although his enhancement points weren't enough to elevate all of them to the Second Order, strengthening their bodies to heal their injuries would cost very little. Healing the 4 of them only cost Jiang Yu a little over 100 enhancement points. One trip inside, he had spent 937 points. His balance was now 1272. There wasn't much else to say about what happened next. Among Han Biao's men, a few troublemakers would rather die than surrender. They were easily subdued and killed by Zhao Hin and Wu Wenxiang, now a Second-Order evolver. The remaining 11, being more sensible, surrendered. From them, Jiang Yu learned how this group had managed to gather so many crystal cores while staying cooped up in the building, and even obtained Second-Order ones. They used people as bait. Han Biao's methods were extremely cruel. He even preferred his bait to be alive. When he lived in Building F, his favorite pastime was to slice up those who opposed him until they were drenched in blood, then tie them with ropes and soak them in the water. This attracted a large number of zombies and low-order aquatic mutated beasts. When food began to run low, people in Building F tried to gut and cook these aquatic beasts. That was how they discovered the existence of crystal cores. At that time, the authorities hadn't yet announced the function of crystal cores, but Han Biao wasn't stupid. He guessed they must be important and began collecting them. After the official announcement, Han Biao, relying on the advantage that ability users weren't harmed by the energy backlash, started devouring crystal cores in bulk to increase his strength. He quickly reached the first order. Just then, a group of 9 second-order mutated centipedes were lured into Building F by the human bait. These creatures were massive, and their movement was restricted inside the building. Han Biao, having no scruples, forced ordinary people to carry flammable materials and set the monsters on fire. That was how they slowly ground down the 9 mutated centipedes. In the process, almost everyone in Building F died. They didn't know how many cores were obtained, they only knew that all the second-order cores were in Han Biao's possession. Jiang Yu guessed that the guy had probably gotten 7 or 8 second-order cores from that wave. With luck, he might even have gotten 9. Zero-order and first-order zombies and mutated beasts didn't always produce cores, but the drop rate for first-order monsters was clearly higher than for zero-order. And the rate for second-order was much higher than the first. Second-order monsters without cores were actually the minority. Thinking about how he had fought tooth and nail with a system cheat no less, and was only at the peak of the third order while this bastard had managed to reach the second, Jiang Yu couldn't help but lament how utterly messed up this world was. Truly, those without scruples always seem to thrive. But if one had no principles at all, were they even human? Brother Jiang, as you instructed, everyone from the building has been gathered here. We also brought over as many willing people from the 2 adjacent buildings as we could. In Building A at the 24th floor fireproofing level, where Wang Youfu had once called a building-wide meeting, Wu Wenxiang respectfully gestured toward the crowd. How many people are there in total? Our Building A is in better shape. There were originally 576 people, and 385 remain. Buildings B and C fared worse, with only about 200 survivors each. Around 100 or so were willing to come, and the 2 buildings together brought 217 people. In total, 602 people have gathered here, including 4 ability users, one of whom is Zhao Hin. The other 3 are Jiang Qi, Qianzhengwen, and Su He. Jiang Qi voluntarily revealed that her ability is a healing power and hopes to join us. The other 2 are still ambiguous in their stance and haven't disclosed their abilities. As for evolvers, there are over 200, mostly at zero order. Only 9 are first-order evolvers. Oh, and there's 1 second-order evolver. With that, Wu Wenxiang looked toward a young man with a crew cut in the crowd who was chatting with someone. Brother Jiang, that's him. His name is Xiao Wu. I heard he was an instructor for a special forces unit under the former government, a living recipient of the first-class merit. He happened to be visiting his sister for the holidays when the apocalypse struck. He didn't awaken an ability, but his skills are far from ordinary. I heard Building B originally had more than just Qian Zhongwen as an ability user. There was another named Su Jian. After the apocalypse, he discovered he had gained an ability and began to ruthlessly exploit ordinary people. But at that time, the authorities hadn't yet announced the method of using crystal cores to enhance strength. Zero-order ability users, while far stronger than ordinary people, weren't invincible. That Su Jian was killed by Xiao Wu when he found the chance. If not for him, even fewer people in Building B would have survived. After Wu Wenqiang's introduction, Jiang Yu had a clear picture of the general situation in the 2 adjacent buildings. Many in these 2 buildings had died, but there were no incidents of reckless murder like Han Biao's in Building F. There were certainly cases of people killing each other over supplies, but most deaths were actually due to the scarcity of resources under the extreme weather. The temperature outside had already dropped to -40 degrees Celsius. In such weather, without adequate cold weather gear and enough caloric intake, freezing to death was a matter of moments. Overall, the ability users and evolvers in these 2 buildings were relatively disciplined. Some simply shut their doors and cared only about themselves. Others, like Xiao Wu, tried to maintain order and even actively went out to retrieve airdropped supplies from the authorities to save people. If not for them, even fewer would have survived in those buildings. Wu Wenxiang had been with Jiang Yu for a while and had a rough read on his boss character. He wasn't a saint, but neither was he a murderer who had cast aside all moral boundaries. He was a normal person. If any of these people were like Han Biao, he wouldn't have brought them to Jiang Yu. After getting a clear picture of the situation, Jiang Yu walked up to a makeshift platform. Over 600 people. Not a huge number, but gathered together they formed a dense, imposing crowd. Looking out, the spacious 24th floor was packed with people. Everyone. Jiang Yu clapped his hands, and the entire floor fell silent as all eyes turned to him. Since you've come here, you probably know who I am and what I'm about to say. I have a base under my command located in the former official strategic reserve warehouse in Hexia district south of the city. It's stocked with a massive amount of supplies, enough to feed everyone here for decades. Right now the base is short on manpower. That's why I've gathered you all here. They'll skip the pleasantries. Follow me, and I won't promise to bring back your pre-apocalypse lives, but I can at least guarantee you won't go hungry or cold. At these words, many of the gaunt-faced survivors in the room had their eyes light up, their breathing growing heavier. In the apocalypse, was there any promise more moving than guarantee you won't go hungry or cold? Clearly there wasn't. Only those who had endured hunger and cold truly understood the weight of those simple words. But the next moment, Jiang Yu shifted his tone. Now that I've covered the benefits, it's time to talk about the downsides, or rather the price you'll have to pay. I don't keep idle people. Everyone who enters the base must work to earn their food and other supplies. After all, I'm not running a charity. It's been this many days into the apocalypse. I trust no one here is naive enough to think otherwise. A quick-witted person in the crowd immediately asked, "So, Boss Jiang, what would you have us do?" "That's a long list," Jiang Yu said with a smile. "We're rebuilding civilization, and we need people with all kinds of skills. If you have a specialty, you'll get a matching job. If your profession has no place in the apocalypse, that's fine too. You can hunt zombies and mutant beasts for crystal cores and trade them directly to me for supplies. There's no barrier to entry. Don't think it's too difficult. In truth, with enough experience and the right tools, killing these monsters isn't that hard. Humans have always relied on our wits. Brute force was never our strength. Any other questions?" At that, the people in the room began firing off questions. They mostly asked how many supplies a crystal core could fetch, and if they had to hand over all their cores, how they were supposed to become evolvers themselves. Others asked about the elderly, children, and women who had no skills and weren't strong enough to fight. Jiang Yu picked out a few questions to answer. "We're putting together a table showing the exchange rates for crystal cores and supplies so you can see it clearly. You'll have a rough version later today. As long as you've got the guts, even just one zero-order core a day is enough to keep you from starving. If you can get more, you can earn more supplies. And if you get extra, you don't have to hand them over. Keep them for yourself to boost your own strength. As for the vulnerable, the elderly, and children." Jiang Yu paused for a moment. Children with living parents will of course be cared for by their parents. If their parents are gone, the base will provide basic living support. Once the base is fully established, it'll also make sure these kids get a proper education until they're able to stand on their own. Of course, as I said, this isn't a welfare home. Once they pass a certain age, I want to keep supporting them. In the end, everyone has to rely on themselves. As for the elderly, those without skills, without children or relatives to look after them, and unable to hunt for crystal cores. Jiang Yu shrugged. "I'm sorry, but as I said before, the apocalypse base doesn't keep idle people." The meeting lasted for over an hour. In essence, it was about acquainting these people with the situation at the base, allowing them to decide for themselves whether to join. Beyond the questions that concerned everyone, the most important rule of living at his base was also discussed. That was the base residency tax. It was a levy they had to pay in exchange for Jiang Yu's protection and for the opportunity to use the platforms he provided to earn necessary supplies through their own labor in the apocalypse. The price was relatively low at 10 Tier 0 cores, or 1 Tier 1 core per person per month. This was also destined to be one of the primary sources of cores for the base Jiang Yu would establish. To put it bluntly, he wasn't building the base out of charity, but to earn cores to enhance his strength. Naturally, everything had to align with that goal. The people in the building, however, had no objections to this. Despite the swaggering online rhetoric before the apocalypse clamoring for war over peace, ordinary people who had truly experienced a world without rules and order yearned for it in ways that those who hadn't couldn't imagine. Paying 10 Tier 0 cores a month to return to an orderly society, to not worry about someone stealing their rations or seizing their hard-earned results, was truly valuable to them. It was a worthwhile price, especially for those who had hunted low-tier monsters and knew how hard it was to obtain even a Tier 0 core. After all the rules were laid out, 517 out of the 602 people ultimately chose to join Jiang Yu's faction. The rest either harbored unrealistic fantasies of waiting for official rescue or still hoped to hitch a ride with the future city personnel coming to relocate the nuclear power plant, aiming to reach the true apocalypse fortress of Future City. Some others possessed certain skills and believed they could survive the apocalypse without relying on any faction. In any case, different people have different aspirations, and Jiang Yu didn't force anyone. He had Wu Wenxiang record the names of those willing to leave. Then he had Su Luo, his portable warehouse, produce a large amount of food and treated all those willing to depart to a hearty dinner. Clearly matters were far from over. That very night, Jiang Yu led Wu Wenxiang and the others southward, building by building, punishing those who acted with reckless abandon and gathering survivors. They continued until they reached the deep water area where Xuanwu was currently residing. His plan was to bring the found people back to the Huxia survival base at dawn. Relying solely on kayaks was insufficient for so many people. Now that Xuanwu was strong enough and his own power was formidable, Jiang Yu saw no need to keep up appearances. He intended to have Xuanwu enter the city's high-rise district directly and bring everyone back in one go. Given Xuanwu's immense size, this action would be devastating to the city's skyscrapers. That was why he spent the entire night searching for survivors, building by building. Those willing to follow him needed to be ready to leave by morning. Those who weren't would have to fend for themselves. Xuanwu was so massive that these buildings would be no more than speed bumps to it. If anyone chose to stay in their buildings and got flattened, they could take it up with their insurance companies. Whether insurance even existed at this point wasn't Jiang Ye's concern. After a night of frantic work, Wu Wenqiang's final tally showed that over 20,000 survivors had explicitly expressed their desire to join Jiang Ye's base. These were predominantly survivors from the buildings along the route he had planned for Xuanwu. There were countless more buildings surrounding them housing millions of survivors. However, Jiang Ye's resources were limited, and he certainly couldn't support so many at the moment. Xuanwu wouldn't crush their homes to leave them homeless, so he naturally didn't concern himself with them. As for what would become of these people, it wasn't his place to worry. A person can only do what lies within their capacity. For things beyond that, one should remain optimistic. Jiang Yu never believed that all these people would die without him. Life finds a way, and humans are far more resilient than most imagine. Brother Jiang, counting everyone in the building, we have a total of 23372 people who have confirmed they want to join us, Wu Wenqiang reported. Among them are 266 ability users, 2790 evolvers above Tyrone, and 51 Tier 2 evolvers. Wu Wenqiang said with some concern, "Isn't this too many people? Just managing them will likely be a huge problem. If it weren't for some people in our building who have relevant professional experience, the three of us would have struggled just to compile this data today." Before the apocalypse, he had been a small business owner, but the most he'd ever managed was a few fitness trainers and some waitstaff. How could he possibly manage tens of thousands of people? The very thought made his head spin, leaving him feeling utterly overwhelmed. Didn't a batch of former officials from the district government office agree to join us earlier? Jiang Yu mentioned. There seemed to be not only regular office staff, but also a vice mayor who happened to be in the area for an inspection, right? Delegate these tasks to them. It's 4 to 1 a.m. now. I want them to have the arrangements for the migration of these 20,000 people completed by noon. I don't care how they do it. If they need more people, I authorize them to find help. I only care about the results. These people are only useful for this. If they can't manage it, then they can forget about joining the base and go fend for themselves. He himself had no management experience, let alone a well-structured management team. Since he had managed to pick up a group of former officials from the pre-apocalypse government building, it was only natural to put them to use now. That vice mayor was in charge of livelihood matters in Jiangxing before the apocalypse. He's very prestigious and well-known among the people. If we hand over full authority to them, wouldn't it be? Wu Wenqiang looked troubled. Also, when we approached him, he didn't directly agree to join us. He said he wanted to talk with you before making a decision. If we just order them to work, they might not agree. Jiang Yu was of course aware of Wu Wenqiang's concerns. In fact, because the future city personnel would arrive tomorrow to relocate the nuclear plant, he was in a rush to populate the base before the power outage, so this whole affair was handled hastily and very roughly. A relocation involving over 20,000 people was being undertaken without even a basic plan. To put it plainly, his current setup was a makeshift operation lacking the capability to draft such plans. Once all the planning and grassroots communication were handed over to the former officials, it would be uncertain whether the survivors would recognize him, Jiang Yu, or the officials in the future. His concern was not without merit. However, what he didn't know was that Jiang Yu didn't care about this at all. All he wanted was the cores. Even if all the base's operational management were handed over to the officials in the future, he wouldn't mind as long as he received the required number of cores. As for anyone attempting to seize power and cut off his core supply, they would have to see if their heads were hard enough. With the soul-devouring eye at his disposal, Jiang, you could always ensure that no one at the base would ever surpass him or Xuanwu in strength. You don't need to worry about the rest. Just go and notify them to start their work. As for the deputy city guardian, he should be free at this moment. If he hasn't retired for the night, have him come see me directly. Understood. Before the apocalypse, the building where Jiang Yu resided stood right by the riverbank, soaring over 500 meters into the sky. A rare super high-rise, even on a global scale. Despite the floodwaters raging here, fueled by the lowest terrain in Jiangxing, they only managed to submerge a small portion of the tower, leaving over 200 meters still untouched above the waterline. The number of survivors sheltering inside exceeded 2,000. To the south of this building stretched an endless expanse of water. Only a few high-rises still protruding from the flood were visible several kilometers away. The empty gap in between was naturally the great river that had once cleaved the 9 provinces into north and south. After Wu Wenqiang left, Jiang Yu sat alone on the rooftop terrace, gazing through the dim light at the distant high-rises where faint lights still flickered. A wave of emotion washed over him. If his memory served him right, the last time he was here was for a stroll with his ex-girlfriend. Back then, both banks of the river were ablaze with lights, bustling with traffic. One even had to purchase a ticket to ascend to the observation deck atop this very building. Now it had become a vast ocean. This towering structure still stood, yet it had turned into an isolated island free for anyone to enter. His ex-girlfriend Gu Yue was his college classmate, and also his first love. Though she couldn't match the breathtaking beauty of someone like Su Luo, she wasn't far off. In terms of looks, she was on par with Chu Yinshu. She was the quintessential white moonlight, a cherished memory. Their separation was due to incompatibility, but it wasn't a bitter breakup. It was a peaceful parting, each wishing the other well. It was only natural to occasionally reminisce. He just wondered if Guyu had survived or not. If she were still alive. Damn it. Back in the day, she'd nag me all weekend for gaming in the dorm, calling me a good for nothing. Look at the world now. Guyu was a woman with a strong career drive. After they got together, their frequent arguments often stemmed from Jiang Ye's overly laid-back attitude. Her family was from Jiangxia, where her parents ran a modest business. Head heard, she went back to help manage the family enterprise after graduation. He wondered how she was faring now. Just as Jiang Yu let his thoughts drift, Wu Wenxiang returned accompanied by several middle-aged men who looked disheveled but still wore relatively clean attire. Brother Jiang, this is City Guardian Yu. Jiang Yu turned around surveying the men who frequently appeared on local news before the apocalypse, but he remained seated. The leading middle-aged man didn't seem offended. He stepped forward slightly bowing and extended his hand. Mr. Jiang, I've heard so much about you. I heard that in just one day Mr. Jiang swept through dozens of buildings, clearing out countless bullies who tyrannized the common folk. A true hero indeed. I am Yu Shoujing. If there's anything you need from me Mr. Jiang, please don't hesitate to say. Jiang Yu reached out and shook his hand, then said nonchalantly, it was just clearing out some arrogant fools, nothing more. My base has a few hundred people now, but by the end of today, it'll be over 20,000. I lack the experience to manage them and can't be bothered. I called you here hoping you could help with that. Would you be willing? Hearing Jiang Yu get straight to business, Yu Shaoheng's expression turned serious. I have a question that needs answering first before I can respond to yours. Speak. Yu Shoujing didn't speak directly, instead glancing around, his intent unmistakable. You all step aside for a moment. With a wave of Jiang Ye's hand, Wu Wenxiang and the others immediately left the rooftop. Seeing this, Yu Shoujing spoke with a grave expression. May I ask, Mr. Jiang, what is your purpose in gathering so many survivors? Is it purely to save people? Or do you have other motives? Jiang Yu disliked beating around the bush, so he spoke plainly. I need people to collect spirit crystals for me. Yu Shoujing was taken aback, seemingly surprised by his directness. A slight smile broke through his stern expression. In that case, I'm with you, Mr. Jiang. Oh. Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow. I half expected you to look disappointed and then lecture me with some high-sounding platitudes. Why would I be disappointed? Yu Shoujing chuckled. Since ordinary people hold value for you, then I'm willing to help you manage them well. Let them realize their own worth, allowing you to get what you want and achieving a win-win situation. This world has changed. For ordinary people to survive, they can't just rely on the pity of the strong. They need to demonstrate their own value. The emergence of superpowers and evolution has completely upended the original social order. Perhaps you haven't thought about this, Mr. Jiang, but the future direction is clear. Blue Star is about to enter an extreme era where all power converges upon the individual. Not all powerful, superpowered individuals believe ordinary people have value like you do. He let out a sigh. A humanitarian catastrophe on a larger scale is inevitable soon. These words made Jiang Yu frown, but he could understand the sentiment. Quite simply, not all superpowered beings could utilize a system to recycle spirit crystals into enhancement points like he could. For him, any crystal was useful, so the more people the better. Even zero-order crystals were cherished. For superpowered individuals in major factions, they might initially rely on ordinary people's labor to gather crystals for rapid growth. But as their power grows, low-tier crystals become increasingly useless to them. And the mutated beasts and other monsters that drop high-tier crystals are not something ordinary people can handle. So for the high-tier superpowered individuals of those factions, ordinary people hold little value, yet they consume precious limited resources. Over time, these ordinary folks either have to rely on their own strength to obtain crystals and become stronger evolvers, continuing to mine higher-tier crystals for the superpowered elite at the top, or they are simply abandoned. What? You say they're being ungrateful? Is that such a rare thing? The world bustles with activity, all for profit. Mutual benefit is the strongest bond. As long as they can supply me with crystals, even the most basic zero-order ones, they are useful to me, and I will fulfill my own obligations. As for what those obligations were, take money, eliminate disasters. Since he took their crystals, he would ensure their safety. That's perfect then. Yu Shoujing breathed a sigh of relief and immediately shifted into work mode. I've already had my colleagues, and the recalled militia start organizing. As you instructed, everyone will be ready to leave by noon today. However, if I recall correctly, the strategic reserve depot in the south of the city is over 10 kilometers away, right? With this many people, how do we plan to get there? You'll know soon enough. Just don't be too shocked. Jiang Yu merely smiled, offering no further explanation. Gulp. When Jiang Yu told him not to be startled, Yu Shoujing paid it little mind. As the deputy mayor of a city like Jiangxing, he wielded considerable power and had weathered countless storms. but the colossal creature that suddenly broke through the thin ice and surfaced from the great river that he had truly never seen before. At noon, a Xuanwu appeared at the base of the building right on schedule at Jiang Ye's call. A behemoth over 600 meters in length, nearly 400 meters in width, and rising to a height of over 150 meters even when lying down. Its sudden appearance stunned everyone. After all, before the apocalypse, the world's largest cruise ship was only a little over 300 meters long, and its width and height were nowhere near comparable. Steel giants like aircraft carriers seemed like mere toys before Xuanwu. Seeing such an enormous mutated beast suddenly in the apocalypse, no one could remain calm. This, standing behind Jiang Yushojing, was momentarily at a loss for words. This is my pet who grew up with me. His name is Xuanwu. Impressive, isn't he? Jiang Yu said with a smile. Yushojing took a deep breath. Even the mythical divine beast Xuanwu from legends might be no more than this. Does Mr. Jiang intend for everyone to cross the flood on its back? Glancing at Xuanwu's smooth carapace, Yu Shaoheng's face showed a hint of difficulty. If it were just a few hundred or 1,000 people, there would be no problem. After all, Xuanwu's shell was large enough that even without footholds a small number wouldn't be in danger of falling off. But over 20,000 people. And with the shell being higher in the middle and lower on the sides, it was hard to say whether Xuanwu might not just casually fling off a few unlucky souls during a turn. That's easy to handle. Jiang Yu clapped his hands, and Xuanwu immediately understood. A vast earthy yellow glow enveloped Xuanwu, and a barrier resembling a layer of mud materialized over its enormous shell. This barrier was highly malleable, directly transforming Xuanwu's broad carapace into an extremely wide platform surrounded by earthen walls over 10 meters high, with only a few openings for entry and exit. The originally dome-shaped shell instantly became a bowl-like layout. Forget falling off. Once inside, finding the exit would be the real challenge. Yu Shaoheng's eyes widened. Is this an ability? Most mutated beasts do not possess abilities, only a rare few do. Both the former officials and the current future city were certainly aware of this fact. As a local official trapped here after the apocalypse, Yushojing naturally had no knowledge of such matters. It's not just humans who have abilities, and it's not just humans who can absorb and evolve. Jiang Yu shook his head, but didn't elaborate. However, Yushojing seemed to grasp something. During their morning conversation, he hadn't understood why Jiang Yu was so confident that ordinary people who could only collect low-level crystal cores would still be valuable in the future. Now hearing this, it all clicked. Could it be that mutated beasts aren't picky about the level of crystal cores? This speculation made Yu Shaoheng's heart skip a beat, a faint worry for humanity's future creeping in. Yet looking at Xuanwu before him, he inexplicably felt a bit more at ease. Even if mutated beasts were more adapted to this apocalypse than humans weren't, they're still powerful ones standing on humanity's side. Jiang Ye Xuanwu. And the once Jinling, now Wudong city, with its terrifying Wudong tree. With such powerful mutated beasts aiding them, humanity might just survive this apocalypse after all. Are you all ready? If so, have people head to the floor closest to the water and prepare to board. Time is tight, and the task is heavy, so hurry. Jiang Ye's words cut through Yu Shaoheng's scattered thoughts. He nodded quickly and turned to head downstairs to make arrangements. Xuanwu's back was vast, and the platform created by its earth control ability was safe enough that there was no worry about falling. Yushojing also instructed the survivors to travel light and not carry non-essential items. As a result, the migration onto Xuanwu's back was not slow. Within less than an hour, over 2,000 people from the building had climbed onto its back via the temporary stairs Xuanwu had shaped with its earth control ability. Almost everyone was filming continuously with their phones as they ascended. Many even risked their devices freezing in the -40-degree environment to launch drones for aerial shots of Xuanwu's majestic form. Some of the older, more superstitious individuals kept muttering apologies and invoking the true martial emperor as they climbed. Clearly, although the system identified Xuanwu as the Guizhue spirit turtle, for these people Xuanwu was indistinguishable from the deities of myth and legend. Many, even those who weren't superstitious, couldn't help but wonder if they had received divine blessings upon reaching Xuanwu's back and seeing the countless containers filled with clean water. Drinkable water was a rare commodity these days. Many here had resorted to drinking their own urine. Yet at Jiang Ye's behest, Xuanwu had used its earth control ability to craft numerous vessels, all filled with freshly condensed potable water. Yushojing was tasked with managing its distribution to all survivors. As long as one didn't waste it and could drink it, it was available in abundance. On Xuanwu's back, clean water was plentiful to say the least. This brought many survivors who had endured multiple rounds of drinking their own urine to the brink of tears as they drank. Were it not for the limited conditions, many would likely have erected a shrine and carved a statue for Xuanwu, worshipping it daily and adopting it as a tribal totem. After all who were willing to leave had boarded Xuanwu's back, and those who refused had been informed and persuaded to depart, the earthy yellow glow around Xuanwu rose again, slowly seeping into the ground. In the blink of an eye, the massive building over 500 meters tall silently sank into the floodwaters, disappearing into the boundless depths of the earth. The entire process was nearly silent. Only after it vanished completely did a massive whirlpool form where it had stood, but it quickly calmed again. Xuanwu advanced step by step. Thanks to Yu Shaoxing's arrangements, having concentrated people in a few buildings, this process wasn't particularly slow. By around 8 in the evening, Xuanwu had plowed through dozens of high-rises, reaching the compound, where Jiang Yu lived, to pick up the final batch of nearly 2,000 people. It then turned and headed towards the Huxia survival base. Jiang Yu had notified them in advance the previous night, when there was signal, and Zhao Chongfeng at the base had already opened the warehouses and prepared food for 20,000 people. Nothing fancy, just white rice with some canned goods, chili sauce, fermented black bean fish, and other side dishes. Before the apocalypse, serving such fare to guests would likely ensure they never visited again. But now these humble items were akin to delicacies for most survivors who had been hungry for so long. Many had nearly forgotten the last time they had a warm meal. While Jiang Yu was busy recruiting survivors, the internet was also in an uproar over Xuanwu's appearance. Breaking news. After the parasol tree in Jinling became sentient and sheltered millions, a colossal tortoise mutant has appeared in Jiangxing, carrying tens of thousands of trapped survivors to a survival base. Rumors say the giant tortoise of Jiangxing is named Xuanwu. Could the mythical divine beasts of legend truly exist? Survivors rescued in Jiangxing have come forward claiming the giant tortoise is the pet of a certain survival base leader named Jiang Yu, who is also a formidable superpowered individual. His base is established in an official strategic reserve warehouse from before the apocalypse, stocked with vast quantities of supplies. As the still functional satellites reconnected, Jiangxing regained its network link. News of Xuanwu spread across the internet in no time. Its popularity rivaled the earlier revelation from Jinling about the sentient parasol tree sheltering humanity. Numerous on-site videos flooded the web, drawing gasps of awe from countless viewers. There was no helping it. Xuanwu's current size was simply staggering. Although the parasol tree in Jinling, now known as Wudong City, might be even more immense, it was after all a plant rooted in place and unmoving. It couldn't compare to the sheer shock of Xuanwu, a massive creature that could actually move. Discussions reached a fever pitch. Some busybodies even suggested that given the current trend where anyone with a modicum of power and followers dared to declare themselves a city lord, Jiang Yu, commanding tens of thousands of survivors with his giant tortoise, could easily establish a Xuanwu city and serve as the representative power of the former Jiangxing area. This notion quickly gained widespread approval. Compared to other pre-apocalypse first-tier metropolises, the factions currently existing in Jiangxing indeed seemed somewhat unremarkable. There was only Qingmu City, established by Lu Qingya, who controlled the Jiangxing University town area. It boasted a population of over 200,000, with Lu Qingya himself being a Tier 3 superpowered individual. It sounded impressive on the surface, yet it still fell significantly short when compared to factions led by Tier 4 superpowered individuals. Not to mention the superpowers like Weilai City, Xingho City, and Dingtian City, which had inherited vast legacies from the official government. Initially, this was merely public speculation, hardly worth serious consideration. But whether by design or accident, Weilai City chose this precise moment to release a proposal for the alliance of 100 cities. The gist of it was that Weilai City would take the lead, uniting various factions that had emerged across the 9 provinces post-apocalypse to create an alliance of 100 cities to govern the new world order. According to Weilai City, they wouldn't recognize just any faction that slapped the title city onto its name. To be considered for an invitation to join the alliance, a faction had to at minimum control an area equivalent to a pre-apocalypse prefecture-level city. Of course, the current document was just a draft. The official invitation list would be announced 3 months later. In other words, Weilai City was giving these factions 3 months to fight it out and establish dominance in their respective regions. Only the strongest would be deemed worthy of an invitation to join the 100 Cities Alliance. To sweeten the deal, Weilai City also announced a breakthrough in crystal core energy extraction technology. Within at most a month, mass-produced purified crystal core energy potions would hit the market. They claimed these purified crystal core energy potions offered immense benefits to both superpowered individuals and evolvers. For superpowered individuals, foregoing the direct consumption of crystal cores in favor of the potions would dramatically accelerate their growth, at least 1.5 times faster than before. For evolvers, the boost was even more exaggerated, at least 7 times faster than directly eating crystal cores. After all, the slow absorption for evolvers was mostly due to the time wasted digesting impurities and negative energy within the cores. The purified potions clearly didn't have that problem. Weilai City further stated that only members of the 100 Cities Alliance would get purchasing rights for the potions. In other words, if you weren't in the alliance, you couldn't even buy them. Beyond that, joining the alliance came with a host of other benefits. For instance, nominal membership meant collective unity. If an external force invaded Whaleye City, and other members were obligated to provide aid. In extreme circumstances, the possibility of deploying ultimate weapons wasn't ruled out. What were ultimate weapons? Naturally, the big mushrooms inherited from the original government. There were also favorable conditions like trade relations and resource exchanges. It was foreseeable that if the 100 Cities Alliance truly succeeded, members and non-members would be worlds apart with access to incomparable resources. Of course, discussing such matters a mere dozen or so days into the apocalypse seemed rather premature. But forewarned is forearmed. Whether it was just posturing or a genuine intention, having this plan laid out early had already established considerable prestige for Whaleye City. After reading Whaleye City's new announcement, Jiang Yu wasn't particularly bothered by the fact that Xuan's limelight had been overshadowed. Instead, he mused thoughtfully, as expected of Whaleye City with its 30 million people and the largest inheritance of official legacy. They have no shortage of talent. In just a few days, they've become far more respectable than before. The announcement Whaleye City had released upon its founding was riddled with flaws and off-putting in its bluntness. It gave the impression of a warlord separatist regime born of chaos, lacking the grace expected of an official successor. This time, however, was completely different. The wording was meticulous, the content overwhelmingly positive, speaking of national righteousness and the future of humanity at every turn, leaving no room for criticism. It was clear that even within Whaleye City, significant transformations were underway. But that was all it was. Jiang Yu gave the proposal for the alliance of 100 cities a cursory glance and didn't pay it much more attention. Given the current situation, it was uncertain if there would even be any survivors left on Earth in 3 months. Moreover, the proposal painted the 100 Cities Alliance in an overly rosy light. The most critical point was that it only listed the benefits without mentioning any obligations or costs for joining. Wasn't that essentially just a hollow promise? Even when the official government was still around, all they could do was airdrop supplies and try to save as many as possible. Whaleye City, with a good hand from the start, played it poorly by abandoning the official government's strong claim, leading to the rise of numerous warlords and factions across the 9 provinces. Now they claim they can do what the government couldn't: unite all regions after the apocalypse to overcome these trying times together. Give me a break. In contrast, the crystal core purification potion mentioned in the announcement piqued Jiang Yu's interest far more. It was useless to him personally, but if it truly existed, it would inevitably accelerate the growth of his potential rivals, eroding the advantage he gained from the system's conversion of enhancement points. A sense of urgency crept into Jiang Yu's heart. On the rooftop of the office building at the Strategic Reserve Warehouse, in a large meeting room that had been hastily converted, Jiang Yu sat at the head of the table with a huge projector behind him. Standing before the projector, Yu Shoujin, who sat at Jiang Yu's left hand, was analyzing the current situation and the state of the base with a makeshift PPT. At that moment, he was talking about the news of Whaleye City's announcement of the 100 Cities Alliance. Wu Wenxiang, who had been following Jiang Yu since the apocalypse began, sat in the first seat on the right. Behind him were Zhao Changfeng and Zhang Hao, superpowered individuals who had once managed the base for Jiang Yu. Further down sat superpowered individuals from the apartment complex: Jiang Qi, Qianjingwen Su He, and Xiaowu, a former Special Forces instructor, a ruthless figure who, despite being an evolved, had single-handedly killed a superpowered individual. Also present were superpowered individuals among the survivors Jiang Yu had recruited, who enjoyed considerable prestige and had never committed any wrongdoing. These people could be regarded as the core backbone of the base in its early days. Of course, in Jiang Yu's plan, most of them did not need to bother with administrative matters. He intended to hand all such work over to Yu Shoujin. Let professionals do professional work. A deputy mayor of a megacity with a population of over 10 million before the apocalypse, Yu Shoujin was more than qualified to manage the more than 20,000 people in the base, so Jiang Yu didn't need to worry. At this moment, everyone in the meeting room was listening to Yu Shoujin analyze the current situation. Thanks to his pre-apocalypse status, no one objected to his taking charge of these matters. Whether those whom Jiang Yu valued and brought here harbored their own hidden agendas was unclear, but they were certainly not stupid. They had a sense of self-awareness. The so-called 100 Cities Alliance is a matter for several months from now. I think we can ignore it for the time being. Yu Shoujin pointed to the slide about the 100 Cities Alliance on the PPT and said in a deep voice, "I believe our base's primary goal right now is to quickly complete the division of labor, clarify the internal operating rules, and on that basis ensure the restoration of productivity. In the face of disaster, no one can freeload. Everyone must contribute their own strength to the base. As the saying goes, a country has its laws and a family has its rules. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. In order to cope with the more disasters that may come in the future, after consulting Mr. Zhang, my team and I have temporarily drafted this survival base code of conduct. Please take a look. If you think there are any problems, feel free to correct them, and we can discuss and revise it." As he spoke, his assistant distributed the printed handbook to everyone. Even Jiang Yu received a copy. He flipped through it briefly. The contents were exactly the same as what he already knew, all having been approved by him. With the blessing of the soul-devouring eye, his reading speed was far beyond that of ordinary people. A single glance was enough, and he set it aside. The others, however, read very carefully. After all, barring unexpected events, they would have to abide by the rules and regulations in the handbook when living in the base in the future. Since it was directly related to their own interests, they could not afford to read it carelessly. Fortunately, the contents were not much different in general direction from what Jiang Yu had told them when he recruited them into the base. Only some minor details had been adjusted. The focus was on exchanging crystal cores for supplies and paying taxes. After reading, no one objected except for a female superpowered individual named Kuyu, a lawyer by background, who raised some objections to the provisions on punishing criminals. She believed that troubled times called for severe punishment. Although the penalties for criminal acts in the Code of Conduct were considerably harsher than before the apocalypse, they were still not enough, and she suggested increasing them. For example, thieves were to be convicted based on the value of the stolen goods, and the lightest sentence might be no more than working for the base, without pay for a few days. That was far too lenient. She thought that instead of sentencing according to the crime, it would be better to adopt a blanket approach. The base should retain only two punishments. One was the death penalty, and the other was to atone by acquiring crystal cores for the base, without compensation, while being provided only the bare necessities for survival. The quantity and duration were not explicitly limited, but depended on the offender's performance. If they performed well, it might only be a few days. If they performed poorly, they might as well be crystal core miners for life. Unpredictable punishment makes its might unfathomable. At such a time, rather than investing manpower and resources in classifying crimes, carefully gathering evidence, and deliberating on sentences, a blanket approach was far more straightforward. It would make those who wanted to get something for nothing or speculate hesitate, making them think carefully about whether it was worth it before doing wrong. This might be inhumane, but in the apocalypse, it was undoubtedly the most labor and resource-efficient method. Of course, the drawbacks were equally significant. After all, without standards, how long a punishment would last was still up to people. Those in charge of this area would have too much power. But the world had already gone to hell. If there were drawbacks, so be it. Extraordinary times require extraordinary measures. These issues could only be carefully refined later when the base truly gained a foothold and developed. Therefore, after deliberation, including Yu Shojin, all approved of this proposal. Naturally, Jiang Yu did not oppose it. Not only did he not oppose it, but he also handed over the authority in this area to Kuyu, who had made the suggestion. The drawbacks were right there. He knew it, Kuyu knew it, and everyone present knew it. So entrusting this task to Kuyu, who had proposed it, actually made her the one least daring to act rashly. The discussion on the base code lasted for nearly several hours, then they moved on to the next topic. According to the information we gathered online recently, the personnel sent by Weilai City to Jiangsheng to relocate the nuclear power plant seemed to have run into some obstacles on the way, which doesn't match the earlier statement that they would arrive in Jiangsheng today. The Weilai City authorities haven't issued a delayed notice yet. For now, it seems we don't need to worry about electricity in the coming days. Yu Shojin paused here, his gaze shifting to Jiang Yu. I just wonder what Mr. Jiang thinks about this matter. What do you think we should do? Jiang Yu tapped the table in front of him, not turning his head. Electricity is very important. If the power goes out, even with sufficient cold-proof supplies, many people will freeze to death, and the efficiency of acquiring crystal cores will be greatly reduced. At present, the base's main way of acquiring crystal cores was still the same as during Lu Sanfa's time. They used specially made fishing nets and large industrial equipment to catch the mutated fish in the waters around the base. Fuel-powered equipment had long been out of commission, and the only things still usable were electric devices. These industrial devices had an enormous demand for electricity. Without the support of the nuclear power plant, they would grind to a halt in no time. Do you know the situation at the nuclear power plant? Instead of answering the question directly, Jiang Yu turned to look at Yu Shojin. Before the apocalypse, I was in charge of civil affairs and had a decent understanding of Jiang City's power supply system. I've also been to the nuclear power plant a few times. Yu Shojin adjusted his glasses. Though he didn't finish his sentence, his implication was clear. He was quite familiar with the nuclear facility. Before Jiang Yu could ask further, he continued proactively. Thanks to the latest generation of nuclear technology and the perennial flood issues in Jiang City, the nuclear power plant is actually situated on elevated ground. After the apocalypse, I managed to stay in contact with my colleagues there. A portion of the facility was flooded, but most areas remained dry, including the critical location of the reactor itself. More importantly, due to the nature of the work, despite the extreme weather on the day of the apocalypse, all the staff and engineers at the plant were on duty. Unlike other jobs where one might get a day off during extreme weather, the situation at a nuclear facility was different. The more extreme the climate, the more crucial it was for everyone to be present and monitoring at a nuclear plant. This wasn't hard to understand. So this meant the Jiang City nuclear power plant wasn't just undamaged by the floods, but it also still had its entire complement of operational staff. Jiang Yu couldn't help but take a sharp breath. In his original plan, he had wanted to protect the nuclear power plant. If the people from Future City as previously mentioned had arrived today, he wouldn't be here in this meeting room. Unless the plant was truly submerged and a major accident was inevitable, if it wasn't relocated, he wouldn't allow Future City to take it away. Now it seemed this power plant could clearly continue to operate normally. This situation required a more long-term strategy. Tomorrow morning you'll come with me to the nuclear power plant. Also have someone keep an eye on the movements of Future City's relocation team. Yes, sir. Yu Shoujing quickly acknowledged. He understood the critical importance of electricity all too well. Without the internet, people might just be inconvenienced, but without electricity, many modern people truly couldn't survive. There were still millions of survivors in Jiang City. If Future City shut down the nuclear plant, most of them would perish in the biting winds of the outside world, where temperatures had already plummeted to -50 degrees. After briefly arranging the plans for the trip to the nuclear plant with Jiang Yu the next day, Yu Xiaoheng's presentation flipped to its final slide. The last topic on the agenda. This is a crisis we might face soon, the 100 Cities Alliance. What we know so far is that the alliance will finalize its member list in 3 months. Our own stance whether to join or not can be decided later based on how things develop. However, our neighbors might not be so easy to deal with. Yu Shoujing tapped the screen highlighting the alliance's criteria for accepting new members. According to Future City's intentions, they will only absorb the most powerful and prestigious faction in a given region. I ask you all which faction in Jiang City currently holds the greatest prestige. Almost without a second thought, everyone's gaze turned to Jiang Yu. Was there even any need to think? It was obviously them. The Huxia survival base protected by the Black Tortoise, also known online as Black Tortoise City. If not for Future City's sudden announcement about the 100 Cities Alliance, the internet would still be buzzing with discussions about them. In comparison, the other faction in Jiang City, which had declared its establishment early on and called itself Qingmu City, was somewhat lacking in presence. Compared to them, they were practically invisible. The most common, unremarkable kind of post-apocalyptic faction formed by a group of ability users with absolutely nothing notable about them. But that was precisely the problem. On paper, Qingmu City boasted a population of over 200,000. Its leader Lu Qingya had been a third-tier ability user days ago, and whether he had reached the fourth tier now was unknown. Their own base, however, had only a little over 20,000 people, and the true strength of their leader Jiang Yu was a mystery to everyone. If Qingmu City wanted to represent Jiang City in the 100 Cities Alliance, could they tolerate another faction in the same region with a far greater reputation? Obviously not. Jiang Yu didn't care about Future City's purification of crystal cores because he had his system. No one could absorb crystal cores faster or with fewer side effects than him. But Lu Qingya didn't have such a luxury. Even if it was just for his own personal power advancement, he would inevitably scheme to join the 100 Cities Alliance. It was safe to say that a conflict between them and Qingmu City was only a matter of time, an inevitability. At this thought, worry crept into the eyes of many present. Although they hadn't been with the base for long, everyone here had come to identify with it. At the very least, they could still find traces of pre-apocalyptic order within its walls. Though their base leader Jiang Yu seemed indifferent to most things, he was tolerant, not tyrannical, and never acted arbitrarily within the base. In stark contrast, Lu Qingya's reputation in Jiang City was far more tarnished. The local online community was filled with daily exposes of various tragedies occurring in Qingmu City, along with evidence of its high-ranking ability users and evolvers committing atrocities and acting with impunity. Qingmu City was less of a legitimate faction and more of a playground built by a group of lawless individuals after the apocalypse. Their so-called shelter for 200,000 people was more like the enslavement of that many. None of the ability users present were weak, most were above the first tier, and a few were even second tier. If they could have seen eye to eye with the people of Qingmu City, they would have defected long ago. With their strength, they would have lived comfortably there, and crossing that stretch of water wouldn't have been difficult for them. It was only because their values didn't align and they refused to stoop to that level that they chose not to go. Having already despised Qingmu City and now having joined a faction they were satisfied with, they held their methods in even greater contempt. But despite their disdain, Qingmu City's strength was undeniable and demanded their respect. If Yu Xiaoheng's speculation was correct, the conflict between their base and Qingmu City was almost inevitable. Then we fight. If it comes to war, I don't think Qingmu City is necessarily a match for us, a second-tier ability user declared, slamming his hand on the table. Jiang Yu remembered him. His name was Wei Lian and his ability was Bloodburn. Not only could he use it to temporarily amplify his strength severalfold, but he could also absorb others' blood to recover his own state. It was a relatively rare and powerful ability. He had fought his way through the apocalypse with his own fists and had formidable combat skills. However, he was fairly upright in character, just with a bit of a temper. When Jiang Yu had found him in that building, the man thought he was there to steal supplies and attacked without a word. If not for the timely pleas from the survivors in the building, he would have been chopped into 8 pieces by Jiang Yu then and there. Upon hearing this, some of the other stronger ability users also voiced their readiness to fight if challenged. At the very least, there was no sign of cowardice before battle, which earned Jiang Yu's approval. Jiang Yu had never truly expected these people to fight to the death for the base. To be frank, none of them had known each other before, nor had they ever gone through life and death trials together. They had simply gathered here to make a living. To speak of any sense of belonging to the base would be nothing short of nonsense. Of course, he cared little about such matters. He didn't even care whether these people were loyal. What he had always needed were tools to help him acquire crystal cores more swiftly, not loyal confidants and subordinates. Naturally, if such loyalty existed, it would be a welcome bonus. Take Wu Wenxiang, for instance. With him around, Jiang Yu could spare himself many troubles, and tasks unsuitable for outsiders could be delegated to him. In the final analysis, Jiang Yu had always maintained a clear perception of his own role. To this base, he was a protector, not a ruler. He provided shelter to the people here, and in return the sheltered provided him with the crystal cores he desired. Beyond that, there was nothing else. He was unconcerned with how the base operated as long as things didn't become too excessive or offensive to his sensibilities. After all, the purpose of enhancing his strength was to achieve an unimpeded state of mind. Thus, the people he had brought in were mostly those who held a decent reputation among the survivors. In Jiang Yu's vision for the base's best-case scenario, he and Xuanwu would exist as totems akin to mascots, collecting crystal cores offered by all base residents while shielding them from external harm. The internal operations of the base, however, would follow their own system, not requiring his decision on every matter. His attendance at today's meeting was only because it was the first significant meeting since the base's expansion. Should a similar situation arise in the future, he would not grace it with his presence again. As for the matter of Qingmu City, he was rather satisfied that no one present displayed a cowardly attitude before the battle even began. And then that was that. If that Lu Qingya truly failed to recognize the dire consequences, Jiang, you wouldn't mind crushing him with a single slap. If they dare to attack, we must certainly fight back. Everyone present is a sensible person, and I believe none of you would wish to collude with those people. However, the question of how to fight is a matter that warrants discussion. Indeed, we need to prepare in advance. We cannot fight a battle without preparation. Seeing the others embroiled in fervent debate over the potential conflict with Qingmu City, Jiang Yu observed for a moment before clapping his hands. There's no need to discuss this issue. It's beyond your purview. According to the terms I set when I invited you to join, all external threats are to be handled by me. Your focus should be on matters concerning the daily life and production of the people in the base. With that, he turned his gaze to Yu Shoujing. It's already past 8 in the evening now. Have the day's harvest statistics for the base been tallied? Over 20,000 people had moved into the base last night. Thanks to Yu Shoujing and the others working through the night to devise plans and make arrangements, all 20,000+ people had already been assigned to their respective posts today. A small portion were engaged in ordinary tasks like maintaining base infrastructure, while the vast majority had been dispatched to catch fish and acquire crystal cores. Following the advice of aquatic experts, Yu Shoujing had evolvers and ability users carve out several fishing grounds last night in areas around the island's highlands where fish tended to congregate. With the ice thickness around the base already exceeding half a meter, the risk factor for survivors leaving the island to break the ice and fish had actually decreased considerably. Now that a full day had passed, Jiang Yu naturally wanted to inquire about the number of crystal cores they had gathered during this time. It would also serve to test the efficacy of his strategy. If after all their hard work over several days the yield of crystal cores was less than what he could plunder himself, that would be rather ironic. If that truly were the case, he would have Su Luoluo stuff the warehouse with supplies into her spatial storage tonight and ride Xuanwu away at dawn. Seeing Jiang Yu's question, Yu Shoujing hastily rose to his feet. Mr. Jiang, since it gets dark early, they had already wrapped up work an hour ago. The colleague in charge of statistics sent me today's results over a dozen minutes ago. Please take a look. With that, he handed the tablet in his hand to Jiang Yu. He hadn't expected it, but upon seeing the numbers, Jiang Yu's eyes widened instantly, and his breathing became involuntarily rapid. Tier 0 crystal cores 33689. Tier 1 crystal cores 2696. Tier 2 crystal cores 273. Tier 3 crystal cores none. Mutant fish meat. After deducting losses from baiting and other factors, the harvest of edible pure fish meat amounted to 418 tons. Since the apocalypse began, he had never seen this many crystal cores. So this is what it feels like to get rich overnight. He knew that collecting crystal cores might be faster with more people, but he never imagined it could be this rapid. This speed was simply off the charts. Where are the crystal cores? Jiang Yu asked instead. These have all been counted and stored in the warehouse, Yu Shoujing said with a smile. Since it's the first day, all the tools were provided by us, and all the food, drink, and daily necessities for the survivors since yesterday have also been supplied by us. So the survivors handed over nearly all the crystal cores they harvested today. Among them, 2932 people paid this month's residence tax, which is 10 Tier 0 crystal cores, and a large number of crystal cores were used to exchange for supplies. The number of Tier 2 crystal cores that entered the warehouse is not high, not only because Tier 2 and above mutant creatures are relatively rare and difficult to kill, but also because evolvers or ability users who manage to kill Tier 2 mutant creatures typically choose to keep the crystal cores for themselves rather than handing them over to the base. Currently, the base does not directly confiscate all crystal cores obtained by survivors. It primarily collects crystal cores from survivors through taxation and the exchange of supplies. The reason so many were collected today was mainly because the tools used by the survivors were all provided by the base. Naturally, they contributed a larger portion. As things gradually stabilize in the future, and they no longer depend on the base for everything, the number of crystal cores they contribute will naturally dwindle. It might even reach a point where, apart from taxes, very few additional crystal cores are collected. Of course, Jiang Yu was not worried about this. After all, he could still engage in trade. Evolvers and ability users were all in need of suitable weapons and armor. As long as he had enhancement points to mass-produce them, he had plenty of ways to get the people in the base to hand over the crystal cores in their possession. He wasn't afraid of them having too many crystal cores, he was only afraid that they were all paupers with nothing to their name. No matter. It's the same as before. Aside from the basic tax, the crystal cores they obtain are their own. How they distribute them is their own business. Jiang Yu said directly to Yu Shoujing. Send all the crystal cores over to me later. Remember, I mean all of them. Also tomorrow, find a group of blacksmiths or workers with relevant experience and have them forge a batch of cold weapons. Swords, sabers, anything like that will do. Speed is of the essence. Although he had no idea why Jiang Yu wanted these cold weapons forged, Yu Shoujing promptly acknowledged the order. However, regarding Jiang Yu taking all the crystal cores, he appeared somewhat hesitant. Mr. Jiang, our management organization also needs crystal cores for daily operations. Could you perhaps leave a portion for us? In the end, Jiang Yu left the remaining 36890 tier crystal cores to Yu Shoujing for the base's daily operations. After all, the base was still in its early stages of development, and the system he had envisioned, where survivors exchanged crystal cores for points, and then used those points to purchase various supplies and resources, had not yet been established. Crystal cores were the true currency of the current phase. Those who went out to hunt and acquire crystal cores didn't need to worry. After contributing a portion to the base, and using another portion to exchange for resources, they could still keep some for themselves. Or they could save them for emergencies. On the other hand, people like Yu Shoujing and his subordinates clearly didn't have many opportunities to go out and hunt for crystal cores. With the point system not yet in place, they couldn't be expected to work for nothing. And this wasn't just limited to administrative staff, many technical experts and professionals also weren't on the front lines of acquiring crystal cores. But you can't simply refuse to pay people. Jiang Yu wanted them to survive through their own abilities, not to be coddled like infants. So giving them due compensation for their work was only right. Work, receive compensation, use compensation to acquire necessities for survival. That was the virtuous cycle. It wasn't about him distributing all supplies personally. The fact that the base had been providing meals for the past couple of days was only because everyone was new and many things were still immature. Establish the point exchange system as soon as possible. Those were Jiang Yu's final words before he left. Yu Shoujing instinctively felt that the boss was somewhat displeased. Although he wasn't sure why someone as powerful as Jiang Yu would want so many zero-tier crystal cores, he still patted his chest and assured him that a dozen-strong economic team had already been formed and the framework for point exchange would be up within 3 days at the latest. After that, there would be no need to settle transactions with crystal cores. Of course, everything in the base would be settled with points, and when crystal cores could only be used to exchange for points, the number of cores Jiang Yu could receive would naturally increase. Ding. Crystal core energy converted enhancement points 92337 crystal core energy converted enhancement points 40440 crystal core energy converted enhancement points 36309. In a single day, Jiang Yu had directly amassed 169086 enhancement points. Combined with the over 10,000 points he had previously earned from sweeping through buildings, combating post-apocalyptic bullies, and gathering survivors, plus the remaining 1,000 or so from before, his total enhancement points broke through the 100,000 mark for the first time, reaching 183279 points. He was just shy of 200,000. What does it mean to get rich overnight? This was it. It was no wonder that the superpowers from the major factions grew so quickly. They were consuming crystal cores to their absolute limit right from the start of the apocalypse. Even though he had the system, his solo speed of collecting crystal cores had limited his growth. Now that his faction was initially established, he immediately experienced the benefits of having others collect cores for him. And this was only from what ordinary survivors had gathered. It went without saying that the major factions had dedicated teams for hunting high-tier mutated beasts and monsters. They possessed more advanced weaponry and personnel with richer combat experience. This allowed them to continuously hunt higher-tier monsters for superior crystal cores, strengthening themselves, while also supplying their factions high-ranking superpowered individuals. After all, a single third-tier superpowered individual couldn't kill a fourth-tier monster. But could dozens of third-tier superpowered individuals along with hundreds of third-tier evolvers and the official pre-apocalypse weapons still fail to kill a fourth-tier monster? Once the first one was killed and the first fourth-tier core was obtained, the efficiency of hunting fourth-tier monsters would only increase with the emergence of the first fourth-tier superpowered individual. Later, when there were enough fourth-tier individuals, they could then start planning to target fifth-tier monsters. It was a virtuous cycle. After all, not every monster was like the Black Tortoise, possessing terrifying stats that far exceeded its peers and making the idea of challenging higher tiers seem impossible. Establishing a dedicated hunting team should also be put on the agenda. Setting aside his cluttered thoughts, Jiang Yu turned his attention back to the system panel before him. With over 180,000 enhancement points, what was there to hesitate about? Just allocate the points. Host Jiang Yu remaining enhancement points: 183279 strength, 3rd tier power, 178, speed, 146 physique, 159 spirit, 181 ability, soul devouring, eye weapons, alloy Miao Dao, alloy Tang Dao. Pet Gui Shui spirit turtle. First, let's max out the 4 basic attributes. Last time he advanced to the 3rd tier, he hadn't even been able to max out his attributes due to a lack of points. Now that he was flush with points, it was only natural to start with something tangible before slowly studying the rest. Detected a significant surplus of enhancement points. Upgrading the ability will result in a greater increase in strength. Do you still insist on enhancing the 4 basic attributes? Jiang Yu was taken aback. This was the first time the system hadn't executed his explicit command and had instead offered a different opinion. After a moment's thought, he directed his gaze to the ability column. The 2 symbols there indicated that the soul-devouring eye could be further upgraded, and the other meant he could acquire a new ability. After a brief consideration, he said, "Then let's focus on acquiring the second ability first." Ding. Enhancement points 5000 enhancing. Congratulations, host has awakened the ability Shadow Dodge. Shadow Dodge transform into a shadow merging with the darkness, granting immunity to a large amount of physical damage. Spend 30 enhancement points to evolve the ability Shadow Dodge into Shadow Strike. Shadow Strike, when transformed into a shadow, gain double speed enhancement. Enhance. Enhancement points 30, enhancement complete. Spend 300 enhancement points to evolve the ability Shadow Strike into Shadow Edge. Shadow Edge, when transformed into a shadow, not only can you nullify a large amount of physical damage, but you also gain double speed and power enhancement. Keep enhancing. Enhancement points 300, enhancement complete. Spend 300 enhancement points to evolve the ability Shadow Edge into Substantiation. Substantiation, upon activation, you will be immune to all physical damage. Holy crap. Jiang Yu had initially thought since he had plenty of enhancement points and had already awakened his second ability, he might as well max it out first. After all, his current soul devouring eye had evolved from the initially unremarkable visual enhancement ability. Although Shadow Dodge seemed like just a defensive skill, it appeared rather ordinary, but to him the initial strength of an awakened ability didn't really matter. So he wasn't disappointed. However, he never expected that an ability could transform after being enhanced to a certain level. It was unbelievable that he had directly enhanced it into Substantiation. Immunity to all physical damage was simply too tempting. Without almost any hesitation. Allocate the points. Enhanced 3000 points, enhancement complete. Spend 300 enhancement points to evolve the ability Phantomization into Void Shuttle. Void Shuttle, upon entering the phantom state, you can briefly traverse the void, ignoring spatial concepts in the physical world along the same timeline. Whoa, spatial warp. Jiang Yu couldn't help but gasp as he gazed at his newly acquired skill. What was this? This was a god-tier ability. Yet despite the allure of the 300 enhancement points, he resisted the urge to keep spending. A few thousand points, given his current wealth, he could splurge without a second thought. But 30,000 required deliberation. Tempting as it was, he reasoned that with each enhancement, abilities would evolve into something even more formidable, demanding ever more points. He couldn't pour all his points into a single ability. For now, it was wiser to hold back. Max out the other aspects first, see how many points remained, and then consider upgrading his abilities. After all, as it stood, Void Shuttle's primary use was survival. Appealing as it was, once his power reached a certain level, a purely defensive skill would merely be a luxury. Boosting his overall strength was paramount. Let's upgrade Soul Stealing Eye too. Ding. Enhanced 1000 points ability, Soul Stealing Eye evolved into Eye of Reincarnation. Eye of Reincarnation enhances the base functions of Soul Stealing Eye, allowing the user to briefly glimpse a person's past life and to a degree predict their future. Caution: this ability consumes immense energy and has limited effect on those with exceptionally high-tier abilities. Use with discretion. Jiang Yu had already learned the properties of the Eye of Reincarnation when the system flagged its upgrade potential, so this came as no surprise. This new derivative ability offered minimal gains in direct combat. It was primarily a supplementary tool. For the leader of a faction, however, it was practically divine. To see through a person's past and predict their future. It was akin to reading hearts, discerning who could be trusted as a confidant and who was merely a tool. Yet for Jiang Yu, who could already identify those with over 90 loyalty through his system's empowerment function, this ability felt somewhat redundant. That's why he had waited until now to upgrade it. The real centerpiece, however, came after the upgrade. Spend 3000 enhancement points to transform Eye of Reincarnation into Spirit Pupil. Spirit Pupil retains all abilities of Eye of Reincarnation and ignores ability tier to see through any illusion-type skill unleashed by ability users or mutated creatures whose power does not exceed yours by more than one rank. Abilities had their own hierarchies, a truth Jiang Yu, who had poured countless points into evolving his own, understood all too well. When it was the Insight Eye, the system claimed it could see through mental illusion skills of the same rank. That same rank had a dual meaning, matching ability tier and matching evolutionary level. If someone was also a third-rank ability user, but boasted a far superior ability tier, the Insight Eye couldn't pierce their mental illusions. The Spirit Pupil, however, was different. It ignored ability tier, relying solely on his own power to determine if he could see through illusion skills. This was undoubtedly a massive leap forward. Still, Jiang Yu didn't rush to upgrade his abilities, setting it aside for the moment. Enough with that. Let's max out my strength stat. Enhanced 4976 points, enhancement complete. What? Jiang Yu was stunned, as nearly 5,000 points vanished in an instant. But he quickly snapped out of it, and pulled up his system panel to check his stats. Host Jiang Yu. Power 3rd rank. Strength 800. 800. The peak value for the 3rd rank. According to Jiang Yu's earlier estimates, a 3rd rank ability user's peak should hover around 300 points. Yet he had hit 800, closing in on the 1,000 point strength of Xuanwu before its bloodline evolution. This kind of leap wasn't linear at all. The only explanation was that an ability user's 4 stats were tied to their ability, and judging by Xuanwu's stats far surpassing other mutated beasts, the same likely applied to them. The more powerful the ability user or beast, the higher their peak stats at the same rank. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that a formidable beast like Xuanwu at the 3rd rank might outclass many mediocre 4th rank ability users in peak stats, let alone evolvers with no abilities, only base stats. This also explained why Xuanwu was so dominant from the start, far outstripping its peers. Because it had awakened with dual abilities. Let's go max out all 4 stats. No need to overthink it, just spend. From rank 0 to 1 enhancement point added 1 stat point. From 1 to 2 it took 2 points. From 2 to 3 it took 4. Now from 3 to 4 each stat point cost 8 enhancement points. Enhanced 15312 points, enhancement complete. Host Jiang Yu. Remaining enhancement points 158161. Power 3rd rank. Strength 800. Speed 800. Constitution 800. Spirit 800. Abilities: Eye of Reincarnation, Phantomization. Weapons: Alloy Miao Dao, Alloy Tang Dao. Pet: Guishui Spirit Turtle. All 4 stats maxed with nearly 1600 points to spare. What did wealth look like? Spending endlessly, never running dry. System upgrade now. Enhanced 1000 points, enhancement complete. Host Jiang Yu. Remaining enhancement points 148161. Power 4th rank. Strength 990. Speed 965. Constitution 979. Spirit 1068. Abilities: Eye of Reincarnation, Phantomization. Weapons: Alloy Miao Dao, Alloy Tang Dao. Pet: Guishui Spirit Turtle. How many points to max out all 4 stats? Deduct 63968 enhancement points to cap all 4 stats. 63968. Jiang Yu did a quick calculation. If each stat point at the 4th rank cost 16 enhancement points, then his peak 4 stat total would be 2,000 points. Glancing at his balance of over 158000, he didn't hesitate and maxed it all out. Enhanced 63968 points, enhancement complete. Detected that your abilities: Eye of Reincarnation and Phantomization can be further enhanced. Spend points. Holding to the principle that money spent was money well used and hoarded points earn no interest. Jiang Yu gritted his teeth and poured another round of points into both abilities. Host Jiang Yu. Remaining enhancement points 24193. Rank tier 4. Strength 2000. Speed 2000. Constitution 2000. Mental power 2000. Special abilities: Spirit, I Void Walk. Weapons: Alloy Miao Dao, Alloy Tang Dao, Meteor, Iron Spear. Companion: Guishui Spirit Turtle. Seeing all 4 attributes maxed out, Jiang Yu, who had a slight obsession with perfection, finally felt at ease. However, seeing only a little over 20,000 enhancement points remaining, he couldn't help but feel a pang of frustration. Who said enhancement points couldn't be used up? They simply weren't enough. They were already running dry so quickly. He hadn't even upgraded Xuanwu nor crafted a formidable weapon for himself, let alone using empowerment to turn a batch of loyal subordinates into ability users. Upon careful thought, every aspect required enhancement points. There was no way around it. Mainly Jiang Yu himself needed an exorbitant amount of points to increase his own strength. And in this apocalypse, personal strength was paramount. Xuanwu is currently Tier 3. Upgrading to Tier 4 requires 8,000 points, and to Tier 5. Jiang Yu glanced at his status panel. He was currently at the peak of Tier 4, needing 100 enhancement points to advance to Tier 5. Based on past experience, Xuanwu's upgrade cost was 80 of his own. If he used the companion slot to upgrade, it would be 80 of that 80. So directly upgrading Xuanwu from Tier 4 to Tier 5 would likely cost 800 points, but placing it in the companion slot should only require 6400 points. As for the cost from Tier 5 to 6, 6 to 7, 8, and even higher, he dared not imagine. Previously, Jiang Yu thought the 20 discount from the companion slot would only be useful in the early stages when he lacked both strength and points. Now it seemed the value of this system feature would only increase over time. He spent 8,000 enhancement points to upgrade Xuanwu. Seeing Xuanwu reach Tier 4 and max out all 4 attributes in one go, Jiang Yu couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Talk about saving both resources and effort. Xuanwu's Tier 4 attributes unsurprisingly far surpassed Jiang Yu's own. Companion Xuanwu Guishui Spirit Turtle. Rank Tier 4. Strength, 3,000. Speed, 2,800. Constitution, 3,000. Mental Power, 2,700. Special abilities Netherworld Guishui Earth Manipulation. Simultaneously, Xuanwu's size experienced another massive surge. Its length exceeded 3,000 meters, its width was estimated to be at least 1,800 meters, and its height even reached 750 meters. The floodwaters could no longer touch Xuanwu's shell at all. It lay there like a small mountain. Large was no longer sufficient to describe Xuanwu at this point. If forced to find a word, Jiang Yu could only think of two. Massive. As massive as the earth itself. Jiang Yu had no doubt that even a Tier 5 ability user would be nothing more than a fly before Xuanwu, now easily swatted to death. With his own attributes at 2,000, he wouldn't even dream of defeating it. He felt he couldn't even injure Xuanwu. Looking at the remaining 16193 enhancement points, Jiang Yu gritted his teeth and spent over 10,000 more acquiring 2 suitable weapons. A Meteor Iron Great Spear costing over 6,000 enhancement points. A Meteor Iron Tang Dao costing over 4,000 enhancement points. With that, he was left with only 5,239 enhancement points. The silver lining was that he had maxed out everything he could upgrade or enhance. He had currently reached the pinnacle of his current stage. As for the remaining 5,000 or so points, Jiang Yu thought of Wu Wenxiang. It might be a good time to try out the empowerment system feature. If he could awaken a powerful ability in Wu Wenxiang, given his loyalty, Jiang Yu wouldn't mind feeding him some points to have a few more formidable fighters under his command. After all, under the system's mechanics, it was much cheaper to boost subordinate strength than his own. Even the scraps he let slip through his fingers were enough to cultivate a batch of powerful ability users to do his bidding. While Jiang Yu was frantically increasing his strength, a large mountain valley over 200 kilometers southwest of Jiang City was equally restless. A winged shadow flashed across the clouds. Moments later, a series of massive explosions echoed through the valley and mushroom clouds rose into the sky. Headquarters Bomber Formation has completed the bombing mission. Request fighter escort to clear the flight path. We are returning to base. Headquarters received. Fighter Formation is clearing mutated beasts in the airspace above the flight path. Estimated completion in 5 minutes. Permission to return granted. Headquarters Transport Formation has arrived over the target area. Airborne troops have completed their jump. Requesting permission to return. Permission granted. On a mountain peak within the valley, a group of young men in dark green military uniforms looked at the canyon that had been plowed through by dozens of special bombs, each with an explosive yield equivalent to tens of thousands of tons of TNT. One of them couldn't help but sigh. Forget nuclear bombs, even if a weapon of this power hit us directly, we'd be dead for sure. The leader chuckled. Do you think a dozen days of evolution is enough to resist the technological crystallization of thousands of years of human civilization? There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Even a Tier 5 mutated beast after being bombed like this a few times can only be at our mercy. We're only Tier 4, we still have a long way to go. Hearing this, another person added, these are just conventional bombs, and even Tier 4 can't withstand them. What about nuclear bombs that yield millions, tens of millions, or even 100 million tons of TNT? Wouldn't that mean even a Tier 9 or 10 being in the future couldn't survive them? They say that after the apocalypse, human civilization will undergo great changes and evolution is the way of the future. Technology, on the other hand, will become less important. I don't necessarily agree. Hard to say. The most powerful mutated beast detected by the satellite network is only Tier 7 so far. What Tier 9 even means is unknown to anyone at this point. Someone shrugged. Just so you know, that Tier 7 mutated beast appeared in the Bald Eagle Empire across the ocean. They tried using nuclear weapons on it, but failed to kill it. And that monster was only Tier 6 at the time. The strongest known mutated beast on our side is barely Tier 6. How does the Bald Eagle Empire already have a Tier 7 one so early? Are you stupid? When the awakening rain fell during the apocalypse, it was the middle of the night here. Not many ability users or special mutated animals were awakened by the rain. Over in the Bald Eagle Empire, it was broad daylight. Countless people and animals were soaked by the rain. The sheer number of special mutated creatures over there is incomparable to ours. It's only natural they ended up with a king among them. It's a mixed blessing. We have fewer ability users and not that many special mutated beasts either. Our biggest challenge is natural disasters, not the havoc wreaked by these mutated creatures. Alright, enough chit-chat. The young man in the lead waved his hand, and the group fell silent. That Wolf King should have just reached Tier 5 recently, so its strength isn't at its peak. After being hit by a round of heavy bombs, it's either dead or crippled. This mutated beast was discovered by us, so the credit can only belong to our ability user task force. No one else is going to steal this credit. Move out. Yes. A few people in the group had flickering eyes, but nodded along. The tremors of battle in the valley persisted for over half an hour. By the time the hunter squad airdrop from Future City arrived belatedly, a colossal wolf 100 meters in length and towering like a small hill even when prone lay dead on the ground. Its massive head had been severed, and a gaping hole large enough for a person to pass through was punched into its forehead, the crystal core, within long since taken. Scattered around the alpha wolf were the corpses of hundreds more, each over a dozen meters long, all dispatched in the same manner. Their skulls pierced, and their cores extracted. Chen Mingli, what is the meaning of this? The hunter squad leader stared at the blood-soaked youth, his expression dark. Chen Mingli, the captain of Future City's Special Ability Task Force, chuckled in response. What could it mean? We saw the wolves and figured we could handle them, so we came. What were your task force's casualties? 6 dead, 8 severely wounded. War is war, casualties are inevitable. As he spoke, Chen Mingli gestured with his blade over the giant wolf's carcass, seemingly pondering which cut of meat might be most tender. The hunter squad leader dropped all pretense, pulling a document from his coat and barking, by decree of the Future City Lord. Speak. Chen Mingli, captain of the 6th Special Ability Task Force squad, acted recklessly, delaying the nuclear power plant relocation mission. He has now blatantly defied orders and seized cores from allied forces. His crimes are heinous. Approved by the Future City Lord and passed by the Supreme Council of Future City effective immediately, Chen Mingli is hereby relieved of his duties as captain of the 6th Special Ability Task Force squad. Captain Zhang Yong of the 5th Hunter Squad will temporarily assume command. Oh, you want my position? Why not look in a mirror and see if you're worthy? Chen Mingli turned a sardonic smile playing on his lips. Zhang Yong's heart trembled, recalling the man's formidable reputation, but he steeled himself and said, "This is a decision from above. Do you intend to defy military orders?" "Above? My brothers and I are under the 9th Army Group. We answer only to its headquarters." "What nonsense is this Future City? Never heard of it." Li Yunhai, former commander of the 8th Army Group, has been executed for embezzling Future City assets and hoarding crystal cores. Chen Mingli fell silent for a moment, then shook his head. "You think we're blind? You used the pretext of handling nuclear power plants across the nation to pull us away, then struck against Commander Li. Commander Li, however, bore the world in his heart. Knowing these plants were a lingering threat, he sent us out, even aware it was a trap for the sake of this land. Spare me your bureaucratic posturing. Go back and tell Zhou Henian once the Jiangxing nuclear plant is dealt with, he'll return and twist his head off along with those of the men behind him. Usurpers of the nation are enemies of all. If he truly believes that creating some future city can change the world and sees the mandate of heaven, he's sorely mistaken. Zhang Yong, for the sake of our past camaraderie, he'll spare you today. But if you continue to aid Zhou Henian in his crimes, the next time we meet, leaving won't be so easy. Out of my way." The moment the words left Chen Mingli's mouth, he stepped forward. Boulders, trees, and the colossal wolf carcasses around them all began to float into the air. Zhang Yong and his hunter squad members were lifted helpless into the sky. Gravity manipulation ability. It was an open secret among Future City's elite that besides its nominal leader Zhou Henian, there were many powerful ability users. Chen Mingli was among the most formidable. With the backing of the late commander Li Yunhai, Chen Mingli's evolution progress was second only to Zhou Henian's, who hoarded all the resources. His ability was in no way inferior. Had Zhou Henian not kept a tight grip on all 5th tier cores to prevent anyone else from reaching that level, Chen Mingli would have already ascended to the 5th tier. Currently, only a handful of 6th-tier mutant beasts have been discovered across the 9 provinces, and they are notoriously difficult to hunt. Researchers in Future City believe that barring unforeseen events, the evolution progress of ability users across the nation will face a significant slowdown starting from the 5th tier. The days of rapidly consuming cores to advance a tier every day or two are essentially over. This was precisely the opportunity Li Yunhai recognized. He deliberately walked into the trap, dispersing his most elite forces. While they were tasked with neutralizing the nuclear threats, his true intention was for them to find a breakthrough to the 5th tier and return to Future City to set things right. The hastily established Future City was never a one-man show under Zhou Henian. Internal strife and power struggles have been rampant since its inception. Everyone has their reasons for their actions. The assignment to deal with the nuclear plants just happened to be the spark that ignited the conflict between the city's 2 most powerful factions, forcing them into open confrontation. 5th tier. Zhang Yong's expression was complex as he realized he was not just too late to claim the kill. Chen Mingli had not only slain the 5th tier Wolf King, but had already extracted and absorbed its core. His presence here was clearly a deliberate wait for Zhang Yong. It dawned on Zhang Yong that Zhou Henian, assuming Chen Mingli and his men were away and unaware of the city's politics, believed they wouldn't dare defy Future City's authority. The thought that a mere transfer order could move them aside, allowing the hunters to swoop in and claim the core, now seemed laughably naive. Zhang Yong felt his new superior was utterly out of his depth, arrogant and delusional, yet simultaneously riddled with insecurity. He then glanced at the bodies of the ability users on the ground. These were likely spies Zhou Henian had planted within the task force. Whether they truly died at the claws of the beasts was questionable. As Chen Mingli released his gravity field, Zhang Yong and his team left the valley in silence without another word. Chief, what do we do now? We head to Jiangsheng. But Commander Li, our orders are to proceed to Jiangsheng and eliminate any potential nuclear threats. If we encounter promising individuals, we are to bring them back for training. First, we follow orders. We'll settle the score with Zhou Henian after the mission is complete. Yes, sir. Contact the communications division. Have them broadcast nationwide that we as the first team to handle the nuclear plant threat will arrive at the Jiangsheng nuclear plant tomorrow. Any ability users who wish to leave with us are to gather there. We will remain for 1 week at most. We will not wait for latecomers. But, Chief, we're openly defying Zhou Henian now. Will he even allow the communications division to relay our message? He may think he's the emperor of Future City, but in reality he's far from it. Whether he allows it isn't his call. If the message truly can't be sent, then it means our enemies are more than just Zhou Henian. I understand. The actual broadcast isn't the point, it's about gauging the stance of certain people in the city. You're learning. I've heard there's a giant turtle in Jiangsheng. I suspect it's also 5th tier. If we can take it down, we'll have a second 5th tier ability user, which will greatly improve our chances against Zhou Henian. The people from Future City are arriving tomorrow. That's sooner than expected. As soon as he stepped out, Jiang Yu received the news from Wu Wenxiang. Given his high loyalty, he had been acting as Jiang Ye's assistant in the base residing just downstairs. For matters of lesser urgency, Yu Shoujing and the others found it inconvenient to approach Jiang Yu directly when he was away, so they would relay messages through Wu Wenxiang. Forget about that for now. Jiang Yu reached out and patted Wu Wenxiang on the shoulder. Seeing his bewildered expression, he offered no explanation, only asking with a smile, "Feel for any changes within yourself." Wu Wenxiang was taken aback. He was no stranger to Jiang Ye's methods of empowerment, having reached his current second-order evolver status, not through consuming crystal cores, but entirely through Jiang Ye's direct enhancements. Yet this time felt different. Previously, each upgrade brought a palpable surge in strength, often requiring time to acclimate to the overwhelming power. This time he sensed an increase, but it was comparatively modest, certainly not enough to match the third-order evolvers. Just as Wu Wenxiang was about to voice his confusion, a sudden realization struck him, and he instinctively extended his hand. A plume of orange flame erupted from his palm. This is an ability. Wu Wenxiang's eyes widened in shock. His breath caught in his throat. After a cautious glance around to ensure they were alone, he knelt before Jiang Yu. "Brother Jiang, I know you're a man of great power, and my meager abilities are hardly of use to you, but I can never repay your kindness in elevating me. From this day forth, my life is yours." In the long years since the apocalypse began, the initial thrill of becoming an evolver with power beyond ordinary men had long faded, diluted, as evolvers became increasingly common. Everyone now knew that evolvers were in essence just ordinary people who could be mass-produced. In this wasteland, without an ability, one had no chance to rise. His own standing in the base was solely due to his early association with Jiang Yu, which afforded him a relatively high position. Ability users were polite to him, but the arrogance beneath their courtesy was unmistakable. That arrogance was akin to a higher dimensional being's disdain for a lower one. It wasn't spoken aloud, but it permeated every aspect of their demeanor. Wu Wenxiang, having been a small business owner before the apocalypse, could easily perceive it. He had resigned himself to a life of clinging to Jiang Ye's coattails, believing he had missed his chance during the awakening rain on the first night of the apocalypse. But it seemed those coattails were more substantial than had ever imagined. Jiang Yu had granted him an ability. A second-order ability user was a formidable expert even in the current base. And it wasn't one of those common basic abilities like enhancement or amplification, but an elemental one. It was no exaggeration to say this was akin to being reborn. What would I want with your life? Just focus on your own duties. Live well, and make something of yourself in this apocalypse. After inquiring with Yu Shoujing and the others about the relocation team from Future City, and telling them not to worry, Jiang Yu returned to his quarters. The room in the office building, formerly Lu Sanfa's bedroom, had been expanded to occupy an entire floor. Su Luoluo and Shu Yunshu were both inside, huddled together on the sofa, whispering and occasionally bursting into strange giggles. They only sprang up blushing when Jiang Yu opened the door and entered. Having fun. What's the topic? Nothing. How's the collection going? How much space is left? Su Luoluo quickly replied. As you instructed, I haven't taken much of the basic staples like rice and flour. I've focused on items that are perishable, expire quickly, or are hard to reproduce. I've just about gathered everything. My space is about 4/5 full. Not bad. Jiang Yu praised her. Su Luoluo's ability was quite valuable to him. His system inventory only had 10 slots. While he could stack unlimited quantities of the same item, the sheer variety of modern necessities meant 10 slots were far from sufficient to maintain his standard of living. With Su Luoluo around, he could store all the cumbersome items in her space. As for staples like grain and meat, they were more cost-effective in his inventory. He had already packed most of the relevant supplies from the strategic reserve warehouse into his item slots. Su Luoluo's space can still be upgraded. He'll prioritize that next time. As for Chu Yunshu, Jiang Ye's gaze swept over the two women. He decided for now not to grant Chu Yunshu an ability. Though she was his woman, her loyalty didn't even match Wu Wenqiang's. The ability to grant abilities to others was too extraordinary to be casually revealed. With that thought, he was reminded of his own newly upgraded ability and decided to test it on Chu Yunshu. The eye of reincarnation, capable of seeing a person's past life and to a degree predicting their future. Chu Yunshu's past was much as Jiang Yu had guessed. Born in a rural area to a modest family, her parents, though not wealthy, held no patriarchal views, and her childhood was happy. It was only after she worked hard to gain admission to a key university in Jiangsheng that she truly encountered the dazzling world, and her striking looks brought her countless temptations. Her moral compass, however, was solid, and she resisted falling from grace. That was until last year when her father was diagnosed with cancer and urgently needed money for treatment. Her mother, who had always been frail, was in no position to earn such a sum. It was then that an MCN agency approached her with an offer she couldn't refuse. This was how Chu Yunshu became a streamer. She knew there was no such thing as a free lunch and suspected their motives were less than honorable, but for her father's sake, she signed the contract. Initially, with the agency's strong promotion, she experienced the feeling of earning a fortune. It went to her head a little. But as her traffic waned, the agency's true colors began to show, and she started to sense that something was amiss. But the die was cast. At the peak of her streaming career, she had signed a series of long-term contracts. Bailing now would incur a monstrous penalty fee. Although she had already scraped together her father's medical expenses, her immediate financial pressure had lessened. Yet continuing under the contract meant wasting at least 3 years without traffic support. She was left with only two choices. One was to be completely at the agency's mercy, essentially trading her body for traffic. The other was to be shelved for 3 years, unable to do anything. Chu Yunshu hesitated for over 2 months without making a decision. And then the apocalypse came. As for her future, the eye of reincarnation showed a blurry picture. From the few glimpses, she seemed to live a life of elegance as a wealthy wife raising children. She wouldn't become a famous powerhouse, wouldn't commit evil, and harbored no grand ambitions. While she was simply someone content with a peaceful, ordinary life. Jiang Chun did not venture to glimpse Su Luoluo's later years. Such a skill entangled with the threads of causality and the future demanded an immense expenditure of energy. He had merely cast a blurred glance at Chu Yunshu, an ordinary evolver's future, and it nearly drained the spiritual energy within him. Su Luoluo's time-stop space was an exceedingly rare ability. Eye-probing her later years would require even greater consumption. The evening's affairs were yet to be settled, and Jiang Chun had no desire to exhaust himself out of sheer curiosity. There would be ample opportunities to look in the future. Where do you two plan to sleep tonight? Have you tidied up the room? Upon hearing this, Su Luoluo and Chu Yunshu exchanged a glance, then turned their heads with flushed cheeks. Not yet, not yet. Same as last night, I suppose. The previous night, overwhelmed by tasks, the room here had not been prepared, so the three of them had rested together. Same as last night. Well, Jiang Chun had no objections. After all, with his terrifying physique, one person alone could not satisfy his appetite. Come dawn the next day, he pushed aside the arms and legs pressing down on him, barely managing to extricate himself from the embrace of two octopuses. However, the moment he rose, the two women awoke. Su Luo, still drowsy, murmured coquettishly, "Brother, it's so cold. Let's sleep a while longer." By then the temperature outside had plummeted to nearly minus 60 degrees Celsius. The floodwaters had long vanished, and the entire world had transformed into a frozen expanse of ice and snow. With his constitution reaching a staggering 2,000 points, Jiang Chun could naturally ignore such cold. Su Luoluo and Chu Yunshu, no longer ordinary humans, would not freeze to death, but they could not help feeling some discomfort. Thus, during sleep, Jiang Chun, whose body radiated warmth like a furnace, became their personal heater, clung to tightly and unwilling to let go. The moment this heater left, they immediately stirred awake. Jiang Chun waved his hand, unmoved by this. "You go back to sleep. If you're cold, just turn up the air conditioner." The people from Future City would soon arrive, and major events were bound to unfold in Jiang City today. He had no time to play the role of a heater. Su Luoluo let out a soft murmur, then groggily sat up and planted a kiss on Jiang Chen's cheek. "Then come back soon." Chu Yunshu, on the other hand, left a mark on the other side of his neck. She had intended to leave a hickey, but his skin was too thick for her to succeed. It must be said, one advantage of being an evolver was that the body was almost entirely free of disease. Naturally, upon waking, there was no issue of bad breath. After a brief moment of tenderness, Jiang Chun headed out. In fact, ever since Future City announced its intention to relocate or shut down nuclear power plants across the country, the entire internet had erupted in a chorus of criticism. A few days prior, due to the postponement, the topic had slightly cooled down. It was not until last night that Future City announced that a task force of ability users would be the first to arrive in Jiang City, causing the matter to resurface on the internet. The attitudes of people elsewhere remained unknown for now. In Jiang City, however, the outcry had reached a fever pitch. Several relatively well-known factions directly declared that they would confront the people from Future City today, refusing to let anyone touch their lifeline. Some even posted the internal situation of the Jiang City nuclear power plant online, claiming that the plant was operating normally, with employees still steadfast at their posts, and that there was no need for relocation or closure. Nonetheless, Qingmu City, the most powerful local faction in Jiang City, maintained an ambiguous stance. It neither agreed nor opposed. The city lord Lu Qingyang merely stated that he would also go to the nuclear power plant today to observe the commotion. Jiang Chun speculated that the man was more likely to help Future City shut down the plant. After all, this was little different from pledging allegiance. This could be considered the first major event in Jiang City since the apocalypse. As the leader of a base now boasting a population of over 20,000, Jiang Chun naturally had to partake in the excitement. Moreover, the existence of the nuclear power plant was too crucial. The base's development relied heavily on electricity. The modified fishing equipment was also largely powered by electricity. Without it, the base's efficiency in acquiring crystal cores would be severely diminished. Other matters could be negotiated, but the acquisition of crystal cores was absolutely non-negotiable. Anyone who dared to reduce his efficiency in obtaining crystal cores would have his head twisted off. If truly enraged, he would not care whether it was Future City or not. Go argue with his stat monster Xuanwu. The Jiang City nuclear power plant is just ahead. On Zuan was brought back Yu Shoujing, and the others accompanied Jiang Chun to a lake not far from the plant. The nuclear power plant was situated on elevated terrain perched on the mountainside of a large peak. Most of Jiang City was flat except for the southeastern corner near the Jiangnan Hills, where the terrain was more undulating. Such areas that had not yet been submerged were often found here, including the location of Jiang Chen's current base, which was less than 20 kilometers from the plant. This lake was less than 2 kilometers from the hill where the nuclear power plant stood. Xuanwu was now too massive. Every step it took caused the earth to tremble. Worried about affecting the plant, Jiang Chun instructed it to wait there. After all, he himself had already upgraded his void form to void walk. Even if he encountered danger, escaping would be a matter of moments. Besides, with his four-dimensional stats reaching a staggering 2,000 points, although his strength at the same rank was still far inferior to Xuanwu the stat monster, it was still absurdly formidable. Even if he faced a fifth-tier opponent, he could probably contend. At this stage, there were likely few who could force him to flee directly. Upon receiving Jiang Chen's instructions, Xuanwu used its earth control ability to sink into the ground. Moments later, its colossal mountain-like figure vanished into the floodwaters. All that remained was a crushed ice field, leaving no trace of its existence. Jiang Chun led Yu Shoujing and the others across the ice field toward the nuclear power plant, soon arriving at the foot of the mountain. The terrain here was not as elevated as the strategic reserve warehouse, so half of the plant was submerged. Fortunately, the core area where the most important reactor was located had not been flooded. By the time they arrived, a considerable crowd had already gathered. They were mostly third-tier ability users and evolvers who had emerged in Jiang City recently. Everyone knew that under the current severe cold, the nuclear power plant was the lifeline of Jiang City. Even the most brutal faction leaders who cared little for the lives of ordinary people had to acknowledge the importance of ordinary citizens for developing their forces and acquiring crystal cores. Naturally, they did not want to see the plant shut down and ordinary people freezing to death in the snow. This was a matter that directly affected their own interests. Cutting off someone's source of wealth is like killing their parents. This saying held true in the apocalypse when one replaced wealth with crystal cores. Someone else is here. Which faction does this brother belong to? As soon as Jiang Chun arrived, someone approached and greeted him very politely. There was no need to conceal it, so he said directly from the Huxia Strategic Reserve Warehouse in the south of the city. Huxia Strategic Reserve Warehouse. Oh, isn't that Xuanwu City? Could it be that this brother is the city lord Jiang of Xuanwu City? Xuanwu City. Jiang Ye's lips twitched involuntarily. He had never proclaimed any intention of establishing a city, always humbly referring to his settlement as the Huxia Survival Base. As the saying goes, build high walls, stockpile grain, and delay claiming kingship. In his view, revealing one's ambitions too early was a foolish move. Moreover, he harbored no grand ambitions. He merely wished to become the apocalypse's ultimate powerhouse, free to do as he pleased. He held little enthusiasm for building factions, unifying the 9 provinces, or reshaping the world. Yet, as is often the case when one's strength reaches a certain level, admirers inevitably refuse to let you remain in obscurity. The spectacle at Xuanwu had left a profound impression on many, leading some to compare his base to Wudong City, which was under the protection of the parasol tree. Naturally, this brought him considerable renown in Jiangqing. My friend, our Huxia Survival Base is merely a small settlement. Mr. Jiang, out of compassion, has provided us a path to survival. He has no ambition to carve out territory or declare himself a ruler in these chaotic times. Unlike those ambitious ones who overestimate themselves upon gaining a little power, please mind your words. Yu Shoujing, clearly more adept at handling such situations, immediately refuted with a smile. As an experienced politician, he wholeheartedly agreed with Jiang Ye's decision to avoid ostentatious city building. Though it seemed like every Tom, Dick, and Harry was declaring cityhood and carving out their own fiefdoms, they were merely the ones sticking their necks out. The true behemoths of the post-apocalyptic world were entities like Weilai City, Xingho City, and Dengtian City, transformed from former official forces. When a whale falls, all creatures thrive, but the beings that truly feast on the whale's carcass are far more powerful and terrifying than the small fry born from the whale fall's ripple effects. They are currently preoccupied with internal affairs, but once they consolidate, the instinct for unification etched into the bones of the 9 provinces, people will awaken. They will never tolerate so many self-proclaimed cities existing as separatist forces. In other words, these factions will be the primary targets for those major cities in the future. Although Jiang Yu was powerful, his base's foundation was far too shallow compared to those true powers. Struggle is rarely decided by direct, bloody confrontation. Until he possessed the strength to single-handedly crush those major factions, they had numerous ways to deal with him. The simplest was to offer lucrative incentives to strip him of his subordinates. With a slower rate of crystal core collection, his power growth would stagnate, allowing powerful psychics from the major factions with their superior resources to catch up and even defeat him. In this ancient land, reckless claims and proclamations could indeed invite disaster. Caution prevents great mistakes. The man who was refuted didn't take offense, only apologizing profusely. All my apologies. I took the online rumors for granted. Please forgive me, Mr. Jiang. I am Hishan, unworthily serving as the leader of Mushin City. Know the Mushin Survival Base? Mushin City. Jiang Yu had some recollection of it. A faction established at the former Mushin scenic area north of Jiangqing, which had declared its independence early on. It supposedly had a population of 70 to 80,000 survivors, a much larger scale than Jiang Ye's. Shaking his hand, Jiang Yu asked, will the people from Weilai City all be coming? Not yet, Hishan explained. According to the latest news, they should arrive by noon. To be frank, Mr. Jiang, this nuclear power plant is the lifeline of all Jiangqing. We leaders have discussed it, and we absolutely will not allow Weilai City to shut it down or relocate it today. We've checked, the engineers and staff are still there. The stored reactor fuel is sufficient for over 50 years at the current low power consumption rate. Moreover, the Jiangqing Power Grid headquarters isn't far from our base. After the apocalypse, we took in a large number of grid workers. Hundreds of grid engineers and electricians now live in our base, and other bases also have related professionals. As long as the plant isn't shut down or moved, we can maintain a long-term power supply for Jiangqing. To ensure the survival of Jiangqing survivors, several base leaders and I have formed the Jiangqing Power Protection Association, vowing to defend the city's electricity supply. Mr. Jiang, you are immensely powerful. Would you be willing to lend your strength? Hishan's expression turned serious as he added, if you agree, Hishan will immediately step down and offer you the position of association president. So this was a recruitment drive. Jiang Yu didn't respond immediately, instead asking, the largest force in Jiangqing should be Qingmu City, right? What does Lu Qingyao say? Hishan's face twisted with indignation. Don't count on him, Mr. Jiang. Qingmu City has been ambiguous online, and last night, they openly declared support for all of Weilai City's decisions. Lu Qingya is just hoping to curry favor with Weilai City to get the procurement rights for that non-existent crystal purification potion. It'd be a miracle if Qingmu City doesn't stab us in the back. He doesn't care about Jiangsheng's future. I Hishan am ashamed to call him a fellow citizen. He has no backbone. So Qingmu City had refused Hishan. Jiang Yu had a rough picture of the situation now. If Weilai City was like a central government that had lost control of the regions, then Qingmu City was the royalist faction, while Hishan and his ilk were the local powers seeking to unite against the central authority. It was hard to say who was right or wrong. But at least for now, Weilai City's emergence was suspicious, and its actions, especially the impending shutdown of the nuclear plant, were indeed inhumane. They certainly lacked legitimacy. It seemed that what Hishan and his group were doing was more righteous. If Weilai City fell and humanity managed to survive the apocalypse, Hishan's actions might well be recorded in future history books as the power protection movement. It could even be said they'd earn their place in the annals of history. Moreover, their actions severely damaged Weilai City's prestige. If they succeeded, Weilai City would find it much harder to distance themselves from the former government while still leveraging its lingering authority. So, Mr. Jiang, what is your decision? The nuclear plant certainly cannot be shut down. However, as for the Power Protection Association, I'm too inexperienced and would only be a burden. They'll have to decline. Jiang Yu said this calmly, then turned and headed up the mountain, leaving Hishan standing there, his face etched with disappointment. Joining the Power Protection Association held no tangible benefits for Jiang Yu. According to Hishan's intentions, after securing the nuclear power plant, the factions currently in the association would enjoy free electricity. Future joiners, or those who chose not to join, would have to pay association fees to maintain the power supply. It sounded tempting, but upon reflection, Jiang Yu realized he had no real need to ally with these people. He had seen earlier that the leaders of the factions present were mostly third-tier ability users. The strongest among them were only at the peak of the third tier, still a fourth-tier crystal away from advancing. They weren't weak, but they were far too inadequate to contend with the forces of Future City. Even if they all banded together, they wouldn't be enough to withstand a single punch from him. What would he gain from uniting with them and sharing the spoils? He wasn't here to do charity. Under Yu Shaoxin's lead, they soon arrived before an office building within the power plant. A few second-tier ability users stood guard at the entrance, clearly dispatched by the various factions. They had learned that the plant's key staff, engineers, and experts were all housed in this building. Halt! Were ability users from the Power Protection Association tasked with keeping order and protecting the experts inside. Show us the city lord's writ if you wish to enter. Jiang Yu naturally had no patience for such gatekeepers. With a sweep of his gaze, the guards crumpled to the ground unconscious. His spiritual power, a towering 2,000 points, allowed him to easily incapacitate most people in the world with a mere glance. Knocking out a few second-tier ability users was trivial. Once inside, Yu Shaoxin summoned the personnel. In moments, he brought forth several elderly men in their 40s and 50s. Mr. Jiang, allow me to introduce you. This is Director Feng, head of the Jiangxing nuclear power plant. The gentlemen behind him are key management personnel and former academicians of the Jiuzhou Nuclear Research Institute, highly respected technical experts in their fields. You flatter me, Director Yu, Director Feng said, shaking his head. In this apocalypse, such titles are meaningless. My only wish now is to protect this plant and fulfill my duty to the people and the government. I refuse to let Jiangxing lose its power. Mr. Jiang, although City Lord, he and his people have spoken with us, we are not entirely unaware of the outside world. We all know that if Future City insists on shutting down and relocating the plant, no one here can stop them. I know Director Yes' character well. If he says you have a solution, then you do. If you can save this plant, I will agree to any condition you set. The old man's tone was resolute, a man of deep conviction who, even with the government gone, had not forgotten his entrusted mission. Instead of answering directly, Jiang Yu countered, before we discuss stopping Future City, I need a clear answer from you. Is it safe to keep the plant here? Is there any risk of a nuclear leak? Absolutely not. Director Feng affirmed. This is Jiao's fourth-generation nuclear power plant designed with an extremely high degree of safety redundancy. Even if floodwaters haven't reached the core, and even if it were completely submerged, the plant could operate safely for over a month without any risk. Beyond that, under prolonged, unstable conditions, the internal intelligent control system would automatically shut down the reactor core. By design, it can withstand earthquakes below magnitude 9 and continue generating power. Even in a superquake above 9, the smart control system would rapidly cut the fuel and halt the core. The only real risk of a leak would be a sudden, unannounced attack. Within our design redundancy, even under a nuclear strike, a 5-minute warning would be enough to prevent any leak. Future City's claim of fearing a leak to justify their intervention is pure nonsense. They have plenty of technical experts. They must know the safety of fourth-generation reactors. They're lying. Jiang Yu merely nodded at the old man's righteous indignation. What Director Feng said largely matched what he already knew. Before the apocalypse, this was the official propaganda when Zhou was heavily building nuclear plants. All the safety technologies were publicly disclosed and verifiable. So when the government later expressed a desire to shut them down, many were baffled. It seemed the closure wasn't a simple safety issue, but likely a political one. Since the old government had persisted in this stance right up until future cities' rise, there was probably another reason. Of course, that was none of Jiang Ye's concern. With the risk of a leak confirmed to be minimal, there was no reason for hesitation. He had no imperial ambitions, but he did live in Jiangxing. Future City trying to pull his plug and send him back to the Dark Ages was not something he would tolerate. After further discussion with Yu Shaoxin's help, it wasn't difficult to get Director Feng to agree to join the Huxia survival base. It was easy, really. From the start, Director Feng and his technicians had no desire to close or relocate the plant. In Jiangxing, the only ones capable of challenging Future City's envoys and protecting the plant were the most powerful Qingmu City and the Huxia survival base, which had made a splash with the Xuanwu, or as others called it, Xuanwu City. Qingmu City seemed to be in lockstep with Future City, its lord Lu Qingyao practically fawning over them. Their only real hope was Jiang Yu. As for Hishan and his ilk, not that Director Feng looked down on them, but as a top-tier researcher with many colleagues in the field, he had old friends in places like Future City and Xingho City studying crystal energy and ability users. He was well aware of the immense gaps in power between ability users. Had heard the envoy from Future City included several fourth-tier ability users led by a formidable figure of some standing in their city. The Power Protection Association's motley crew wouldn't stand a chance. Just as their conversation concluded, Hishan stormed in with a group of men clearly having heard about his ability users being taken down. Mr. Jiang, if you wanted to see these professors, you only had to ask. Breaking in like this seems highly inappropriate, wouldn't you say? Hishan's expression was grim, and the ability users behind him were poised for a fight. Ask you. Jiang Yu scoffed. That's an interesting way to put it, City Lord He. One might think you own this plant. Instead, I'd like to ask you, posting ability users to guard this building and barring entry to all, are you planning to place these professors and scholars under house arrest? Their knowledge is a treasure for all humanity in this apocalypse. Your actions border on crimes against humanity. The heavy accusation from Jiang Yu instantly made Hishan's face change color. He had intended to establish a power preservation organization, essentially to create a larger faction and control more resources. His proclaimed purpose was nothing more than noble-sounding rhetoric about the future of humanity. Now that Jiang Yu accused him of being anti-human, if the charge stuck, how could he continue to lead his organization? Mr. Jiang, your words are too harsh. I stationed people here solely to protect the professor's safety. There's no such thing as house arrest. Jiang Yu smiled upon hearing this and said, if that's the case, then it's simple. From now on, I will take over this place. I believe I can protect their safety better than the few second-tier psychics you've dispatched. It's getting late. If any of you wish to stay and see the people of Future City, you may. If not, you can head home. Everyone knew that this nuclear power plant was the lifeline of the entire Jiangxing for a long time to come strategic material, second only to the crystal cores. Jiang Yu hadn't come here today out of sheer boredom. The reason he hadn't come before was that Future City had already announced its intention to relocate the nuclear plant. Coming earlier would have been pointless. He would have had to make this trip again once Future City's people arrived anyway. Fortunately, the local Jiangxing people interested in the nuclear plant were also here today. Dealing with all the troubles at once was the optimal solution. Mr. Jiang, do you mean to say you plan to handle Future City's task force single-handedly? Hishan squinted his eyes, seemingly deep in thought, then spoke again. It said that the 6th task force dispatched by Future City this time consists of some of the absolute elite among their psychics. Among them, there are no fewer than 5 4th-tier psychics. Their leader is a man named Chun Mingli, who, according to our intel, is at least a 5th-tier psychic. He wasn't saying this out of kind concern for Jiang Yu, but rather to gauge his reaction. However, the answer was destined to disappoint him. The other's face remained utterly calm throughout, merely looking at him quietly, as if to say, is that all? With so many 4th and 5th-tier psychics, do you think your little Power Preservation Association can actually protect the nuclear plant? Jiang Yu found it somewhat amusing. As long as we unite to defend the nuclear plant, no matter how brutal Future City might be, they can't possibly kill all of us without regard for the consequences. Hishan declared with great righteousness. Though his words weren't entirely wrong. Unless Future City truly wanted to become the enemy of all humanity, they wouldn't slaughter everyone standing in their way. While relocating the plant might indirectly cause more deaths, as long as they weren't directly pulling the trigger, the blame wouldn't fall on them. Jiang Yu had initially thought these people might have some hidden leverage or special means to make Future City tread carefully. Hearing this, he felt a sense of anticlimax and couldn't be bothered to banter with them any longer. He waved his hand dismissively. They'll give you 5 minutes to get out of the nuclear plant. From today onwards, this place belongs to our Huxia survival base. You? Shan and his men's faces shifted through various expressions, yet none of them had the courage to make a move against him. According to their estimates, the Xuanwu beast beside Jiang Yu was at least a fourth-tier mutated creature. Given his ability to control such a powerful beast, they believed Jiang Yu was also likely a fourth-tier psychic. The strongest among them was only third-tier. How could they possibly fight this? Just then a somewhat lazy voice drifted in from outside. The nuclear plant is property of the entire Jiuzhou. Since when did it belong to a small local faction? Shan and the others turned around. A group of nearly 20 people clad in form-fitting black outfits of an unknown material had appeared in the parking lot outside the office building. The speaker was the short-haired man at the lead, a long blade resting on his shoulder. Jiang Yu wasn't surprised by their arrival. He had noticed them as soon as they approached the plant. 1 5th-tier, 6 4th-tier, and the rest all 3rd-tier. All of them were psychics. Without a doubt, this was Future City's psychic task force. Indeed, I wasn't being precise enough. Jiang Yu chuckled lightly. The nuclear plant is Jiao's property. Now that the Jiuzhou government is gone and Jiangshang lacks leadership concerning matters of vital public importance, though I am unworthy, I am willing to contribute to survival in this apocalypse. From this moment on, I will manage this place on its behalf. Chun Mingli planted his long blade on the ground, resting his hands on the hilt, and regarded the audacious young man with keen interest. A female third-tier psychic behind him whispered in his ear, "He's a fourth-tier psychic, but I can't discern his specific ability. It's likely of an extremely high grade." Her voice was soft, but nearly everyone present was a psychic, and even the professors were evolved humans. Their hearing far surpassed ordinary people, so they caught most of what was said. He truly was fourth tier. Shan and his men exchanged glances, a sense of relief evident in their eyes. Good thing they hadn't acted earlier, otherwise their group wouldn't have been enough to even challenge Jiang Yu. Chun Mingli, however, smiled nonchalantly, and didn't bother to conceal it, declaring loudly, "One wouldn't dare provoke Future City without a powerful ability. Kid, you're the so-called Lord of Xuanwu City, aren't you? Staying holed up here is a dead end. How about joining me? They'll take you to do great things. Just nod your head, and I might even let you continue managing this nuclear plant." He deliberately ignored Jiang Ye's pointed distinction between the Jiuzhou government and Future City. After all, Future City was born of iniquity, and the other's point wasn't exactly wrong. In fact, anyone could rightly claim they only recognized the original government, and that Future City had no right to act in its stead. It was just that most people dared not say so out of fear of Future City's power. "Sorry, but I'm not an ambitious man. I just want to stay put in my own little corner and have no interest in great deeds." Jiang Yu refused without a moment's hesitation. Chun Mingli wasn't offended, merely shaking his head. Those with extraordinary talent are always like wild horses. Being able to subdue one with mere words would make me think less of them. How about this? You and I have a duel. If you lose, you and your Xuanwu will follow me from now on. And what if you lose, hey? A faint smile tugged at the corner of Jiang Ye's mouth. Chun Mingli, strength 5th tier, early stage power, 2150 speed, 1980 physique, 1870 spirit, 1915 ability, gravity, domain mastery, over gravity, within a certain range. Though his opponent was 5th tier, his only stat exceeding Jiang Ye's was power, and only by a small margin. Most importantly, Chun Mingli's spirit was inferior. Jiang Ye's spiritual eye could in theory obliterate any opponent with lower spirit. With that alone, his victory was assured. This was practically a battle he couldn't lose. "I lost." Chun Mingli raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised by Jiang Ye's confidence. He waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, "If I lose, I'll do 3 things for you, whatever you want." "Deal." Jiang Yu extended his hand, and instantly the mystic iron great spear, which had cost him over 6,000 enhancement points to strengthen, appeared in his grasp. As soon as it appeared, it exuded a terrifying pressure that even made Chun Mingli's expression turn serious. Though only 4 meters long, it weighed over 200 tons. To Chun Mingli, who had mastered the gravity ability, it felt like a black hole. If this thing were any denser, it would cause gravitational effects on Earth. "How did you get such a weapon?" Chun Mingli couldn't help but swallow. The blade he held was forged from the metallized bones of powerful mutant beasts by the most advanced lab in Future City. Yet he could tell at a glance that it was far inferior to Jiang Ye's spear. "If you intend to follow me, I could get you one too." Jiang Yu shook his head and twirled the spear. Jiang Yu. The other immediately understood, raising his blade horizontally. "Chun Mingli, please enlighten me." "Well said. Let me show you what it means to be outmatched." A golden light flickered in Jiang Ye's eyes, and Chun Mingli felt a sharp pain in his mind. His carefully prepared plan to release the gravity field was interrupted. In a daze, he could only see Jiang Yu already before him. Hastily, he raised his blade to block. But the divine weapon that had been unstoppable in the post-apocalyptic world shattered instantly against Jiang Ye's mystic iron great spear. The spear shaft slammed directly into Chun Mingli's chest. He flew backward, as if struck by fortune, his special protective suit exploding, and he was sent flying dozens of meters. But before he could land, Jiang Yu appeared behind him again faster than his fall. In midair, he struck Chun Mingli with the spear, launching him hundreds of meters into the hillside behind the nuclear power plant. He burrowed dozens of meters into the earth before finally stopping. The immense kinetic energy made the ground tremble. Only because Professor Feng had said that even a magnitude 9 earthquake couldn't harm the plant did Jiang Yu dare to strike with such full force. What a thrill! Jiang Yu, briefly hovering in the void, using spatial warp, exhaled a turbid breath and let out a long roar. He hadn't encountered a worthy opponent since the apocalypse began. Throughout his journey, he had never met anyone who could take a hit. With Chun Mingli's constitution of 1870, he was an extremely durable punching bag. 2 full-force strikes with the spear were incredibly satisfying. Boom! Mud and stones exploded from the hillside, and Chun Mingli, stripped to the waist, flew out of the underground depths. Compared to his earlier confident demeanor, he was now quite disheveled. His upper garment was completely shredded, and 2 bloody welts, marks from the mystic iron great spear, crossed his body. He kept coughing up blood, clearly suffering internal injuries. Dual abilities. Impressive. Cough. Chun Mingli's mouth was full of blood, but instead of retreating, his eyes burned with battle intent. Earlier, when Jiang Yu had produced the mystic iron great spear out of thin air, he had assumed it was a spatial ability and was not prepared for a mental attack. Thus, Jiang Yu had succeeded, and a combo had torn open his combat suit. But now prepared, he could fight back. Chun Mingli extended his hand. Gravity. Oh. The familiar piercing pain struck deep in his mind, twisting his handsome face in agony. Before he could react effectively, Jiang Yu closed in again. Chun Mingli, who had just emerged from the dirt, was sent flying back once more. Gulp. Below, the members of the Special Ability Task Force couldn't help swallowing. Shuiyu, are you sure? He's a 4th tier. The female 3rd-tier ability user who had a detection ability immediately said, could it be fake? Unless his ability can not only block detection, but also feed me false information, he's definitely a 4th tier, no mistake. Heavens. The boss finally reached 5th tier, but he's getting thrashed by a 4th-tier ability user. Does that make sense? He's about to be spun like a top. Should we help? Look behind you. The warned ability user hadn't turned yet when he felt the sky suddenly darken. Looking up instinctively, he saw a mountain-like black tortoise standing at the foot of the hill, its cold gaze fixed on their group. Damn it, you call that a 4th-tier mutant beast? What are those idiots in intelligence doing? Didn't the boss deduce yesterday that it's at least 5th tier? Is it really only 5th tier? I feel like the 5th-tier wolf king we hunted yesterday would be nothing more than an appetizer in front of this thing. It feels like we've fallen into a trap. Damn, who said Jiang City had no real power and was easy to handle? This is way more insane than those big factions. The task force members who had followed Chun Mingli to Jiang City were dumbfounded under the Black Tortoise's gaze. As for Chun Mingli, his subordinates were right. At this moment, he was indeed being spun like a top by Jiang Yu. Although he possessed a powerful ability, every time he tried to unleash it, Jiang Yu's mental ability suppressed him. The pain of his mind being torn apart made it impossible for him to focus on the fight. Jiang Yu's spatial warp was like a phantom. Every time Chun Mingli was mentally suppressed, he appeared from an utterly unpredictable angle and struck with his spear. This combo worked flawlessly, and Chun Mingli, despite his immense strength, was completely defenseless. By the nth time he was sent flying, he knew he had lost. If Jiang Yu hadn't held back with that mystic iron great spear, he would have died 10 times over. There was no point in continuing. I lost. After crawling out of the dirt for the umpteenth time, Chun Mingli simply sat on the ground, no longer intending to fly back up for another round. Since his opponent was holding back, persisting would be ungrateful. After taking a few heavy breaths and coughing out the blood in his chest, Chun Mingli looked at Jiang Yu with a wry smile. You were right. There is always someone better. This is truly an era of extraordinary talents. I was overconfident. According to our agreement, I'll fulfill 3 requests. Name them. As long as it's not something immoral or harming the innocent, I can agree. What if I insist on something immoral or harmful? Jiang Yu asked casually as he slowly descended from the air. Chun Mingli smiled bitterly. Then I'll have to pay with my life. Brave and responsible, not bad. Jiang Yu pondered briefly. All right, take your people and bring me all the cores from the leaders of the various factions in Jiang City. That shouldn't be considered a moral right. Chun Mingli thought for a moment and nodded. Their cores were basically extorted from the weak. Taking them from them is only natural. That's one request. What about the other 2? There were too many factions in Jiangxing, and Jiang Yu couldn't be bothered to fight his way through them one by one, nor did he want to search for where each of them hid their crystal cores. It was better to let the people from Future City handle it. After all, with their backing, they might not even need to fight to get the factions to hand over their crystal cores willingly. Most importantly, there were many of them, so they could get things done quickly, saving him a lot of trouble. As for the second matter, answer me a question truthfully. Go ahead and ask. What level of ability user could theoretically be completely immune to humanity's most powerful weapons? Tell me the truth. You know, with my strong spiritual sense, you can't deceive me. This question? Chen Mingli glanced at Jiang Yu, clearly knowing why he was asking. After a brief pause, he said, as far as we know, the strongest ability users in the 9 provinces are at the 5th order. There are rumors of 6th order ones overseas, but we don't know their exact strength. Humanity's most powerful weapon, to put it bluntly, is the nuclear bomb. Based on all parameters, a 5th order ability user cannot withstand a nuclear blast. When we hunt 5th order mutated beasts, we use tens of thousands of tons of conventional bombs. After several waves of bombardment, the 5th order beasts are basically lambs for the slaughter. Humans of the same order are generally weaker than mutated beasts, so that goes without saying. If conventional bombs are already like this, then nuclear weapons, which are often hundreds of thousands, or even millions of tons, are on another level entirely. I'm afraid even 6th or 7th order ability users cannot rely on their bodies to withstand a nuclear strike. But these weapons pose limited threat to truly powerful ability users. Not just 6th or 7th order. Take you for example. Although you're only 4th order with your space-time traversal ability, these high-powered human weapons would find it very difficult to threaten you. 4th or 5th order ability users who specialize in speed also have a chance to escape the blast zone under a nuclear attack. Given an ability user's physical constitution, as long as they get clear of the epicenter, they can withstand the residual shockwave without any problem. Essentially, these weapons were designed to destroy fixed targets, not to kill agile small-scale individuals. Using them against ability users is a stretch. Even when bombing slightly higher-leveled mutated beasts, you need people on the ground to hold them in place to guarantee a hit. If you just bomb them directly, you'll mostly miss. They have legs and can run. Neither Future City nor Spark City has ever had such thoughts. Post-apocalypse nuclear weapons have actually become quite useless. However, at this point, Chen Mingli shifted his tone. If you think human technology is nothing to worry about and poses no threat to ability users anymore, then you're underestimating technology. I've heard that Spark City is developing a weapon specifically designed to deal with powerful single targets. Already this weapon can hunt 4th order mutated beasts with nearly 100% success rate. As it continues to be refined and upgraded, it will only become stronger. No one can say for sure how far it will develop. Chen Mingli's words carried a lot of information, but Jiang Yu spotted a blind spot in them. So the original government hid several army groups in the southern hills and mountains specifically to research this weapon. Yes, Chen Mingli said frankly. Specifically, it's not just crystal core weapons, but a massive project on the utilization of crystal core energy. To protect the research results, the government deployed 3 army groups there. Even when Zhou Henian led a group of ability users and evolvers to attack the government's temporary headquarters, their final order was for those units to hold their positions. The apocalypse has only been going on for a little over 10 days. Can they really research something useful in that time? Jiang Yu found it hard to believe. After all, scientific research is often a long-term endeavor. Researching a brand new form of energy that has never been seen before should theoretically take even longer. The apocalypse has indeed only been around for 10-odd days, but crystal core energy may not have only appeared 10 days ago. Chen Mingli gave a knowing smile, but didn't elaborate. It wasn't that he wanted to keep secrets, he simply didn't know the details himself. The fact that the government had started researching crystal core energy early was just his own speculation. Jiang Yu understood his meaning and didn't press further. What's the last matter? The last matter. Let's just hold on to it for now. Jiang Yu glanced at Chen Mingli. When you return to Future City, if you're still alive, he'll come and collect it from you. He had already guessed that this man wasn't on the same side as Zhou Henian. Earlier, Chen Mingli said that the strongest ability user in the 9 provinces was only 5th order, which meant Zhou Henian was at most 5th order as well. Since they were both 5th order, and given Chen Mingli's attitude toward Zhou Henian, it would be unrealistic if he weren't planning something. Although Jiang Yu didn't know the specifics of what happened, considering that the special task force that should have arrived in Jiangxing days ago was delayed until now, and that Chen Mingli clearly seemed to have just broken through to 5th order, the delay was probably no accident. It likely involved internal power struggles within Future City. Mr. Jiang, aren't you afraid that if I die this promise will be void? If it's void, then it's void. It wasn't that important to me anyway. Hearing this blunt response, Chen Mingli wasn't annoyed. Instead, he nodded seriously. That's true. With your strength, I can only do odd jobs for you at best. When the crowd saw Jiang Yu casually strolling down the mountain followed by a battered and bruised Chen Mingli, the people gathered at the entrance of the nuclear power plant were completely stunned. Especially the local factions of Jiangxing. They had been on high alert with Hishan and others, even framing this incident as a crisis of life and death for Jiangxing, using it as an opportunity to consolidate their power and expand their influence. But they never expected that the formidable envoys from Future City would be beaten like a spinning top by a local leader who was unknown and famous only for his pets. At this moment, Hishan felt like 10,000 horses were stampeding through his mind. Seriously, if you're this powerful, you should have said so earlier. If I'd known what I have dared to show off in front of you, I would have knelt and surrendered long ago. He desperately wanted to pull Jiang Yu aside and say, "Brother, there were too many people outside just now. I'm kneeling for you now." As for the expressions on everyone else's faces, they were a spectacle to behold. Some keen on seizing opportunities were eager to sever ties with Hishan immediately and instead cling to Jiang Yu's powerful coattails. Others who just loved watching the drama had already filmed the entire fight. They were just waiting for Jiangsheng's network to be restored so they could upload it. Let all the survivors across the 9 provinces see what a battle of gods looks like. Have you ever seen a 5th order ability user being smacked around flying through the air? If you haven't, then throw in some coins. This is going to rake in the likes and follows. Although having more likes and follows probably doesn't matter much anymore anyway. What followed was rather unremarkable. Jiang Yu specifically summoned Hishan for a heart-to-heart talk. Unexpectedly, the first words out of the other's mouth were long or harsh. "Brother, the crowd outside made it awkward earlier. I'm kneeling for you now. A gentleman doesn't hold grudges. Just let me go like a puff of air." Well, he certainly knew which way the wind blew. After a friendly conversation, Hishan readily dispatched hundreds of electrical engineers and technicians from Mushin City to the Hixia base, escorted the entire way by dozens of second-order superhumans from his city. After all, Jiang Yu had very kindly indicated that if a single hair on their heads was harmed, Hishan could kiss his head goodbye. Additionally, Chen Mingli never again brought up shutting down or relocating the nuclear power plant. He merely returned to the facility and had a discussion with its director. After confirming there was no immediate risk of leakage, he dropped the matter. He even cautioned Director Feng that the plant's intelligent early warning system wasn't infallible and could fail against certain special mutant creatures. One nuclear plant in Zhuzhou had already suffered a leak because of this. Fortunately, evolvers and ability users were tough-skinned. Enduring radiation, they managed to resolve the leak in just 3 days, preventing a major incident. Director Feng later specifically approached Jiang Yu about this. Jiang Yu, never stingy, promised to dispatch a squad of ability users averaging at least 3rd order to guard the plant against mutant creature attacks. And just like that, the entire crisis of Jiangsheng City passed almost anticlimactically. However, Jiang Yu suspected that even if he hadn't intervened today, Chun Mingli probably wouldn't have shut down the plant anyway. The man was nominally from Future City, but he wasn't exactly on the same page as Zhou Henian. His trip here was likely more about something else entirely. Jiang Yu returned to the base that evening. On the way, he had Zhao Changfeng deliver supplies to the nuclear plant and station his people there to protect the experts. Chun Mingli and his group hadn't left Jiangxing yet. Instead, they were going door-to-door to the major faction's strongholds demanding crystal cores. This would likely take some time, and Jiang Yu wasn't in a hurry. Given their strength, the faction leaders had no choice but to comply. These faction leaders were generally quite powerful and had little use for low-tier crystal cores. However, since Future City had announced that low-tier cores could be exchanged for core purification agents in the future, many had a habit of hoarding them. He estimated Chun Mingli and his team would reap a substantial harvest. Combined with the base's recent production, he figured he could break through to 5th order once the cores arrived. The system's ability to extract energy from cores directly into enhancement points for upgrades was already showing its advantages. Due to the scarcity of high-tier cores, even high-ranking Future City officials like Chun Mingli were only just barely at 5th order. Yet Jiang Yu could easily reach 5th order with just a sufficient quantity of low-tier cores virtually without any bottlenecks. This advantage would only become more pronounced over time until he completely left the world's ability users in the dust. As Jiang Yu waited for the cores, night fell, and Jiangxing City finally regained internet access. Some busybody uploaded the video of his battle with Chun Mingli online. It caused an immediate uproar. This was the first time such a clear high-level battle between top-tier ability users had been captured on video and posted online. Countless people were stunned. One comment read, "I just reached 2nd order today with a flame ability. I thought I was pretty strong now, and you show me this." Another, "At least you're an ability user. We evolvers are the ones feeling truly hopeless." Yet another, "What the hell? Is there any difference between this and fighting gods? One can teleport and slap people into mountains. The other is even crazier, taking that kind of beating without a sound and walking away without a scratch." Ability users and evolvers, don't despair yet. We ordinary people are the truly desperate ones. Wait, there are still ordinary people these days. Dude, it's nearly minus 70 degrees outside. How are you alive without evolving? I'm from a place near the river. Never seen minus 70, but minus 50 was pretty common. Just stayed home and burned the Kong, so it's not much different. Awesome. Besides those who were just chatting and marveling, many realized the implications of this event. The order to relocate or shut down nuclear plants was the first official decree issued by Future City after its establishment. And it had failed at the very first stop, Jiangxing. The impact of this was immeasurable. It showed not only that Future City couldn't command the same authority as the old government, but also that it couldn't even rely on sheer force. The behemoth that had seemed invincible to countless survivors was starting to look far less formidable. This single battle had severely damaged Future City's prestige and any attempts to relocate or shut down other nuclear plants would now face even greater resistance. Beyond that, many people were noticing a rising star. Jiangyu. Not only was he incredibly powerful, having defeated a fifth-order ability user from Future City in a frontal confrontation, but he also possessed a Xuanwu, a mutated beast of unknown power as massive as a mountain. Just looking at its awe-inspiring size, no one would doubt its strength. Combined with scattered reports from Jiangxing survivors online, many guessed that the Xuanwu wasn't just huge, it was an extremely rare, positively mutated beast with an ability. The rankings created by online enthusiasts were quickly updated. Although Jiang Yu had never mentioned building a city, netizens' cyber-created Xuanwu City was still ranked 10th. In the individual power rankings, Jiang Yu was placed 3rd thanks to his overwhelming victory over a 5th-order opponent. Above him were only Li Xingyun, the city lord of Xingho City, and Zhou Henian, the city lord of Future City. It was hard to say if there was an element of setting him up for a fall. Jiang Yu himself wasn't interested in such things and wouldn't believe he was truly the 3rd strongest in the world just because of some online ranking. His victory over Chun Mingli wasn't because Chun was a weak 5th order. It was because he could completely counter him. More specifically, thanks to his Spirit Eye ability, he could dominate almost anyone with weaker mental strength. But if he met someone with stronger mental power, the outcome would be uncertain. However, with his void teleportation skill, as long as his opponent wasn't overwhelmingly stronger, he could remain undefeated. If he couldn't win, he could always escape. While Jiang Yu was idly browsing the forums, Wu Wenxiang urgently knocked on his door. Brother Jiang, trouble. A very special monster has appeared north of Jiangxing. A special kind of monster. Jiang Yu opened the door, frowning. What's going on? Give me the details. Seeing Wu Wenqiang's anxious expression, a vague sense of foreboding stirred within him. Corpse fiends. Wu Wenxiang took a deep breath. 5th-rank corpse fiends. And not just one. After leaving the nuclear power plant, that group from Future City started hunting down the various factions in Jiangxing to plunder their crystal cores. Many people were filled with resentment, but since they were too powerful, no one could do anything about it. They scoured faction after faction, looting as they went until they finally targeted Qingmu City, the largest survivor stronghold in Jiangxing. Then what? Chun Mingli, the leader of the Future City group, sensed something was off about Qingmu City. Its actual population didn't match its public claims by a huge margin. After taking Liu Qingjia's crystal core, he secretly sent 2 4th-rank awakened from his team to infiltrate and investigate. One was a combat type, while the other had an investigative ability. And that's when things went wrong. Qingmu City was secretly raising a horde of corpse fiends in an old air raid shelter nearby. The pile of human bones inside was mountainous, at least 10,000 corpses. That Liu Qingya was using living people to feed those corpse fiends. Of the 2 4th-rank awakened who infiltrated, one was devoured on the spot. The other, the one with the investigative ability, was captured alive. Those corpse fiends are no less intelligent than ordinary humans, and at least 4 of them have already reached the 5th rank. Chun Mingli is currently confronting those monsters. He sent a subordinate with a flight ability to deliver the message, hoping you'd be willing to help. Jiang Yu's gaze swept over, and sure enough, he saw a young man pacing anxiously downstairs. He had seen that young man among the ranks following Chun Mingli earlier that day. For 5th-rank corpse fiends appearing all at once. A chill crept into Jiang Yu's heart. Lately, he had felt as though he had been overlooking something crucial, and now it suddenly hit him. It wasn't about the corpse fiends themselves, but the apocalypse. Somewhere along the way, these mutated creatures had become prized commodities. They no longer seemed like a threat to humanity's survival, but rather a boon to evolution. Crops providing crystal cores ready for the harvest. The powerful corpse fiends that had briefly bared their fangs at the very start of the apocalypse before vanishing without a trace had never reappeared. Even online information about them was scarce. Had witnessed their mutation firsthand on the night the apocalypse began. They were born from those drenched in the crimson blood rain, emerging with first-rank strength from the very start, and many even possessed abilities. Yet as the apocalypse progressed, they seemed to have vanished into thin air. This had led Jiang Yu and many others to overlook these creatures that had evolved to first rank immediately. Beings that should have been extraordinarily powerful. And it wasn't just them. It was also the many animals that had been caught in the rain that night. In Jiang Yu's case, the presence of Xuanwu, his formidable mutated beast, kept powerful aberrations at bay. But even online attacks on survivor strongholds by mutated creatures weren't widespread. They were in fact exceedingly rare. Instead, it was humans scouring the world to hunt these mutated creatures for their cores. Jiang Yu hadn't forgotten the morning of the first day of the apocalypse, when those mutated rats soaked in blood rain lurked beneath the water, craving human flesh. Those that had only been exposed to the awakening rain like Xuanwu were comparatively docile. But those mutated by the scarlet blood rain were utterly bloodthirsty, with an unnatural craving for human flesh. Nearly half a month into the apocalypse, and no large-scale attack on human settlements by mutated creatures had occurred. That in itself was abnormal. Yet everyone had overlooked it. Not just Jiang Yu. Major cities like Future City and Spark City had failed to notice as well. It seemed the greatest threats of the apocalypse were the extreme weather and dwindling supplies. The very creatures that had caused massive human casualties at the start were now treated as nothing more than roadside litter. Something was deeply wrong. Jiang Yu couldn't help but think of Lu Sanfu, the original owner of this base. That man had overdosed on crystal cores until he began to mutate. He had looked just like those corpse fiends. That ominous aura had made Jiang Yu profoundly uneasy, as if he were gazing upon the most foul thing in the world. Where are they? Wu Wenxiang quickly replied, in the university district of the new area. Have today's crystal cores from the base been tallied yet? Jiang Ye's abrupt shift in topic caught Wu Wenxiang off guard for a moment before he hurriedly answered, Commander, you hasn't sent over the accounts yet, so they haven't been logged in. But I saw that they'd already wrapped up work. The cores they collected should all be in the warehouse by now, probably being counted as we speak. No time for counting. Tell Yu Shoujing he'll be taking all the cores shortly. Have him estimate a total, then distribute double the value in supplies based on that number. He can figure out the specifics of the distribution himself. With that, Jiang Yu headed downstairs to question the young man from Future City about the details. Meanwhile, Wu Wenxiang raced to the warehouse to alert Yu Shoujing about the core handover. So you're saying all 4 of those 5th-rank corpse fiends have abilities? Yes, Mr. Jiang. My teammate told me to tell you that they're begging you to come. There will be a generous reward afterward, the young man said urgently. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment before nodding. I understand. You head back first. They'll be there shortly. But the young man wanted to urge Jiang Yu to hurry, but a single glance from him silenced the words on his lips. Seeing Jiang Yu turn and walk away, he had no choice but to activate his ability and speed back in the direction he came to deliver the news. It's probably genuine, but caution never hurts. Jiang Yu watched the young man's retreating figure, thinking as he walked toward the warehouse. For 5th-rank corpse fiends were certainly formidable, but Chun Mingli was no pushover either. He wouldn't be dying anytime soon. The issue now was that Jiangqing had only just lost its network connection, and this news arrived almost immediately, which made Jiang Yu suspicious. He couldn't rule out the possibility that Chun Mingli had teamed up with Lu Qingya to set a trap specifically for him, waiting for him to walk right in. So the safest approach was to first secure today's crystal cores from the base, use them to boost his strength, and then even if this were a trap, he and Xuanwu would have grown so much stronger that they could catch their enemies off guard. Of course, the absolute safest option was simply not to go. After all, Jiangqing was vast, spanning dozens of kilometers from north to south. Even if those corpse fiends were real, they wouldn't pose a threat to him anytime soon. But those creatures were too unnatural. If they were real, he couldn't rest easy without seeing them for himself. Fear stems not from a lack of strength, but from the unknown. He suspected these corpse fiends would eventually cause something catastrophic. With a chance to understand them now, he couldn't afford to let it slip by. Mr. Jiang, this is all of today's harvest. 0-tier cores 39289. 1st-tier cores 3206. 2nd-tier cores 411. 3rd-tier cores 6. We improved our harvesting methods and optimized our organizational dispatch today, so the yield is slightly higher than yesterday. As per your instructions, all the cores are gathered here, saving the time of tallying from each individual. There may be some minor imbalances between cores submitted and supplies distributed, but with the double supplies you've promised, these issues will be easily resolved. Rest assured, Yu Shoujing, being an experienced former city official, had efficiently gathered all the cores in strict accordance with Jiang Ye's orders within minutes. Previously, they had to tally the harvest from each survivor and distribute supplies based on the number of cores submitted. That process would take 2 or 3 hours. Now simply collecting the cores and distributing supplies later naturally speeds things up. Jiang Yu glanced back, seeing many survivors waiting by the warehouse entrance, and after a moment's thought he said, Everyone, due to the urgent circumstances and the major incident in Jiangqing, I must take these cores now. I know that even with double supplies there may be uneven distribution, and some brothers and sisters might receive supplies of lesser value than the cores they submitted. However, several 5th-tier corrupted corpses have appeared north of Jiangqing. If we don't deal with them, we might lose even this last safe haven soon. So I ask for your understanding and trust that, Mr. You will properly resolve the supply distribution for you. With that, he waved his hand, and the cores packed in several boxes vanished into thin air. The survivors staring at the warehouse were indeed captivated by Jiang Ye's words. They began murmuring amongst themselves about the 5th-tier corrupted corpses. In this age of connected networks, who didn't know how powerful 5th-tier mutated beings and espers were? Hearing that such a formidable monster had appeared near Jiangqing naturally filled the survivors with unease. Yu Shoujing breathed a sigh of relief, seeing Jiang Yu divert the survivors' attention with a few words. With such external pressure looming, his subsequent task of placating the crowd would be much easier. Ding. Core energy converted enhancement points 141480. Core energy converted enhancement points 51296. Core energy converted enhancement points 55896. Core energy converted enhancement points 7980. After converting all the cores Jiang Yu gained a total of 256652 enhancement points. Host Jiang Yu. Remaining enhancement points 257801. Rank 4th tier. Strength 2000. Agility 2000. Physique 2000. Spirit 2000. Abilities Spirit I Void Walk. Weapons Black Iron Spear Black Iron Tang Dao. Pet Gui Shui Spirit Turtle. Spend 1000 enhancement points to advance to 5th tier. Yes. Enhancement points 1000. Enhancement complete. The just acquired points above 25000 took a significant hit. A familiar warmth flowed through his limbs again, and Jiang Yu felt as if he was bathed in a warm sun. After a moment, the pleasant advancement process concluded. Jiang Yu let out a long breath and looked at the system panel, which had drastically changed. Host Jiang Yu. Remaining enhancement points 157801. Rank 5th tier. Strength 2389. Agility 2306. Physique 2378. Spirit 2490. Abilities Spirit I Void Walk. Weapons Black Iron Spear Black Iron Tang Dao. Pet Gui Shui Spirit Turtle. The abilities have changed again. Jiang Yu quickly tapped the 3 signs next to the ability section. As expected, the first 2 indicated that his Spirit Eye and Void Walk skills could be further evolved. The last one reads spend 500 enhancement points to awaken a 3rd ability. Jiang Yu felt he was beginning to understand the pattern. When he first advanced to the 2nd tier, the system had prompted him that he could awaken a 2nd ability. From 0 to 2nd tier is 3 ranks. And from 2nd to 5th tier is also 3 ranks. So does this mean that for every 3 ranks of power, increase 1 gains an additional ability? This was a pleasant surprise. Of course, the price for the 3rd ability was hardly agreeable. A full 5000 enhancement points. Even if Jiang Yu did nothing else, it would take him several days to accumulate that much, and upgrading the new ability would require even more points. For instance, upgrading Spirit Eye or Void Walk further would each cost 300 enhancement points. While his pockets were thin, so had have to wait. System, how many enhancement points does it take to max out my strength attribute? Spend 83552 enhancement points to max out the strength attribute. According to the pattern of 32 points per attribute point at the 5th tier, maxing out strength requires 83552 points, which means the limit for strength at the 5th tier is 5000. To put it in perspective, Chun Mingli's stats at the 5th tier were barely over 2000. His absolute limit was probably around 3000. This meant with the boost from his dual abilities, Jiang Yu's stats were already a full 2/5 higher than his peers at the same rank. Now that's what it means to be invincible at the same rank. Of course, Jiang Yu was just asking. He couldn't actually max out his stats now. A major battle was likely imminent. Of his remaining 1500 points, he needed to reserve 800 for Xian Wu's upgrade. He also felt that after Xian Wu reached the 5th tier, another bloodline evolution opportunity would likely appear. These points could be prioritized for Xian Wu. He could manage to protect himself. While walking and reviewing the system panel upgrades, Jiang Yu arrived at the water's edge. Xian Wu, summoned earlier via his spiritual skill, had been waiting there for some time. Spend 800 enhancement points to strengthen Pet Xian Wu. Yes. Enhancement points 800 enhancement complete. Pet Xian Wu Gui Shui Spirit Turtle. Rank 5th tier. Strength 6000. Agility 5600. Physique 6000. Spirit 5400. Abilities 9 Abyss Gui Shui Earth Control. As expected, the 5th tier Xian Wu had a new upgrade option. Spend 4000 enhancement points to evolve Pet Xian Wu's bloodline to Xian Gui. Well, indeed, Xian Wu's bloodline evolution cost the same as his own 2nd and 3rd ability awakenings. Each time the required points are 100 times the previous amount. His remaining 77801 enhancement points were insufficient for either his own 3rd ability or Xian Wu's bloodline evolution. This will have to do. Let's go, we're setting out. Let's see what's going on. With his and Xuan's strength at the 5th rank, it is no exaggeration to say that they can now roam unscrupulously. Even if this is a trap specially designed by Chunmingli, Jiang Yu is not afraid at all. It is worth mentioning that after reaching the 5th rank, Xuan's size has once again skyrocketed. The carapace length directly exceeded 10,000 meters, the width reached over 5,000 meters, and even the height reached more than 2,000 meters. The word behemoth is no longer sufficient to describe Xuan's current size. There are simply no words that can describe it. After all, this is perhaps the largest living creature ever seen by mankind. If one must say, imposing might be the most appropriate adjective. Fortunately, Xuan Wu also seems to understand that its size is now a bit too exaggerated, and any casual movement could bring catastrophic disaster to countless mutated creatures and survivors in the vicinity. Moreover, after reaching the 5th rank, its earth-controlling ability became even more miraculous. For the current Xuanwu, being in the earth is no different from being in water. After evolution, it directly buried itself in the earth, leaving only its head and a small part of its shell above the ground. This prevented a great commotion. Otherwise, a behemoth over 2,000 meters tall standing here would probably be visible for hundreds of kilometers around. Jiang Yu stood on Xuanwu's head. It merely turned around and seemed to take a few steps forward, and they arrived at the university town in the northern part of Jiang City, where Qingmu City was located. As before, Xuanwu waited outside, while Jiang Yu entered the university town alone. After all, with Xuanwu's current strength, the surrounding hundreds of kilometers were within its ability strike range, any disturbance, and it could intervene in an instant. Inside the university town, it was chaotic like a pot of porridge. A large number of cyan-black filthy corpses were crazily hunting and devouring ordinary survivors. It was a complete one-sided massacre. Ordinary people were mixed with a large number of filthy corpses, and some capable ability users wanted to fight back, but were restrained by concerns and dared not act recklessly. After all, this is not a game. Abilities do not distinguish friend from foe. Jiang Yu casually slashed a few reckless filthy corpses with 2 strokes, looked at the chaotic settlement, and immediately shouted in a deep voice, "Everyone run outside. Ability users above the 2nd rank, forget about your damn abilities. Can't you kill monsters without them?" With a strong physique, the strength of every organ far exceeds that of ordinary people. Naturally, his voice was no exception. Shouting at full force, almost all of the remaining tens of thousands of survivors in the settlement could hear him. Those named ability users were initially a bit dissatisfied, but when they turned to see Jiang Yu at the entrance of the university town and outside the gate Xuanwu, whose head alone was comparable to a skyscraper, they immediately realized who had arrived. The ability users who were originally desperate and wanted to flee suddenly cheered. "Brothers, Lord Jiang of Xuanwu City is here. Everyone follow orders, run out of the university town together." It was night, pitch black outside, but the settlement had at least some light sources. Therefore, they had naturally not dared to run outside earlier. But now it was different, since a big shot had arrived, if not now, when. Not to mention Xuanwu standing there already provided a full sense of security. Jiang Yu briefly communicated with Xuanwu through his spiritual power, asking it to block those filthy corpses trying to chase after them, and also let the survivors take shelter on its back. Then he no longer bothered with this matter. Xuanwu, having evolved to this point, now possessed wisdom not inferior to humans, and was even smarter than most people. It didn't need Jiang Yu to say much. It knew what to do. Jiang Yu had already scanned the people here with his spirit eye. The strongest among them were only 3rd-rank ability users. These weaklings, even if Xuanwu stood still and let them hit it, they would exhaust themselves to death without harming a single scale. Jiang Yu was not worried that putting them on Xuanwu's back would harm it. Entering the university town area, Jiang Yu's gaze quickly pierced through the dense buildings and locked onto Chun Mingli, who was fighting fiercely with several filthy corpses deep inside an abandoned air raid shelter. This guy was now extremely miserable, covered in wounds. He hadn't been this miserable when Jiang Yu spun him like a top during the day. He was almost being overwhelmed by 4 5th-rank filthy corpses. The surviving members of his task force were still nearby, trying to harass and assist. But 7 or 8 people had already fallen silent. Many of them died in extremely gruesome ways, their bodies half-eaten, and Jiang Yu's pupils contracted, his gaze fixed on a female filthy corpse who was completely naked with obvious gender characteristics, but her skin was cyan black. This filthy corpse, or rather this person. He seemed to recognize her. Her name was Shuiyu. Earlier in the day, she was still in Chun Mingli's team, a perception-type ability user. But now she was completely cyan black, with an extremely exaggerated swollen belly, frantically gnawing on the corpses of her former teammates. As she gnawed, her aura surged wildly. Corpse King Mother, strength peak 4th rank, an ability user transformed by a powerful filthy corpse who will die suddenly after giving birth to a more powerful Corpse King level offspring. To nourish the Corpse King fetus in her belly, the Corpse King Mother needs to continuously feed in large quantities. Her diet includes, but is not limited to, ability users, evolvers, ordinary people, and intelligent mutated beasts. Before the Corpse King is born, the more the mother devours, the stronger she becomes, and the more powerful the Corpse King will be after birth. What the hell is this thing? Jiang Yu couldn't help swallowing. The Corpse King Mother. He had never heard of such a thing. And although its diet listed a lot of things, it was actually quite simple to sum up: intelligent beings. Any intelligent creature was on their menu. And if they also possessed sufficient strength on top of intelligence, that was even better. Moreover, these filthy corpses themselves had considerable intelligence. No wonder they didn't need to go out and hunt other mutated creatures for food, but instead holed up here, eating humans. It seemed the way filthy corpses grew in strength was completely different from mutated beasts and ability users. Disgusting things. Jiang Yu couldn't help feeling a surge of disgust. Chun Mingli and the others were now deep underground with complex structures inside, and he couldn't find the entrance for a while. So he simply communicated with Xuanwu through his spiritual power, asking it to open a direct passage to the underground right in front of him. The next moment, accompanied by a earth-shaking roar, a small hill behind the university town swayed and split open a huge crack. Chun Mingli and his group, who had been fighting fiercely with a group of powerful filthy corpses in the dark underground just a second ago, hadn't even reacted to what was happening when the soft light from the square outside fell upon them. Chun Mingli was stunned for a moment. Whoosh! A sharp sound of air being torn came, and a 4-meter-long, over 200-ton profound iron great spear split the air, directly pinning a 5th-rank filthy corpse that had tried to seize the moment to ambush Chun Mingli to the ground. The immense kinetic force tore the resilient body of the filthy corpse apart, blasting it to pieces. Before Chun Mingli could even react, he witnessed a powerful 5th-rank filthy corpse detonate right before his eyes. The great spear pierced through the concrete floor of the underground passage, plunging deep into the earth below. Yet it slowly emerged again, as if the soil beneath possessed a life of its own, lifting the spear to form an earthen platform. The spearhead rested atop the platform, its shaft still quivering. Jiang Yu tore through space, appearing on the platform. He reached out and slowly withdrew the black iron spear, his gaze coldly sweeping across the underground passage that resembled a living hell. Aside from the two sides locked in battle, there were no other living beings left in the underground passage. But the bones within were countless, all of them human. Many still bore flesh tinged with fresh red, clearly devoured not long ago, showing no signs of decay. Some had been gnawed on for a while, and because the underground was not as frigid as the surface, they had completely rotted away. A foul stench permeated the entire passage. Had Xuanwu not forcibly moved the mountain aside to expose the underground passage to the air, the smell would have been far worse. Even the hell of myth and legend could hardly compare. He exchanged a glance with Chun Mingli, nodding as a brief greeting before his gaze fell upon the filthy corpses. The remaining 3 5th-rank filthy corpses eyed this uninvited guest with wary vigilance. "You can understand me, can't you?" Hearing Jiang Ye's voice, the hulking leader of the filthy corpses hesitated for a moment before replying in a hoarse tone, "Who are you?" "Good, you can understand speech." Jiang Yu couldn't be bothered to acknowledge him speaking on his own. "Now I ask, and you answer. Hesitate for even a second, and I'll chop off one of your arms. How many of your disgusting kind are here?" Another 5th-rank filthy corpse behind the leader seemed to feel insulted and immediately let out a roar, lunging to attack Jiang Yu. But what greeted it was the great spear. Weighing 200 tons, it tore through the air at an utterly bizarre speed, thrusting straight for the filthy corpse's face. Before it could react, the spear pierced into its mouth. The immense kinetic force caused its head to explode. A 5th-rank filthy corpse couldn't even survive a single exchange against the current Jiang Yu. Chun Mingli, who had been seizing the moment to absorb energy crystals and recover, was completely stunned. No one knew the strength of these 4 5th-rank filthy corpses better than he did. If Jiang Ye's kill of the first one had an element of surprise, this one was pure unadulterated domination. Even if you saw it coming, you wouldn't have time to react. Was this the power of a 4th rank? For a moment, Chun Mingli began to doubt his own existence. Could it be that when he fought Jiang Yu during the day, he hadn't just been holding back, had been holding back an entire ocean? Otherwise, there was no explaining the strength Jiang Yu was displaying now. That spear strike, just now. Chun Mingli asked himself, even if he were in the filthy corpse's place, he'd probably end up impaled and dead. Watching Jiang Ye's silhouette standing on the platform, 2 words surfaced in his mind. Invincible. Zhou Henian. Who was that? Some stray dog by the roadside. If he ever ran into someone like this, he'd probably be kicked to death with a single casual blow. "Do I need to ask you again?" Jiang Yu pointed his spear at the filthy corpse leader. "There are 372 in total." The filthy corpse leader hastily answered. "See, this is the benefit of communicating with intelligent beings. With intelligence comes the fear of death. Much easier to deal with than those brainless mutant beasts and zombies." Jiang Yu sneered. If all these filthy corpses were mindless monsters, he'd have a much harder time. If even a handful of these hundreds of filthy corpses escaped, the survivor bases in Jiangsheng would never know peace again. These things treat intelligent beings as their staple food, and besides humans, what other intelligent beings were here? Now that the filthy corpse leader had willingly reported the numbers, he could wipe them out according to the count. Not a single one would escape. But no sooner had he spoken than he sensed something off about the other's words. Frowning, he said, "People, is that what you call yourselves? Why don't you take a piss and look at your reflection? What about that ghostly, inhuman appearance of yours? Resembles a person." He felt an instinctive, profound disgust at these creatures calling themselves human. The filthy corpse leader, who had been cowed into silence like a quail by his overwhelming strength, seemed to be struck by some unbearable insult. He immediately let out a high-pitched roar. "Why can't we be people? We are the true New Age humans after the apocalypse. You are nothing but remnants of the old era." A flash of silver light, and one of the filthy corpse leader's arms flew off. "Why are you shouting so loudly?" Jiang Yu sneered. "Your so-called New Age humans are now nothing more than dead dogs cornered here by me to be shaped and crushed as I please. And you're still acting proud. Hahaha. The filthy corpse leader endured the searing pain of his severed arm and let out an ugly laugh. You have no idea what we new humans are truly capable of. Even if you slaughter every one of us here today, it will be useless. Soon, our king will usher in a brand new era for us new humans. You remnants of the old era are nothing but food. Your future fate is to become livestock for us new humans, just like the pigs and dogs you keep penned up. Your king. Jiang Yu spun the spear in his hand and sent it flying once more. The corpse king mother, who had been casually feasting on corpses, was pinned to the wall by the spear. The next moment, a piercing shriek accompanied by a terrifying mental assault erupted from the abdomen of the corpse king mother, where the spear had pierced through. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow as his mountain-like spiritual power surged forth, completely blocking the mental attack released by the corpse king mother, preventing it from affecting anyone. At the same time, the mother's absurdly enormous belly burst open, sending black flesh and fragments of viscera flying in every direction. A pitch-black infant was pinned to the wall by the spearhead, utterly motionless. Your king isn't all that impressive either. The filthy corpse leader seemed stunned by his sudden action, staring blankly at the tiny corpse king larva for a long while before letting out a roar filled with grief and fury. You're treacherous. I answered all your questions, and you never intended to let us go. You despicable old humans. When did I ever say I'd let you go? Jiang Yu said with a hint of confusion. I told you to answer obediently, meaning if you answered obediently I'd give you a quick death. What, you actually thought you'd walk out of here alive? Dream on. By the way, where was I? Your king. I guess you could say his grand enterprise died before it even got off the ground. Roar. A guttural inhuman howl burst from the throats of the remaining filthy corpses. They ceased their words and charged straight at him. The outcome was hardly surprising. Jiang Yu killed them all, one spear thrust each. But with the strongest batch of filthy corpses dealt with, the matters above ground were far from over. Stop gawking. Get your people and move in for the cleanup. Jiang Yu glanced at the stunned Chen Mingli, then vanished from the underground passage. Outside, chaos reigned supreme. A flood of survivors scrambled in panic, spilling out towards the outskirts of the university town. At some point, Xuanwu had erected a massive curtain of netherworld water encircling the entire university town. Only the living could pass through. Any corpse that touched the barrier let out a blood-curdling shriek. Yet beyond the shambling dead, many who appeared to be alive were also being held back within the university town's bounds. With a sweep of his gaze, Jiang Yu discerned that these people were already infected. They looked normal for now, but their transformation was inevitable. He estimated that at least 10,000 had already managed to escape the university town and scramble onto Xuanwu's back. However, while Qingmu City's actual population was far less than the proclaimed 200,000, it still numbered over 100,000. Compared to those who had escaped, far more were still trapped within the area, fleeing in terror from the corpse demons. As the slain began to rise and transform, the number of these foul creatures seemed only to grow. Jiang Yu swept aside a few reckless corpse demons with his spear and raised his voice. Everyone, if you're near an exit, get out now. If you can't make it in time, gather towards me. Those who can't escape at all, find cover and fight back. Awakened and evolved, grab your weapons. Stop running like headless chickens. As he spoke, he hurled his spear like a bolt of lightning, impaling a Tier 4 corpse demon. The strongest monsters will be dealt with. Your only job is to stay alive until we've cleansed this place. The moment the Tier 5 corpse demons fell, many of the Tier 4 ones that had been wreaking havoc lost their nerve. These creatures were no less intelligent than humans. They knew the tide had turned. Now they were focused solely on evading the pursuit of Jiang Yu, Chen Mingli, and the other powerhouses, seeking any chance to slip past Xuanwu's barrier. Their will to kill had evaporated. Most of those still hunting humans were the newly transformed or the lowly Tier 1 and Tier 2 creatures with barely enough wit to function. Given the number of awakened and evolved in Qingmu City, being hunted by such mindless husks was simply inexcusable. Jiang Yu could only offer this much advice. If there was still a massive casualty count after this, then he had done all he could. It wasn't as if he could unleash his full power and use a mental suppression to flatten everyone to the ground. It wasn't that he lacked the ability, but a psychic wave strong enough to subdue Tier 3 and Tier 4 corpse demons would likely leave any ordinary person a drooling idiot, if not dead. The chaos persisted until the dead of night. In the end, over 40,000 people managed to climb onto Xuanwu's back. By then, every corpse demon within the university town had been cleansed by Jiang Yu, the Future City Task Force, and Qingmu City's own awakened and evolved. Yet more than 30,000 remained trapped inside, held by Xuanwu's netherworld water barrier. Are you saying all these people are infected? At the university town's main gate, Chen Mingli pointed at the crowd pressing against the iron fence, their eyes desperate, his expression twisted with disbelief. Jiang Yu glanced at them, noting the faint crimson glow emanating from each person, and nodded. Yes. How can you be so sure? Just because of this mutant beast's judgment. There are tens of thousands of lives at stake here. Jiang Yu looked at the seemingly unhinged Chun Mingli and let out a scoff. Xuan Wu is my brother. I trust his judgment implicitly. And why are you yelling at me? I'm not planning to do anything to them. If you think they're clean, just let them go. Honestly, if these creatures mature, they'll develop crystal cores. Releasing them to breed would be a benefit for me. That's it. Handle the rest yourselves. Jiang Yu waved his hand dismissively, and in a few flashes he was on Xuan's back, leading the tens of thousands of survivors away. As for what happened here, he couldn't be bothered to care. Chun Mingli had already given him the crystal cores head promised, an uncountable number. He'd have to count them all back at base. As for the cores from the Tier 4 and Tier 5 corpse demons, Jiang Yu had taken 3 of the Tier 5, ones leaving 1 for Chun Mingli as compensation for his lost men. Jiang Yu had taken the majority of the Tier 4 cores, specifically those he had killed himself. He wouldn't stoop to taking the ones Chun Mingli and his subordinates had earned. The remaining Tier 2 and Tier 3 corpse demons were actually few in number. The ones lurking in Qingmu City had been nurtured by Lu Qingya for a long time. There were no weaklings among them. Those infected and killed on the spot wouldn't yield cores anyway. Having already secured a mountain of crystal cores from Chun Mingli's plunder of Jiangcheng's factions, Jiang Yu had little interest in these scraps. He didn't want to stay here. More specifically, he didn't want to witness the scene that was about to unfold. Boss, what do we do? Hearing his subordinate's question, Chun Mingli remained silent for a long time, unable to make a decision. After a while, a few awakened from the Future City Task Force emerged from the university town, carrying large and small bundles wrapped in white cloth. Boss, we've recovered the remains of the brothers. And Xiao, yes. The awakened began to unwrap the bundles, revealing mutilated corpses within. The last one contained a twisted cyan black head. It was Shuiyu, who had been joking and laughing with them just the day before. As the only female on the team with a supportive detection-type ability, she had always been treated like a little sister by her teammates who went out of their way to protect her in the field. No one expected her to meet her end in such a godforsaken place. Though the corpse demons couldn't speak, seeing Shui's distended belly after her transformation, everyone knew what kind of torment she had endured before she was fully consumed. Cremate her and take her home for burial. Chun Mingli's face was a mask of calm, his voice strained to remain steady. He then took a deep breath and turned his gaze to Xuan's mountain-like figure in the distance. Xuan Wu was moving slowly, clearly someone was waiting to see what decision he would make. Jiang Yu, what do you think is the most important thing after the apocalypse? Survival. After a long pause, a faint, ethereal voice echoed in Chun Mingli's mind. It was a psychic transmission. No, survival isn't enough. This isn't how it should be. This is just a disaster, and it will pass. What we should do now is restore order, save the people from this calamity, and when the storm clears and the sun shines again, rebuild our great civilization. Chun Mingli screamed into the night sky, a cry that seemed directed at Jiang Yu, yet also at himself. After a moment, receiving no response, Chun Mingli turned to his subordinates behind him. Have you informed headquarters? Yes, we've confirmed with HQ. The bomber squadron is en route. Command of the bombing mission is entirely in your hands. A task force member carrying special communication equipment quickly replied. Huh. Chun Mingli sneered. No one wants to take this hot potato, right? Fine, I'll do it. Building a great civilization will inevitably require sacrifices. Xuan Wu, walk a little faster. Jiang Yu sat atop Xuan's massive head, gently stroking the iron-hard scales that covered it. He and Chun Mingli were fundamentally different people. The latter harbored grand ambitions and lofty ideals. Jiang Yu, much like Chu Yunshu, was simply a man who just wanted to live his life. These tens of thousands of people had not yet fully mutated, they were merely infected. As he had said before, if all of them turned into foul corpses, it might not even be a bad thing for him. After all, foul corpses could produce crystal cores. With him and Xuan Wu around, they could easily protect the people of the Hexia base from these monsters. However, the fate of the millions of remaining survivors in Jiangsheng would be uncertain. His base could not absorb so many people, it was impossible to shelter everyone. Those foul corpses needed to consume intelligent beings to evolve. With extremely few intelligent mutated creatures around, humans were naturally their primary prey. Therefore, he absolutely could not let them go. But if he didn't, these tens of thousands hadn't mutated yet. This meant that physiologically, and by any other measure, they were still alive. The cost of slaughtering them all was too great, not just in terms of public opinion, but also psychologically. Jiang Yu could kill anyone who threatened him or infringed upon his interests without a second thought. But killing so many unrelated people at once was too much for him. Fortunately, the people from Future City were here today. These people considered themselves orthodox and still saw themselves as the vanguards of civilization. It was better to let them make the decision. When the sky falls, there are taller people to hold it up. Jiang Yu, a man who just wanted an easy life, who only wished to grow stronger in the apocalypse for a peaceful existence, why should he be responsible for deciding the life or death of tens of thousands of others? The roar of bombers pierced the dawn and violent explosions echoed across the frozen city. Hours of relentless bombardment had set the university district in northern Jiangshan ablaze, the towering flames even outshining the pale light of daybreak on the horizon. Shortly after returning to the base, Jiang Yu told Yu Shoujing, who had also stayed up all night to arrange for the people he had brought back. He then went straight to his room. As soon as he entered, he heard the ding-dong of notifications from his phone. He picked it up and saw that the signal had indeed been restored. This was a token of gratitude from Chun Mingli for his support at Qingwu City. It was a geostationary communications satellite positioned 3600 kilometers above the Earth. From now on, this satellite would remain stationed over Jiangxing, providing satellite signals for the entire city. Jiang Yu had a dedicated line through which he could directly contact and command the satellite operators in Future City, turning it on or off at his whim. Whenever he decided to leave Jiangxing, the satellite could also adjust its orbit to follow him, ensuring he had network access wherever he went. If you thought about it, it wasn't that useful. But to call it a white elephant wasn't quite right either. Being able to contact the outside world anytime, anywhere, and get first-hand information from the internet was still quite important. Jiang Yu took out his phone and saw a news alert that had just been pushed by Future City. All 9 provinces under heaven are one family. Not long ago, the 6th Special Task Force of Future City, led by Captain Shen Mingli, went to Jiangxing to eliminate the hidden dangers of the nuclear power plant. After a meticulous on-site investigation, it was determined that the Jiangxing nuclear power plant posed no threat. Moreover, as the local populace had unanimously requested that the plant not be dismantled, Captain Chen Mingli, embodying the spirit of humanitarian care, communicated with Future City headquarters several times to relay the situation. Ultimately, following an assessment by Future City's expert team, the decision was made to cancel the plan to shut down and relocate the Jiangxing nuclear power plant. Upon learning of this, City Lord Zhou Henian highly commended Captain Chun Mingli's responsible actions, calling him a capable lieutenant. He decided to promote Captain Chun Mingli to the position of Chief Captain of the Future City Special Task Force, filling the vacancy left by the former Chief Captain Fu Xiuwu, who was implicated in the Crystal Core embezzlement case. Upon receiving the news, Captain Chen Mingli immediately expressed his gratitude to City Lord Zhou. After resolving the issue at the Jiangxing nuclear power plant, he championed the slogan, "All 9 provinces under heaven are one family," and selflessly helped eliminate safety hazards at various survivor settlements in Jiangxing. During the search at Qingwu City, Captain Chun and the members of the 6th Squad fought valiantly. Ultimately, in a desperate move to protect the survivors of Jiangxing, Captain Chen Mingli called in a bomber formation from Future City, incinerating the remaining tens of thousands of suspected infected survivors in Qingwu City. His selfless and fearless spirit is worthy of emulation by us all. The press release was over 10,000 words long, employing a masterful use of innuendo and fabrication. According to this article, Chen Mingli was portrayed as Zhou Henian's loyal hound. After Zhou Henian toppled another faction in Future City, Chen Mingli swiftly assumed his new post, becoming the captain of the Special Task Force. The entire piece seemed to be praise, but it was actually a veiled criticism. Especially the last part, which deliberately pointed out that the infected individuals ordered to be bombed by Chen Mingli were only suspected of being infected. The implication was clear. If Chen Mingli accepted all the events described, he would be completely vulnerable to public opinion if he ever tried to move against Zhou Henian. After all, to outsiders unaware of the truth, he was clearly promoted by Zhou Henian. If he later turned against Zhou Henian, wouldn't he be seen as a modern-day Lu Bu, a traitor without honor? Sure enough, less than half an hour later, another news report from a different media outlet in Future City was pushed to everyone's phones. It seemed to talk about Chen Mingli's trip to Jiangxing, but in reality, it refuted the claims of the first article point by point. Jiang Yu thought the matter would end there, but the absurdity had only just begun. Less than an hour later, the first Future City media outlet that had pushed the news pushed another message. The content was again full of veiled criticism of Chen Mingli, insinuating he was Zhou Henian's dog, that he was reckless with human life, and that he had ordered the deaths of tens of thousands of innocent people. Chen Mingli hadn't even returned to Future City yet, but the two factions within the city were already engaged in a fierce war of words. To the uninformed observer, the famous media outlets of Future City seemed to have gone mad, continuously pushing out messages that all seemed similar, celebrating and congratulating Chen Mingli on his successful mission in Jiangxing. The public was utterly bewildered. Wait, did the Future City operation in Jiangxing succeed? So is the video of that Captain Chun guy being publicly humiliated by the Lord of Xuanwu City yesterday fake? I don't know, but it feels like I have some memories that aren't mine in my head. Do you guys have any idea? They really know how to turn a funeral into a celebration. Jiang Yu watched the war of words between the two factions, and as he observed, he noticed something peculiar. Neither side had mentioned him at all throughout the entire exchange. This was quite baffling, considering his impact on the Future City operation was nothing short of monumental. Even if both sides were locked in verbal combat and wished to avoid dragging him into it, they should have at least mentioned him in passing. Yet they had all tacitly agreed to avoid the topic entirely. Is it because they're too ashamed of losing to me, or are they afraid that my high prestige might undermine their authority? Jiang Yu suspected it was a combination of both. But it didn't matter, he was more than happy to stay out of the limelight. The following days were rather uneventful. Jiang City's power grid was now completely under Jiang Ye's control, and his Huxia base was tacitly recognized as the most formidable force in the city. Before he could even draft a pricing standard for electricity, many of Jiang City's minor factions proactively visited with spirit crystals in hand, claiming they were there to pay their electricity bills. They also showered him with praise, calling him the savior of Jiang City and its steadfast cornerstone. In short, they brought gifts and flattery, terrified that this extraordinary powerhouse who appeared out of nowhere might on a whim sweep through the city's factions again and strip them of their petty dominance. During this period, Jiang Yu saved all the spirit crystals he received. The enhancement points required to progress from Tier 5 to Tier 6 were simply enormous. He also needed to awaken his third ability and upgrade Xuanwu's bloodline. Each endeavor was a massive expense. A rough estimate suggested that without at least 2 million enhancement points this would be a difficult task. So he decided to store the crystals for now and use them once he had accumulated enough. After all, he carried the spirit crystals with him at all times. Even if an emergency arose, accessing them was as simple as a thought. The primary task for the people at Huxia Base during this time was still harvesting spirit crystals for Jiang Yu. In theory, as they grew more familiar with the habits of these mutated fish, their harvesting techniques should have improved, leading to larger catches. However, the reality was the exact opposite. As time went on, the daily yield of spirit crystals dwindled. Just yesterday, the total collected from the base was a mere 428920 tier crystals, 7889 first year, 1059 second year, and a meager 77 third year. This might seem like a significant amount compared to the initial harvests. But at the peak a few days prior, Jiang Ye's haul had been at least 3 times this size. After all, over 40,000 people had joined the base in a single influx. The sharp decline in harvested crystals had many causes. For instance, many people having acquired enough crystals over the past few days no longer faced immediate threats to their survival. They no longer worried about starving or freezing. Naturally, they wanted to use the crystals to enhance their own strength in this apocalypse, to gain a measure of self-protection. Others had realized the importance of spirit crystals in this new world. With their survival assured beyond the fees paid to the base, they hoarded this hard currency for future needs. Of course, these were not the primary reasons. For a former city administrator like Yu Shoujing, if the reduced harvest were solely due to these personal hoarding behaviors, he had plenty of methods to encourage people to part with their unused crystals. The biggest problem was the catch itself was dwindling. Perhaps because all the factions in Jiang City were now emulating their methods of using specialized tools and nets for fishing, the number of mutated fish beneath the city's ice had plummeted compared to the first few days. Human-related problems could be solved. But if there were no fish in the water, that was a truly insurmountable issue. Someone at the base even suggested trying to farm these mutated fish to guarantee a stable income of crystals. The idea was feasible in theory, but the current circumstances offered no means for large-scale aquaculture. These mutated fish were not ordinary. They couldn't be caught with standard nets. There was limited space on land nowhere suitable to raise them, and there simply weren't enough specialized nets to build cage cultures. Of course, these problems weren't really problems for Jiang Yu, nor were they his primary concern. With Xuanwu's terrifying size, he could at any moment relocate everything and everyone from the base to another location and continue fishing. If he felt the lack of electricity was inconvenient, he could even load the nuclear power plant onto Xuanwu's back and carry it away. What truly captured Jiang Ye's attention was another piece of news online. There were increasing reports of mutated beasts and foul corpses attacking human settlements. As he had suspected, people had generally underestimated these creatures, treating them as mere crops to be harvested for crystals. Now, after lurking for over half a month post-apocalypse, these monsters had finally bared their fangs. Their first strike annihilated Juku City in the north of Jiuzhou, which boasted a population of over 400,000. Not a single soul survived among the city's 400,000 inhabitants. From the moment Juku City sent envoys to a nearby base for aid to the time reinforcements arrived and discovered the city was a silent tomb, less than half an hour had elapsed. The tragedy of Juku City was just the beginning. Soon after, reports flooded in from all directions of large population centers being overrun and destroyed by mutated beasts or foul corpses. Even Future City was hit by a colossal beast tide and only managed to repel it thanks to an arsenal of modern weaponry and a large number of powerful psychics. As for Spark City and Skyclimb City, 2 post-apocalyptic organizations born from the former government, they also suffered numerous attacks, though on a smaller scale. Of course, the good news was that thanks to Xuanwu's presence, Jiang Ye's base and the relatively nearby nuclear power plant had not experienced any attacks from mutated creatures. It was a period of relative peace. This sight made countless survivors around Jiang City envious. Many abandoned their original factions, eager to latch onto Jiang Ye's robust thigh and join the Huxia survival base. Unfortunately, the base was already operating at full capacity and simply could not accommodate so many more people. The rejected survivors were not discouraged. Instead, they moved their makeshift shelters, setting up temporary homes on the higher slopes of the hills surrounding the base. After all, being here was far safer than where they had been staying. Even if the conditions were harsher, it was better to be alive. Jiang Yu noticed this situation, and after discussing it with Yu Shoujing, decided not to take them all in. However, he did open up a channel for them to exchange spirit crystals for various supplies. The exchange rate, however, was slightly less favorable than that offered to the original residents of Huxia base. As a result, the daily collection of spirit crystals increased significantly once more. The crystal core harvest had increased not because there were more fish, but simply because there were more people. According to Jiang Ye's estimation, by now many people had become proficient in fishing techniques since the apocalypse began. Yet even with the aid of tools, some would often go a whole day without catching a single fish. Add to that the increasingly rampant mutant beasts and rotting corpses. Fortunately, thanks to the crystal core purification potions previously mentioned by future city mini-faction leaders, had a habit of hoarding the crystal cores they couldn't use. To Jiang Yu, these people were all crystal core reserve warehouses. If he ever truly ran short, he would naturally pay them a visit to make a withdrawal. And if worst came to worst, he could have Xuanwu relocate the base, moving elsewhere to continue fishing for crystal cores. Moreover, with the increasingly active mutant beasts and rotting corpses, all possessing crystal cores, there was no need to worry about how to obtain them in the future. These were not immediate concerns. Though these days seemed chaotic, with many factions being wiped out by mutant creatures and countless lives lost to monsters, the overall situation was relatively stable. This was in fact a scenario that could have been anticipated before the apocalypse. Small settlements had low resilience against risks, and their demise in the unpredictable apocalyptic environment was only natural. Yet for some unknown reason, Jiang Yu, who had been cooped up indoors monitoring the internet these past days, felt a growing sense of foreboding. It felt as if something momentous was about to happen. Finally, on the 10th day after Qingmu City fell, and Chun Mingli and his group left Jiangxing Spark City, nestled deep within the southern mountains of the 9 provinces, and having remained silent all this while seemed to recall that it too was one of the factions that inherited the most from the former authorities and remembered the passwords to the satellites under its control. Several of its leaders suddenly released an emergency bulletin addressed to the entire 9 provinces, recently based on joint research by the Spark City Mutant Biology Research Institute and the Crystal Core Energy Research Institute. There is a certain probability that the awakening rain phenomenon from the early apocalypse will reappear within the next 3 days. Concurrently, the mutation rain that also appeared in the early apocalypse may accompany it. The sequence of the awakening rain and mutation rain cannot currently be determined. Those unaware of the situation are advised to avoid exposure to the rain to prevent mutations. The Spark City Research Center estimates that if the awakening rain prediction holds true, the apocalyptic environment will undergo another drastic shift. All survivors are urged to make full preparations. July 14, 2045, Spark City, Lord's Mansion. At a time when many survivors had come to accept the apocalypse and had grown accustomed to the 2 factions within Future City, bickering online, the network environment gradually stabilizing Spark City's bulletin was like a thunderclap in a calm sky, capturing everyone's attention. Awakening Rain's supernatural abilities. These were words that countless people in the apocalypse could never forget, even in death. From the initial regret of missing the awakening rain to the relief of learning that the mutation rain followed it and would turn one into a rotting corpse. And finally, to watching those ability users gradually become the protagonists of the apocalypse, while they themselves, despite gaining extraordinary strength through crystal cores and becoming evolvers, still felt inferior. This immense psychological disparity made countless people dream of awakening their own abilities. At this moment, Spark City's bulletin was like a lifeline to these people, telling them their dreams were about to come true. What? Getting caught in the rain was risky. What if they got the mutation rain and turned into monsters? No one cared. Having survived in the apocalypse till now, who hadn't lost a friend or family member? Many people's mental states were already somewhat unstable. Finding a few who weren't extreme was difficult. Getting caught in the rain. Either you become stronger or you die? That was the prevailing thought for many. For Jiang Yu, however, the most crucial part of Spark City's announcement was at the end. After the awakening rain, the apocalyptic environment might undergo another drastic change. From the apocalyptic floods to the current extreme cold of -70 degrees Celsius. What came next? Jiang Yu didn't know, but he was certain that another massive wave of deaths would follow. The living environment would become even harsher. Still, there was a saying, when facing matters within your capability, remain cautious. When facing matters beyond your capability, remain optimistic. Regarding the upcoming apocalyptic changes, Jiang Yu could only remain optimistic. What if the drastic environmental change Spark City mentioned meant a return to how things were before? Ring ring. Ring ring. At night, just as Jiang Yu was about to settle down with Su Luoluo to sleep, an abrupt phone ringtone interrupted his plans. The call was from an unfamiliar number. He initially couldn't be bothered to answer, but then he thought, damn, this phone was one head picked up from a phone store in a mall after the apocalypse. There wasn't even a SIM card in it. Who could possibly be calling him? Only Future City, which could directly access that satellite in the sky, could do that. What is it? Already guessing who was on the other end, Jiang Yu answered impatiently. Being interrupted when about to do something important was naturally irritating. Help me kill someone. Who? Zhou Henian. What's your offer? Although Head guessed the caller's intentions, such a direct approach still surprised Jiang Yu. Had been watching the two factions of Future City argue endlessly online these past days, from initially maintaining decorum to now not even bothering to hide it. One side accused the other of being an obstacle to civilization's progress, remnants of a bygone era. The other accused them of being usurpers and traitors who built Future City through despicable means. The arguments were quite the spectacle. If they were like this externally, Jiang Yu dared not imagine the intensity of their internal strife. Even so, he thought the two sides would still be locked in covert struggles for a while, not resort to open conflict so quickly. Half of Zhou Henian's stockpiled crystal cores. Chen Mingli on the other end paused for a moment before presenting an offer Jiang Yu couldn't refuse. Damn, his own base had only tens of thousands of people, and they'd amassed hundreds of thousands of crystal cores in less than half a month. Future City had 30 million people, a professional military, and a vast arsenal of pre-apocalyptic weapons. Their efficiency in hunting mutant creatures for crystal cores was incomparable to that of ordinary survivors. He couldn't even fathom the amount of crystal cores Zhou Henian had stockpiled. Of course, tempting as it was, bargaining was still necessary. Zhou Henian is the #1 person of the apocalypse, the lord of Future City, the heir to the former authorities. You'll need to pay more. How are you worried about his lousy titles? I can tell you clearly, Zhou Henian hasn't reached the 6th rank. The price is the price. Just tell me if you'll do it or not. Half is too little. Jiang Yu shook his head. If I kill him myself, wouldn't all the crystal cores be mine? Chen Mingli seemed to have anticipated this response, replying calmly, if you come to kill him yourself, be prepared to eat a nuclear bomb. Going with Chen Mingli to kill Zhou Henian was their internal strife, where Jiang Yu was at most a mercenary. But if Jiang Yu went to kill him himself, the nature of the matter would change. He naturally understood this principle, so he only mentioned it casually. Although theoretically he and Xuanwu had both reached the 5th rank, and since the strongest on the surface of Jiuzhou were only at the 5th rank, he could be said to be unmatched in the world. However, he couldn't be certain of the actual situation. In such a vast country with so many people, it was inevitable that there would be extraordinary individuals. Currently, his access to information was limited, and there were many things he didn't know. In this chaotic apocalypse, blindly believing oneself invincible without a comprehensive information network was the surest path to death. There was no need to be overly cautious nor to act like a reckless youth making enemies everywhere. That was Jiang Yu's current principle. So although he coveted the crystal cores accumulated in the major cities, he had no intention of seizing them by force, at least not unless he was pushed to the brink. Now, with this opportunity to obtain half of Zhou Henian's crystal cores, there was really nothing to hesitate about. But since they were the ones asking for his help, the conditions could certainly be negotiated. After nearly half an hour of back and forth, Chen Mingli agreed to send 2 teams from LivingLike City to assist in the reconstruction of the Huxia survival base after the deed was done. One team specialized in agriculture, and the other in basic industrial construction. The team leaders were all leading figures in their respective fields, frequently featured on major media front pages before the apocalypse. The absolute best of the best. In fact, the Huxia base still had plenty of food reserves. The massive amount of fish they caught was mostly stored away, with only a small portion used as bait for continued fishing. It was no exaggeration to say that with the foundation of the base built upon the official strategic reserve warehouses, the grain and fish stockpiled after the apocalypse could sustain at least 2 million people for 2 years. The reason Jiang Yu hadn't been accepting more survivors was simply that normal production had yet to resume. Food supplies would only dwindle over time. With the risk of depleting resources, it was necessary to strictly limit the number of survivors in the base. He wasn't a saint, but he felt responsible for those who had chosen to follow him. If he could obtain technological support from LivingLike City and gradually resume production. As long as they could grow food, Jiang Yu could confidently expand the base's scale and recruit more survivors to work for him. Such talent was naturally scarce in the apocalypse, and LivingLike City itself hadn't even resumed production yet. Chen Mingli was naturally reluctant to give up so easily. After much haggling, he finally agreed. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Yu continued what he had been doing. After more than 2 hours of activity, he finally let Su Luoluo go and went to the living room to prepare for his trip to LivingLike City. Given his lack of understanding of that place, he didn't plan to bring Xuanwu along this time. After all, he had the void shift ability, so he could escape at any moment if unexpected variables arose. Xuanwu, however, wouldn't be so lucky. Although he didn't believe anything could threaten Xuanwu at this stage, it was always wise to keep a trump card. Since he was going out, the first thing was to inventory his crystal cores and enhance his strength. He had been saving his crystal cores for over 10 days. Combined with the ones Chun Mingli and the others had helped him seize from other forces in Jiangxing, his system inventory was practically overflowing with them. Tier 0 cores, 597469. Tier 1 cores, 58089. Tier 2 cores, 5169. Tier 3 cores, 1212. Tier 4 cores, 117. Tier 5 cores, 6. If Jiang Yu hadn't spent some cores to boost the abilities of Wu Wenxiang and Zhao Changfeng, helping them reach the 4th rank, the stockpile would be even larger. However, this expenditure had yielded returns. With these 4th rank awakened guarding the base, the number of Tier 3 and Tier 4 cores harvested in recent days had increased. As for the 6 Tier 5 cores, 3 were obtained from the corpses of the corrupted during the support mission in Qingmu City for Chun Mingli. 2 were brought back by Xuanwu when it went out to hunt for snacks out of boredom. As for the last one, there was a story behind it. A few days ago, a black and a red powerful unknown mutated bird engaged in a fierce battle in the skies over Jiangxing. In the end, the red one died, and the black one fled with severe injuries. The bird was simply too fast. Even Jiang Yu couldn't catch up and had to let it escape. He then dug out the Tier 5 core from the dead red bird. Later, while processing the bird's meat, he followed the traces of the battle and found the red bird's nest in a mountain valley over 100 kilometers from Jiangxing. Inside were 3 eggs, each the size of a human head. When he arrived, one of the eggs had just hatched. As for the other 2, he checked with his spirit eye and found they had lost all vitality and couldn't hatch. The newly hatched bird opened its eyes moments after breaking free from its shell, its crimson feathers gleaming brilliantly in the sunlight. Truly a beautiful sight. Furthermore, through his spirit eye, Jiang Yu discovered that this little creature was already a Tier 1 mutated beast at birth. Moreover, it was a positive mutation like Xuanwu, what the people of Weilai City called a specified mutant beast. Naturally, he was moved to take it in as a pet. Coincidentally, the first person the little thing saw after hatching was Jiang Yu. After he fed it some mutated beast meat, it voluntarily hopped onto his shoulder and refused to leave. It had basically decided to stick with him. In the pet section of his system panel, a second pet appeared alongside Xuanwu. Thinking about how he already had Xuanwu, and since this little creature was entirely crimson and possessed an innate fire ability, classified by the system as a blazing sparrow, Jiang Yu simply decided to call it Zhuke. So despite having 6 Tier 5 cores, he had to keep the one he found for the time being. Xuanwu's intelligence was now indistinguishable from a human's. Zhuke probably wouldn't be far behind in the future. The red bird that died in battle was likely its mother, so it was best to keep the core as a memento for it. System convert the crystal cores. Ding. Crystal core energy converted enhancement points 1792407. Crystal core energy converted enhancement points 755157. Crystal core energy converted enhancement points 697815. Crystal core energy converted enhancement points 593380. Crystal core energy converted enhancement points 146205. Crystal core energy converted enhancement points 34800. In one go, he had gained over 4 million enhancement points. Combined with the few tens of thousands he had left over, Jiang Yu's enhancement point balance skyrocketed to a terrifying 4039570. Although he had mentally prepared himself knowing that converting the crystal core this time would definitely yield several million enhancement points, Jiang Yu still couldn't help feeling excited when he saw the balance of over 4 million enhancement points. What is confidence? This is confidence. System awakened my third ability directly. Ding. 500 enhancement points, awakening third ability. Awakening successful. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ability Strength Amplification. Strength Amplification. After activation, your strength and physique will be simultaneously increased by 5 times. Do you want to spend 30 enhancement points to evolve Strength Amplification into Strength Rampage? Strength Rampage. After activation, your strength, physique, and speed will be simultaneously increased by 2 times. There was no hesitation, so he evolved it directly. Enhancement points 30. Evolution complete. Do you want to spend 300 enhancement points to evolve Strength Rampage into War Rage Bloodline? War Rage Bloodline. After activation, your strength, physique, and speed will be increased by 3 times, and you gain triple your own mental strength value as mental attack immunity. Good heavens. Jiang Yu's pupils constricted involuntarily upon seeing the ability description. He was already very familiar with the process of awakening a very basic ability and then continuously evolving and transforming it into a powerful one. But he didn't expect that after only 2 evolutions, the originally mediocre Strength Amplification ability had actually evolved into War Rage Bloodline. During activation, not only did strength, physique, and speed all increase by 3 times, but it also provided mental resistance equal to 3 times his own mental strength value. In other words, with his current mental strength of over 2000, facing a normal 5th tier War Rage Bloodline ability, user whose mental strength is roughly between 1000 and 2000, his tried and true mental attack would be almost completely ineffective against them. In a direct confrontation, if the opponent activated their ability and tripled all their stats, he might actually lose. Of course, that didn't mean his own abilities were weak. It was just that his previous two abilities were indeed not suited for frontal combat. One was Spirit Eye mainly for reconnaissance with some mental suppression. The other was Void Shuttle mainly for survival and escape, and could also make him move so fast in battle that enemies lost track of him. Before this, he had never encountered a high-level ability user with a truly frontal combat type ability. Now seeing the War Rage Bloodline ability, he calculated and realized that his ability to crush other ability users with his previous two abilities was entirely due to his stats being high enough and his level being much higher than most. The only same-tier ability user he had fought was Chun Mingli. Chun Mingli's ability was also more of a control and support type, not a combat ability for direct confrontation. But now that I have a third ability, this weakness in frontal combat is made up for. He deducted 300 enhancement points to evolve Strength Rampage into War Rage Bloodline, and then deducted 300 enhancement points to evolve War Rage Bloodline into Berserker. Berserker, after activation, your strength, physique, and speed will be increased by 3 times, and you gain mental resistance equal to 3 times your base mental strength, immune to all non-physical damage of the same tier. Do you want to spend 300 enhancement points to evolve the ability Berserker into War God Bloodline? War God Bloodline, after activation, your strength, physique, speed, and mental strength can be increased by up to 5 times, immune to all non-physical damage of the same tier, and you gain combat experience at the level of a War God. Even when the ability is not activated, you also gain the weapon proficiency buff, allowing you to skillfully use any weapon against enemies. War God Bloodline up to 5 times the boost to all 4 attributes. Jiang Yu didn't even dare to imagine what kind of existence he could kill with one punch if his own stats were multiplied by 5. It was simply ridiculous. The immunity to all non-physical damage of the same tier was a downright rogue skill. What? You have an elemental ability naturally meant to be a mage casting long-range spells. Then you're in for a world of pain when you meet me. This was equivalent to giving him an immunity buff against all same-tier ability users who were not good at physical attacks. Even in cross-tier battles, while not completely immune, it could greatly reduce the impact of these types of abilities on him. With the 4 attributes skyrocketing when the ability was activated, this was simply a divine skill for fighting across tiers. Fight Heathen. My stats multiply by 5 times, what do you say? Not fighting Heathen. I'm immune to all non-physical attacks of the same tier, what do you say about that? Not to mention that Jiang Yu also had Void Shuttle, which made up for the biggest weakness of War God Bloodline. Run. Can you outrun Void Shuttle that ignores the concept of space in the real world? Can't beat him, can't run away. This ability combination was more than just powerful. It was invincible. But of course it wasn't over yet. Jiang Yu continued to look at the system prompt. Do you want to spend 300 enhancement points to evolve the ability War God Bloodline into Combat God's Body? Combat God's Body, while retaining all functions of the War God Bloodline ability after activation, you can consume a large amount of energy to form a combat domain, pulling the designated enemy into your exclusive domain to engage in an unfair battle. Holy crap. In short, the evolved Combat God's Body had an extra skill compared to War God Bloodline, pulling the enemy into a dark room for a 1v1. And this dark room was also ability suppressed, meaning no matter who entered, they could no longer use their abilities and could only rely on their own strength, speed, physique, and base mental strength to fight. Jiang Yu himself also couldn't use any abilities other than Combat God's Body to fight. It seemed like a rather foolish skill, limiting his own power and forcing him to engage in hand-to-hand combat. But in reality, it was completely different because that dual space was ability suppressed. Those pulled in couldn't use any abilities and could only fight with brute force. Purely comparing the 4 attributes, which same-tier ability user could match Jiang Yu, who had a 5-fold boost in this state. Facts proved that as long as one was willing to invest resources, even the most garbage ability would become extremely powerful after several rounds of enhancement. The downside was that it consumed quite a bit of enhancement points. One round of upgrades directly cost Jiang Yu 333,330 enhancement points, while this ability could still be evolved one more time, requiring 3 million enhancement points. Evolve Combat God's Body into Indestructible Golden Body. It sounded awesome, but the required enhancement points were too many. He was short on funds and couldn't upgrade for now. Host Jiang Yu enhancement points balance 3206240, system maxed out all 4 attributes. When he last reached the 5th rank, Jiang Yu hadn't even maxed out his 4-dimensional attributes. Strictly speaking, he was only at the early stage of the 5th rank. Now that he had ample resources, it was time to bolster his strength, and he certainly wouldn't be stingy. Ding. Enhancement points 717984. Your 4-dimensional attributes have been enhanced to the current stage's limit. Will you spend 100 enhancement points to advance to the next stage? Hiss. Feeling the surge of power within him and gazing at the system panel before him, Jiang, you couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Advancing from the 5th to the 6th rank requiring 1,000,000 enhancement points was something he hadn't anticipated. The jump from the 4th to the 5th rank had only cost 100,000. He never imagined the cost would now be tenfold. Compared to the points needed for each previous rank, this increase seemed rather disproportionate. He had previously speculated it might only take around 300,000 points. No, this is likely related to my third ability. The more abilities one has, and the more powerful they are, the greater the boost in strength with each rank up. Naturally, the cost wouldn't remain the same as when I only had one ability. With this thought, Jiang, you felt somewhat more at ease. To gain greater power, one must naturally expend more enhancement points. Energy is conserved. Even in this apocalyptic era, this law still holds true. Moreover, the points spent to max out his 4-dimensional attributes this time differed from his earlier projections. Based on his previous estimate of a 5,000-point limit for the 5th rank, filling all 4 attributes shouldn't have required over 700,000 points. Post Jiang Yu remaining enhancement points 248,256 strength 5th rank, peak power 7,000 speed, 7,000 constitution, 7,000 spirit, 7,000 abilities spirit, I void walk battle god physique, weapons mystic iron spear mystic iron tang dao. Pets black, tortoise guishui spirit, turtle vermilion bird, blazing fire sparrow. As expected, because of the acquisition of his third ability, the cap for his 4-dimensional attributes within his rank had been raised again. It had jumped directly from 5000 to 7000. For the first time, Jiang Ye's 4-dimensional stats surpassed Black Tortoise, the monster of stats, within the same rank. Of course, this was because he hadn't yet initiated Black Tortoise's second bloodline evolution. If he were to upgrade Black Tortoise's bloodline from Guishui Spirit Turtle to Mystic Turtle, its stats would likely inflate further, far surpassing his own at the same rank. Looking at the remaining balance of over 2 million points, Jiang Yu didn't hesitate. He immediately chose to advance himself. Enhancement points 1000000. Enhancement complete. Post Jiang Yu remaining enhancement points 148,256 strength 6th rank, power 7589 speed 7479 constitution 7566 spirit 7728 abilities spirit I void walk battle god physique weapons mystic iron spear mystic iron tang dao. Pets black tortoise guishui spirit turtle vermilion bird blazing fire sparrow 6th rank. Although reaching the 6th rank seemed to show little difference in 4-dimensional stats compared to the 5th strength, wasn't always calculated that way. Each rank represents a transformation. While the 4-dimensional stats might not differ drastically immediately upon rank up, abilities receive a tremendous boost. For instance, the system repeatedly mentioned immunity to non-physical damage from the same rank when describing the battle god physique. This meant that at the 5th rank his ability could only grant immunity against 5th rank threats. If an enemy were at the 6th rank, even if their 4-dimensional stats were inferior, their ability attacks could bypass the battle god physique's immunity. This involved the complexities of ability user ranks, which were quite intricate. For example, abilities themselves had tiers of power. Jiang Ye's initially awakened visual amplification was far inferior to Su Luoyuo's time stop space. Besides the inherent tier of the ability, as the vessel, meaning the ability user grew stronger. With each rank up, an ability undergoes significant changes. Even the most basic and weakest ability, when wielded by a user of a vastly higher rank, is far stronger than a high-tier ability. Therefore, this rank system from 0 to 9 is strictly speaking only applicable to ability users. It holds little relevance for evolvers. Evolvers lack abilities, they rely solely on their 4-dimensional stats. In the early stages, the gap between ability users and evolvers is difficult to discern. However, starting from the 2nd or 3rd rank, the disparity becomes increasingly evident. A 3rd rank ability user, even with inferior 4-dimensional stats, could easily dominate a 3rd rank or even 4th rank evolver. While 4-dimensional stats are certainly important, when they aren't, vastly different abilities have a massive impact on combat power. In fact, when facing certain special abilities, even evolvers with significantly higher 4-dimensional stats could be defeated. Take for example the battle god physique Jiang Yu had just acquired. Even if he were to encounter a super evolver with each attribute exceeding 2000 now. Once he activated his ability with a 5-fold amplification, his 4-dimensional stats would skyrocket to 35000. What would you say to being killed with a single punch? Thus, as the apocalypse progressed, evolvers who once held a status comparable to ability users were becoming increasingly devalued. In the early days, factions would spend crystal cores to nurture evolvers. Now such fools were almost non-existent. After all, no matter how strong an evolver was, they couldn't defeat an ability user of the same rank. Why waste resources on evolvers when they could be used for ability users? This was precisely why the announcement from Spark City about the potential recurrence of the awakening rain offering a chance for the unawakened to gain abilities caused such a massive uproar. The buzz surrounding this topic had even overshadowed the news of the internal strife in Future City. In this era, everyone aspired to be an ability user. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yu briefly acclimated himself to his newfound power. He then immediately went out to find Black Tortoise. First, he spent 400,000 enhancement points to initiate Black Tortoise's bloodline evolution, upgrading it from Guiyue Spirit Turtle to Mystic Turtle. Then he spent another 800,000 points to directly advance Black Tortoise from the 5th rank to the 6th. The result of spending 1,200,000 enhancement points was Pet Black Tortoise Mystic Turtle Strength 6th rank power, 20,000 speed, 19,000 constitution, 20,000 spirit, 19500 abilities. Netherworld Guixia, Dongtian Wutu. Jiang Yu had just tested it. His own limit at the 6th rank was around 15000 points. After the bloodline evolution, Black Tortoise's stats were clearly a notch above his own rank limit. Furthermore, after evolving into a Mystic Turtle, Black Tortoise's Earth Control ability had also evolved again. The system's descriptions of its abilities were quite vague. When its Water Control had evolved into Netherworld Guixia, Jiang Yu hadn't known its specific functions, only that Black Tortoise's strength had undoubtedly undergone a qualitative leap. It wasn't until the last time they were clearing out the corrupted in Qingmu City that Black Tortoise finally showed a glimpse of its power. The barrier formed by Netherworld Guixia could naturally screen out those infected by the crimson energy, which took Jiang Yu by surprise. He wondered what changes this new Zhongtian Wutu ability would bring. He was sure it was nothing simple. With the upgrade, Xuanwu's size surged once more. But unlike before, its growth halted almost as soon as it began, and it rapidly shrank back down to the size of a palm, resembling the small grass turtle Jiang Yu had kept for 20 years. Through a brief mental exchange, Jiang Yu learned that after this bloodline evolution, Xuanwu had gained the ability to freely control its own size. It wasn't even at its smallest now. If it wished, it could shrink to the size of an ant. Growing larger was just as effortless. After communicating for a while, Jiang Yu deduced Xuanwu's current size limits. Counting only the shell, a 6th order Xuanwu could reach a maximum of roughly 100,000 meters in length, 50,000 meters in width, and 20,000 meters in height. When it settled down, it would be the tallest mountain in the world. This made Jiang Yu wonder if Xuanwu might one day grow larger than Blue Star itself. It wasn't entirely impossible. Of course, with its newfound ability to adjust its size at will, even immense growth wouldn't be a problem. But could this still be called a mutant beast? Able to grow and shrink at will, wielding two supreme abilities. One might even call them divine powers. Its intelligence was indistinguishable from a human's. Most importantly, Xuanwu could actually speak. It rarely used verbal communication with Jiang Yu simply out of laziness, as their spiritual energies were now powerful enough to connect effortlessly through thought, making verbal language an inefficient means of exchange. Rather than calling it a mutant beast, Jiang Yu felt Yao, a demonic beast, was a far more fitting term. He even suspected Xuanwu might be able to take human form if its power grew strong enough. Wasn't that exactly what the mythical Yao were? If other special mutant beasts follow a similar growth curve to Xuanwu, then demon beast is indeed the more apt term. Once their power reaches a certain level, they become virtually indistinguishable from the legendary great demons. This apocalypse. The more I see, the stranger it gets. Letting out a long sigh, Jiang Yu turned his attention to his remaining enhancement points to 8256. Out of 4 million enhancement points, this was all that remained after a single round. He had barely reached the 6th order. His 4 core attributes were far from maxed, and his 2 abilities, Spiritual Eye and Void Shift, had yet to be upgraded. Looks like I can't get by without robbing the rich. Relying on the few tens of thousands of people in his base to slowly gather crystal cores would take an eternity to accumulate enough to max out his 6th order attributes or ascend to the 7th order. Indeed, he had to take on Chun Mingli's major commission. After some thought, Jiang Yu spent 9120 enhancement points to directly elevate the 1st order Vermilion Bird to the 5th order. Pet Vermilion Bird, Blazing Sparrow, rank 5th order, strength 3400, speed 3500, constitution 3300, spirit 3500, ability flame manipulation. As expected, the 5th order Vermilion Bird stats were far inferior to Xuanwu's at the same rank. Of course, these stats far surpassed those of any human, certainly higher than Chun Mingli's 5th order peak. The system also indicated that the Vermilion Bird could undergo 2 more bloodline evolutions, which would likely trigger another explosive surge in power. The first bloodline evolution, like Xuanwu's before, required only 400 enhancement points. Since had already spent tens of thousands on her upgrades, Jiang Yu didn't bother quibbling over such a small amount. Ding. Enhancement points, 4000, bloodline evolution complete. Pet Vermilion Bird, Crimson Flame Bird, rank 5th order, strength 3900, speed 4000, constitution 3800, spirit 4,000 ability, Heaven-Scorching Crimson Flame. She could undergo one more bloodline evolution, but it would cost 4,000 enhancement points. With only 193056 points remaining, Jiang, you would have to max her out next time. Even now, the Vermilion Bird's 4 attributes weren't fully maxed. That wasn't a major concern, though. He could simply elevate her to the 6th order next time. With one evolution, Jiang Yu estimated her 5th order attribute limit to be around 5,000 points per stat. After all, Xuanwu with its dual abilities had a strength attribute of only 6,000. A single ability, Vermilion Bird, capping at 5,000 was only natural. Exceeding Xuanwu's stats at the same stage would be unrealistic. Having been elevated to the 5th order and undergone a bloodline evolution, she was no longer the pretty little red bird she once was. Her entire body was now covered in golden red feathers with wisps of golden red flames flickering along their edges. She had transformed from a palm-sized bird into a colossal beast with a wingspan exceeding 300 meters. Yet her immense size did nothing to diminish her elegant bearing. Even gliding idly through the night sky, her noble aura and the domineering presence of fire seemed ready to overflow. If any outsider saw her now, none would doubt that she was the legendary phoenix of myth. Flamboyant, elegant, and imperious, she stood in stark contrast to Xuanwu's restrained and steady temperament. This difference in personality seemed tied to their elemental natures rather than anything to do with Jiang Yu. After all, he hadn't trained them. After soaring through the sky for a while, the evolved Vermilion Bird landed beside Jiang Yu. Her massive head lowered, gently nuzzling against him affectionately, her joy and dependence on him radiating openly through their mental link. Jiang Yu reached out and stroked her head. Upon closer inspection, countless sparks danced within each of her feathers. Yet when his hand touched them, he felt no burning sensation, only an unusual warmth. This wasn't because his attributes were so high that even the Vermilion Bird's innate ability couldn't harm him. He sensed that if those flames truly attacked him, he'd be burned without activating his battle god physique. The fact that he wasn't scorched seemed to indicate the flames held no aggression toward him. Yes, no aggression. These flames seemed almost sentient, as if they knew what to burn and what not to burn. Jiang Yu drew a sharp breath. It was the first time he'd witnessed his pet's ability so directly. If the Vermilion Bird's ability was on par with Xuanwu's, did that mean Xuanwu's 2 abilities also possessed a similar active selection mechanism? He recalled the night when the water curtain formed by 9 nether dark water had actively filtered out the infected. He had never actively inquired about Xuanwu's abilities, and Xuanwu's reserved nature meant it never volunteered such displays. If his suspicions were correct, then what tier of ability was this? Jiang Yu felt that none of his own abilities could currently match such sophistication. Of course, Xuanwu's and Vermilion Bird's abilities were elemental in nature, while his were entirely unrelated, so a direct comparison wasn't entirely fair. The overwhelming impression he got from both their abilities was that they belonged to an impossibly high tier, undoubtedly among the most supreme of all elemental abilities. With the Vermilion Bird's current strength, even going to a place like Future City, it should have no trouble surviving. Fighter jets and anti-aircraft fire pose minimal threat to it. The 6th-tier Black Tortoise is also formidable enough to hold its own ground, so Jiang Yu decided to keep it at the base. The Black Tortoise could now shrink its size, so bringing it along would certainly be safer. But the base was still here with tens of thousands of people inside. He couldn't very well ask people to risk their lives for spirit cores, and then leave them to fend for themselves when other matters arose, could he? That wouldn't align with Jiang Ye's principles. Future City was roughly 1,000 kilometers from Jiangxing, located in the Hengduan Mountains in the southwest of the 9 provinces. Although he had watched countless videos about Future City online before coming here, seeing it in person was still inspiring. It was built upon a massive military base that the original 9 provinces government had constructed during peacetime. Surrounding it were endless mountain ranges. At the very center, a huge mountain had been nearly leveled flat. Besides, the pre-existing military structures, rows upon rows of orderly military tents had been set up on its summit. Unless one was at high altitude, one couldn't see the end of it at a glance. Beyond the central hub, the numerous surrounding mountain peaks had also undergone a massive transformation since the apocalypse began. Countless tents were pitched upon them, each peak covered in military green canvas, standing out starkly against the snowy landscape. Apart from the residential areas, there were over a dozen hastily constructed field airports nearby, crowded with military transport planes, fighter jets, and even civilian airliners. Hundreds of mountain peaks of varying heights bore the marks of human habitation. Jiang Yu could see that the bases of these mountains had been connected, forming a spiderweb-like underground network. A small part of these tunnels was built with the original military base, but most of them were likely dug out after the apocalypse. As for how they managed to dig so many tunnels in such a short time after the apocalypse, let's just say Earth-type ability users are far more efficient than tunnel boring machines. They are truly born civil engineers. With tens of millions of people in Future City, as long as they could find 100 or so Earth-type ability users a month would be enough to connect all these tunnels. Given a bit more time for their abilities to grow stronger, building an underground city capable of housing tens of millions might not be too difficult either. In addition, the entire Future City was now enclosed by hastily erected city walls. These walls were constructed along the mountain terrain, connecting one peak to another, so the workload wasn't as immense as one might imagine. With clever design, they also served a flood control function. One could clearly see a difference in elevation between the ice outside the city walls and the lowest areas within the city nestled in the mountain valleys. Jiangyu didn't get too close to Future City. When he was still dozens of kilometers away, he had the Vermilion bird land on a mountain peak. After storing it in the system's pet slot, he called Chun Mingli. Unfortunately, it was afternoon, and Chun Mingli seemed to be occupied with something urgent. He didn't come to greet Jiangyu personally, but sent the flying-type ability user whom Jiangyu had met once before. If Jiangyu remembered correctly, this man's name was Yangon. The man was quite polite and immediately offered repeated apologies on behalf of Chun Mingli. As the saying goes, secrets are best kept in silence. Jiangyu hadn't expected Chun Mingli to make a grand show of welcoming him for such a covert operation. Having someone to guide him was good enough. Under Yangon's guidance, they didn't enter through the nearest gate. Instead, they circled around to the southern entrance of Future City. The guards at this gate were clearly Chun Mingli's men. They exchanged a glance with Yangon and let them pass without any inspection. Jiangyu stepped into the first largest city of the apocalypse, one that enclosed hundreds of mountains, spanned over 1,000 square kilometers, and housed 30 million people. The scene inside was breathtaking. Looking around, towering mountain ranges flanked both sides. The valley floor resembled a colossal construction site, filled with machinery clanging and banging, constructing something unknown. Noticing Jiang's curiosity, Yangon explained while leading the way, "Mr. Jiang, our biggest project in Future City right now is building the underground city. Based on our expert team's projections, the surface might not be suitable for human habitation for a long time to come. This underground city plan was proposed at the very beginning of the apocalypse and has been carried out ever since. Besides the necessity of building it, we also need to keep the city's people occupied. After all, not everyone can go out and hunt mutant creatures for spirit cores. If they sat idle, even a city as resource-rich as Future City would struggle to support tens of millions of people in the long run. It's a form of relief through work." Jiangyu nodded and pointed at the tents scattered across the mountains, asking, "These tents are where the survivors live?" "Yes. To prevent another massive flood until the underground city is complete, the residents of Future City have to live on these mountains. The conditions are quite tough. Just climbing up and down every day is exhausting." Yangon lamented. "I reckon no fewer than 5,000 people have fallen to their deaths from the cliffs during this period. Most of them used to live in cities and have never experienced such harsh living conditions. But once the underground city is built, and everyone moves underground, things will get better." "Will they really?" Jiangyu looked at the gloomy sky where snow was still falling and shook his head. "Floods, extreme cold. What next? Would there be unprecedented super earthquakes?" No one could say for sure. He had a feeling that the underground city plan was unreliable. But seeing how hard the survivors were working, he didn't want to dampen their spirits. Perhaps the higher-ups in Future City also knew the plan was shaky, but as Yangon said, there were too many people and they needed something to keep them busy. Whether they could afford to feed them all was secondary. The real concern was that idle hands would lead to trouble, especially in the oppressive atmosphere of the apocalypse. As they walked, Yangon soon led Jiangyu to a mountain peak not far from the city gate. According to him, they would soon head to the core area of Future City, the super military base Jiangyu had seen from the sky. Rope bridges connected these mountain peaks, making the journey quicker and more convenient. However, this path inevitably led them through the survivor camps on the peaks. Almost as soon as they stepped into the camp's territory, a group of ragged children surrounded them. "Brother, do you have anything to eat? I haven't eaten in 3 days. Please, brother, give us something to eat. My little sister and I have been starving for days. Even a drop of water would do. Big brother, my mom is in that tent over there. If you just give us a little food, mom can play a game with you. Lots of uncles and big brothers love playing it." Jiangyu paused mid-step and turned to look at Yangon. The young man bit his lip, his face full of shame under Jiangyu's probing gaze. "Mr. Jiang, the living conditions of ordinary people in the city are indeed not very good. All that talk about work for relief and giving ordinary people something to do. I thought the ordinary people here were living pretty well," Jiangyu said coolly. A spiritual barrier slowly spread outward, keeping the children from getting close. He had not been here for even a minute, and by rough estimate, no fewer than 100 children had gathered around him. Their eyes were filled with longing, greed, and fear, most of it malicious and negative. Many gazes were fixed on the dark iron tang saber slung across his back. After all, that blade had been strengthened by the system through multiple rounds. Even a fool could tell from its texture that it was extraordinary. Jiang Yu did not mind the sudden malice, nor did he blame these children, the oldest of whom looked only 7 or 8. They were just children who in peacetime might not even have been able to attend elementary school. A few might have been born bad, but most were simply innocent, bewildered children. Their behavior and beliefs only changed as their environment changed. That they had become this way, full of malice and greed at the sight of anything valuable, was plainly speaking the fault of this godforsaken apocalypse. The upper echelons of Future City were even more to blame. Although the so-called work-for-leaf project for building the underground city really can't solve so many people's livelihood problems, it was already the limit of what we could do after Zhou Henian took power. Yingan sighed. If it were up to Zhou Henian's vision, all of Future City's resources would be spent on ability users. In the beginning, he would still mention evolvers and give them preferential treatment. Later, he stopped mentioning them altogether. In his eyes, evolvers and ordinary people alike are products of failed evolution, inferior humans. Premium resources could only be invested in ability users. If not for Commander Li and a few other bigwigs arguing so forcefully back then, and Zhou Henian's fear that they would use nuclear weapons and bring everything down together, the ordinary people of Future City would have been completely abandoned long ago. As he spoke, he pointed at one of the little girls who had just spoken. With the underground city construction project in place, the able-bodied among the survivors can still earn some basic rations from it. For families like hers where there are no able-bodied adults who can work, they can also get by selling. To get some food and water, barely managing to survive. Jiang Yu followed the direction of his finger and saw a little girl of about 4 or 5. If he remembered correctly, she was the one who had just said that if you gave her some food and water, you could go play with her mother. At such a young age, did she really know what those big brothers who gave her food and water were doing with her mother? So you think you've been doing a pretty good job. Hearing the mockery in Jiang Yu's voice, Yingan did not get angry. He simply straightened up and said, no, not good. But we've done everything we could, and our conscience is clear. Every time the captain takes us out, the food and mutated beast meat we harvest are not handed over to the city. Instead, they are taken directly to the worst-off survivor camps and distributed to them to eat. Most of the low-grade crystal cores are also given to them for free, letting them undergo basic evolution and gain a little more hope of survival in this harsh environment. The situation is what it is. Under the current circumstances, we have done our best. That is precisely why we must break the existing order and rebuild one in Future City that can benefit them, or at least let them survive. Jiang Yu fell silent for a moment after hearing this. Then he thought about it differently. If his own base now had tens of millions of people. TSK. He couldn't think about that. He knew exactly what kind of person he was. Tens of millions of mouths waiting to be fed. He probably couldn't bear that kind of pressure, nor was he willing to take on that responsibility. So those who could still step forward and do things for these people at a time like this truly had great boldness and perseverance. At the very least, Jiang Yu knew he could not do it. In the apocalypse, his ideal state was to possess invincible power and protect the small group of people following him, keeping them alive. Become a savior. That was not his goal. Bearing the hopes of tens of thousands also meant bearing the corresponding pressure. Of course, people like Zhou Henian were an exception. He wanted only the benefits, not the responsibility. He used the advantage of Future City's enormous population to obtain crystal cores, but had no intention of being responsible for those people. Is the gap in strength between you that large? Yingan knew Jiang Yu was asking about their side versus Zhou Henian and nodded. Very large. According to reliable information, Zhou Henian is currently at least at the peak of the 5th rank and is even suspected of having reached the 6th. It's just that we don't yet know where he obtained his 6th rank crystal core, so we can't be certain. And almost all of Future City's ability users have rallied under Zhou Henian's banner. After realizing what we were doing, Zhou Henian deliberately distributed a batch of 5th rank crystal cores to win people's loyalty and proactively cultivated a dozen or so 5th rank ability users who are extremely loyal to him. In addition, the 4th rank ability users supporting Zhou Henian should number more than 3,000, and those below the 4th rank are countless. The total number of ability users we can currently trust is less than 1,000, and of those only 3 are at the 5th rank: our Captain Chen Mingli, Shilong, the former deputy commander of the 8th Army, and Lin Tianhe, a civilian ability user who advanced by hunting a 5th rank mutated beast alone in the wild crossing ranks. Lately, because Zhou Henian has been watching us, we have obtained very few 5th rank crystal cores. Right now, even Captain Chen, our strongest, is probably only mid-tier among 5th rank users. Zhou Henian is already plotting to eliminate us, and these survivors are growing weaker and weaker. Every day, more than 10,000 of them die. Time waits for no one, so the captain thought of asking you to come help. So Chen Mingli had made bold declarations back in Jiangqing, but after returning, he was still under Zhou Henian's thumb. Jiang Yu thought this was only natural. Zhou Henian did not care about any of that. After taking power, his governing methods were simple and brutal, namely giving preferential treatment to ability users. Make ability users the privileged elite of Future City. Chen Mingli and the others, by contrast, cared whether ordinary people lived, or died. In comparison, it was only natural that Zhou Henian's side was more attractive to ability users. Most people do not consider long-term development on a macroscopic scale. Just like most of the superpowered individuals in Future City, they do not care what would happen if all the ordinary people died, or who would then provide for them. Zhou Henian offered them the chance to rise above the masses to continue living a life of luxury, even in the apocalypse. Naturally, they sided with him. Many people constantly speak of fairness only because they are the ones suffering injustice, not because they possess some higher moral conviction. Once their positions are reversed, no one would refuse the chance to be on top. After hearing Yan Gan's explanation, Jiang Yu merely smiled and asked, "Is that really all there is to it?" The timing of Chun Mingli's approach was too perfect, right as Starfire City predicted the second awakening rain was about to fall. If the reasons were only these, Chun Mingli would have sought his help long ago, not waited until now. Yan Gan had anticipated Jiang Ye's thoughts and admitted frankly, indeed the second awakening rain is a factor. Captain Chun communicated with Starfire City, and their experts believe this rain will not only grant abilities to many who lack them, but also awaken second abilities in others, granting them even greater power. Currently, the stronger one's ability, the more it proves their body is attuned to the awakening rain and core energy, making them more likely to awaken a second ability. Zhou Henian's ability is exceedingly powerful. If he were to undergo the rain's baptism again, the captain fears he would become truly invincible, with no one left to counter him. So what exactly is his ability? Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow. He had long heard of Zhou Henian's formidable power enough that he dared challenge the armed authorities even at just the 4th rank. Since the establishment of Future City, they had consistently proclaimed Zhou Henian's immense strength. Yet no one ever revealed what his ability actually was. Yan Gan opened his mouth, but Jiang Yu could hear no sound. Seeing this, Yan Gan gave a wry smile. "You see, I cannot say it." "What do you mean you can't say it?" "His abilities level is too high. Based on our private consultations with the Starfire City Ability Research Institute, we concluded it likely touches upon the most fundamental rules of the world, reaching a level of terror that defies description. So even if I tried to say it, you wouldn't be able to hear it. We have tried many times. No ability user specializing in detection can discern what Zhou Henian's ability is. The only reason we know anything is because he, being ostentatious, told us himself. On the day he rose to power, many also witnessed him using it. I cannot go into detail, but I can only tell you that his ability is related to time. Well, damn, truly indescribable. What kind of world have I stepped into? Is this still the apocalypse? Could that bastard Zhou Henian be some kind of cosmic horror?" Jiang Yu felt a moment of hesitation upon hearing this. He had initially thought this would be simple. At the 6th rank, with his absurd stats and 3 abilities, he had imagined coming to Future City, finding Zhou Henian, and taking him out with a single punch. Now it seemed things were not as straightforward as he had assumed. Yan Gan also let out a bitter laugh. "The situation is as I've described. Zhou Henian's ability is just too strong. If it weren't, he wouldn't have been able to overthrow the old authorities, and we wouldn't have chosen to compromise back then. The original authorities were not entirely unprepared for superpowered unrest. In fact, they had discovered the existence of core energy before the apocalypse, and had been secretly researching it for years. While they hadn't figured out how to use it to grant people abilities, they were well aware of its potential to induce human evolution. They had even developed a core purification agent, though it wasn't called that then. The energy source wasn't cores either, it required special equipment to slowly gather ambient energy, resulting in very low yields that weren't suitable for mass production. When the authorities established a settlement here after the apocalypse, they had an evolved squad of over 300 members. These were individuals modified by core energy before the apocalypse, and were fiercely loyal to the government. It was precisely because of them that the authorities allowed civilian ability users to grow in power. Their average strength was at the 5th rank, with the 2 strongest captains having the power of 6th rank evolvers. With the abundance of cores providing energy after the apocalypse, this squad's strength was growing rapidly. The old authorities believed that with this squad they had no need to worry about any ability user causing trouble. But Zhou Henian's power was too great. This evolved squad didn't even last an hour against him when he was only at the 4th rank. It was something the authorities never anticipated. There's an even more formidable opponent. Jiang Yesai twitched. He knew these major factions were never as simple as they appeared, but he hadn't expected the reality to be this absurd. The authorities had a fully organized evolved squad even before the apocalypse began. And Zhou Henian, just a week after the apocalypse started, had single-handedly dismantled the authorities' years of accumulated strength. Although he had suspected when he heard of Future City's founding that things were far from simple, he hadn't realized just how complex it was. It turned out the city wasn't built by a coalition of factions dissatisfied with the old government. Zhou Henian wasn't a puppet for various forces as he had predicted. The man had genuinely overthrown the behemoth of the old authorities, all by himself. "What makes you think I can fight a monster like that?" Jiang Yu couldn't help but ask. He was genuinely curious about Chun Mingli's reasoning. Do you remember our teammate Shuiyu who died in Qingmu City? Her ability was for detection, allowing her to see information on ability users up to 3 ranks higher than herself. Her ability was of a very high level. So far only 2 people have ever been completely unreadable to her. One is Zhou Henian, and the other is you, Mr. Jiang, Yangon said with a wry smile. If you can't deal with Zhou Henian, then I'm afraid no one in this world can. That's not necessarily true. Jiang Yu shrugged, seemingly struck by an idea. He said to Yangon, try saying the word spirit pupil and see if you can. Spirit pupil. Yangon raised an eyebrow, confused by Jiang Yu's intent. But when Yangon said the words, Jiang Yu frowned. He then briefly explained the ability to Yangon and asked him to say it again. Of course, he didn't reveal everything, just as Zhou Henian wouldn't have shared all the details of his own ability. The result was the same. Yangon could easily say spirit pupil. Clearly the spirit pupil ability hadn't reached the same indescribable level as Zhou Henian's. After a moment's thought, Jiang Yu spoke again. Try saying war god's body. Yangon opened his mouth, but only strange garbled sounds emerged. Jiang Yu's eyes lit up. Fighting divine body was currently Jiang Yu's only ability that had undergone a 5th round of enhancement costing 300,000 enhancement points. In the system's assessment, it was 1 rank higher than Spirit Eye and Void Shuttle. He simply wanted to test whether his own ability had the same indescribable effect as Zhou Henian's. Unexpectedly, when he tried, it did. Before, he was not out of his mind, nor did he have any need to advertise how powerful his ability was in order to make others fear him. Naturally, he would not go around grabbing people and telling them how strong his ability was or what it was called. He had not known that once an ability reached a certain level, it would come with an indescribable buff. This trip to Whaleye City had been an eye-opener for him. It also let him know roughly where his own abilities stood among the current ability users. If Zhou Henian's ability was on the same level as his fighting divine body, then this matter was not so difficult after all. A time-type ability of such a terrifyingly high level sounded intimidating, but Jiang Yu was by no means without countermeasures. Out of curiosity, Jiang Yu brought up the abilities of Zhu Ke and Xuanwu and asked about them. Sure enough, the levels of both abilities were terrifyingly high. Yangon simply could not put them into words. Indescribable abilities, it seemed, were nothing much after all. Jiang Yu felt a little more relieved. Before I came, you never told me Zhou Henian was so troublesome. If you want me to deal with him, I don't mind giving it a try, but ITLL cost extra. Captain Chen already guessed you would say that. That was why before we came he asked me to relay a message in addition to the half of Zhou Henian's accumulated crystal cores, as previously agreed. If you can kill Zhou Henian, 1/3 of all crystal cores harvested in Whaleye City from today until 1 month from now will be yours. Whaleye City harvested crystal cores in the millions every day, so calculated that way the offer was quite good. Jiang Yu nodded. Remember your promise. I can kill Zhou Henian, and I can certainly kill anyone else. Don't worry. A man cannot stand without trust. We still have that much credibility. Yangon immediately promised solemnly. You may go first. Just notify me when it's time to act. Jiang Yu waved a hand, signaling that he could leave. At this moment, Chen Mingli seemed to still be attending an important meeting. Whether it was a proper meeting or an improper rebellion meeting, Jiang Yu had no idea. In any case, he was very busy. Jiang Yu was just a mercenary, so there was no need for him to attend. Yangon had just said he would take him to Whaleye City's core district, yet he had brought him to the slums at the very bottom of Whaleye City, exposing the city's darkest side before an outsider. Clearly there was a purpose. To put it bluntly, he was showing Jiang Yu just how much of a monster Zhou Henian was, making him detest the man even more and strengthening his resolve to kill Zhou Henian. If he couldn't see through that, he had no business in this game. Very well, Mr. Jiang. According to our plan, we expect to make our move around 9 tonight. Please keep an eye on the captain's message and strike when the opportunity arises. With that, a pair of wings condensed from energy appeared behind Yangon. With one beat of his wings, he vanished. Jiang Yu shook his head and turned to look at the children still gathered around him, their eyes filled with hope or greed. He could not help but sigh. Then golden light welled up in his eyes, swept over the children, and finally locked onto a few of them. The spirit I had the ability to vaguely glimpse other people's futures. These were all people who in the future would be bathed in awakening rain and awaken relatively powerful abilities. Yes, not everyone who was drenched by the awakening rain could gain an ability. Jiang Yu had only learned this long after the apocalypse from information spread by some media in Whaleye City. For a long time before that, he had believed that anyone drenched by the awakening rain would gain an ability, only that abilities differed in strength. In reality, that was not the case. Many people could even bathe in the awakening rain and merely become stronger and have some ailments cleansed from their bodies without ever awakening an ability. Jiang Yu was not a benevolent man, but he could not bear to see the miserable state of these children. Yet in this apocalypse, it was hard to be a good person. He could not save everyone, nor did he have the power to. So he needed a reason to save some of them. Ability users with promising potential in the future. That was a sufficient reason. It was also worth making some investment now. Walking up to the little girl who was only 4 or 5 years old, Jiang Yu took a lollipop from his high-energy item inventory and pressed it into her hand. How old are you? What's your name? The little girl's eyes lit up at the lollipop. After taking it, she carefully tucked it into her thick clothes, then said in a soft, childish voice, "Thank you, big brother. My name is Choo Choo. Do you want to go play a game with my mom? It's really fun." That was a little too dark. Jiang Yu rubbed his brow and said with a headache, "Just take me there first." Hearing this, Choo Choo hurriedly led the way. When the children behind saw that someone had actually gotten something, they immediately burst into an uproar and all tried to crowd over. "My mom can play games with you too. My sister can too. Big brother, look at me. I'm 9, I can also." Some of these children had no idea what these words meant, but some clearly did. Some even volunteered themselves. Only 9 years old, damn it. What a world. Jiang Yu let out a soft sigh. A gentle spiritual pressure quickly quieted the little ones. Then he ignored them and followed Choo Choo deeper into the camp. Finding a person wasn't difficult for him, so there was no need to make the children he had his eye on wait in the cold. He could look for them later. From the outside, these camps looked orderly, row upon row of tents. But once he actually went deeper inside, he found the environment extremely harsh. It was probably because too many people lived there, far exceeding the camp's original design capacity. Between the tents, the ice and snow were mixed with all kinds of filth, blackened and yellowed, faintly giving off a stench. It was only because the outside was freezing cold that people could continue living here, let alone high temperatures. If the weather were merely normal, this place would absolutely no longer be fit for human habitation. The fermenting filth and multiplying bacteria could trigger a terrifying plague sweeping across all of Whaleye City in a matter of minutes. Choo Choo lived in a rather large tent. By rough estimate, the tent covered at least 300 to 400 square meters. The only entrance was sealed tightly with thick quilts and insulation boards, so tightly that the 5-year-old girl couldn't even push the door open. Jiang Yu had to open it for her. The tent walls had been thickened with a layer of insulating cotton and various fabrics. A long row of simple stoves burned coal with chimneys connected to smoke vents at the top of the tent. The temperature inside was not too low, probably around 10 degrees Celsius. As for the smell, it was unbearable. Frowning, Jiang Yu followed Choo Choo to a bed. The beds here were all double-decker iron bunk beds, and each berth housed not one person, but an entire family. He had already seen quite a few beds with several people squeezed together. Choo Choo's family bed was a lower bunk in the middle area of the tent. On the bed lay a beautiful young woman with a pale face, her eyes tightly shut, seemingly asleep. Mommy, a big brother wants to play with you. He even gave me a piece of candy. Mommy, you eat it first. Once you eat, you won't be hungry." Choo Choo walked to the bedside, excitedly took out the lollipop, and shook the woman on the bed. Yet there was no response at all. "Big brother, mommy seems to be asleep. Can we play later?" Choo Choo turned around cautiously as if afraid he would get angry and take the candy back. Jiang Yu nodded, not quite knowing what to say. The person on the bed was clearly dead. Judging by the stiffness, she had been dead for at least several hours. Jiang Yu himself had not suffered much in the apocalypse. On the night of the apocalypse, he had unexpectedly awakened his supernatural ability due to the Xuanwu and also obtained a system. Since then, everything had gone smoothly, leading him to the present. Therefore, he often lacked deep empathy for the suffering of others and felt no guilt whatsoever. After all, their suffering was not caused by him. When he saw those children, he merely felt a pang of compassion and decided to take away those with potential. But now in this extremely harsh tent, gazing at the woman lying quietly there and the little girl by the bedside, whose innocent face bore a trace of worry, he felt a stifling tightness in his chest. Standing there, he could even smell the unique hormonal scent emanating from the woman. A sweep of his gaze revealed that her stomach was completely empty, containing only some indigestible bark and weeds. In contrast, though Choo Choo's complexion was not particularly rosy, she had not suffered any malnutrition. This indicated that she had not experienced much hunger. Her mother had protected her well. With a soft sigh, Jiang Yu placed one hand on Choo Choo's head. Spending a few enhancement points, he granted her the strength of a third-tier evolver. He didn't expect her to defeat anyone, but at least she wouldn't freeze to death in this environment. "Big brother, I suddenly feel so warm." Big brother, Choo Choo will take you out to play. When mom wakes up, we'll come back, okay?" "No need." Jiang Yu looked into her eyes. "Your mother is dead. From now on, you will come with me to another place where you won't go hungry." "Dead?" Choo Choo's eyes widened as if she didn't fully understand the meaning of the word. "I heard mom say that when people die, they go to another world to enjoy happiness." In a sense, that was indeed true. For ordinary people, death was instead a release. Jiang Yu nodded, said nothing more, and simply took her hand and walked outside. Many people in the tent had already noticed the situation. Such a person carrying exquisite weapons, dressed in clean clothes with a ruddy complexion, stood out as somewhat incongruous in this area. Even a fool could tell that he was someone of great importance. Seeing that such a nobleman was willing to take in a little girl from their midst, many parents with children had their eyes light up, and they crowded over holding their own kids. "Sir, please look at our child, take him too. Sir, our Liang is not greedy and and can work hard. Just give him some leftovers every day, he can do odd jobs for you. I beg you take my daughter. She is still young, but she will definitely be beautiful when she grows up. In the future she can be a chambermaid, or do some chores, just please give her something to eat. Everyone was not foolish. In such a harsh environment coupled with the deliberate neglect by the high-level officials of Whaleye City, it was only a matter of time before they died in the wind, snow, and hunger. Many had become numb and no longer cared whether they lived or died. But they still wanted their children to survive. Jiang Yu, holding Chu Chu's hand, walked straight out of the tent, without a word, his spiritual pressure preventing anyone from approaching him even half a step. Only after pushing open the heavy tent door and smelling the cold air with a faint, odd odor did he let out a long sigh. He could save the people in this tent, but what about 10, 100? And looking around, there were far more than 100 tents on this mountain. Even similar hills in Whaleye City numbered more than 100. There was no way to save them all. Only they could save themselves. All Jiang Yu could do now was to shatter the chains that bound them and give them a chance to save themselves. Whether they could seize that opportunity was not something Jiang Yu could consider. He was no savior, this was all he could do. As he had said before, the suffering of these people was not caused by him. During the next period, Jiang Yu was not idle. He led Chu Chu through various tents, gathering the children he had previously identified with his spiritual eye ability, those who would gain supernatural abilities in the Second Awakening reign and had good character. There were 12 in total, most of whom still had living parents. However, when Jiang Yu proposed to take them away, their parents almost did not hesitate at all, nor did they even ask Jiang Yu to give them some supplies as compensation for taking the children. They only begged Jiang Yu to give these children something to eat. After finishing this, it was already close to the appointed time with Chun Mingli. Yan Gan had originally said that Jiang Yu should pay attention to the information and wait for the opportunity to strike, but when it came down to it, he still made another trip over here. Fortunately, Jiang Yu was not in a position to take these people with him at the moment, so he asked Yan Gan to arrange for someone to take care of these children and their families. He would bring them back to Jiangxing later. As for now, Captain Chun received information that Zhou Hingyan and his men discovered a sixth-tier mutated beast on the southwest peninsula, about 400 kilometers from Whaleye City. 2 days ago, Zhou Hingyan's trusted subordinates had already set out. According to the normal procedure, after the subordinates had worn down the mutated beast, Zhou Hingyan would step in to deliver a fatal blow, killing the beast and obtaining its core. The vitality of a sixth-tier mutated beast is extraordinary. Zhou Hingyan's elite hunter force consists of 10 squads, of which 8 have already been dispatched. It is expected that soon news will come from their summoning Zhou Hingyan to collect the core. Currently, there are only 2 hunter squads left in Whaleye City, which is when Zhou Hingyan's power is at its weakest. This is also our best opportunity to strike before the awakening reign. There is a banquet tonight at 9 o'clock in the core urban area hosted by another faction in Whaleye City, hoping to broker a peace between us and Zhou Hingyan. Zhou Hingyan will certainly attend, and he likely won't bring too many hunter squads with him. Captain Chen's intention is that he, Long, and Lin Tiana, all 3 fifth tier, will strike simultaneously, first wearing down Zhou Hingyan and testing his limits. You will then seize the opportunity to deliver a fatal blow, completely eliminating this menace. Although he had already said it once, Yan Gan repeated their plan to Jiang Yu very seriously. In truth, Chun Mingli and the others did not know whether Jiang Yu could actually defeat Zhou Hingyan. Thus, they could only pursue the strategy with the highest chance of success. Taking advantage of the absence of Zhou Hingyan's superpowered forces, they would first attack together to exhaust him, and then let Jiang Yu strike. As for whether Zhou Hingyan would be on guard after learning that Jiang Yu had not been very discreet since arriving in Whaleye City, there was no need to worry, because Zhou Hingyan would never find out. His control over the middle and lower levels of Whaleye City was extremely poor, or rather, he had never intended to control them. The operation of Whaleye City was still largely handled by the former official team. These people, of course, would not listen to Zhou Hingyan. They were all allies of Chun Mingli. It could be said that Zhou Hingyan was completely in the dark about what the areas outside the core zone of Whaleye City were like. He simply didn't know and didn't care. In the central district of Future City, a massive military base stood atop a flattened mountain, its temporary hotel converted from military facilities blazing with lights. A group of well-dressed middle-aged figures stood at the entrance, warmly greeting a young man who had just stepped out of a vehicle. City Lord Zhou has arrived. His presence graces our humble chamber of commerce. Please come inside. These men before the apocalypse were titans of commerce known to anyone who had ever browsed the internet. They were the third major power of Future City, the 9 provinces united mutual aid chamber of commerce. In the early days of the apocalypse, these magnates had hoarded vast supplies with their immense wealth, recruited numerous talents, and rapidly expanded their influence. With the 9 provinces' official government overwhelmed by disaster relief efforts and unable to rein them in, they swiftly grew into a behemoth. Though still dwarfed by the government's might if they were to secede from future city today, their accumulated resources and strength would suffice to establish one of the top 10 greatest cities. After Zhou Henian seized power, these merchants had responded swiftly and maintained a submissive stance, so he never moved against them, allowing their influence to keep swelling. The chamber's leaders, shrewd and perceptive, not only offered Zhou Henian lavish tributes to curry favor, but also deftly maintained amicable ties with Chen Mingli's faction. This time the chamber hosted a peace talk between the two sides under the guise of mediation, and both parties naturally had to honor the invitation. A few days away, and your future hotel has grown even more splendid, Zhou Henian remarked, reciprocating the flattery that surrounded him. That's all thanks to your support, city lord. Without it, we'd have no heart for building hotels or doing business. Would have been cast out beyond the walls, frozen to death in the snow. Zhou Henian chuckled lightly. If everyone in the city shared your foresight, I wouldn't have to worry about internal strife every day. Indeed. The city lord harbors grand ambitions destined to lead us through the apocalypse. How could he be confined to this corner of the world? The merchants spouted praises, yet inwardly they rolled their eyes. Praise him, and he swells with pride. As if future city couldn't survive without him. If it weren't for their fear that a full-blown clash between the two factions within the city would jeopardize their resource hoarding and profit-making in the apocalypse, they wouldn't have bothered meddling in the feud between Zhou Henian and Chen Mingli. After coaxing Zhou Henian to his seat, Chen Mingli arrived moments later. The group repeated their routine, ushering this formidable figure inside. Once Chen Mingli entered the hastily converted banquet hall, the atmosphere grew stiflingly tense. Even as the chamber's president repeatedly tried to lighten the mood, urging both sides to let bygones be bygones, no one responded. Zhou Henian knew full well why Chen Mingli and his people bore him such hostility. In plain terms, had he not risen so abruptly, the ones wielding power in future city would have been Chen Mingli and the other powerful evolvers from the former official government. Their resentment was only natural. After several failed attempts at reconciliation by the chamber members, Zhou Henian sneered. It seems Captain Chen and Commander Shi still harbored deep animosity toward me. This meeting, I see little point in continuing. Hearing this, Chen Mingli ceased his evasions and fixed his gaze on Zhou Henian. I've had only one demand from the start. Open the granaries and distribute the supplies essential for survivors' survival. Restore production to give more people a chance to live. Reform the crystal core exchange and distribution system so more survivors can use them to become evolvers and endure the apocalypse. If you agree right now, all grievances between us can be wiped clean. From then on, I and my brothers will follow your orders and acknowledge you as city lord of future city. Huh? Zhou Henian scoffed. Food supplies and crystal cores are meant for evolvers. Distributing them to ordinary people is nothing but squandering precious strategic resources. I've said it countless times. Evolvers are the future. Those ordinary folks are nothing but obsolete cast-offs abandoned by the times. Precious resources shouldn't be wasted on them. Whether you acknowledge me as city lord is utterly irrelevant. If it weren't for the 100 megaton nuclear warheads buried beneath future city, you wouldn't fancy yourself worthy of sitting at the same table as me, would you? Whoosh. Chen Mingli slowly rose to his feet, speaking as if to himself. You seized power and established future city on June 27th. Today is July 15th, 19 days in total. Do you know how many people have died because of you in these 19 days? Chen Mingli, watch your tongue. These people perished in the apocalypse. What does that have to do with the city lord? A man beside Zhou Henian shot to his feet and barked. Zhou Henian himself, however, casually crossed his arms, curious to hear what Chen Mingli had to say. Chen Mingli ignored the outburst and pressed on. These 19 days will surely be recorded in the annals of history, and your name will be nailed to the pillar of shame once tonight is over. Let this farce end tonight. Now, sizzle. The moment the words left his mouth, a crimson beam of light descended from the heavens, piercing precisely through the dome of the temporary banquet hall and striking the spot where Zhou Henian stood. It was the Tianji 001 orbital laser cannon, dubbed the Eye of the Heavens by the public, which had officially entered service with the 9 provinces government 5 years prior. Since its deployment, it had never seen real combat beyond exercises. No one had anticipated that its first live-fire target would be on 9 provinces' own soil. Even a 6th-tier evolver with speeds reaching thousands could hardly mount an effective response to an attack traveling at the speed of light. But Zhou Henian seemed to have anticipated and prepared for this. Before the beam even struck, he had already flashed outside the banquet hall. Only the 2 5th-tier evolvers behind him took the full hit. In the instant the laser struck, these evolvers, capable of moving mountains and draining seas, visibly melted away like ice under the scorching sun. In less than 2 seconds, they were reduced to ash, dead beyond any doubt. This trick didn't work on me, even when I was at the 4th tier. If this was your ace in the hole today, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. Zhou Henian seemed utterly unfazed by the gruesome demise of his subordinates. Standing in the plaza outside, he gazed at Chun Mingli and the others, a chaotic glimmer flickering in his eyes. Disappointed, or not? Well, only know after we've fought. Chun Mingli let out a low growl and slammed his palm against the ground. The gravity domain expanded instantly, as if heaven and earth had been inverted. Caught within it, Zhou Henian felt every element in his body repelling and tearing apart from one another. Gravity ability is indeed formidable. Had you faced someone weaker, their body would have already collapsed by now. Zhou Henian chuckled, but such a petty trick is useless against me. You are too weak. If you could reach the 6th order, perhaps you might have some effect on me. But for now you cannot. A whoosh sounded as a specially crafted arrow grazed past Zhou Henian's cheek. He turned his head to look at Shilong, who had loosed the shot. You see, this is the result of your governance. A trash to your basic archery ability, yet because you Shilong hold a high position, you can amass a vast supply of spirit crystals and advance to the 5th order early. Meanwhile, countless ability users under your command possess far stronger abilities and richer combat experience, yet remain stagnant for lack of spirit crystals. Standing alongside you insects, how can we possibly lead humanity towards the future? Shilong remained silent, simply continuing to fire arrows. The energy-condensed projectiles fell like a curtain of rain, yet posed little threat to Zhou Henian. He even dared to catch the energy arrows with his bare hands, watching them detonate in his grip, before casually waving his hand to show he was unharmed. Shilong's ability was too low level, and he himself was only at the 5th order. Even if Zhou Henian stood still as a target, Shilong couldn't kill him. However, at that moment, an inky black shadow silently crept up behind Zhou Henian. A blade forged from condensed darkness thrust out without hesitation. It missed. Lin Tianhe, hidden within the shadows, felt a blur before his eyes. Zhou Henian, who had been facing away just a second prior, suddenly turned around. His shadow blade, capable of piercing mutated beasts beyond his rank, was now a mere hair's breadth from Zhou Henian's throat. Shadow transformation. You can also forge weapons from darkness. That's a fine ability, a natural-born assassin. Zhou Henian remarked with interest. Why waste time with them? Come work for me. I guarantee you a steady supply of spirit crystals, and you'll be among the first to evolve to the pinnacle. Die. The thought of his family's suffering under Zhou Henian's rule drove Lin Tianhe into a frenzy. He pushed the shadow blade forward with all his might. Yet he missed again. So close. Still so close. So that's how it is. From a distant mountain peak, Jiang Yu watched the fierce battle at the central plaza, a grave look flashing in his eyes. Zhou Henian's stats were nothing special on paper. The scout named Shui Yu and Chun Mingli's team couldn't see through him, but Jiang Yu could. Zhou Henian, strength 6th order, power 54, 81 speed 53, 39 constitution 52, 57 spirit 62, 10 ability time, control, a measure of control over the power of time. A clock can return to its origin. But what of time itself? Both at the 6th order, Zhou Henian's 4-dimensional stats were clearly far inferior to his own. Yet his ability was extremely bizarre. The information gleaned from his spirit pupils was vague and didn't clarify exactly how Zhou Henian's time ability operated. At least from Jiang Yu's observations, the man could truly reverse time, and no one else seemed to sense anything amiss. Both recent attacks witnessed by Chun Mingli and even Lin Tianhe himself were perceived as simple misses. But that wasn't the case. Under Jiang Yu's gaze, the pillar of light descending from the sky had clearly struck Zhou Henian, melting his clothes and half his body in an instant. However, at the very moment of impact, a bizarre, highly distorted energy field with an extremely short lifespan appeared around him. His spirit pupils couldn't discern what happened within. He only saw that when the energy field vanished, Zhou Henian reappeared unscathed beside the pillar of light, as if it had barely missed him. When Lin Tianhe launched his sneak attack with shadow energy, Jiang Yu clearly saw the blade pierce through Zhou Henian's chest. Yet the same thing happened again. The distorted force field reappeared, and when it settled, the blade was just a fraction away from Zhou Henian's throat. These attacks had all landed. Zhou Henian's ability simply rewound his personal timeline to just before the hit, allowing him, with his superior stats, to just barely dodge. Jiang Yu took a deep breath, running a hand through his hair in frustration. He didn't know if the magic suppression field in his battle domain could negate Zhou Henian's ability. If it could, killing him would be trivial. If not, then Zhou Henian was simply an unkillable piece of trash. Forget it, I'm already here. Seeing that those attacking Zhou Henian were on the verge of defeat, Jiang Yu stopped waiting and stirred his spiritual energy. The vermilion bird resting on a distant peak immediately raised its head and looked over. The next moment, a fiery red streak shot across dozens of kilometers to hover above Jiang Yu. The air defense systems of Future City were mostly under Chun Mingli's control, so they wouldn't fire given the prior arrangement. Jiang Yu leaped onto the vermilion bird's head, and a black iron spear, further reinforced, materialized in his hand. Reinforcing it had cost him another 100,000 enhancement points. The system now classified it as the 6 Harmonies Array Breaking Spear, a unique name. Its attributes were incredibly potent, even losing the concept of weight entirely. It was adaptive, shifting to the most comfortable weight based on Jiang Ye's strength. It also came with a skill called Breaking Army. Its rank was hard to say, but like Zhou Henian's time mastery Jiang Yu couldn't get anyone to read its description out loud. With this spear in hand combined with the vermilion bird's burning heaven crimson flame, another indescribable ability, he shouldn't be as helpless against Zhou Henian as Chun Mingli and the others. Released fully under Jiang Ye's command, the vermilion bird shone like a small sun illuminating the pitch-black night sky of Future City. Zhou Henian, who had severely injured Chun Mingli and his group, and seemed to be toying with them like a cat with mice, turned at the commotion. By the time he did, Jiang Yu and the vermilion bird were right before him. Upon the radiant fire bird, a young man in black robes held a spear radiating sharpness, his gaze fixed calmly on him. You are. I remember. You are the lord of that Xuanwu city in Jiangqing, right? Zhou Henian paused, then realized. I was wondering why these rotten potatoes were acting so crazy today. So they hired outside help. Jiang Yu is it? I've heard people online rank you third in Jiuzhou, just behind me, and Li Xingyun of Xingho City. You must have some skill. How about it? Want to join me? We could build a heavenly kingdom on earth where abilities reign supreme, leading to a brighter future after the apocalypse. The first words out of his mouth were an invitation to join him, which caught Jiang Yu off guard. However, recalling how Zhou Henian had also been quick to recruit him right after Lin Tianhe made his move, he couldn't help but wonder if this guy had some sort of delusion, thinking he was the chosen one, and that everyone should bow down to him just because he flexed his power. Not in a hurry, Jiang Yu asked with interest. What's in it for me if I join you? Boundless resources at your disposal, an unlimited supply of crystal cores. Is that enough? Zhou Henian said with a smile. If that's still not enough to convince you, then know this: as an Esper you can disregard the old, outdated rules. You were born to stand above the rest. Ordinary people should address you as my lord, and you hold the power of life and death over them. This is the right that your abilities have bestowed upon you. I intend to create a world that completely shatters the old social hierarchy and the hypocritical notion of equality. All unnecessary moral constraints are but fleeting clouds. From now on, whether one possesses abilities is the sole criterion for determining their social standing. What's so good about the old order? They claim everyone is equal, yet some with no real skill are born into privilege simply by luck of birth. It's different with me. Everything hinges on your abilities. That is the truest form of fairness. It sounded almost plausible. But, Jiang Yu asked curiously, if you have a son in the future who doesn't possess any abilities, would he as an ordinary person also have to address other Espers as my lord and be subject to their whims of life and death? Zhou Henian paused for a moment, then smiled. Yes, and I don't need to wait for the future. I have a son 16 years old with no abilities. He's currently working on the underground city construction like everyone else. If you don't believe me, you can ask them. As he spoke, he pointed to Chun Mingli on the ground. Jiang Yu frowned. This man seemed different from what Chun Mingli and the others had described. Also, Zhou Henian looked young, but was actually in his late 30s, close to 40. Before the apocalypse, he was a minor local official, having navigated the treacherous waters of bureaucracy for over a decade. It was likely he had children. His confident assertion indicated he had been practicing what he preached all along. Shaking his head, Jiang Yu showed no intention of verifying the claim, his expression turning serious. Our paths diverge. I'm afraid I must decline your invitation. It seems we must settle this today. Zhou Henian appeared somewhat disappointed and sighed. You people are too brainwashed by the pre-apocalypse order. But don't worry, I won't kill you this time. Every Esper is a valuable resource for humanity. They'll give you a chance to reflect. Unfortunately, I will definitely kill you today. Then let's see you try. Mental suppression. To be safe despite his superior mental strength, Jiang Yu didn't launch a killing blow immediately. Zhou Henian's mental power was 6,210, while his own was only 7,728. A difference of over 1,000 points wasn't as overwhelming at this stage. To kill Zhou Henian with his mental power alone had likely have to expend all of it in one go, and even then it might not work. It was hard to say if Zhou Henian's bizarre ability could rewind time and resurrect even after being killed by mental force. So he opted for the safer classic combo. Mental suppression to momentarily stun his opponent, followed by Void Walk to appear beside him for a fatal strike. A tearing sound. The sound of a spear piercing flesh reached Jiang Ye's ears clearly. He watched as the tip of the Liuhe spear pierced through Zhou Henian's body, the immense force tearing it apart in a burst. The next moment, the strange force field appeared again. The spear thrust had somehow missed passing just by Zhou Henian's side, without touching a hair on him. Zhou Henian sneered and threw a punch. Jiang Yu, with his vastly superior physical stats, easily caught the fist. With a slight squeeze, the fist was crushed into pulp. But the next moment, the pulp and shattered bones vanished, and Zhou Henian reappeared dozens of meters away, his hand showing no sign of injury. Instead, Jiang Yu felt a strange discomfort in his right hand. Looking down, he saw it had become covered in wrinkles, old and withered. It no longer looked like the hand of a sixth-tier esper, but rather the hand of a frail, 80-year-old man. Sensing the withered life force within, Jiang Yu concentrated, and a surge of vitality flooded into it. After a moment, his hand gradually returned to normal. Zhou Henian watched the process without making a move, waiting until Jiang Yu's hand was fully restored before speaking calmly. This is the power of time. You cannot defeat me. Give up. No wonder you are so bold, even revealing your ability to the public despite knowing how many oppose you in Future City. Jiang Yu couldn't help but admire. It truly is a top-tier ability. Even if others know what you can do, they have almost no way to counter it. So why oppose me for those meaningless ideals? You're powerful. We could unite and create a better future. Zhou Henian still hadn't given up on recruiting him. Jiang Yu just smiled. I said others might not know how to counter it. But I am different. The next moment, golden light blazed in his eyes and mysterious characters formed from countless golden lines began to appear across his skin. A terrifying aura and pressure radiated from him. Zhou Henian's previously relaxed and casual expression gradually turned serious. It seems I've underestimated you. You're more than you appear. Dual abilities. Or triple. What kind of monster are you? Just an ordinary person. Jiang Yu's eyes were now filled with golden light hovering in the night sky, like a deity descended upon the world. Zhou Henian, let me see just how far your control over time can truly go. Boom. As his words faded, a massive 8 trigrams array formed from golden light suddenly appeared beneath his feet. Silence fell, and it seemed as if only Jiang Yu and Zhou Henian existed in the world. For the first time, a flicker of barely concealed panic appeared in Zhou Henian's perpetually calm eyes. It felt as though he had been stripped of the very abilities that had allowed him to thrive after the apocalypse. What is this power? The power to end your life. Without any flashy abilities or unnecessary words, Jiang Yu thrust his 6 harmonies great spear forward, plain and unadorned, yet brimming with lethal intent. As his battle domain unfolded, bolstered by his 5-fold amplified attributes, Zhou Henian, now stripped of his power, was nothing more than a lamb awaiting slaughter. Before he could even react, the spear pierced clean through his body. The terrifying force surged down the shaft and into his form, and Zhou Henian exploded into a shower of blood and gore. It's over. Jiang Yu let out a long breath as the battle domain slowly dissipated. This was his most powerful technique, but its cost was immense. With his current strength, he estimated the domain could last at most half a minute. If he couldn't finish an enemy within that time, he would be the one collapsing from exhaustion. Yet thanks to the domain's mana-sealing effect and his own considerable power under its enhancement, there probably wasn't a soul on Earth who could survive half a minute against him. Probably. With a heavy thud, he planted the great spear into the ground. Meeting the eager gazes of the crowd, Jiang Yu was about to declare that Zhou Henian had been dealt with. But at that very moment, a strange ripple spread through the air. Jiang Yu froze, golden light flickering in his eyes. Through his spiritual eye, he saw that a bizarre force field had silently enveloped the entire central district of Future City. Time itself seemed to flow backward. Every clock and timepiece on everyone's person began to spin in reverse, halting at precisely 9:15 p.m. If he remembered correctly, at that moment, he had still been a mere observer, not yet having entered the fray. A time reversal on this scale. A sense of dread crept into Jiang Yu's heart. As expected, the citywide broadcast system crackled to life. Jiang Yu of Black Tortoise City. Impressive. You were the first to push me this far since the apocalypse began. Curious why I'm still alive. The mysteries of time are beyond your mortal comprehension. Ever played a game? Master time, and you gain the power to save your progress. No one in the physical world can kill me. Once my mark is triggered, time will always rewind to the moment it was set. Did you truly believe I was unaware of your scheme today, that I was unprepared? Ha ha ha, you've underestimated me. I've grown tired of playing pretend with these maggots in Future City anyway. Jiang Yu, since you've won this round, Future City is yours. I know what you think of me, but just wait. Soon enough, you and I will walk the same path. Time will prove me right. The road is long and steep. We will surely meet again. The entire city fell silent. Jiang Yu's grip on the spear tightened, then slowly relaxed. Unkillable. His earlier suspicion had been correct. Even with the battle domain, he couldn't kill Zhou Henian. The man's ability was too bizarre, far beyond what most people understood of superpowers at this stage. Though his direct combat prowess was unimpressive, his ability was an absolute nightmare. A save-load ability, huh? If it had no limits, wouldn't that make him an immortal monster? No. Jiang Yu frowned, realizing this couldn't possibly be as effortless as Zhou Henian made it sound. First, that strange temporal disturbance had covered nearly half of Future City. Yet he, standing within that affected zone, hadn't been sent back to his position at 9:15 p.m. He remained right here in the square. This suggested Zhou Henian's load ability didn't truly revert a region to a previous timeline. It merely altered the fact of his death within the timeline with minimal impact on others. At least it wasn't on the scale of his earlier space-time rewind that made it seem like the fatal attack had never landed. In other words, the so-called load function mostly affects himself. A smaller portion of its power affects the covered area, subtly changing events that occurred there. But it can't completely rewind the region. It's like a time rewind, but only half of one. And such a rewind can't possibly be without a price. If it were truly free, Zhou Henian wouldn't have vanished right after resurrecting. He would have come back for round 2. Energy is conserved. Jiang Yu refused to believe anyone could alter the timeline without paying a price. Most likely a load reversal on this scale could only be used once in a short period and probably at a tremendous cost. Send someone to find out everywhere Zhou Henian went today? Now, Jiang Yu commanded, turning to Chun Mingli and the others as they approached. Chun Mingli hesitated for a moment, then a realization dawned on him. He sprang into action, ordering his men to investigate. The results came back quickly. Are you saying Zhou Henian took a private jet to the southwest peninsula this afternoon? How did we not hear a single word about this? Chun Mingli's face darkened as he listened to the report. They had chosen today precisely because Zhou Henian's most trusted subordinates were busy besieging that 6th-tier mutant beast on the southwest peninsula, and it wasn't yet time for him to swoop in and claim the spoils. With fewer powerful protectors around him, it was the optimal moment to strike. But he had gone there this afternoon. They hadn't received even a hint of intel. If Zhou Henian had secretly brought his elite lieutenants back with him, their plan today would have been a total disaster. It seems his associate, a woman named Su Mei, was involved. The airport staff on duty all forgot the visit ever happened. Our people only discovered his afternoon trip when they checked his private jet's flight log. Chun Mingli clenched his fist, but could only let it go slack. Zhou Henian wasn't just formidable himself, he was surrounded by exceptional talents. Su Mei was a 5th-tier awakener with a top-tier psychic ability. Forget the airport workers who were probably only 1st or 2nd-tier evolvers. If she wanted to set a trap, even he might be ensnared. With her involved, it was no wonder their people couldn't relay the information. Zhou Henian has likely fled. He won't be back anytime soon. Jiang Yu looked at Chun Mingli. What do you plan to do next? Chun Mingli nodded, setting aside the matter of Zhou Henian to share his thoughts. First, we'll locate the crystal cores he hoarded and pay you the reward we agreed upon. As for the rest, I intend to distribute the 0-tier cores among the people to help the ordinary citizens of Future City become evolvers and give them a fighting chance at survival. Jiang Yu could find no fault with Chun Mingli's approach. Preserving as many ordinary lives as possible was undoubtedly the right course. As for Zhou Henian's incessant rhetoric, was it correct? Yes, but not entirely. His views were too extreme, utterly dehumanizing all those who were not ability users. Yet ability users could never have amassed so many crystal cores and grown so swiftly on their own. The formidable strength of Future City's ability users owed much to the contributions of the ordinary people Zhou Henian so disdained. Concentrating resources on promising ability users to bolster Future City's combat power was certainly sound, but the ordinary people who had laid the bricks and mortar in that process also possessed the right and the necessity to survive. A grand edifice rises from the ground, focusing solely on the upper floors while neglecting the foundation's construction is ultimately unsustainable. In essence, this place had evolved from the original government. No matter how loud the opposition from external forces, no matter how rotten it was at its core in the eyes of the vast majority of survivors across the 9 provinces, it remained a beacon in the apocalypse, representing the legitimate authority of the land. It was a banner bearing the hopes of countless people. Even within Jiang Ye's own base, although everyone lived decently and rarely spoke of it, Jiang Yu was well aware that should Future City one day truly inherit the original government's mandate and become its de facto voice in the apocalypse, a single rallying call would likely draw a massive following even from his own base. This was historical inertia. Without 3 to 5 years, the original government's mark on this land would not be easily erased. If Future City, which inherited the lion's share of the official legacy, were to collapse so swiftly in the apocalypse, the resulting chain reaction would be catastrophic. Countless people would likely abandon all hope and cease their struggle. Disasters and monsters were not the true terror, the absence of hope was. Therefore, if possible, Jiang Yu also hoped Future City would not be destroyed prematurely. Of course, with his strength, he could potentially raise another banner in the apocalypse. But that would be a thankless task. Overwhelming power and authority could force submission in the short term, but not earn genuine conviction. If he were to play that game, endless troubles would await him. And what about the future? How do you plan to develop Future City? Chun Mingli evidently had a plan ready and replied, "It's not a complicated matter really. Although the underground city's construction is far from complete, we already possess a considerable amount of subterranean space. Future City doesn't lack energy. The original government brought 90 of its stockpiled reactor fuel rods here. Barring unforeseen circumstances, this will suffice for 30 million people for over 30 years. This isn't 30 years based on per capita apocalypse energy consumption. It means powering an industrial city of 30 million people for 3 decades. Energy is everything. With these reserves, we can fully utilize the underground space to resume production, restarting agriculture and industry. Supporting 30 million people is entirely feasible. No one needs to make further unnecessary sacrifices. This was indeed the legacy of the former government in the post-apocalyptic world. Even Jiang Yu couldn't help but be astounded. Energy reserves capable of sustaining an industrial city of 30 million people for 30 years. Had it not been for these bizarre ability users emerging with these resource reserves, the government could have weathered the initial, most difficult period, restored normal production and life in Future City, and then used its industrial system to radiate influence across the 9 provinces, making the restoration of order merely a matter of time. Unfortunately, there is no if in this world. The changes of the world wouldn't follow your script. But this legacy could still play a crucial role now, saving the tens of millions within the city. After consolidating Future City and restoring normal production and life, what then? Jiang Yu raised another larger question. It could be considered a life or death question. After all, unless Chen Mingli was a fool, he knew that power dictated terms now. Zhou Henian had single-handedly changed the world's order, and Jiang Yu, who had defeated Zhou Henian, could certainly do the same. Moreover, Jiang Yu was the leader of a force not belonging to Future City. How he intended to treat the various factions springing up like mushrooms across the 9 provinces after taking control of Future City was of paramount importance. Given the difficult times, I certainly don't harbor fantasies of returning everything to how it was, Chen Mingli said with a bitter smile. After stabilizing Future City internally, I plan to continue promoting the 100 Cities Alliance plan. Of course, only in its broad strokes. Many specific clauses would certainly need revision. My aim is to unite all forces across the 9 provinces. We advance and retreat together, share technology, support each other, and stand guard for one another. This way our chances of surviving this catastrophe increase greatly. To demonstrate our sincerity before the 100 Cities Alliance is established, as long as Future City can successfully grow food underground and partially restore industrial production, I will reinstate the original government's material aid deliveries, helping more people survive first. Furthermore, if Spark City completes the improvements to the crystal core purification agent technology and is willing to share it with Future City, I will also popularize it at an extremely low price. In the face of the apocalypse, all disputes can be set aside for now. Uniting everyone and ensuring our collective survival is the primary objective. Chen Mingli's gaze was resolute, clearly indicating he had long deliberated on this plan. Can it be done? Jiang Yu frowned. To be honest, Chen Mingli's vision was good. Uniting the entire 9 provinces to overcome the crisis together was indeed the optimal solution in the apocalypse. But the human heart was ultimately complex. Would those faction leaders who had grown accustomed to being petty tyrants in the apocalypse be willing to join the 100 Cities Alliance as equals? Perhaps the allure of the crystal core purification agent could indeed attract a number of them. But once they joined, would they fulfill their duties, standing in solidarity with other alliance members and sharing resources? Hard to say. These were external difficulties, the internal ones were even more pronounced. Under Chen Mingli's plan, vast resources would be distributed, and those ability users who had lived like lords under Zhou Henian would inevitably see their share diminish. Would they comply obediently? Even the ordinary citizens of Future City struggling on the brink of subsistence who had truly known hunger, would they agree to Chen Mingli sending Future City's resources to aid other survivors across the 9 provinces? Not to mention the major trouble looming right ahead for Chen Mingli, the Awakening Rain. It would inevitably grant abilities to many ordinary people and evolvers, turning them into ability users. Then the question arises, the ordinary people who were once ruled by Zhou Henian and witnessed the wanton extravagance of ability users during his era. After gaining their own powers, would they support Zhou Henian's ideology of ability user supremacy, or would they back Chen Mingli's plan to curtail ability user privileges? That too was hard to say. In Jiang Yu's view, Future City was now nothing but a colossal mess. The very thought of it gave him a headache. He decided to put it out of his mind entirely. After all, he was merely a mercenary paid to do a job. All he wanted was to settle the account and be on his way. Yet much to his surprise, things took yet another unexpected turn. Chen Mingli's men had scoured Zhou Henian's residence and every place he frequented, turning them upside down. In the end, all they found was 10 million zero-tier crystal cores. Not a single first-tier core was discovered, let alone anything of a higher grade. When this news reached Jiang Yu's ears, he didn't harbor much suspicion. After all, once Zhou Henian had fled, there shouldn't be anyone in Future City capable of evading his spiritual eye's perception. He could gauge the city's entire crystal core reserves with a single sweep. Even if Chen Mingli were a fool, he would have guessed that Jiang Yu possessed some sort of detection ability and wouldn't be stupid enough to try hiding cores to renege on his debt. Thus, the remaining cores were most likely taken away by Zhou Henian in advance. In response, Chen Mingli did give Jiang Yu a form of assurance, and "Oh, U. It was a promissory note stamped with Future City's official seal, or rather the original government seal. It stated that Future City owed Jiang Yu 10 million zero-tier crystal cores to be repaid within the next half-month. Furthermore, he advanced 3 million zero-tier crystal cores to Jiang Yu as interest. In other words, his total earnings for this trip amounted to 13 million zero-tier crystal cores. According to Chun Mingli, zero-tier cores were merely a unit of accounting. Within half a month, Future City would convert them into higher-tier cores based on the actual situation to repay Jiang Yu. They could even provide 5th or 6th-tier cores if they had enough in stock. Jiang Yu, however, expressed that it wasn't necessary, but whatever they could provide would be fine. He had never hidden the fact that he accepted cores of any grade, high or low. It would be easy for Chun Mingli to verify this, so there was no need for him to put on airs at this point. Of course, this outcome fell short of Jiang Yu's initial expectations. But there was nothing more to be done. After all, he hadn't managed to kill Zhou Henian, only drive him off. If he had eliminated him completely, the cores the man had hoarded wouldn't have vanished into thin air. They could have been found. Future City's entire current wealth was likely just those 10 million zero-tier cores. He couldn't possibly take them all now, as the city still needed them for internal operations, and Chun Mingli planned to distribute cores to the lower ranks to help more people survive. Forcing the issue and taking everything now would have been unreasonable. The two sides discussed the matter through the night, and in the end, both parties parted on good terms. The next morning, just as Jiang Yu returned to Jiang City, he received a new message. An official statement on rectifying Future City and overthrowing Zhou Henian's misrule. Greetings to all survivors of Jiuzhou. I am Chun Mingli, the new city lord of Future City, formerly the commander of the 56th Special Operations Battalion, 117th Combined Arms Brigade, 8th Group Army of Jiuzhou. Last night, together with City Lord Jiang Yu of Xuanwu City, we defeated the Zhou Henian faction, restored order, and reclaimed control of Future City. Zhou Henian, the former city lord and public official, had lost all conviction and ideals. He and his minions resorted to violence to break the law, acted with wanton abandon, slaughtering, raping, and oppressing civilians, and suppressing dissent. Crimes of the most heinous nature. Hereby I issue a supreme wanted order for Zhou Henian. Anyone who can slay him and dismantle his remaining forces shall receive a bounty of 30 million zero-tier crystal cores, or an equivalent value in cores of other tiers. Furthermore, Future City will correct its course and implement major adjustments. The details are as follows. The rest of the content detailed Future City's subsequent internal reforms and external policies. It had to be said, with Chun Mingli and his team taking over, the announcements from Future City had become much more formal and proper. At least they were no longer as sloppy and haphazard as during Zhou Henian's era. Most of the content was quite detailed. Many previously criticized issues had been addressed this time. This included the nationwide network blackout that Zhou Henian had imposed, which Chun Mingli announced would be fully lifted upon his ascension. In reality, this cost Future City virtually nothing. The satellite communication network in the sky had been deployed during the era of the former government. Unless Future City intended to cut itself off from the network entirely, the maintenance costs were the same whether it served only Future City or the whole of Jiuzhou. Zhou Henian's primary motive for cutting off the entire Jiuzhou network was to levy taxes and collect crystal cores. This strategy wasn't necessarily wrong, but the problem was his weak control over the original government institutions, leading to subordinates paying only lip service while acting otherwise. When Zhou Henian said he would cut off the network for everyone if no cores were paid, the relevant departments in Future City simply pulled the plug on everyone. This left the other survivors in Jiuzhou utterly bewildered. If Future City wanted to charge a fee, that was fine, but where was the payment channel? They were willing to pay cores to get the network back, but no one was sent to collect the payment. The network department naturally didn't care about this. Their orders from Zhou Henian were to shut down the network if no cores were paid. Since they didn't receive any cores, they simply controlled the satellites to selectively block signals outside of Future City. As for someone wanting to pay to connect, what did that have to do with the network department? They weren't responsible for collecting money. If you want to pay, go find the people in charge of collections. What? There's no department in charge of collections. Then I don't know what to tell you. Whoever said to charge you, go find them. That was essentially the whole story of how the entire Jiuzhou network went down for over half a month. Zhou Henian clearly had no experience in maintaining the operations of a massive institution, nor any understanding of the division of labor and inner workings of its various departments. Moreover, he didn't really care much about it anyway. It had been a Spuro-Themin idea he mentioned offhandedly, and he never followed up on it afterwards. Most of the ability users under his command came from ordinary backgrounds, and were equally incapable of managing such matters. In the end, Zhou Henian didn't collect a single core in network fees from the blackout, and everyone in Jiuzhou was left without internet for over half a month, only able to connect during specific hours through satellites hacked by certain factions. This farce naturally came to an end once Chun Mingli took power. At this stage it was unrealistic to try collecting cores from various factions across Jojo via the network, so the idea of charging fees was dropped for the time being. They would have to wait until normal interactions and connections were restored between the cities. This also served as a way to salvage Future City's image as the official representative. It was in a sense a benevolent policy of the new administration. Zhou Henian was after all a man of unorthodox origins. Chen Mingli was different. Before the apocalypse he had only served as a mere battalion commander in the group army. However, he was not only a graduate of the highest military academy in the 9 provinces, but had also spent 3 years studying at the Imperial Capital Institute of Governance. He was only 24 when he completed his studies. For him, holding a military post was merely a process of gilding his resume. According to his public records, right after finishing his education, this man went to teach in a poverty-stricken mountain area for 2 years, then moved to another mountainous region to serve as a village chief for 2 years, and subsequently became the chief administrator of a small county in an even more remote area. He was only 28 at the time. After serving in that position for another 2 years, he entered a main force unit of the 9 provinces directly as a company political instructor thanks to his status as an outstanding graduate of the military academy. In less than 2 years, he was promoted to battalion commander. Zhang Yu estimated that if the apocalypse hadn't come, this man would have climbed to the upper echelons of the group army in a few more years. This resume simply had strong backing written all over it. In plain terms, he was the next generation meticulously groomed by his family. To say his promotion was due to his background is true, but to claim it was solely due to that would be nonsense. As the designated heir of a major family, his future would normally involve entering the higher ranks, which meant his resume could not be fabricated. He genuinely taught in remote villages, served as a village chief in impoverished areas, and went deep into the grassroots to understand the people's plight. His capability was absolutely top-notch. In these chaotic times, he took over Future City temporarily. Although he couldn't instantly unite the entire city and forge everyone into a single force, his control was worlds apart from Zhou Henian's. Many things Zhou Henian couldn't do or even conceive of were managed meticulously and orderly by Chen Mingli. For a moment, Future City seemed to regain a semblance of the pre-apocalyptic official administration. It was no longer the makeshift amateurish operation it had appeared to be. This announcement was extremely lengthy. Jiang Yu suspected Chen Mingli had prepared it long before he overthrew Zhou Henian. Now that the deed was done, he released it. The most critical part, of course, concerned the 100 Cities Alliance. He made significant adjustments to Zhou Henian's original mechanism, but overall it remained largely the same. The main strategy was to leverage the Sunto-B upgraded crystal core purification potion technology as a central lure to attract the various powers large and small across the 9 provinces to pledge allegiance. Unlike Zhou Henian, who forced survivors from different regions to fight each other to determine the strongest faction, Chen Mingli's 100 Cities Alliance allowed any base with a survivor population exceeding 10,000 to participate. All bases could receive quotas for the crystal core purification potion based on their population size. By linking the thing these ability users and faction leaders desired most to their population, the goal was naturally to encourage them to preserve as many survivors as possible. Simultaneously, the announcement also revised the founding date for the 100 Cities Alliance that Zhou Henian had originally planned. Zhou Henian's idea was to establish it 3 months later, by which time ability users would have become the mainstream of the world. With his preferential treatment towards them, controlling the alliance would be much easier. Chen Mingli had no such needs, so there was no reason to wait that long. The founding date was set for 7 days later. He invited all factions meeting the criteria to register online in advance. During this period, Future City would send envoys to inspect the bases to verify their eligibility, after which they could attend the founding ceremony in Future City. If faction leaders lacked the time or courage to go, they could send a representative instead. It was quite considerate. It could be said that once this announcement was released along with the network restoration, the entire internet was filled with praise. The previous leader Zhou Henian was branded as a tyrant, becoming the target of universal scorn. Of course, after a deeper look into Zhou Henian's proposals, many of his supporters emerged online. After all, his stance was far too attractive to ability users. Which mid to low-level ability user wouldn't want to follow Zhou Henian and live a life of luxury? This controversy was bound to exist. Both Chen Mingli and Jiang Yu had anticipated it, so they saw nothing wrong. What was unexpected, however, was that the 100 Cities Alliance, which Jiang Yu had thought would face little resistance, ran into some problems. Su Guan, Lord of Thundercloud City, King of the Magic Capital, got the announcement on my phone first thing in the morning. Thought something big happened, turns out it's just that stray dog Zhou Henian getting chased off. What, just because he's gone, you Future City folks think you can pose as the government and play emperor in a 100 Cities Alliance? Don't make me laugh. Isn't that just a rebranded amnesty? Anyone who believes this is truly hopeless. What is Future City anyway? Even when the old government was around, I didn't give a damn about them. And you think you can make me come and surrender? Get the hell out of here. Jiang Yu had some impression of this man. He had caused a huge stir in the early days of the apocalypse. At that time, he had taken over the headquarters of a video website in the magic capital. With access to the site's highest authority, he ran rampant across the internet. He was the kind of madman who could live stream himself sleeping with over a dozen actresses and internet celebrities in one night for the whole nation to see. He was a representative figure of lawlessness among the various powers in the 9 provinces, a real-life version of I Don't Eat Beef, a reference to a notorious outlaw. He had lost count of the women had slept with and the people had killed. However, Su Guan's strength was indeed noteworthy. He had been consistently ranked in the top 10 online, proving he was no pushover. After the Zhou Henian incident, Jiang Yu became even more cautious with such people. They might not be able to beat him, but he wasn't sure he could kill these freaks with their bizarre abilities either. Zhou Henian was manageable. He seemed to be a paranoid, extremely radical person. He was evil, sure, but he wasn't despicable. Facing an opponent like that, a win is a win, a loss is a loss. Jiang Yu wasn't too worried about Zhou Henian fleeing. Even if Zhou Henian made a comeback, he would only come for him. But Su Guan was different. That guy was a lunatic with a terrifyingly low bottom line. He was the type to completely lose his humanity in the apocalypse. If he clashed with him and failed to kill him, letting him escape, it would be far more troublesome than letting Zhou Henian go. If he were to make a move, he'd have to crush him completely. Of course, this was just a hypothetical. Right now, Su Guan was opposing Future City and Qinmingli. What did that have to do with Jiang Yu? Future City still owed him money. They couldn't possibly ask him to help, right? Besides, Jiang Yu didn't think Qinmingli with the massive Future City at his disposal couldn't handle a single Su Guan. Otherwise, he'd be utterly useless. None of my business, let's watch the show. And who the hell is this Jiang Yu? I don't know which idiot made that ranking. How dare any stray dog be ranked above me? I heard he even let Zhou Henian get away. What a waste of space. If it were me, both of them would be dead. A question mark slowly materialized over Jiang Yu's head as he was just about to lie back on Chu Yunxi's lap and continue watching the drama. Before meeting Zhou Henian, Jiang Yu never believed that a fool could become the leader of a major faction. Of course, he didn't think Zhou Henian was a fool. The man was merely extreme, which had nothing to do with stupidity. Rather, judging from Zhou Henian's trajectory of growth, as long as one had enough talent and strong enough abilities, whether one was foolish or not simply didn't matter. So when Jiang Yu saw Su Guan directly calling him out by name, his first reaction was that this fellow must have a screw loose. After thinking it over, he realized that this madman had never been idle since the apocalypse began. He was either causing trouble or on his way to cause trouble. It had been so long and no one had ever dealt with him, so his arrogance was only natural. Before clashing with Zhou Henian, Jiang Yu hadn't known how powerful an awakened could become through sheer strength alone. In essence, when one's own abilities are formidable enough, it's hard to grasp the true weight of the saying the world is full of heroes until one encounters a peer of equal caliber. Suddenly gaining power far beyond ordinary people, even beyond one's own imagination, and becoming arrogant enough to believe oneself invincible while dismissing others as worthless is hardly incomprehensible. This is a common ailment among leaders of awakened factions that have grown wildly without any backing. The high-ranking members of major organizations affiliated with the authorities, armed with more information, naturally understood more than these folk factions and held greater reverence for the strong. Qinmingli was a case in point. His own abilities were already formidable, yet when he encountered Jiang Yu, though confident, he never assumed he could easily overpower the man. Su Guan, however, was a typical example of someone isolated from information, utterly ignorant of his own limits. What to do? Go to the magic capital and cut him down. Jiang Yu pondered for a moment. That didn't seem like a bad idea. The man's territory was by the seaside, where it was said the mutated beasts in the ocean were more numerous and of higher ranks than those on land. He had likely hoarded quite a few crystal cores. Moreover, since the other party had taken the initiative to provoke him, it was only reasonable for Jiang Yu to pay a visit. A knock sounded at the door, just as Jiang Yu was contemplating an auspicious time to go and escort Su Guan away. Brother Jiang, City Lord Yu said, there's an important matter I'd like to discuss with you. All right. Jiang Yu rose and headed out. As for Su Guan, let him strut around for a couple more days. Besides, the one had offended most now was Future City. The 100 Cities Alliance was the first major decision Qinmingli intended to push after taking power. Compared to his pointless online ranting at Jiang Yu, his opposition to the Alliance's establishment was far more critical. Future City hadn't even panicked yet, so why should he? When Future City finally lost its composure, they'd naturally come to request his services. He could tear Su Guan's foul mouth apart and earn some crystal cores from Future City in the bargain. Why not? As for Future City handling Su Guan themselves, that possibility was rather slim. Not only was the distance a problem, but Future City's current situation was hardly favorable. Zhou Henian had taken away its most elite awakened forces, leaving Qinmingli with a mere handful of subordinates. With his own strength not yet reaching the Sixth Order, taking the initiative to provoke Su Guan might even risk a disastrous defeat. Even at the Sixth Order, victory wouldn't be guaranteed. As a regional power who had risen early after the apocalypse and established his domain in a place like the magic capital Su, Guan absolutely couldn't be lacking in crystal cores. His current level of strength was anyone's guess. Xun Mingli was willing to risk his life to topple Zhou Henian, but dealing with Su Guan was hardly worth the danger. If Su Guan kept causing trouble openly opposing the 100 Cities Alliance plan, and even rallying faction leaders who had committed heinous deeds after the apocalypse and dared not cooperate with Future City, then Xun Mingli would inevitably come to Jiangyu for help. Ironically, Future City, the strongest force on the surface of the 9 provinces inheriting the most from the former authorities, now had to rely on a mercenary like Jiangyu for its high-end combat power. If Jiangyu was in a bad mood and refused their contracts, they truly had no way to deal with those regional warlords. Orbital weapons could strike from any distance, but to precisely hit a specific person from space required someone on the ground to guide them. It wasn't as simple as pointing and shooting. Within Future City, they could still be used against Awakened, but outside its borders without ground guidance they became far less effective. Entering the meeting room, Jiangyu found that everyone of any standing in the base had gathered. Seeing him enter, they all rose to their feet in unison. Mr. Jiang, please sit. Jiangyu waved his hand. He didn't bother much with the internal development of the faction. As long as those working for him had their livelihoods secured and he received his regular supply of crystal cores, that was enough. He generally refrained from interfering in how the base's core members managed things. Today, Yu Shoujing had specifically invited him over clearly to discuss something major. City Lord Yu, what's so urgent that you had to summon me? Taking the vacant seat at the head of the table, Jiangyu looked at Yu Shoujing with a gentle expression. Without mincing words, Yu Shoujing stood up and said, Mr. Jiang, not long ago Spark City released another statement confirming that the awakening rain will fall tomorrow evening. More importantly, Spark City predicts that after the awakening rain, the environment of Blue Star will undergo another earth-shattering transformation, though they haven't specified exactly how yet. This apocalypse seems to be escalating. Spark City had issued another notice. Jiangyu hadn't paid much attention to it as his mind had been occupied with the gossip. Still, it sounded no different from the last notice, only slightly more certain. After a moment's deliberation, Jiangyu said, so, what do you all plan to do? Yu Shoujing immediately replied, my colleagues and I all believe that after this wave of awakening rain, Blue Star will become even more chaotic. Combined with the unknown disasters, there's a high chance of another large-scale population decline. At the same time, more and stronger mutated beasts may appear en masse after the awakening rain. If we have enough manpower, our rate of crystal core acquisition should increase substantially. Understood. Though he didn't say it outright, Jiangyu grasped his meaning. Recruit. The Hexiao survival base currently had just over 60,000 people, not quite 70,000. With the low-tier mutated creatures in the vicinity, dwindling daily crystal core income was declining. Yu Xiaozhang's point was that the awakening rain would likely trigger another surge of mutated creatures, so it was best to prepare early by recruiting more survivors, lest they be short-handed and fall behind in crystal core collection. As things stood, these mutated creatures that yielded crystal cores weren't an inexhaustible goldmine. Their numbers were finite. So whoever positioned themselves early would naturally reap the greatest rewards after the awakening rain.